Dou Quhe hid a secret phrase, his only link to a mother who vanished. When he saved lives with raw strength, a stranger offered him a dangerous path. Turn pain into power, flesh into steel. But the phrase was more than memory. It was a key others would kill to possess. What would you do when the truth you carry could destroy you? Ska Ledger of Coldvein, a web novel, Cultivation Xianxia. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. The slag pile shifted under Dou Quhe's weight, gravel skittering down the slope into darkness. He caught himself before the noise could travel, one hand braced against the damp stone wall, the other clutching the strip of leather he used to bundle his tools. Voices drifted up from the main pit floor, the midnight inspection crew making their rounds 3 levels below, their lanterns tracing yellow arcs through the smoke. He counted heartbeats. 7, 12. The light passed. Dou Quhe exhaled and let himself slide down the remaining distance, landing soft on packed earth. The lower slag furnaces ran hottest between midnight and the 3rd bell, when the registered crews slept and only the unregistered bodies worked the waste heaps, sorting usable cinder from dead rock. He had learned the rhythm of these shifts across 3 winters, which overseers could be bribed with a portion of scavenged copper, which patrol routes left blind gaps, how long a body could hold heat after the furnaces sealed. He was 17. He had been invisible for most of those years. The furnace he wanted stood at the far end of the abandoned gallery, a squat iron cylinder that had been condemned when Dou was still small enough to sleep in the ore bins. The sect had never bothered to dismantle it, and the laborers who knew about it kept the secret the way they kept all useful secrets, in silence and shared hunger. Dou checked the seal plate, found it undisturbed, and pulled the release lever. Heat hit him like a wall opening. He stripped to the waist before the burn could catch his tunic. The furnace glow painted his ribs amber and black, picking out the old pale scar that ran across his right side, a line of flesh that had never taken soot or color the same way as the rest of his skin. His mother used to trace that scar with her thumb when she thought he was sleeping. He remembered the pressure of her fingers more clearly than her voice. He did not let himself think about her voice. Dou Quhe pulled the furnace bars from its cradle, a length of iron worn smooth by years of stolen use. He pressed it against the hottest part of the firebox and began the work he had never told anyone about. The method was simple and brutal. He had learned it watching the forged disciples hammer hot metal on anvils, watching the way the heat changed the grain, the way the material remembered what had been done to it. If iron could be tempered by fire and impact, why not flesh? He had no teacher. He had no manual. He had only the phrase his mother left him, the one he repeated under his breath every time the bars touched his skin. Melt rock sinks to riverbed, burning stone sheds heat. He did not know what it meant. He did not know if it meant anything. But the syllables fit the rhythm of the work, and the rhythm was what mattered. The bars pressed against his left forearm, skin hissed. Dou Quhe did not scream. He had stopped screaming during the first winter after she left, when he was small enough that a grown man could lift him by the neck, and the furnace foreman expected children to cry before they broke. He learned that silence was currency. Pain that made no sound cost nothing to the people who caused it, but it left the one who endured it richer in a way they could not see. He held the bars steady, counting to a rhythm only he could hear, and when the heat peaked, he pulled it away and plunged his arm into the bucket of brine he had hauled up from the salt stores. Steam rose. His vision blurred at the edges. He measured his food by weight before eating. He counted every gain in a ledger no one else would ever read. He slept holding the shard of his mother's last hammer, the broken head that had been left behind when the debtor convoy carried her away. And he told himself that if he could just survive long enough, if he could just get strong enough, he would find the records that told him where she had been taken. The furnace bars cooled. He set it back in its cradle and began to dress. That was when the chains snapped. The sound was not loud. It was a dry crack, like a hammer striking bad stone, followed by a lower groan that seemed to come from the mountain itself. Dou Quhe's head came up. He knew that groan. It was the sound of a support giving way under a load it was never meant to carry, and it meant something was falling. He ran before he decided to. The main pit floor opened ahead of him, lantern lit and crowded with the midnight sorting crew, the registered disciples who pulled the lighter shifts because they had names on the rolls, and faces the overseers remembered. They were standing under the scrap hammer engine, the great iron mass that crushed spent ore into transportable jazz, suspended by a triple chain rig that had been installed before Dou was born. One chain had snapped, a second was unraveling. The disciples did not see it. They were arguing over a sorting dispute, their voices climbing above the furnace hum, their bodies clustered exactly where the engine would land. Dou Quhe had no time to think. He had no time to fear. He had only the phrase, "Melt rock sinks to riverbed," and his own hands moving before his mind caught up. He hit the floor at a sprint, shouldered past a startled registrar, and threw himself under the falling mass. The scrap hammer engine was 2 tons of forged iron and compacted slag. It hit his palms and his shoulders and the crown of his skull, and the impact drove him to one knee. Something tore in his right shoulder. Something else gave way in his left wrist. The floor cracked under his boot and the weight kept coming, pressing down, trying to fold him into the dirt. He did not scream. The disciples were scattering now, shouting, someone grabbing for an alarm bell. Dou Quhe's arms shook. Blood ran from his palms, from the fresh burns and the old scars splitting open under the load, and he could feel the bones in his wrists grinding against each other like bad bearings in a forge press. He held. He held until the 3rd chain broke and the engine settled its full weight onto his frame, and something in his spine made a sound that he felt more than heard. Then the arrival bell rang, and heavy footsteps approached, and Dou Quhe heard an old voice speak from the shadows of the abandoned forge gallery. "That boy is wasting heat." Dou Quhe could not turn to see who had spoken. His arms were locked, his vision swimming, and the weight on his back was slowly crushing the air from his lungs. But he heard the voice clearly, dry and precise, like a hammer striking good iron. "You do not belong to the register," the voice continued. "You have no master, you have no method, and you just held 2 tons of dead iron long enough for 4 registered disciples to clear the kill zone." A pause. "You are wasting your heat, boy, and I am tired of watching." The weight shifted. Hands, old and calloused, took part of the load from Dou's shoulders. The pressure eased enough for him to gasp air into his burning chest. He looked up. The old man standing beside him was thin and stooped, dressed in robes that had once been dark blue and were now the same uniform gray as the furnace walls. His hands were scarred across every visible inch. The skin melted and healed into a topography of old burns that told a story Dou could not yet read. His eyes were pale and sharp, and they held no softness at all. "What is your name?" Dou Quhe's throat was raw. His voice came out cracked. "I do not have one." "Everyone has a name." "I do not have one that belongs to me." The old man studied him for a long moment. The alarm bell was ringing now, and people were running toward them from every direction, and Dou Quhe knew that in a few heartbeats he would be seen, counted, questioned, documented. Everything he had built in the dark would be dragged into the light. The old man said, "Come to the abandoned forge. 3rd bell, tomorrow." "I cannot." "You can, or you will die under that weight next time. And there will be a next time." The old man stepped back, letting the full load settle back onto Dou's arms. "I am Xiu Paoshu. I was an artificer before the guild took my standing. I have not accepted a disciple in 30 years. He turned and walked back into the shadows. Behind Dou Quhe, the disciples were shouting his description. Someone was asking who the pit rat was. Someone else was calling for a register keeper. Dou Quhe stayed on his knees, arms shaking, blood pooling on the cracked stone floor. He had saved them. He had destroyed his invisibility. And an old man who had no business watching a midnight slag shift had offered him something he did not know how to name. The 2nd chain groaned, the engine shifted, and Dou Quhe realized he was going to have to hold it alone until someone thought to rig a brace. Chapter 2. They came for him with hooks and pry bars. 3 furnace foremen and a squat disciple with a register satchel worked the chain housing while Dou Quhe held the engine at the edge of collapse. Every breath cost him something he could not afford to lose. Blood ran down his forearms and dripped off his elbows in a steady rhythm, and the bones in his right wrist ground together like loose gravel whenever he shifted weight to breathe. "Hold still," the squat disciple said. "One more lift. 3 counts." Dou held. The hooks caught the engine's lift ring. The pry bars bit into the chain housing. The disciple counted, and the foreman pulled, and the weight lifted off Dou's shoulders in a single groaning motion that left him swaying on his knees with nothing to brace against. He did not fall. He stayed on his knees because his legs would not obey him, palms flat on the cracked stone floor, blood smearing the soot into dark paste. The foreman ignored him. They were already checking the chain, arguing about maintenance schedules, measuring the crack in the housing with calipers that looked too fine for pit work. The squat disciple walked over and looked down at him. "Name." "I do not have one." The disciple's mouth tightened. "Everyone on this floor has a name. The pits register every hand that touches ore. You are a midnight slag rat, undocumented, unrecorded, and you just made yourself visible to every overseer in this gallery." He crouched, close enough that Dou could smell the ink on his fingers. "You should have let it fall. There were 4 disciples under it." "Yes. And now there are 4 disciples who will tell their seniors that an unregistered laborer caught a 2-ton engine barehanded. Do you understand what that means?" Dou understood. It meant he was no longer invisible. It meant someone would write him down, and once a person was written down in Coldvein, they could be moved, taxed, assigned, claimed, or erased with the same stroke of ink. "Report to the outer infirmary," the disciple said. "Get your hands bandaged. Tomorrow at first bell, you will present yourself to the register court and give a statement. I have a shift. You had a shift. You are now a witness. Witnesses do not sort slag." The disciple turned and walked away, and Dou Quhe was left kneeling in the cooling blood with his hands shaking and the phrase running through his skull like a prayer he did not know how to stop. Melt rock sinks to riverbed. Burning stone sheds heat. He did not go to the infirmary. He wrapped his palms in a strip torn from his undertunic, bound the worst of the bleeding with pressure and stubbornness, and walked the lower tunnels until the alarm bell stopped echoing. The pit routes were carved into his memory across 3 winters of avoiding patrols. He knew which galleries had dead sensors, which stairwells groaned under weight, which furnace vents could be crawled through if a man was thin enough and willing to burn. He went to ground in an empty ore bin and waited for the pain to settle into something he could think past. The name would not leave him. Xiu Paoshu. He had heard that name before. A fragment of canteen gossip traded between shifts, a story about a disciple who died under an unfinished array, a master who lost his guild standing and retreated to the abandoned forge galleries where no one went. The other laborers spoke of him like a ghost, someone who had once been important and was now too dangerous to touch. Dou had thought it was just another pit legend, but the old man had stood beside him under the engine. He had taken part of the load with his own hands, hands scarred so badly they looked like melted wax, and he had called Dou a waste of heat. Not a waste of potential, not a waste of life, a waste of heat. That word meant something specific in the pits. Heat was fuel. Heat was power you could shape. Heat was the only thing that turned raw ore into something worth keeping, and if you wasted it, you had no one to blame but yourself. Dou Quhe sat in the dark ore bin with his palms throbbing and the phrase burning in his chest, and he decided he would go to the abandoned forge. Third bell found him standing at the entrance to a gallery that the official maps had stopped marking 5 years ago. The air was different here. Colder, drier, layered with the smell of old ash and metal that had not been struck in years. The furnace vents were sealed. The lighting arrays had been pulled from the walls, leaving only the faint orange glow of a single fire pit at the far end of the chamber. Xiu Paoshu sat beside that fire pit, shaping a piece of scrap iron with a hammer so small it looked like a toy in his scarred hands. He did not look up. "You came. You said I was wasting heat." "You are?" Xiu set the hammer down and turned the piece of iron in his fingers. It was nothing yet, A rough curve, a flat edge, the beginning of something that could become a hook or a blade or a clasp. But heat can be redirected. That is what forging teaches. You do not waste the fire. You move it somewhere useful. He finally looked at Dou, and his pale eyes held the same sharpness they had carried under the engine. "Show me your arms." Dou hesitated. The instinct was a wall inside him, built across years of hiding, every injury, every gain, every scrap of progress that someone stronger might take. But the wall had already cracked under the engine. He stripped off his undertunic and held out his arms. The firelight painted his skin in amber and shadow. Burn scars layered across both forearms in patterns that were too regular to be accidents, too deliberate to be the result of pit work alone. A lattice of old heat marks, some faded to silver, some still pink and raised, tracking up from his wrists toward his elbows in a rhythm that mirrored the beating of a hammer. Xiu Paoshu studied them in silence. Then he reached out and took Dou's left wrist in his scarred hand, turning it to catch the light, tracing one finger along the oldest scar without asking permission. "You have been forging yourself." Dou's throat tightened. "I did not know what else to call it." "What did you use?" "A furnace bars, the ones they used to stir the slag pots. I heated it until it glowed and pressed it against my skin." "How long?" 3 winters. Xiu released his wrist. The absence of touch felt like a door closing. "The method you invented is crude," Xiu said. "Dangerous, inefficient. You have damaged nerves in your left forearm that will never fully recover. You have scarred over meridian channels that could have been opened with proper tempering. You have wasted 3 years of heat on a technique that should have taken 6 months. Each word landed like a hammer blow. Dou did not flinch. "You are also alive," Xiu continued, "which means you have the endurance for this path. And you held 2 tons of dead iron long enough to save 4 fools who would not have done the same for you, which means you have the instinct." He picked up the scrap iron again, turning it in the firelight. "I offer you apprenticeship under a method the Iron Meridian Guild declared forbidden. A method that binds body and weapon into one resonant instrument. A method that will carve every advancement into your flesh as a scar that anyone with training can read." He met Dou's eyes. "You will never be invisible again. Every gain will be written on your skin. Every failure will be visible to anyone who looks. And the training may cripple you, kill you, or leave you worse than dead if your body rejects the resonance." A pause. "If that is not what you want, walk back to the pits and forget my name." Dou Quhe stood in the furnace glow with his arms bare and his scars visible and the phrase from his mother echoing in the hollow of his chest. "Melt rock sinks to riverbed. Burning stone sheds heat." He had spent 3 winters hiding his progress, hiding his strength, hiding the only thing that made him feel like he was not just ore waiting to be processed. The old man was offering him a chance to stop hiding. "What is the method?" Dou asked. Xiu Paoshu's mouth moved into something that was almost a smile, though there was no warmth in it. "It is called the Scar Ledger." He reached into the ash beside the fire pit and pulled out a strip of ore-darkened leather, unrolled it across the stone floor. Dou saw writing, diagrams, a sequence of symbols that hurt to look at directly. "One disciple has attempted it before mine," Xiu said. "He died in the final tempering, and the guild ruled his death a result of master negligence. They were wrong about the negligence. They were right about the death." His eyes went distant for a moment, something old and heavy passing across his face. "I will not lie to you, boy. I do not know if this path can be completed, but I know it can be attempted. And I know you are the first person in 30 years who has the raw material to try." He rolled the leather back up. "Decide now. If you walk away clean. If you stay under my terms, my materials, my record. Every scar becomes proof. Every failure becomes public." Dou Quhe looked at his own arms, at the lattice of scars he had carved into himself in the dark, and he thought about the pits. About another winter of midnight shifts and stolen heat, and the slow, grinding death of a man who never let himself be seen. The abandoned forge was cold, the fire pit was small, but it was the first fire that had ever been offered to him instead of taken. He looked up at Xiu Paoshu and said, Show me the terms. Chapter 3. The old man did not blink. He simply held Dou's gaze for a long, measured breath, then turned and walked deeper into the abandoned gallery. Dou followed. The passage narrowed, walls closing in until his shoulders almost brushed both sides. The air changed from cool to warm to hot, carrying the smell of old ash and something sharper, mineral and bitter, like crushed ore left too long in the fire. They emerged into a chamber that had once been a proper forge. The ceiling was black with generations of soot. A stone crucible sat cold in the center, its rim cracked. Racks lined the walls, empty now, but Dou could see the shadow marks where tools had hung for decades. And on the far wall, carved directly into the stone, a circular array the width of a man's outstretched arms. The lines were deep and precise, filled with dried residue that caught the light from a single oil lamp. But the pattern was incomplete. One entire quadrant remained blank, the stone smooth and waiting. Xiu stopped before the array and did not turn around. The scar ledger has 3 principles, he said. First, the body is not a vessel for cultivation. It is the cultivation. Every refinement must be forged into the flesh directly, not channeled through it. He touched the empty quadrant of the array. Second, the weapon and the body must share one resonance. A blade forged in isolation is a dead tool. A body tempered without a weapon is half a method. They must be shaped together, in the same fire, on the same rhythm. He turned, his pale eyes catching the lamplight. Third, every advancement must leave a visible mark, a scar that any trained eye can read. The ledger is not a scroll hidden in a vault. It is your skin, your tendons, your bones. Anyone who knows what to look for will know exactly how far you have climbed and exactly where you are weakest. Tissangs were still wrapped in blood-stained cloth. He flexed them beneath the binding, feeling the torn flesh shift. "You said the terms," he said quietly. "What are they?" He moved to a stone shelf and picked up a roll of paper, yellowed and brittle at the edges. He did not unroll it. "Shared materials. Everything I provide for your training, or medicinal paste, formation fuel, is recorded in a ledger that I keep. You do not own what I give you until you have earned it through advancement." Dou noted. It run. That made sense. Nothing in the pits was free. He had never expected anything different. Recorded progress. Every significant breakthrough will be witnessed and noted. I will keep a written account of your advancement tier, your scar pattern, and your resonance calibration. That record belongs to me until you complete the final tempering. And after? After, it belongs to you, or it burns. Dou filed that away. It was more than he had ever been offered. Permanent visibility, you continued. Once the ledger is opened on your body, you cannot close it. Every scar will announce your method. Disciples who recognize the pattern will know you walk a forbidden path. The guild will know. The records hall will know. You will be watched, challenged, and possibly targeted from the first mark. That is not a term, Dou said. That is a warning. Yu's mouth tightened. It is both. He set the paper down and picked up a smaller object, a strip of hammered iron no longer than Dou's forearm, drilled with 7 holes in a pattern that matched nothing Dou recognized. The first mark is permanent. There is no trial period, no probation. If I open the ledger on your skin tonight and you decide tomorrow that the pain is too great or the risk too high, the scar will not disappear. You will carry the failed start on your body for the rest of your life. He held out the iron strip. This is the term. 1 scar, 1 opening of the ledger. If you accept, I make the first mark now, and you belong to the method until the method is finished with you, or you are dead. Dou looked at the iron strip, then at the empty quadrant of the array on the wall, then at his own bandaged hands, still leaking red through the cloth. He thought about the pits, about the midnight shifts and the stolen heat and the slow, grinding certainty that he would die under a load of ore before he turned 20. He thought about the way the foreman looked through him, the way the registered disciples stepped over him, the way his mother's face had grown soft and distant in his memory until he had to repeat her phrase just to keep her real. He thought about holding 2 tons of dead iron above his head while his spine ground against itself, and how, for one terrible, brilliant moment, he had not been invisible. "Make the mark," he said. Yu studied him for a long time. Then he walked to the cold crucible and struck a flint against its rim. Sparks caught in a bed of dry tinder, and a small flame rose. He set the iron strip in the fire. "Remove your bindings." Dou unwrapped his hands. The cloth came away stiff with dried blood. The torn flesh beneath was still raw, still weeping, but he did not look away from it. Yuz waited until the iron strip glowed at one end. Then he picked it up with a pair of tongs and crossed to Dou. "Your left arm, palm side. The space between wrist and elbow is where the first entry belongs." Dou extended his arm. The muscle trembled, not from fear, but from the memory of 3 winters of doing this to himself in the dark. Xiu pressed the iron against his skin. The pain was not new. Dou had burned himself 100 times, 1,000, in the secret hours of the slag pits. But this was different. This was not a crude furnace bars held in his own shaking hand. This was a deliberate mark, placed with precision, burning through layers of old scar tissue into the fresh flesh beneath. He did not scream. He counted his mother's phrase under his breath, each syllable a nail holding him to the moment. "Melt rock sinks to riverbed. Burning stone sheds heat." The iron lifted. The smell of scorched skin hung in the air. Xiu set the strip aside and looked at the fresh brand, a line of 7 puncture marks, arranged in the same pattern as the holes in the iron, now burned into Dou's forearm. "It is begun," Xiu said. Dou looked at the mark. It was not large, not dramatic, just 7 small burns in a line he did not yet understand, but it was the first thing he had ever chosen that could not be hidden. "What now?" he asked. Xiu gestured to the empty forge. "Now we find out if you are made of the right material." He turned toward the stone shelf where the ore bags sat, and in the silence of the abandoned gallery, a bell rang from somewhere above, distant and urgent. First bell, the register court. The squat disciple's order crashed back into Dou's chest. Report to the register court at first bell tomorrow. He had forgotten. Xiu paused, one hand on an ore bag, and looked at him. "You have another appointment." Dou's mouth went dry. The fresh scar on his arm was still hot, still smoking. He had just agreed to a forbidden method, to shared materials and recorded progress and permanent visibility. He had just let an old man burn a mark into his flesh that the entire sect could learn to read, and now he had to walk into the register court and let them write his name down for the first time in his life. "Go," Xiu said, "before they send someone to find you. The ledger will be here when you return." Dou pulled his sleeves down over the fresh brand and left the abandoned forge without looking back. He emerged into the gray light of early morning, the mountains above him cold and indifferent, the bell still ringing, and the weight of his own existence pressing against his ribs for the first time. He had spent 17 years being nothing. Now he was something, and he had no idea what that something would cost. Chapter 4. The register court sat at the junction of 3 tunnel mouths, a square stone chamber lit by cheap oil lamps in the pale light of a single high vent. A counter ran across the back wall, scarred by years of ink pots and knife marks, and behind it stood the squat disciple from the night before, sorting a stack of parchment with the practiced indifference of a man who had processed 1,000 names he would never remember. Dou crossed the threshold. His left forearm throbbed under the sleeve, the fresh brand still sending needles of heat up toward his elbow. He kept his hands loose at his sides, the bandages dark with old blood. The squat disciple looked up. His eyes moved over Dou's face, his torn sleeves, his bare feet still black with pit soot. "You came." The tone was not impressed. It was the flat acknowledgement of an overdue debt being paid. "Name?" Dou's throat locked. He had never given his name to anyone in authority. Not once in 17 years. "Dou Quhe." The disciple wrote it down without looking at him. "Age? 17. Trade? Laborer. Slag pits." The disciple's brush paused. He looked up again, a fraction slower this time. "Unregistered, then." It was not a question. Dou said nothing. The disciple reached under the counter and pulled out a thin wooden tablet, the surface worn smooth by years of handling. He dipped his brush and wrote Dou's name in small, precise characters, then pressed a seal beside it. You are now a provisional entry on the outer register. This grants you access to the lower yard, the meal hall, and the infirmary. It also places you under sect discipline. You break sect law, you answer to the court. You die in the pits. Your body belongs to the sect for disposal. You have no rank, no stipend, and no right to refuse labor assignment. He slid the tablet across the counter. Touch it. Dou touched the wood. The surface was warm, almost greasy from years of use. Welcome to Coldvein, the squat disciple said. You are no longer invisible. Dou picked up the tablet. It was lighter than he had expected, lighter than a hammerhead. He tucked it into his belt and walked out past the tunnel mouth into the gray morning. The bell had stopped ringing. He was registered. He was something. He went back to the abandoned forge. Xiu was already working when Dou arrived, grinding a dark green ore against the cracked crucible with a stone pestle. The smell was sharp, mineral, with an undertone of rot that caught at the back of the throat. You have a name now, Xiu said without turning. Yes. Good. Names make the loss hurt more. He scraped the ground paste into a clay bowl and set it on the fire pit to heat. The paste began to bubble, releasing steam that smelled like copper and old iron and something living. Stripped to the waist, sit on the stone. Dou pulled off his tunic. The air in the forge was hot, furnace hot even at this hour, but the stone floor was cold against his bare thighs. He sat where Xiu pointed. Xiu brought the bowl and a bundle of iron rods. He set both down within reach. Skin and tendon tempering, he said. The first layer of the scar ledger is not cultivation in the usual sense. You are not gathering qi. You are breaking the outer tissue down so it can reform with higher density and faster damage response. The paste carries medicinal properties that accelerate the repair, but only if the paste reaches the living flesh beneath the scar layers. He picked up a knife, a thin blade, well used, with a dark stain at the base. I need to open fresh cuts over your arms, chest, and shoulders. Then I will press the paste into the wounds. Then you will strike iron against iron for 3 hours without stopping. Dou looked at the knife, at the steaming bowl, at Xiu's scarred hands, steady as a rock. How long until I can use my arms again? Tomorrow, if the paste takes. The day after, if it does not. And if it does not? Xiu met his eyes. Then the cuts go septic, and the tissue dies, and you lose the use of that limb until I carve the dead flesh out and start over on clean bone. Dou held his gaze for 3 heartbeats. Then he extended his left arm, the fresh brand still raw and weeping under the sleeve. Start with this one. Xiu worked quickly. The knife was sharp and the cuts were shallow, precise lines that followed the grain of muscle and tendon. Dou counted the strokes, 7 on the left arm, 7 on the right, 4 across the chest, 2 over each shoulder. The blood welled dark and thin, running in rivulets down his ribs and pooling on the stone floor. Xiu dipped his fingers into the steaming paste and spread it across the cuts. The pain was not like the brand. The brand had been clean, focused, a single point of heat that burned through and then stopped. This was diffuse, crawling, a chemical burn that spread outward from each wound and burrowed into the muscle beneath. It felt like his skin was dissolving. It felt like his tendons were being pulled apart from the inside. Dou's vision blurred. His stomach heaved. He turned his head and vomited onto the stone. Xiu did not pause. He finished spreading the paste, then picked up one of the iron rods and handed it to Dou. Strike the anvil. Steady rhythm. Do not stop until I tell you. Dou took the rod. The handle was wrapped in worn leather, slick with his own blood before he had even begun. He swung. The impact jarred through his arms, through the fresh cuts, through the chemical fire of the paste. Pain lanced up to his shoulders and down into his chest. He swung again, and again. The rhythm was ugly at first, unsteady, the clang of iron against iron coming in ragged bursts. But as the paste began to work, As the heat of the forge wrapped around him and the pain settled into something almost familiar, the rhythm steadied. Each swing a little smoother, each impact a little cleaner. He stopped counting. He stopped thinking. He became the arm that swung, the shoulder that braced, the feet that held against the stone floor. The phrase rose in his throat, unbidden, spoken through gritted teeth in time with the hammer. Melt rock sinks to riverbed. Swing. Burning stone sheds heat. Swing. The forge walls blurred. The fire pit became a smear of orange and black. No's arms moved on their own, driven by something deeper than will, something that had been waiting in the marrow of his bones for years. He did not notice the figure in the tunnel mouth until Xiu's hand caught his wrist and stopped the swing. Dou blinked. The world swam back into focus. A woman stood at the entrance to the forge. She was young, maybe early 20s, with sharp eyes and a furrow in her brow that spoke of too much management and too little sleep. Her robes were inner court blue, trimmed with silver thread that caught the firelight. She was looking at Dou, at his bare chest, streaming with blood and green paste, at his arms, already swelling with the first signs of the paste's work, at the iron rod in his hand. "I was told I would find a pit laborer here," she said, her voice flat with controlled surprise. "I was not told he was already undergoing body refinement." She did not bow. "Who asked?" "Gu Shenbi, inner court, pit oversight." Her eyes did not leave Dou. "Last night a 2-ton scrap hammer fell toward a sorting crew. This boy caught it, held it long enough for repairs. Did you know that?" Xiu said nothing. "The overseer filed a report this morning. The incident is now sect business. I am here to classify the talent and claim sponsorship rights." She stepped into the forge, ignoring the heat, and stopped 3 feet from Dou. "What is your name, laborer?" Dou lowered the iron rod. His arms were shaking. His chest was on fire. But he met her eyes. "Dou Quhe. Dou Quhe." She tested the name, rolling it on her tongue. "You just did something impossible. Do you understand that? A boy with no cultivation has no business holding up 2 tons of dead iron. The fact that you did means you have a body worth training properly." She looked at Xiu. "I am taking him onto the outer register as my discovered talent. He will receive a stipend, a bunk in the lower yard, and access to trial matches. Any materials he requires will be approved through my office." Xiu's face did not change. "He is already my apprentice. Then he is both." Gu Shenbi's smile was thin and sharp as a blade. "I am not taking him from you, artificer. I am making him legal. As of this morning, Dou Quhe exists on paper. That means he can be seen, measured, and claimed. And I am claiming first rights." She turned back to Dou. "1 bell from now, report to the outer yard. I will have a bunk assigned and a meal credit opened. Your apprenticeship is your own business, but your registration is mine." She left without waiting for an answer. The forge fell silent. The fire pit crackled. Dou looked at the blood and paste drying on his chest, at the fresh brand on his arm, at the iron rod still warm in his hand. He had wanted to be seen. Now he was, and Gu Shenbi's smile had not been kind. Chapter 5. The morning air bit cold against Dou's chest where the paste had dried to a crusted green film. He had not stopped shaking since leaving the forge, though whether from pain or the sudden weight of a name on paper, he could not tell. Gu Shenbi walked ahead of him through the outer yard, her silver-trimmed robes cutting a clean line through the grime of early shift. Laborers parted around her without looking up. Disciples nodded from a careful distance. She moved like someone who owned the ground she crossed, and Dou followed because following was the only direction left. The register court sat at the base of the eastern ridge, a block of gray stone with iron shutters and a door that groaned on rusted hinges. 2 disciples stood guard, their postures shifting the moment they recognized Gu Shenbi's robes. She did not slow. "I have a registration entry. Pending sponsor claim." The taller guard nodded and pulled the door open. Inside, the air smelled of ink, dust, and old tallow. A long wooden counter divided the room, scored with years of stylus marks and ink spills. Behind it sat a man in outer court gray, his sleeves rolled to the elbow, his fingers stained black at the nails. He did not look up when they entered. "Gu Shenbi." His voice carried no surprise. I received your morning report. You read it. I read every report. The man raised his head. He was younger than Dou expected, maybe late 20s, with a lean face and eyes that moved too slowly, as if measuring everything they touched. I am Bai Yu-chin, Outer Court Registrar. You are Dou Quhe? It was not a question. Yes. Bai Yu-chin's gaze dropped to Dou's left arm, where the sleeve had pulled back enough to show the edge of the brand. 7 puncture burns, still red, still raised. Those are new. From yesterday, Dou said. Bai Yu-chin held his look a moment longer, then turned to a stack of ledgers. He opened one, dipped a brush, and wrote. Sponsor claim filed by Guo Shenbi, Inner Court, Pit Oversight. Subject, Dou Quhe, Waverly unregistered male, approximate age 17, pit laborer classification, no prior cultivation record. He paused. Any corrections? Dou opened his mouth, closed it. There were no corrections. Every word was true, stripped of the things that mattered, hollowed into a shape that fit the register. No, Bai Yu-chin wrote. The brush moved with steady strokes, each character precise. When he finished, he turned the ledger to face Dou. Press your thumb here, left hand. Dou pressed. The ink was cold. The paper gave slightly under the pressure, and his thumbprint bloomed dark against the clean page. Bai Yu-chin examined the print, nodded, and set the ledger aside. He pulled a second book from the shelf, thicker, bound in black leather with a metal clasp. He opened it to a middle page and wrote again, faster this time. Outer Register Entry, Dou Quhe. Sponsor, Guo Shenbi. Provisional tier, subject to trial verification. Access, lower yard, meal hall, infirmary. Discipline, sect law. Labor assignment, as directed by sponsor. He looked up. You are no longer unregistered. Congratulations. You now owe the sect your labor, your progress, and your body in death. Dou said nothing. Guo Shenbi stepped forward. His stipend? Opened. 3 coppers per day credited to the lower yard meal hall. He will need to draw his own rations. Bai Yu-chin closed the black ledgering clasp bit. One more thing. He reached beneath the counter and pulled out a sheet of paper already written on, the ink dry. He laid it flat. This is the standard Talon registration form. It records your current cultivation level, known techniques, and any prior martial training. You will fill it out before you leave. Current cultivation level, Dou repeated. You have none. That is the official answer unless you state otherwise. Bai Yu-chin's tone did not change. But the records will also note your sponsor's claim of exceptional physical endurance. That becomes a documented fact. It can be challenged, verified, or used against you in trial assignment. Guo Shenbi's jaw tightened. You are threatening him. I am informing him. Bai Yu-chin's eyes met hers, flat and unblinking. He entered this room invisible. He will leave it accounted for. That is my function. The boy should understand what that means. He pushed the form across the counter. Dou took the brush. The handle was smooth, worn by years of use. He dipped it, held it over the first blank line, and wrote, Dou Quhe. No cultivation, no techniques, no prior training. The brush felt heavier than the iron rod. He finished, set the brush down, and pushed the form back across the counter. Bai Yu-chin read it without expression. He folded it, placed it in a third ledger, and sealed the cover with a strip of red wax. He pressed his own thumb into the wax and held it there until it cooled. You are entered. Your sponsor has access to your record. Your master has access only through your sponsor. He looked at Dou. If you die, the sect claims your remains. If you desert, the sect claims your sponsor's bond. If you advance, every step is documented and can be reviewed by any elder with standing. He leaned back. Welcome to the Coldvein Register. Guo Shenbi turned without another word and walked toward the door. Dou followed, his arms aching, his chest burning, the brand on his arm throbbing with every heartbeat. At the threshold, Bai Yu-chin spoke again. Dou Quhe. Dou stopped. I process 100 entries a season. Most are forgettable. Bai Yu-chin was not looking at him, already writing in the black ledger. Yours will not be. The door groaned shut behind them. Outside, the yard had filled with morning shift. Laborers hauling ore, disciples drilling in formation, foremen shouting over the clang of hammers. None of them looked at Dou, but he felt them anyway. 100 bodies moving in patterns he did not understand, a system he had just been written into. Guo Shenbi stopped at the edge of the yard and turned. Your bunk is in the lower yard dormitory. Building 3, Cot 9. Your meal credit is active. You will report to the outer training ground at dusk for trial orientation. She studied him. You look like you were about to collapse. I have work, Dou said. The forge. The forge will wait. Your master can find you in the dormitory if he needs you. She paused. I did not claim you for charity, Dou Quhe. I claimed you because you are valuable. But value is only potential until it is proven. Prove it. She walked away, robes cutting through the crowd like a blade. Dou stood alone in the yard, registered, accounted for, seen. He felt the brand burning against his sleeve. He felt the paste drying on his skin. He felt the phrase rising in his throat, and swallowed it. For 17 years he had survived by being nothing. Now he was something. Now he could be taken. Chapter 6. The yard noise hit him like a second registration. Dou stood at the edge of the outer training ground, arms stiff at his sides, the paste drying tight across his chest and shoulders. Every step he had taken from the register court to this open space had drawn looks. Not the empty stares of foremen who saw through him, but something worse. Recognition. A cluster of disciples near the eastern sparring ring had stopped their drills. One of them, a thick-necked boy with forge suit still on his forearms, pointed directly at Dou, had said something to the others. They laughed. Dou kept walking. Building 3 sat at the far end of the dormitory row, a long stone structure with grimy windows and a roof that sagged in the middle. The door groaned when he pushed it open. Inside, the air was thick with sweat, cheap tallow, and the sour smell of unwashed bedding. 15 bunks lined the walls, most empty, the occupants already at shift or training. Cot 9 was against the back wall, a bare wooden frame with a straw mattress thin enough to see through. No blanket, no pillow, no sign that anyone expected him to last. Dewar stood beside it, measured the space, and sat down. The mattress creaked. He looked at his arms. The brand still throbbed beneath his sleeve. The cuts from this morning had sealed into dark lines, the ore paste drying into a green crust that flaked at the edges when he moved. He felt the weight of the day pressing against his ribs, the sleepless night before, the stolen heat, the iron bars, the engine, the old man, the brand, the court, the ink. 17 years of invisibility, erased in a single morning. A shadow fell across the floor. Dou looked up. The thick-necked disciple from the yard stood in the doorway, arms crossed, blocking the light. Behind him, 2 others waited, their postures loose and confident. You are the pit rat. It was not a question. Dou said nothing. The disciple stepped inside. His boots were good leather, scuffed but maintained, nothing like the cheap wrap soles Dou had worn his whole life. He stopped 3 paces from the cot and looked down. I heard about you, the one who caught the engine. He smiled, but there was no humor in it. They are saying you are built different, that you got sponsored before you even had a name on the register. Dou stayed seated. The disciple waited. When Dou did not respond, the smile tightened. I am Rin Tiluo, Furnace Yard, 3rd rotation. I was supposed to have a trial slot this season, a good one. The kind that gets you noticed by inner court selectors. He tilted his head. Then your sponsor filed her claim, and suddenly there is a new name on the roster. Guess which one got bumped? Dou understood now. He had not just gained visibility. He had taken something from someone who had earned it the proper way. I did not ask for the slot, Dou said. I do not care what you asked for. Rin Tilu's voice dropped. You exist now. That is the problem. And at trial orientation tonight, everyone is going to see exactly what a pit-born stray looks like when he tries to stand among disciples. He stepped closer, close enough that Dou could smell the forge smoke on his clothes, the oil he used to protect his tools. I am going to be there, and I am going to watch you break. Rin Tilu turned away, Stobel, and walked out. The 2 others followed, one of them glancing back with a look that was almost curious before the door swung shut. Dou sat alone in the dim light. He had been threatened before. Foremen, overseers, older laborers who saw a quiet boy and wanted to test whether he would flinch. He had learned to absorb those threats like impact, let them pass through him and leave no mark. This was different. This was not a threat. It was a promise spoken aloud in front of witnesses, which meant it was already part of the yard's memory. If Dou failed tonight, everyone would remember that Rin Tia Luo had predicted it. He stood. The cot groaned behind him as he walked to the door and pushed it open. Outside, the yard had shifted. The morning drills were breaking up, disciples filtering toward the meal hall or the supply depot. More of them looked at him now. Not all hostile, some merely curious, the way a man might study a stray dog that had wandered into a compound. A girl with a shaved head and a leather apron walked past and said, "You are the one who caught the engine." Dou stopped. She did not slow down. "Stay alive tonight. It gets easier after the first trial." She was gone before he could answer. He stood in the middle of the yard, surrounded by motion, noise, people who had names and roles and places in a system he had just been written into. The weight of it pressed against his chest harder than the engine had. He wanted to go to the forge. He wanted to sit in the abandoned chamber and let the old man's presence fill the silence, to hear the scrape of steel on stone and the hiss of cooling metal, to feel like he was being built toward something instead of just being seen. But Guo Shenbi had told him the forge would wait. He had no choice. He walked toward the training ground, past the sparring rings, past the weapon racks, past the ore piles where laborers sorted broken stone in the heat of the morning sun. The farther he went, the more eyes found him. By the time he reached the outer yard gates, a small crowd had gathered near the notice board. They parted as he approached, not out of respect, but out of curiosity. A single sheet of paper had been posted. It was his name, Dou Quhe, provisional, sponsored. First trial, dusk orientation, cohort, standard rotation. Below it, written in a different hand, someone had added a single line. Prove it. He stared at the words, the same words Guo Shenbi had used. He did not know who had written them. That was the point. It could have been anyone. It could have been everyone. He reached up and tore the paper from the board. A murmur went through the crowd. Dou folded the sheet, tucked it into his belt, and walked back toward the dormitory without looking at any of them. The door to Building 3 groaned shut behind him. He stood in the dim silence, the paper pressed against his ribs, the brand burning under his sleeve, the old scar across his right side aching with a warmth that told him he was not healed, not ready, not anything except visible. He sat on the cot and waited for dusk. The hours passed slowly. The sun crawled across the grimy window, casting long shadows that stretched and shifted like the silence itself. No one came to check on him. No one called him to the forge. The world was waiting to see what he would do. And Dou sat in the dark, listening to his own breathing, and tried not to think about what it meant to be watched. Chapter 7. The dusk trial ended the same way it began, with Dou standing in front of people who wanted to see what he was made of. They had run the standard circuit, stone carries, impact pads, a short spar against a fourth-year disciple who moved with practiced economy and put Dou on the ground 3 times. Each time, Dou got up. Not fast, not gracefully, but he got up, and the crowd's murmurs shifted from derisive to watchful. He did not win. He did not disgrace himself. Rin Tiluho was not assigned to his cohort. That fact felt deliberate, like a promise being saved for later. Now the yard was dark, and Dou stood at the entrance to the abandoned forge, his ribs aching where the 4th year had landed a clean kick, his left arm burning where the brand had pulled during the spar. The door stood cracked, a sliver of firelight bleeding through. He pushed it open. Xiu Paoshu sat at the workbench, a length of raw iron resting across the stone. He did not look up. "You are late. I came as soon as the trial ended. The trial ended at dusk. It is now well past dark." Xiu's voice carried no heat, only a tired precision. "Sit." Dou sat on the stone floor across from the bench. The fire pit was low. The iron glowed faintly at one end where it had been resting near the coals. Xiu picked it up with a pair of tongs and held it out. "Take it." Dou reached for it, then stopped. The iron was not hot enough to burn deeply, but it was hot enough to hurt. He had learned to read that difference across 3 winters of self-tempering. What am I doing with it? Holding it. Xiu's pale eyes were fixed on him. Take the iron and hold it with both hands. Do not grip it like a tool. Grip it like you mean to feel it. Dou took the bars. The heat bit into his palms immediately. Not the deep sear of his furnace bars, but a steady, radiating warmth that climbed up his forearms and settled in his elbows. He held it across his thighs, the ends extending past his knees. Xiu stood. He moved around the bench and knelt in front of Dou, close enough that Dou could see the fine wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, the way the firelight caught the old burn scars on his hands. Close your eyes. Dou hesitated. Close them. You do not need sight for this. He closed his eyes. The forge filled the dark with red light behind his lids. He could hear the fire, the shift of coals, the slow breath of the old man in front of him. I want you to find your pulse. Dou waited. His heart was still elevated from the walk. The kick to his ribs had left a deep ache that pulsed with each breath. Find it, Xiu repeated. Do not force it. Let your body tell you where it is. Dou focused. The beat was there, thudding in his chest, his throat, the soft tissue behind his ears. He could feel it in his fingertips, pressed against the warm iron. Now. Xiu's voice dropped. I want you to feel the iron's pulse. The iron had no pulse. It was a bars of raw metal, dead and still. Dou pressed his thumbs against its surface and felt nothing but warmth. It has no pulse, he said. Then you are not listening. Dou opened his mouth to argue, but Xiu was already standing, moving back to the bench. He picked up a hammer and struck the anvil once. The sound rang through the chamber, clean and sharp. That note, that is the iron's voice. It has shape, weight, a signature. Every piece of metal rings differently. Your body will learn to read that ring before it learns to match it. He set the hammer down. Hold the bars and breathe. That is all. You will do this until your arms give out, or your heartbeat aligns with the metal's cooling vibration. Dou closed his eyes again. The bar sat across his thighs. He felt its weight, its warmth, the texture of the cold end against his fingers. He tried to sense what Xiu meant, some hidden pulse beneath the surface, but there was nothing. Just metal, just heat. Time passed. His arms began to shake. The ore paste cuts across his shoulders burned with the strain of holding the bars steady. His ribs complained every time he exhaled. The brand on his forearm throbbed in time with his heartbeat, a pulsing that he could not separate from the metal in his hands. Steady, Xiu said from somewhere behind him. Dou gritted his teeth. The shaking got worse. His forearms were cramping, the muscles locking and releasing in uneven spasms. Sweat beaded on his forehead and dripped onto the bars, sizzling against the warm iron. He wanted to drop it. He held on. And then something shifted. It was not a sound. It was not a feeling. It was a change in the pressure around his hands, like the air between his palms and the metal had thinned. The bars was still warm, still heavy, but it was not dead anymore. It vibrated, a low, clean hum that traveled up his arms and settled in his chest exactly where his heartbeat lived. The two pulses touched, not matching, but aware of each other. Dou's eyes snapped open. The iron was still, dead again. The vibration was gone. But Xiu was staring at him. The old man's face had not changed. His expression was the same flat mask of discipline he always wore, but his hands had stopped moving. He was holding the hammer halfway to the anvil, frozen, his pale eyes locked on Dou's face with something that looked like recognition. What? Dou said. Was that? Xiu set the hammer down. He did it slowly, deliberately, the way a man sets down a knife when he realizes the edge is sharper than he wanted. The bars cooled, he said. That is all. It was not. Dou knew it was not. The vibration had been too clean, too specific. He'd felt it in his bones. You are lying. Xiu looked at him for a long moment. The fire crackled. The shadows stretched across the carved array on the wall, making the missing quadrant look like a wound. I am not lying, Xiu said. I am choosing not to explain something I do not yet understand. He picked up the bars from Dou's lap and set it on the bench. Tomorrow we do it again. Dou's arms were trembling. His heart was still racing. The memory of that vibration hummed beneath his skin like a splinter he could not extract. "As long as it takes," Xiu said quietly. He turned his back and began banking the fire. Dou sat on the stone floor, his hands open on his knees, the ghost of that clean hum still pressing against his ribs. The iron had answered him, and Xiu had seen it. And for the first time since he had walked into this forge, Dou was not sure whether that was progress or a warning. He stood. His legs were unsteady. The ore-paste cuts pulled with every movement. He walked to the door and stopped. "Master." The word felt strange in his mouth. Xiu did not turn around. "Tomorrow," Dou said. "I want to know what you are not telling me." Xiu's hand paused over the coals, and in the silence of the abandoned forge, with his back still turned and the firelight painting his scarred hands red, Xiu said nothing at all. Chapter 8. 3 mornings passed the same way. Dou entered the forge before the yard bell, took the warm iron bars from Xiu's outstretched hand, and held it until his arms locked and his vision blurred at the edges. The ore-paste cuts had scabbed over, then split open again during the first night's session, then scabbed a second time with darker tissue forming beneath. He did not tell Xiu about the blood soaking through his sleeve. Xiu did not ask. They worked in silence. Hold the bars, breathe, find your pulse, find the iron's pulse. Drop the bars, rest, pick it up again. On the third morning, the vibration came back. It did not start as a hum. It started as a hesitation in his grip, a moment where the iron felt heavier than it should, then lighter, then heavier again, like it was breathing. Dou kept his eyes closed. He did not move. The pressure in his palms thinned the way it had before, and the low, clean pulse rose up his arms and settled in his chest. This time it stayed. Xiu did not strike the anvil. He did not speak. The only sounds were the fire, the wind outside, and the steady rhythm of Dou's heartbeat threading through the metal in his hands. "How long can you hold it?" Xiu's voice was flat, clinical. Dou opened his mouth to answer and felt the vibration fracture, scatter, die. 3 breaths, he said. 3 breaths longer than last time. Xiu crossed to the bench and pulled a sheet of oiled paper from beneath a stack of tools. The paper was covered in small, precise marks, diagrams of tendon lines and bone placements, with notes in a hand so tight it looked like insect tracks. "Take off your shirt." Dou set the bars down. His arms were shaking. The vibration's ghost still pressed against his ribs, a residue of something he could not name. He pulled the shirt over his head. The cold air bit at his shoulders. The scabbed cuts from the ore-paste treatment ran in parallel lines across his arms, his chest, his shoulders, each one a darker ridge than the skin around it. Xiu motioned him closer. The old man's fingers were cold and dry against Dou's skin. He traced the cuts one by one, pressing at the edges, watching how the tissue gave and rebounded. "Look." Xiu stepped aside and angled the lamp toward Dou's shoulder. Dou looked down. The cuts had healed, but not evenly. The flesh beneath each line had risen slightly, forming a raised cord of denser tissue that caught the light differently than the surrounding skin. When he moved his arm, the cords shifted together, a web of pale lines that followed the architecture of his tendons. "That is tempering," Xiu said. "The ore paste broke down the weak layers. Your body rebuilt them harder. The pattern you see is the map of where the paste took hold and where it did not." He picked up a brush and began drawing on the oiled paper, replicating the lines on Dou's skin with quick, exact strokes. Dou watched the pattern emerge. It was not random. The lines followed the paths of his tendons, the anchoring points of his shoulders, the sheaths around his biceps. It looked like a diagram of a machine. It looked like a plan someone had drawn before his flesh was built. "Is this what you record?" Dou asked. "Every advancement," Xiu said without looking up. "Every scar, every place where the body accepted the change and every place where it resisted." He set the brush down and held the paper up to the light. 12 lines accepted cleanly, 4 partials, 1 gap at the left shoulder where the paste did not penetrate past the first scar layer. He turned the paper so Dou could see it. This is your first ledger entry. Dou stared at the drawing. The lines were precise. They could be measured, copied, studied by anyone who understood what they meant. His body had become a text that Xiu could read and record and share. His stomach turned. I do not like this, he said. Xiu lowered the paper. Say it clearly. Dou's hands were still trembling from the hold. He pressed them flat against his thighs. I do not like that someone else can read what my body does, that it is written down, that it can be shown. Xiu studied him for a long moment. The fire popped. The shadows on the carved array swayed. You spent 17 years invisible. You learned that safety meant leaving no trace, no record, no proof that you existed or improved or wanted anything. He set the paper on the bench. I am telling you now so you understand before the cost becomes higher. The Scar Ledger is not a path for men who want to remain hidden. Every stride forward will mark you more deeply. Every triumph will be written on your skin for anyone with eyes to read. He tapped the oiled paper. If you want power without witnesses, you chose the wrong road. Dou's jaw tightened. The words landed like hammer blows, not cruel, but true. He had wanted strength without exposure. He had wanted to rise without being seen. That was not what Xiu was offering. What happens when the wrong person reads it? Dou asked. Xiu's pale eyes did not blink. Then you had better be strong enough to survive being read. He rolled the paper and tucked it into his robe. You have your first advancement. 12 lines clean, 4 partial, 1 gap. Tomorrow we begin the next layer. Dou pulled his shirt back on. The fabric caught on the raised cord lines, and he felt the new tissue pull against the old. 12 lines clean. He had proof of progress now, carved into his own flesh. He did not know yet whether that made him safe or marked for something worse. He looked at the rolled paper in Xiu's robe. That drawing, who else will see it? Xiu paused at the forge door. No one, he said, until you are ready to be seen. The words should have been reassuring, but Dou heard the weight in them. There would come a day when Xiu decided he was ready, and on that day the record would leave this forge. He followed Xiu into the cold morning light. The yard was waking. Disciples moved between buildings, breath steaming in the gray air. A few glanced at Dou as he passed. The rumor of his registration was still fresh. The prove it line on his notice was still someone's open challenge. He touched the new ridges beneath his shirt. 12 lines clean. He was visible now. The scars would only make him more visible. And somewhere in the sect, someone was already waiting to read what those scars meant. Chapter 9. The new ridges beneath his shirt pulled with every stride as Dou crossed the yard toward the lower circuit. A posted notice at the dormitory wall had told him where to report. Morning hall. All provisional entrance, no exceptions. The ink was still wet when he touched it. Other disciples moved past him, most older, most wearing the gray of full outer yard status. A few glanced at his arms where the fabric caught on the fresh scar lines. No one spoke. The lower circuit was a track beaten into packed earth between the furnace yard and the eastern slag heap. Stone baskets waited at the starting line, each filled with raw ore chunks that smelled of dust and rust. A sinewy overseer with a crop tucked under his arm stood beside them, counting heads. Dou Quhe, he said when Dou reached the line. Not a question. Yes. The overseer pointed at the baskets. The light ones are for first rotations. You take the standard load. Someone behind Dou laughed, a low, wet sound. Rin Tiluo. Dou did not turn around. The overseer did not acknowledge the laugh. 2 circuits, full carry. No dropping the basket, no setting it down. If you fall, you finish on your feet or you do not finish at all. Dou bent and lifted the basket. The weight hit his shoulders like a wall. His arms locked, the new scar tissue pulling tight across his biceps. The ore chunks shifted, grinding against each other. He adjusted his grip, found the center of balance and straightened. The basket was heavy enough to make his vision narrow at the edges. Rin lifted his own basket with one clean motion, the muscles in his shoulders rolling smoothly. He had taken a load twice the size of Dou's. The overseer did not comment. 2 circuits, Rin said, loud enough for the watching disciples to hear. I will finish before he reaches the first turn. The overseer raised his hand. Dropped it. Dou started walking. The first steps were the worst. The basket pulled at his lower back and the path was uneven, scattered with loose stones that rolled under his soles. He set his teeth and concentrated on the rhythm of his stride. Left foot, right foot, the weight shifting with each step. The wind carried furnace grit across his face. It stung the healing cuts on his arms. Behind him, Rin's boots struck the ground at a faster pace. Thud, thud, thud. The sound grew closer. Dou did not speed up. Rin passed him on the first curve, close enough that his shoulder brushed Dou's basket. The impact sent a jarring shock through Dou's arms, but he held. Pit-borne, Rin said, not breaking stride. Carrying pit loads. Stay in your place. Dou kept walking. The first circuit took a quarter of an hour. His arms burned. The basket handles had worn grooves into his palms, and the old burn scars there were splitting open, leaking thin blood that mixed with the ore dust. He did not stop. He did not shift the basket. By the time he reached the starting line again, Rin was already a third of the way through his second circuit, moving fast, his basket steady. The watching disciples had gathered. A cluster of them stood near the overseer's post, arms crossed, eyes tracking Dou's progress. A few murmured. None laughed. Dou began his second circuit. His legs were shaking now. The weight had settled into his bones, a deep ache that radiated from his spine into his hips and down his thighs. Each step cost something. He could feel the gap at his left shoulder where the pace had not taken, a weak point that throbbed with every jarring footfall. He thought of the phrase, "Melt rock sinks to riverbed." He did not say it aloud. He let it run through his mind, a steady pulse beneath the pain. Burning stone sheds heat. His feet found the rhythm again. Rin finished his second circuit while Dou was still halfway through. He set his basket down with a clatter and stood at the overseer's post, breathing hard, watching. The yard had gone quiet. Dou's vision was tunneling. The path ahead of him was a strip of gray earth that kept trying to blur. He focused on a crack in the ground and stepped over it, then another crack, then a loose stone that he kicked aside. He could feel their eyes on him, dozens of them now, disciples who had come to watch the pit-borne fail. The last stretch was uphill. The basket pulled at him, trying to drag him backward. His arms screamed. The split skin on his palms left red marks on the handles. He put his head down and climbed. 1 step, 2. He reached the overseer's post and set the basket down. The impact of stone on packed earth was the loudest sound in the yard. He straightened. His hands were shaking. Blood dripped from his fingers and soaked into the dust. The overseer looked at him. His face told nothing. Rin stepped forward. 2 circuits, he said. His voice was flat. You did not drop it. Dou met his eyes. No. Rin held his gaze for a long moment. Then he turned and walked away, toward the furnace yard. The watching disciples began to disperse. A few lingered, looking at Dou's hands, at the blood, at the way he stood without swaying. No one laughed. Dou did not move until the last of them had gone. He looked down at his palms. The split scars were still bleeding, but they were clean splits, precise, as if the tension had found the only release it could. The overseer cleared his throat. You have the 3rd bell to report to the forge. Dou nodded. He walked back toward the dormitory, his hands open at his sides, feeling the blood cool in the morning air. Behind him, on the notice board near the overseer's post, a new line had been written beneath his name. No one saw who wrote it. It said, Still Standing, Chapter 10. The forge smelled of old coal and older iron. Dou stood in the doorway with his hands open at his sides, the split scars on his palms already cooling into stiff lines. The morning air had dried the blood to rust-colored flakes that clung to his knuckles. Xiu Paoshu stood at the anvil, his back to the door. You are late. The hall ran long. I know. Xiu did not turn. The yard talks. You held 2 circuits without dropping the basket. Your hands paid for it. Dou looked down at his palms. The splits were clean, precise, the kind of breaks that happened along fault lines already drawn beneath the skin. Xiu turned. His pale eyes traveled from Dou's hands to his face and back. "Good," he said. "The old scars had to break. They were closures, not seals. If they had not split under load, they would have split under the paste next time, and paste in an open wound is slower to heal." Dou said nothing. Xiu gestured to the scrap pile in the corner. Broken tongs, cracked hammerheads, lengths of rusted stock that had been rejected from the main forge yards. Metal that no one had bothered to reclaim. "You will forge a tool today," Xiu said. "Something crude, something that has no business in a proper workshop. Ugly work is worthless only if it has no purpose." Dou crossed to the pile. The metal was cold, dull, layered with scale and oxidation. He picked up a length of stock, thumb thick, pitted with old corrosion. Light for a hammer. Too light, maybe. He set it down and chose another, heavier, a broken pry bar's tick that had been discarded after the striking face chipped. "That one," Xiu said. Dou took it to the forge. The coals were low, banked, but the heat was still there, sleeping beneath a crust of ash. Dou worked the bellows with his left hand, his right already curled around the pry bar's tip. The metal was dead in his grip, cold, heavy, nothing. The coals brightened, the crust broke. He placed the metal in the heart of the fire and waited. The heat climbed. It crawled up his arms, settled in his chest, pressed against the new scar lines beneath his shirt. He did not step back. Xiu watched from the anvil, silent, still. Dou watched the metal. The oxidation flaked, fell away, exposed raw gray that slowly shifted to orange, then to a deep, pulsing red. The color of a wound, the color of something waking. He pulled the stock from the fire. The hammer in his hand was wrong from the first blow. The weight was uneven, the striking face too narrow. He worked the metal anyway, turning it on the anvil, shaping the head, roughing out a profile that looked like nothing so much as a lump of ore that had been sat on. It was ugly. Even he could see that. But as he worked, something shifted. The heat in the workshop had been building. The forge, the coals, the trapped air, all of it saturated with warmth that radiated from the fire and the stone and the iron itself. Standard forge heat, normal. Except Dou felt it moving. Not the heat itself, something beneath it. A current, slow and dense, flowing through the air toward the lump of metal in his tongs. The same vibration he had felt with the warm iron bars, but this time it was not coming from the metal. It was being drawn into it. He stopped the hammer mid-swing. The forge was quieter now. The crackle of the coals seemed distant, muffled, as if the lump of metal was drinking the sound along with the heat. He looked at Xiu. Xiu had not moved. His face was still. But his hands, those scar-covered hands, had tightened on the edge of the anvil. "Put it in the quenching trough," Xiu said. Dou did not ask why. He carried the lump to the trough and submerged it. Steam erupted, hissing, violent, a cloud that filled the forge with wet heat. The water boiled around the metal for a long moment before settling. When the steam cleared, the lump was dark, rough, misshapen. Dou lifted it from the water. It was warm, not hot, warm, as if it had held a fever that the water could not fully cure. He turned it over in his hands. The weight felt different now, denser, more settled. "What did you feel?" Xiu asked. Dou hesitated. It swallowed the heat. The forge heat. The heat in the room, the air, everything around it. He looked up. It should not do that. Metal absorbs heat. It does not pull it. Xiu was silent for a long moment. "No," he said. "It does not." He crossed the workshop and took the lump from Dou's hands. He held it, turned it, examined the rough surface with his fingertips. "This piece," he said slowly, "was scavenged from the lower furnace stack. It spent years absorbing waste heat from failed smelts. The metal is unstable, impure, but the foundation is there." "Foundation for what?" Xiu did not answer. He placed the lump on the workbench and covered it with a scrap of oiled cloth. "You will use this at the trial," he said. Dou stared at the covered lump. "It is not finished." It is not meant to be. Ugly work serves its purpose raw. You will hold it. You will strike with it. When the heat in the yard saturates the air, the metal will drink it, and when the metal drinks enough, it will release what it has taken. Release it how? Xiu met his eyes. You will know when it happens. Dou's pulse quickened. He thought of the crowd at the hall trial, the watching eyes, the murmur that followed him through the yard. He thought of Rin Tilo's flat acknowledgement, the promise of more to come. You want me to hide this, Dou said. I want you to say nothing before the trial. Not to Guoshunbi, not to the overseer, not to anyone in the yard. Xiu's voice was low, even. If word spreads that a provisional entrant with no training has forged a heat-drinking tool from scrap, the question will not be how you did it. The question will be where you learned it. From you. And they will ask what else I have taught you. Xiu's hands were still on the edge of the anvil. You are not ready to be seen in full. The scar ledger is not yet deep enough to withstand that kind of reading. Dou looked at the covered lump. 17 years of hiding. 17 years of counting every meal, every scar, every scrap of progress in the dark. And now Xiu was telling him to hide again. But this time the hiding was not shame. It was strategy. Before the trial, Dou said. Then what? Xiu's expression did not change. Then you stop hiding. Chapter 11. The yard was packed before the first bell. Dou had never seen it like this, not at the hall trial, not at his dusk orientation. Bodies pressed against the roster board in a density that made the air taste of sweat, leather oil, and the stale heat of too many people breathing the same space. Outer yard disciples, furnace workers, a few inner court figures in blue-trimmed robes who stood apart, watching without pushing. At the center of the crowd stood Bai Yu-chen. He had not raised his voice. He did not need to. The registrar moved through the press with the patience of a man who had posted rosters through 100 seasons, carrying a single sheet of oiled paper and a pot of ink that smelled of iron and vinegar. Dou watched from the edge of the crowd, the rough lump of forged metal heavy in the drawstring pouch at his belt. 3 days since the hall trial, 3 days of Xiu's drills, of holding warm iron until his arms shook, of feeling the vibrations settle a little deeper each morning. 3 days of waking before the bell, eating his measured portion, and avoiding every eye that lingered too long. Now the roster was going up. Bai Yu-chen fixed the paper to the board with 4 iron nails, pressing each one home with the heel of his palm. The crowd surged forward. Names were read aloud. A boy near the front pushed back through, already paler than before, and Dou felt the mood shift from curiosity to appetite. He did not push forward. He waited. The crowd thinned in clots, summoned to staging areas or dismissed to other labor. When enough space opened, he walked to the board and stood in front of his own name. Dou Quhe. Provisional. Sponsored. Trial day. 13 entrants listed in the Orhall bracket. His name was 7th. Standard placement. Mid-order, mid-load, mid-expectation. Put below the bracket, written in smaller strokes that were not Bai Yu-chen's hand. 3 words had been added. Shifted to first load. Dou's jaw tightened. First load meant the heaviest stone. The worst schedule. The earliest hour, when the yard was still cold and the muscles had not woken. It meant carrying while the senior disciples watched fresh meat stumble. It meant no chance to read the others first, no rhythm borrowed from watching someone else's gait. He ran his thumb across the ink, still wet, recent. Someone had amended the order after Bai Yu-chen pinned the roster. He turned his head and found the registrar still standing at the edge of the board, drying his ink-stained fingers on a scrap of rag. Is there a problem with the assignment? Dou asked. Bai Yu-chen looked at him with those slow-moving eyes, weighing something that had nothing to do with Dou's stance or his tone. First load is standard for entrants with overseer sponsorship, Bai Yu-chen said. The court prefers to see what a sponsored body can do before committing to the full rotation. I have not been sponsored by an overseer. You have been sponsored by an inner court disciple. That is the same authority in the context of trial logistics. Bai Yu-chen folded the rag into his sleeve. The amendment was filed at yesterday's close of yard business. Dou stood very still. By whom? The designated petitioner did not sign. That is common for administrative amendments of this order. Bai Yu-chen's expression did not shift. The roster is final as posted." He walked away before Dou could ask another question. Dou turned back to the board. The other names in the first load were not familiar. Wang Pen, old name, probably a furnace family, 1 generation removed from pit labor. Shi San, Dai Han, 3 names he had heard in the meal hall, usually at tables that did not talk to new registrants. He was the only provisional in the first load. Behind him, the crowd had found new entertainment. Whispers coiled around his name, passing from mouth to mouth like hot coins. Heard she put him in first load to prove it wasn't a fluke. First load crushes sponsorships. If he drops early, she loses face. Look at his hands, still wrapped from the haul. He will not finish the first circuit. Dou's fingers moved to the pouch at his belt. The rough lump waited, patient as stone, carrying its stolen warmth. He did not look at the speakers. He counted the nails holding the roster to the board. 4, 1 at each corner. Iron, slightly bowed at the heads from repeated hammering. The paper beneath them was already curling at the edges where the ink had wet it too deep. He memorized every name in the bracket. 13 entrants, 4 in the first load. The rest dispersed across 4 more circuits. Then he looked at the last line again, shifted to first load. Someone wanted him to fail early, wanted the weight to break his grip before the senior disciples had finished their morning tea. Wanted the crowd to see a pit-born provisional drop his stone and stand empty-handed while the others carried. The logic was not complex. First load was a reputation killer. If he failed, Guo Shenbi's sponsorship would look like a reckless gamble. If he finished, the real competitors would already know his pace, his breathing pattern, the limits of his endurance. Either way, the observer who filed the amendment learned something. Dou turned from the board. The yard was waking in earnest now. Disciples streamed toward the staging area, pulling on work gloves, adjusting straps, checking the weight of their harnesses. The ore baskets sat in a row near the south wall, each one loaded with dark, fractured stone that caught the morning light like shattered glass. The first load baskets were the largest. Dou walked toward them. Behind him, the whispers followed. He felt them land on his back like the first pressure of a hand on a scale, testing weight, testing resistance, recording the result. He did not pick up the pace. He did not slow. He measured his steps the way Xiu had taught him to measure a bar's heat, by the feel of the air against his skin, by the rhythm of his own blood moving through his chest. The first load basket sat at the end of the row. Dark ore, jagged edges, straps worn smooth by 100 previous hands. He stopped beside it. A shadow fell across the stone. Broad shoulders, forge smoke in the fabric. Ren Tilu stood 2 paces away, wearing a harness that had seen better leather, the clasps polished to a dull shine by hard use. "I thought you would be in the later circuit," Dou said. Rin's mouth did not smile, but something in his face shifted, a pleasure that did not need to show itself fully. "I was not," he said. "The amendment took me to third load, but I wanted to see your face when you read it." Dou looked at his basket, then at Rin's. "You filed the amendment. I told you I would watch you break." Rin stepped closer, close enough that the suit on his forearms was visible between the rolled edges of his sleeves. "First load is the heaviest, the coldest, the one that decides whether a body belongs in the yard or belongs back in the pits. So you moved me here to prove your point? I moved you here to have the best seat." Rin's voice dropped. "When you fail, I want to see it with my own eyes." He stepped back, turned, and walked toward the staging area without waiting for a reply. Dou stood alone beside the first load basket. The whispers had grown louder. They did not need to hide now. He looked down at his hands. The old splits had healed, but the new ridges beneath the skin were darker, denser, mapped by scar tissue that had not existed a week ago. He could still feel the vibration in his palms if he concentrated. Low, steady, waiting. He reached into the pouch at his belt and wrapped his fingers around the rough lump of forged metal. The warmth was still there. He held it and listened to the stone and the voices and the cold morning air. Then he lifted the basket's harness, settled it across his shoulders, and stepped into the line. Chapter 12. The overseer raised his hand. The yard went still. Not silent, the yard was never silent, but the movement stopped, straps tightened, breath held. The first load team stood at the edge of the circuit, 4 figures under stone that would break softer men before they reached the first incline. Dou felt the harness bite into his shoulders. The basket behind him was dark ore packed so tight the edges of the stones pressed against the woven straps like teeth. He had lifted it once to test the weight during the staging. He knew what it cost to carry it. He counted himself into the rhythm. 1 breath for the settle, 2 for the lift, 3 for the first step. The overseer's hand dropped. The line moved. Dou stepped forward and the weight drove down through his spine, into his hips, into the packed dirt beneath his boots. The straps cut new pressure across his collarbone. He adjusted his grip on the harness and kept his head down and watched the feet of the man ahead of him. First circuit was uphill, gradual at first, then steep enough that the stones shifted in their baskets and the men carrying them had to lean into the grade like they were pushing against a wall. The jeers started before they reached the first turn. "You call that a load? My grandmother carries more kindling." "Look at his hands, still wrapped. He will drop it before the crest." "Pit-born, should have stayed in the pits." Dou did not look up. The words were air. He had learned in the slagwarns that noise only hurt when you answered it. The man ahead of him was a second-year disciple with a qi technique that smoothed his stride, making the load look light. His breath came easy. His shoulders did not shake. Dou's shoulders were shaking. The vibration started low in his palms, the same hum he had felt in Xiu's forge when he held the warm iron bars. It traveled up his forearms, past the fresh scars from the ore paste, and settled in his chest where it met his heartbeat. He did not fight it. He let the rhythm carry him. The first crest came, and the weight did not lessen. The circuit flattened for 20 paces, then tilted into a longer incline, steeper than the first, with a switchback that forced the carriers to pivot under full load. Dou's left boot slipped on loose gravel. He caught himself before the basket tipped, driving his weight forward, feeling the straps bite deeper. Something warm traced down his ribs. A split he had not felt open. The old closure giving way the way Xiu had said it would. He kept walking. The qi disciple ahead of him reached the second crest and set his basket down with a grunt that sounded almost bored. He had finished the circuit. He had not even breathed hard. 2 other first-load carriers followed. Dou watched them set their baskets down, watched them roll their shoulders and stretch their necks like the work was nothing. He reached the second crest and did not set his basket down. The overseer's voice cut across the yard. "Second circuit begins at the count. Rest is for those who finished first." The crowd laughed. Dou turned the switch back and started down the slope that would lead him to the third incline, the longest one, the one that bent around the furnace stack and climbed back toward the staging area. His ribs ached. Not from impact, from the cold. The air was thin this high, and his lungs pulled at it like a bellows with a leak. The vibration in his palms deepened. He welcomed it. "Still standing," someone said from the crowd. Not a jeer, a flat statement, as if the speaker was recording a fact. Dou did not look for the source. He counted steps. The third incline ate his breath. He leaned into the harness and felt the basket drag at him like it wanted to roll back down the slope and take him with it. The straps had wet his tunic through with blood. The splits in his palms had opened fully now, but the grip held because the muscle beneath the splits had changed, was changing, was becoming something that did not give way the same way. He reached the top. The staging area was 50 paces ahead. The other 3 carriers had already finished their second circuit and stood at the base of the board, breath steady, waiting for the start of the third. Dou set his basket down. The impact jarred his shoulders. He felt the release in his knees, in his lower back, in the deep places where the weight had settled like ore settling in a crucible. He straightened. The yard was watching. He did not know how many circuits he'd completed. He had stopped counting after the second crest. He lifted his hands to look at them and saw blood dripping from the wrapped cloth, dark and thick, mixed with the gray dust of the ore. The overseer walked toward him. "First load," the man said. 4 circuits in the time it takes the second load to finish 2. Dou did not answer. The overseer studied his hands. His eyes moved over the wrapped cloth, the wet spots, the way Dou's fingers did not tremble even though the blood was pooling at his knuckles. "Report to the sparring circle." Dou blinked. "The what?" The overseer had already turned. "Match rotation. You are up first. Standard trial rules. 1 fall or yield." Dou's ribs chose that moment to remind him they existed. A sharp cramp folded through his side, not deep enough to drop him, deep enough to make him pay attention. He pressed a hand to his ribs and felt the heat beneath the skin. The vibration was still there, low and steady, waiting. He walked toward the sparring circle. The crowd parted, not to make room, to watch him pass. The circle was a ring of packed earth marked by 4 iron posts driven into the ground. A Qi disciple stood at the far edge, young, lean, with a cultivator's stillness and a face that showed no interest in opponents who arrived bleeding. He looked at Dou's hands, at the wrapped cloth, at the blood. "You are not serious," the disciple said. Dou stepped into the circle. The vibration in his palms rose to meet the pressure of his grip. "Make your move," Dou said. The disciple attacked. He moved like heat through iron, fast and straight and economical. No wasted motion, no breath spent on show. His fist aimed for the center of Dou's chest, the place where the ribs had not stopped shaking. Dou saw it coming. He did not dodge. The vibration in his palms said, "Hold." He took the strike full in the ribs and felt something shift inside him. Not break, shift. The way a stone settles when the ground beneath it gives. The air left his lungs in a single pushed breath. His vision swam gray at the edges. He did not fall. The disciple's eyes widened. The crowd leaned in, and Dou realized with a clarity as cold as the first lode's morning air that he was not going to collapse. He was going to see what happened when he did not. Chapter 13. The vibration in Dou's palms did not stop. It spread up his arms, through his shoulders, into the hollow where the strike had landed. The Qi disciple stood 3 paces away, fist still half extended, his face caught between disbelief and the shame of having swung at something that refused to break. "You should have dropped," the disciple said. Dou tasted blood. It had risen from somewhere deep, not a wound, a pressure, the way ore dust rises when the stone beneath it is struck. He swallowed and felt the warmth settle in his chest like a second heart. "Make me drop," Dou said. The words came out flat, not a challenge, a statement of fact, as if he had already decided the outcome and was only waiting for the other man to catch up. The disciple's eyes narrowed. He reset his stance, weight low, hands open, the way cultivators moved when they stopped playing and started working. The crowd around the circle had gone quiet, not still, quiet. The jeers had stopped when Dou did not fall and had not returned. The disciple came again, faster this time. His fist drove toward Dou's temple, a strike meant to end the match before it earned any more attention. Dou saw it coming the same way he had seen the first one, the vibration in his palms telling him where the weight would land before the body arrived. He did not dodge, he moved into it. The blow caught him high on the cheek, off the bone, and his head snapped sideways. Pain flared through his jaw, bright and clean, the kind of pain that told him the structure held. He took 1 step back to absorb the force, and stopped. The disciple stared. "Stay down," he said. "You have nothing to prove." Dou straightened. The blood in his mouth was thicker now. He wiped his lips with the back of his hand and saw red smeared across the wrapped cloth. "I am not proving anything to you." The vibration surged. It rose through his palms, up his wrists, into the bones of his forearms, and he felt the resonance spread through his ribs like heat through a cooling forge. The strike he had taken had not broken him. It had settled something. The way a hammer blow settles a seam, driving the pieces closer together. He stepped forward. The disciple's guard came up, fast, practiced, the stance of someone who had trained in a hall with mats and instructors and other students who tapped out when the drill was done. Dou had none of that. He had the pits, the furnace, the hours of holding weight until his arms shook and the old man's voice telling him to stay. He threw a punch. It was not a cultivator's punch. It was a laborer's strike, the kind that moved stone and broke ore and did not care about form as long as the force landed. His fist connected with the disciple's raised forearm, and the impact shivered up through his split palms, through the vibration, through the new tissue that had not finished forming beneath the scars. The disciple grunted. The crowd shifted. Dou threw another punch, the same fist, the same angle, the same raw weight behind it. The disciple blocked again, and his arm dropped a fraction lower than the first time. "You are going to exhaust yourself," the disciple said. Dou hit him a third time. The vibration in his palms sang with every impact. It was not pain, it was not pleasure. It was something between, the way a hammer feels when it strikes the anvil and knows it has done its work. The disciple's guard broke, not cleanly, not with a sound. The arm dropped and the disciple stepped back, off balance, and for a moment his chest was open, his ribs exposed, his breath held in the space between heartbeats. Dou saw it. The vibration told him to strike. He did not. He stopped. His fist hung in the air, half extended, and he let it fall. "I am not going to finish you," Dou said. "Yield." The disciple's face went red, not from effort, from the understanding that he had been offered an exit instead of a beating. "I do not yield to pick refuse." Dou looked at him, at the flush in his cheeks, at the way his hands shook with the memory of the blows, at the crowd pressing in, waiting for blood that was not coming the way they had expected. "Then stand here until morning," Dou said. "I have time." The disciple lunged. It was not a technique. It was rage, formless and wide, arms swinging with nothing behind them but the need to land something that would prove he had not lost. Dou sidestepped. The vibration guided him. A step to the left, a half turn, the way he had moved in the pits when a load shifted and the only path through was the one the weight had not yet filled. The disciple's momentum carried him past. He stumbled, caught himself, and turned. "You are nothing." "I know." The silence stretched. The crowd held its breath, and Dou realized they were no longer watching the match. They were waiting for something else. A decision, an intervention. The moment when the overseer would step in and declare the outcome. The overseer did not step in. The Qi disciple straightened. He looked at his hands, at the empty air between them, at the boy who had not fallen and had not finished him. Something shifted in his face. Not respect, recognition. The understanding that the gap between them was not what he had believed. He lowered his hands. "The match is yours." The words came flat, without ceremony, and the crowd exhaled. Not applause, not disappointment. A release, like air leaving a bellows that had been held too long. Dou turned. The vibration in his palms began to fade. He walked toward the edge of the circle, past the iron posts, past the staring faces, and felt the blood drying on his lips and the ache in his ribs settling into something he could carry. The overseer stood at the staging area, arms crossed. "Report to the forge." Dou did not stop walking. He passed the haul racks, past the ore baskets, past the line of second-load carriers who had not yet started their circuits and who watched him with eyes that had changed since morning. The abandoned forge was uphill, past the furnace stacks, past the cold vents where steam rose like breath from a buried mouth. He reached the door and pushed it open. Xiu Paoshu sat at the workbench, his scarred hands flat on the stone, a single sheet of oiled paper spread before him. "You are bleeding." "It is not mine." Xiu's pale eyes moved over Dou's face, over the split at his lip, over the dark flush at his cheek where the second blow had landed. "The match. Won." Xiu's hands did not move. "What did you feel?" Dou held his master's gaze. The vibration was gone now. The silence in his palms felt emptier than the ache in his ribs. "The iron told me to hold, so I held. The iron told me to strike. I did not." Xiu's jaw tightened. "And what did the iron say when you did not strike?" Dou thought about it, about the moment his fist had hung in the air, the vibration pulling him forward, the choice to drop his hand. "It said nothing," Dou said. Xiu did not answer. He lowered his eyes to the paper on the workbench. The scar lines drawn in ink, 12 clean, 4 partials, 1 gap at the left shoulder. The first ledger entry. "Sit down," Xiu said. "We have work to do." Dou sat. And in the quiet of the forge, with the smell of cooling iron and the heat seeping from the walls, he realized the vibration had not gone silent. It was waiting for him to decide what came next. Chapter 14. The forge air settled around them like cooling slag. Dou sat on the stone floor, his back against the workbench leg, and watched Xiu's scarred hands move over the oiled paper. The ledger drawing, 12 clean lines, 4 partials, 1 gap at the left shoulder where the paste had not taken. "You chose not to strike," Xiu said. "Yes. Why?" Dou thought about the moment, the vibration pulling him forward, the disciple's chest open and soft, the knowledge that one more blow would end it. "Because I wanted to see what the iron would do if I refused it." Xiu's pale eyes lifted. They held Dou's gaze for 3 heartbeats, then dropped back to the drawing. "Give me the tool." Dou reached into his pouch. The rough forged lump of furnace-stack metal sat warm against his palm, the same heat it had carried since he quenched it. He placed it on the workbench. Xiu did not touch it. He looked at it the way a man looks at a fire that is already spread. "The overseer will call you back." Dou's ribs ached. The split at his lip had crusted over but not sealed. "I won the match." The match was a single rotation. The trial has a final round. They will pair you with someone stronger, someone who will not give you time to stand still and wait. Xiu pushed the tool across the stone. It scraped once and stopped at the edge of the ledger drawing. "Take it. When the heat in the yard saturates the air, when the furnaces breathe against your back, the metal will drink. You will feel it. And when you strike, the heat will release through the contact, not through the air, through the point where tool meets body." Dou picked up the tool. It was heavier than it looked, denser. The warmth nested in its core like a coal that had never stopped burning. "How much heat?" "Enough to destabilize a chi channel for 3 breaths, maybe 4. It will not kill. It will feel like the ground beneath your opponent's feet turned to water." Dou wrapped his fingers around the handle. The vibration stirred in his palms, faint at first, then stronger, as if the tool recognized its own kind. "They will see it," Dou said. "Yes. That ends the concealment." Xiu did not answer. He rolled the ledger drawing, tied it with a leather cord, and placed it in the iron box bolted to the workbench leg. "Go." Dou stood. The ache in his ribs had settled into something deeper, a bruised throb that pulsed with each step. He walked to the door, pushed it open, and stepped into the yard. The air hit him like a wall. The yard had not emptied. The crowd had thinned, but the core remained, disciples leaning against the iron posts, arms crossed, eyes tracking the door of the abandoned forge as if they had been waiting for him to emerge. The overseer stood at the sparring circle, his shadow long across the packed dirt. "Final round." Dou walked toward the circle. The tool hung at his side, rough and ugly and warm. He felt the yard heat before he reached the ring. It came from the furnace stacks, from the forge vents, from the bodies packed close and the fires burning beneath the mountain. The air shimmered above the iron posts. A figure stepped into the circle from the far side, thick-necked, good leather boots, forge soot on both forearms, Rin Tiluo. The furnace disciple met Dou's eyes and smiled without warmth. "They saved me for last." The overseer raised his hand. "Standard rules. 1 fall or yield. Begin." Rin moved before the hand dropped. He was faster than the Qi disciple, faster and heavier, his body carrying the density of years in the forge yards, his fists already swinging when Dou's feet were still finding the dirt. The first blow caught Dou on the forearm. The impact rang through the bone. The second hit his shoulder, spinning him half around. Dou brought the tool up. Rin's third strike slammed into the lump of furnace metal. The sound that came back was not iron. It was something deeper, a resonant thud that vibrated through the air and made the nearest disciple step back. Rin looked at the tool. "What is that?" Dou did not answer. He felt the heat moving. Not through his skin, through the metal. The lump in his hand was drinking, drawing warmth from the air, from the ground, from the forge stacks and the bodies and the sun-scorched dust between them. The tool grew warmer, then hotter. Rin attacked again. Dou stepped into it, not away, The vibration in his palms sang, guiding him forward, and he let the tool meet Rin's fist at the point of impact. The contact did not make a sound. It made a pulse. The heat released through Rin's guard, through his skin, through the chi channels layered beneath his flesh. Rin's eyes went wide. His knees buckled. His arms dropped as if the strength had been drained from them in a single breath. He did not fall. He stood, frozen, his body locked in the space between one heartbeat and the next, his face a mask of something between shock and recognition. The yard was silent. Dou lowered the tool. The pulse faded. Rin's breath returned in a ragged gasp. He bent forward, hands on his knees, and stayed there. No one spoke. Then the overseer's voice cut through the quiet. "Winner, Dou Quhe." The crowd did not applaud. They stared at the tool, at the boy holding it, at the furnace disciple who had not lost to a punch or a technique, but to something they had never seen before. And in the silence, a voice spoke from the edge of the crowd. Smooth, older, a voice that did not need to raise itself to be heard. "Where did you learn to forge that?" Dou turned. A man stood at the boundary of the yard, gray robes, ink-dark eyes, a thin burn scar crossing his left jaw. He was not looking at Dou's face. He was looking at the tool. And behind him, in the shadow of the eastern ridge, the records hall door stood open. Chapter 15. The yard had not stopped watching. Dou stood in the circle, the tool still warm in his hand, the silence from the crowd thicker than any roar. Rin Tilelo remained on his knees, his breath ragged, his arms trembling as he pushed himself upright. He did not look at Dou. He looked at the dirt beneath his own hands as if trying to understand how he had ended up there. The crowd began to move, not away, toward. A broad-shouldered disciple in furnace leathers stepped forward first, his eyes fixed on the lump of metal in Dou's grip. "Where did you get that?" Another voice cut in from the left. "He forged it. I saw him coming from the abandoned forge before the final round. That thing killed Rin's chi channels for 3 breaths. I felt it from 10 paces. The questions came faster than Dou could answer. They pressed in from all sides. Disciples who had ignored him yesterday now demanding to know the tool's name, its grade, whether he would sell it, whether he could make another. Hands reached for the lump. Dou pulled it back against his chest. "Back!" The voice was not his. Guo Shenbi stepped through the ring of disciples, her inner court blue robes catching the furnace light. She did not raise her voice. She did not need to. The disciples parted like slag before a poker. She stopped in front of Dou and looked at the tool. "That stays in your hand until you are inside a locked room," she said. "Do not let anyone touch it." Dou nodded. She turned to face the crowd. "The trial is over. The yard is closed. Anyone with a procurement request may file it through standard channels at first bell tomorrow." Murmurs rippled through the gathered disciples. A few peeled away. Most stayed, watching, waiting to see what would happen next. Guo Shenbi took Dou by the arm and pulled him toward the eastern ridge. Her grip was firm, but not rough, the grip of someone who had done this before. "You did not tell me you could forge," she said, her voice low enough that only Dou could hear. "I did not know I could." She glanced at him. "Liar." Dou said nothing. They walked past the furnace stacks, past the iron posts where the crowd still lingered, past the overseer who stood with his arms crossed and watched them leave without a word. The records hall door was still open at the edge of the yard. Elder Sui Hanyi was no longer standing in its frame. Guo Shenbi stopped at the mouth of the passage that led to the abandoned forge. "I filed your registration because I saw potential," she said. "Potential is quiet. It grows in shadow. What you showed today is not potential. It is a finished edge. People want to know who sharpened it." "My master." "Your master is a disgraced artificer with a dead student and a revoked guild standing. That will not satisfy the questions coming for you." Dou met her eyes. "Then what will?" "Answers that make sense. A lineage of technique that can be traced. A forge record that matches what you produced." She paused. "Do you have those?" The heat drinking tool sat warm against his palm. The scrap metal had no lineage. The technique had no name. He had no forge record beyond Xiu's hidden ledger. He said nothing. Guo Shenbi's expression did not change, but something in her eyes tightened. She had her answer. "The outer court will file an inquiry by morning," she said. Bai Yuchen will process it. Elder Sui Hanyi will review it, and there will be a meeting. When? When the records hall decides you are worth the ink. She released his arm. Keep the tool close. Keep your answers ready. And Dou? He waited. Recognition is a currency. It buys respect, and it buys chains. The difference is whether you chose the debt or someone chose it for you. She turned and walked back toward the yard. Dou stood in the mouth of the passage, the tool in his hand, the warmth of the forge bleeding into the cooling air around him. The sound of the yard faded behind him. The sound of his own heartbeat filled the space. He walked into the passage. The abandoned forge was dark when he pushed the door open. The oil lamp on the workbench was unlit. The iron box bolted to the bench leg was closed. Xiu Paoshu sat on the stool beside the cold forge, his scarred hands resting on his knees, his pale eyes fixed on the door as if he had been watching it since Dou left. You won? Yes, the tool worked. Yes, Xiu did not move. And now everyone knows. Dou set the tool on the workbench. The vibration in his palms had quieted, settling into a low hum that matched the rhythm of his breathing. Elder Sui Hanyi came to the yard, Dou said. He asked where I learned to forge that. What did you tell him? Nothing. Guo Shenbi pulled me away. Xiu nodded slowly. She is right to be afraid. The records hall does not ask questions. It collects evidence. He stood, crossing to the workbench, and picked up the tool. His scarred fingers traced its surface, feeling the residual warmth, the uneven grain, the shape that should not have held heat the way it did. You felt it, Xiu said. When you forged this, you felt the heat being drawn into the metal, not pushed, drawn. Yes, that is not something I taught you. Dou's hands tightened at his sides. The vibration in the iron, Xiu continued. The way you sense a strike before it lands. The way your body shifts instead of breaking. Those are not things you learned in 3 winters of burning yourself with furnace bars. He set the tool down. Where did you learn to listen to metal like that? The question hung in the air between them. Dou opened his mouth. The words that came out were not the truth. They were not a lie either. They were the only thing he had ever been sure of. My mother. Xiao's eyes went still. She used to say a phrase, Dou said. When I was small, before the convoy took her. She said it when she worked metal, when she held a hammer, when she checked the temper of a blade. He paused. Melt rock sinks to riverbed. Burning stone sheds heat. Xiao did not move. The silence stretched so long that Dou heard the dust settling in the forge, heard the furnace cooling, heard the tremor in his own breath. Then Xiao spoke. Say it again. Dou repeated the words. They felt strange in his mouth, spoken aloud in front of another person for the first time since he was a child. Xi's scarred hands gripped the edge of the workbench. His knuckles went white. That phrase, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Where did your mother learn it? I do not know. She never told me. Did she complete it? Dou frowned. Complete it? Xi's eyes lifted from the workbench and found Dou's face. The phrase, did she ever finish it? The question did not make sense. The phrase had always been complete. 4 words, 8 syllables, a truth that fit in a breath. But as Dou stood in the abandoned forge, watching his master's face shift from recognition to something like fear, he realized he had never asked. No, he said. She never finished it. Xi closed his eyes. The lamp flame trembled. And in the silence, Dou understood that the question he had just answered was not the real one. The real question was what the phrase meant when it was whole. And Xiu knew. Chapter 16. The abandoned forge held its silence through the night. Dou did not sleep. He sat on the packed dirt floor with his back against the wall, the tool across his knees, watching Xiu Paoshu sit motionless at the workbench. The old man had not moved since Dou spoke the phrase. His eyes stayed closed. His scarred hands lay flat on the bench like objects placed there for storage. When the first light crept through the crack in the ceiling, Xiu stood. He did not speak about the phrase. He walked to the scrap bin and pulled out 3 pieces of raw metal, setting them on the bench in a line. The first was common furnace iron, dull and pitted. The second was forge-grade steel, cleaner but still rough. The third was a billet Dou had never seen before, dark as cooled slag but with a faint shimmer running through it like oil on water. "Spirit-touched stock," Yuso said. "Bought with your sect credit before the yar opened." Dou pushed himself up. His joints complained. The vibration in his palms stirred, curious, reaching toward the dark billet like a tongue testing heat. "You said we had work." "We do." Xiu pointed at the forge. "Light it. Feed it until the flame burns white at the core. Then hold this billet in the heart of the fire for 300 breaths without letting it touch the walls." Dou crossed to the forge. The bellows were stiff from disuse. He worked them with steady pulls, feeling the old ash stir and the first embers catch beneath the grate. The fire grew. Yellow, orange. The edges of the chamber began to glow. He fed coal, then more. The flame climbed, and the white core Xiu had spoken of appeared at the center, a blade of heat so bright it hurt to look at directly. Now the billet. Dou picked it up. The moment his fingers closed around the spirit-touched stock, the vibration in his palms opened like a second set of hands. The billet was not cold. It hummed against his skin with a warmth that came from inside the metal itself, not from any fire. He carried it to the forge and held it in the white core. The heat should have been unbearable. His forearm should have been blistering, but the vibration absorbed the burn before it reached his skin, pulling the heat into the metal the same way the tool had drunk heat from the yard air. 300 breaths. Dai counted them. Xiu watched from the workbench, his pale eyes tracking Zhang's arm, the billet, the flame, in a cycle that did not vary. When the count finished, Dai pulled the billet out. It glowed a dull red, but the shimmer inside it had shifted, deepening into something that moved like slow water under the surface. "Hold it flat on the anvil," Xiu said. "Do not strike it, just hold it there." Dai obeyed. Xiu came close. He did not touch the billet. He held his hand above it, palm down, and closed his eyes. "What do you feel?" he asked. Dou hesitated. "The metal. It is waiting." "Waiting for what?" "For me to tell it what to become." Xiu's hand dropped. He turned away and walked back to the workbench, his movements slow and deliberate, as if each step required conscious effort. "Put it in the quench trough," he said, "then go to the yard. Eat. Rest." "Master." Xiu stopped but did not turn. "You know what the phrase means," Dou said. "The full version. You know it." The silence stretched. "I know what it would mean if it were true," Xiu said, his voice flat and careful. "And I know what it would cost the person who spoke it whole." He turned. His face was unreadable, but his hands trembled at his sides. "That is not an answer I will give you today, Dou Quhe, because if I am wrong, the hope will break you, and if I am right—" He did not finish. "Put the billet in the quench. Eat. Rest. Tomorrow we forge." Dou carried the billet to the trough. The water hissed and steamed as the metal sank. The vibration in his palms quieted, satisfied, as if it had been fed something it had been hungry for. He left the forge. The yard was nearly empty. The morning bell had not rung yet. He crossed to the meal hall, collected his portion, and sat at a corner table with his back to the wall. He ate without tasting. The phrase sat in his chest like a swallowed stone. Melt rock sinks to riverbed. Burning stone sheds heat. 4 words, 8 syllables, and Xiu Paoshu knew what came next. Dou finished his meal and carried the bowl to the wash basin. The cook gave him a quick glance, the kind that said she recognized him from the trial, but she did not speak. He walked back across the yard. A group of disciples near the notice board fell silent as he passed. One of them, a thin boy with nervous hands, stepped into his path. "You are the one," the boy said. "The pit-born who beat Rin Ti Le Wall." Dou stopped. "I am Dou Quhe. I know your name." The boy's eyes dropped to Dou's hands, to the scars visible below his sleeves. "Is it true? You can forge spirit metal without a cultivator's fire?" Dou's blood went cold. "Who told you that?" The boy shrugged, trying to look casual. "Word travels. A merchant was asking in the slag market an hour ago. Said she heard the pit-born disciple handled a spirit billet like it was warm bread." The vibration in Dou's palms surged, sharp and warning. An hour ago, before the morning bell, before Dou had even left the forge. He looked past the boy toward the eastern ridge, where the abandoned forge sat hidden in its narrow passage. Someone had been watching. Someone had carried the news out before the metal had even cooled. Dust turned without answering and walked back toward the passage, his steps fast and his hands clenched at his sides. The forge door was open. Xiu Paoshu stood in the threshold, his pale eyes fixed on something in the shadows beyond the workbench. "We have a visitor," he said. Dou stepped past him. A woman stood beside the cold forge, her robes the color of rust and coal dust, her hair tied back with a leather cord. She held the spirit-touched billet in her bare hands, turning it over as if weighing its worth. She looked up when Dou entered. Her smile was sharp and appraising. "So," she said, her voice carrying the rasp of someone who had spent years breathing caravan dust. "You are the boy who handles spirit metal like common stock." She set the billet down. "I am Liqin. I trade in alloys that most men cannot touch without burning through their skin." Her eyes found Dou's hands. "And I have questions about a shard hammer your mother once carried." Chapter 17. Liqin held the spirit billet like a woman weighing a cut of meat. She turned it once, twice, then set it down on the anvil with a click that rang through the empty forge. "Good stock," she said. "Fourth harvest, upper vein. Someone paid 3 seasons of stipend credit for this piece." Xiu did not move from the threshold. "You have no business in this forge, merchant." "I have business wherever rare metal meets rare hands." Liqin tilted her head toward Dou. "And your boy here has become interesting faster than you can bank a fire." Dou stood half behind Xiu, his palms already warm, the vibrations stirring in his fingers like a voice waking from shallow sleep. He did not like how she looked at his hands. "I do not trade with uninvited guests," Xiu said. "You do not trade at all, old man. The guild stripped your seal. You barter from scrap piles and buy spirit billet with a boy's meal credit." "Yeah, I am really franifying to stop. Lishua preaches the spawn's point. It's in tiring speets in the physical. The nage we're doing that, forgotten the stewing. You do not trade at all, old man. The guild stripped your seal. You barter from scrap piles and buy spirit billet with a boy's meal credit." Her smile did not waver. "I am not here to embarrass you. I am here because I heard a rumor I needed to see with my own eyes." She stepped around the anvil, close enough now that Dou could smell the road on her. Dust, cured leather, the faint bitter tang of caravan preservatives. "Hold out your hands," she said. Dou looked at Xiu. Xiu's jaw worked, a long pause, then a single, reluctant nod. Dou extended his hands, palms up. Liqin did not touch him. She leaned in, studying the scars, the healed splits, the darker tissue that had grown in where the ore paste had done its work. "Show me the vibration," she said. Dou's chest tightened. "I do not know what you mean." "Yes, you do." Her voice dropped, losing its sharp edge. "The billet was cold when I picked it up, but it still carried your heat in its core. Not forge heat, something else, something that drank the fire and kept it." She straightened. "I have seen that signature once before, on a broken shard hammer carried by a woman who passed through my caravan route 12 years ago." The words landed like a hammer strike. Dou's breath caught. "You saw her," he said. "You saw my mother." Liqin's smile softened. I saw a woman who did not belong on a debtor convoy. She moved like someone who had handled forge tools her whole life. She carried a hammer wrapped in oiled cloth, and when a guard tried to take it from her, she broke his wrist before he could touch the handle. Dou's hands trembled. He forced them still. Where was she taken? That is the question, is it not? Liqin walked to the workbench and ran a finger along the edge of Xiu's scar ledger drawing. Caravan ledgers record every cargo, every stop, every handoff. Sect records only show what the sect once remembered, but caravan ledgers... She turned. Caravan ledgers remember everything. Xiu stepped forward. What do you want, merchant? I want to see what the boy can do with real material. She pulled a small leather pouch from her belt and untied the cord. 3 metal shards spilled onto the workbench. One was dark as old blood. One gleamed with a faint green sheen. The third was black, flat, unremarkable until Dou looked closer and saw that it absorbed the light rather than reflecting it. Touch them, she said. Dou glanced at Xiu. The old man's face was tight, but he nodded again. Dou stepped to the workbench. He reached for the dark red shard first. The moment his fingers touched it, the vibration in his palms surged. The metal was hot, not from the air but from something sealed inside it, a trapped heat that pressed against his skin like a second pulse. He held it. The vibration drank the heat, pulled it into the rhythm of his own heartbeat, and the metal cooled beneath his fingers. Liqin's eyes widened. She did not speak. Dou set the red shard down and reached for the green one. This metal was different. It resisted. The vibration met a wall of something that did not want to be read, and Dou felt a sharp sting in his palm as the metal pushed back. He did not let go. He held it until the vibration found a crack in the resistance, a seam where the metal's will thinned, and he pushed through. The green sheen faded to dull gray. Liqin let out a breath. The third one, she said. The black one. Dou reached for it. His fingers closed around the black shard. Nothing happened. No heat, no resistance, no pulse. The vibration in his palms went silent, as if the metal had swallowed the sound before it could speak. He looked up. Liqin was watching him with an expression he could not read. The black shard, she said slowly, is from a vein that has not been mined in 40 years. It was sealed by the Coldvein records hall after the last linekeeper died. She picked up the shard from the bench. Your mother carried a hammer forged from this same vein. The silence in the forge was absolute. Xiu stood frozen by the door. His hand had gone to his chest, gripping the fabric of his robe over the scar ledger drawing. Liqin tucked the shards back into her pouch. I will trade you information, she said. For one thing. Dou found his voice. What? Let me watch you forge. The request hung in the air like smoke. Xiu stepped between them. No, I am not asking to steal his method, old man. I am asking to see if the rumor is true. Her eyes locked onto Dou. The boy can handle spirit metal without cultivator fire. That means he can work alloys that have been locked in sect vaults for decades. Alloys that came from the same veins as his mother's hammer. She paused. I want to know if he can wake them. Dou looked at Xiu. The old man's face was pale, his scarred hands gripping the workbench edge. If I am wrong, Liqin said quietly, you lose nothing. If I am right, she let the silence finish the sentence. Dou thought of his mother, of the hammer wrapped in oiled cloth, of the convoy that took her, and the records that did not remember her. He thought of the black shard, the metal that had swallowed the vibration whole. He looked at the cold forge. Light the fire, he said. Xiu's eyes snapped to him. Dou, light the fire, master. Xiu held his gaze for a long moment. Then he turned, slow and deliberate, and reached for the bellows. The first flame caught. The forge began to breathe, and Liqin smiled. Chapter 18. The forge breath was still in Dou's lungs when he left the abandoned workshop. Liqin had watched him shape a spirit-touched shard into something that held heat without flame. She had asked no Coptius downriver, don't see a mask, don't mace. Satland, Toll, to mark activistly Manaji too, for the trag machining contact Cleansel Lieb, but no bizzer. Filling papery in NG. She had Ace, CA, Do, it went against two small speakers. CA unironically with Desti in a violence, and Dean in a quingly, still satisfies the Ineal legends. CA and spied just of yard, the bull's voice, leaving an arable low keep as I beliked thinking, to in front of go any lizer. I also class Arid Levelin's Aska Kiwi as last X17. 2-1 dutter slope please 2 of away. He walked breast buff of them, through the forge door and up the slope toward the yard, his palms still singing with the memory of metal that had answered him. He needed air that did not smell of spirit ore. The slag market canteen sat at the edge of the lower yard where the gravel gave way to packed dirt and the furnace stacks belched their last heat of the evening. Dou had not eaten since morning. His stipend credit was thin, but he had 3 coppers left from the previous week, enough for a bowl of the grain porridge Madame Hezhen kept simmering at the back. He pushed through the canvas flap. The canteen was half full. Pit laborers hunched over bowls at the long trestle tables, their faces smudged with soot and exhaustion. A few outer disciples sat near the far wall, eating in silence. No one looked at him twice. Dou walked to the serving counter. Madame Hezhen stood behind it, ladling porridge into a cracked clay bowl. She was broad-shouldered and gray-haired, with arms that had lifted ore baskets for 20 years before she bought the canteen. Her eyes were sharp, and her hands moved with practiced economy. She looked up. The ladle stopped. "You," she said. Dou felt the weight of her attention settle on him like a hand on the back of his neck. "I need a bowl," he said. "I know who you are." She set the ladle down and wiped her hands on her apron. "The pit boy who caught the hammer. The one who won the trial with a tool that made the elders angry." Dou said nothing. Madame Hezhen studied him for a long moment. Then she reached for a clean bowl, filled it from the pot, and set it on the counter in front of him. "Sit," she said. "That one is not on your credit." Dou hesitated. Every instinct told him to take the bowl and find a corner where no one could watch him eat. But her voice carried something he had not heard in years. Not pity, not demand, but recognition. He sat at the empty end of the nearest table. Madame Hezhen came around the counter with a second bowl for herself and settled across from him. The wood groaned under her weight. "You look like her," she said. Dou's spoon stopped halfway to his mouth. "Around the eyes," Madame Hezhen continued, "and the way you hold still when someone speaks." She did that, like she was measuring every word before it landed. Dou set the spoon down. "You knew her." "I knew her by sight." Madame Hezhen stirred her porridge without eating. "She came through the market every few weeks, never bought much, just sat at the back, drank tea, listened. She had a way of being in a room without taking up space." "Did she speak to you?" "Once." Madame Hezhen's eyes went distant. "She asked me about convoy schedules. Which routes ran through the eastern passes during winter, which caravans carried sealed cargo. I thought she was a trader scouting competition." She paused. Then the convoy came for her. Dou's hands tightened around the bowl. The vibration stirred in his palms, a low hum that matched the rhythm of his pulse. "You saw it." "I saw the morning after." Madame Hezhen's voice dropped. Her stall was empty. Her tools were gone. A few of us asked questions in the market, but the answers were thin. "Dead collection," they said. "Standard procedure." She shook her head. "It was not standard." Dou leaned forward. "What do you mean?" "Debt collectors take property. They take coin, goods, sometimes labor contracts." Madame Hezhen's spoon traced a circle in her porridge. "They do not wrap a woman's hammer in oiled cloth like it was a sacred relic. They do not assign 3 handlers to a single prisoner. They do not file sealed movement orders that make caravan masters go silent when you ask where the cargo was delivered." The canteen noise seemed to recede. Dou could hear his own heartbeat in the silence between her words. "Linekeepers," he said. Madame Hezhen's eyes snapped to his. "Where did you hear that term?" "A trader." She said the convoy took linekeepers with unusual care. The old woman's face went still. She set her spoon down and looked past Dou, toward the canteen entrance, where the canvas flap shifted in the evening wind. "That traitor," she said slowly, "is not the only one asking." Dou followed her gaze. A figure stood silhouetted against the lantern light at the canteen entrance, tall, lean, wearing outer court gray robes that did not belong in the slag market after dark. Bai Yuchen. The registrar stood motionless, one hand resting on the doorframe, watching them with eyes that had measured too many records to miss the weight of a conversation cut short. Madame Hezhen rose. "Finish your bowl," she said quietly. "Then go." She walked back to the counter without looking at the registrar, but her shoulders had tightened and her hands moved to the ladle like she was reaching for something solid. Bai Yuchen stepped inside. He crossed the canteen with the unhurried precision of a man who had studied every corner of the room before entering. When he reached Dou's table, he did not sit. "Dou Quhe." Dou looked up. "Elder Sui Hanyi wants to see you tomorrow at first bell," Bai Yuchen said. "Records Hall. Do not be late." He turned and walked out. The canvas flap fell behind him. Madame Hezhen did not turn around. She stood at the counter, gripping the ladle, her back to the room, and did not speak again until Dou rose to leave. "Your mother," she said without turning, "asked the same questions you are asking now." She set the ladle down. "Be careful, boy. The records remember what they are told to remember." Dou stood in the canteen doorway, the night air cold against his face. The records hall awaited him at first bell, and somewhere in the dark, someone else had been listening to every word Madame Hezhen had spoken. Chapter 19. Night had not cooled the mountain. Dou stood outside the canteen, the canvas flap still swaying from Bai Yuchen's exit, the dark pressing in from every side. Someone had been listening. The certainty sat cold in his chest, a second heartbeat beneath the scar tissue rhythm of his palms. He moved away from the canteen light, keeping to the shadows where the market stalls cast long angles across the packed earth. His ears strained for footsteps that did not match the night's ordinary sounds. Nothing, just the creak of cooling metal from the furnace stacks and the distant clang of the lower yard bell marking the change of watch. The records hall at first bell. He had never been inside the records hall. He had never been inside any building with a sealed door and a registrar's seal, unless the abandoned forge counted, and that was not Coldvein property. That was Xiu's forgotten kingdom of rust and cracked stone. Dou walked the long way back to the forge, circling through the slag heaps in the empty sorting yard, checking the dark behind him 3 times. He saw no one, but he heard nothing either. No scraping foot, no breath too carefully held. The absence of sound felt worse than pursuit. The forge door stood cracked open. A sliver of orange light bled from the gap, and through it Dou heard the rasp of a whetstone against metal, slow and deliberate. He pushed the door open. Xiu sat on his stool beside the cold forge, running a stone along the edge of a dull iron blade. He did not look up. "You were gone longer than expected." Dou shut the door behind him. The latch fell into place with a soft click that felt too loud in the stillness. "Bai Yuchen found me in the canteen. Elder Sui wants me at first bell." The whetstone stopped. Xiu set the blade down and looked at Dou with an expression that was not surprise, not fear, but the resigned stillness of a man who had been waiting for a message he already knew was coming. "He found you fast. Madame Hezhen said someone else is asking about linekeepers." Xiu's jaw tightened. The whetstone disappeared into his robe. "Did she say who?" "No." They sat in silence for a long moment. The forge was cold. Dou realized he could not remember the last time he had seen it cold. Xiu always kept at least a bed of embers alive, even when they were not working. "She told me about my mother," Dou said. The convoy was not standard. 3 handlers for 1 prisoner, sealed movement orders, her hammer wrapped in oiled cloth. Xiu closed his eyes. The lines around them deepened. "I know." Dou's hands curled into fists. The vibration stirred, a low thrum that pressed against his bones. "You knew." "I suspected." Xiu opened his eyes. "When you spoke the phrase, I knew what it meant, but I did not know how she came by it. Now I do." How? Xiu rose from the stool, moving to the workbench where the scar ledger drawing lay half visible beneath a soiled cloth. He did not lift the cloth. Linekeepers are not born, he said. They are chosen, trained. The canon is passed through the body, not through ink. Your mother did not steal the phrase. She was the phrase. Dou's breath caught. She was a linekeeper. The last one, Xiu said quietly. Or so I thought. The cold in the forge felt deeper than the mountain. Dou's scars ached along his arms, the left shoulder still tight where the paste had not taken, the new splits across his palms still raw and dark. Then why did they take her? Xiu's hand hovered over the cloth, trembling. Because the sect wanted the canon, and she would not give it. Dou stood frozen in the orange dimness, the shape of the answer pressing against him like a weight he had not known he was carrying. His mother had been taken not for debt, but for what she carried in her bones, the same thing that now burned beneath his own scar tissue. How long have you known? Since you spoke the phrase in the forge, but I knew the pattern before that. Xiu lifted the cloth, revealing the scar ledger drawing. Dou's pattern of lines and gaps scrawled across the oiled paper in Xiu's careful hand. I have drawn this pattern before. His voice dropped. My first disciple carried a similar map. I did not recognize it until it was too late. The scars were wrong. The resonance did not match. I thought I had made a mistake in the forging. He looked at Dou with eyes that held 3 decades of unanswered questions. I was wrong. The mistake was not in the method. It was in the vessel. My first disciple was not a linekeeper. He was a copy, a test, and I pushed him toward a completion his body could not bear. The silence stretched. Your mother's phrase, Xiu said, is not incomplete. It is the seed. The full canon is written in the living inscription of the linekeeper's body, and you are the only one left. The bow's palms burned. The vibration pushed against his skin, wanting out, wanting contact with something that would answer it. Then the records hall knows. They suspect. Xi's hand dropped from the drawing. Elder Sui has been watching for signs of a linekeeper returning since before you were born. Your registration was a flare in the dark. And now, he wants to see me. Xi did not answer. Dou crossed to the workbench and looked down at the scar ledger drawing, the lines of his own body rendered in ink and oil, the gaps where the resonance had not settled, the places where the scar tissue was building toward something that had no name. Then I go. You do not have to. I do. Dou's voice came out harder than he expected. If I run, he wins. If I hide, he finds me anyway. I go, and I find out what he knows before he decides what I am. Xiu's hand found his shoulder, the grip light but anchored. If you go with a story. You were a pit boy who caught a hammer. You learned forging from a lonely old man. The tool was a lucky accident. You know nothing about linekeepers or founder canons or your mother's past. And if he does not believe it, then you learn, you listen, and you hold the silence until you know what price he is willing to pay for the truth. Dou looked at the drawing one last time, then covered it with the cloth. I want to see the records. Xiu's eyes narrowed. The records hall holds the convoy manifests, Dou said. If my mother was moved through Coldvein authority, there is a paper trail. Sealed or not, it exists. You will not get near it with Elder Sui watching. I will not get near it alone. Xiu studied him, the pale, sharp eyes moving across Dou's face like they were reading a metal surface for cracks. Bai Yuchen knows where the records are filed. He also knows what they are worth. You think he would help me? I think he has been measuring the gap between what the records say and what they mean for a long time. Xiu picked up the dull blade and slid it into his belt. And I think he is tired of being the one who seals the lies. Dou stared at the forge door, the orange crack of light at its edge, the dark mountain waiting beyond. First, Bell would come, and he would walk into the records hall with nothing but a story, a silence, and the phrase that had been buried in his bones since before he could remember speaking it. But before that, he needed to see the fragments the sect had tried to erase. He needed Mao Liqin, The thought stuck like a burr. She knew the roots. She knew the black vein metal. She knew the questions to ask and the ledgers that did not sit in any records hall shelf. Dou pushed the door open and stepped into the cold. The mountain breathed around him. Somewhere above, the records hall stood locked and waiting, its shelves stacked with names, dates, and the careful weight of official truth. He started walking. The slag market was quiet at this hour, the stalls shuttered, the canteen dark. Dou moved through the narrow paths between scrap heaps and empty ore baskets, his feet finding the silent steps of a boy who had learned to move unseen before he learned to read. A faint glow flickered at the end of the third row. Dou stopped. A single lantern sat on an overturned barrel, its flame turned low. Beside it, cross-legged on a folded tart, Liqin looked up from a ledger spread across her knees. She smiled. "I thought you might come." Dou did not move. "You knew Bai Chen would find me." "I knew someone would." She closed the ledger. "Elder Sui does not summon a pit boy in the middle of the night to ask about the weather. You are in his sights now. That means the clock is running. Then you know why I am here." Liqin rose, tucking the ledger under her arm. "Convoy manifests, sealed cargo routes, linekeeper movements." She walked toward him, the lantern glow shifting across her face. "I have been collecting those records for 6 years. The sect archives are missing the same pages I am." She stopped an arm's length away. "Follow me, and do not speak until we are inside." She turned and walked deeper into the slag market, past the shuttered stalls, past the empty sorting yard, toward a narrow door set into the base of the eastern ridge that Dou had never noticed in 17 years of living in the dark. The door opened on oiled hinges. Inside, a single room held a desk, a brazier, and more ledgers than Dou had ever seen in one place, stacked on shelves, piled on the floor, wedged into corners like they had grown there. Liqin lit a second lantern. "The records hall keeps the official versions," she said. "I keep the copies that were supposed to be burned." Dou stepped inside. The door closed behind him with a soft, final click, and the ledgers waited. Chapter 20. The ledgers sat in stacks that reached Dou's chest, their spines cracked and titles rubbed to illegibility by years of handling. Liqin moved through the narrow aisles like she knew every binding, her fingers brushing past leather and oilcloth before stopping on a volume the color of dried blood. "Convoy records from the 12th year," she said, pulling it free. "The year your mother was taken." Dou took the ledger. The pages were soft at the edges, thumbed by someone who had read them many times. He opened it where a strip of faded red ribbon marked a page. The entry was there, 3 lines in tight administrative script. "Convoy 17, Eastern Pass. Prisoner, female, late 20s. Cargo, sealed. Handlers, 3. Movement order, black stamp. No name, no destination, no return date." "The black stamp means the order came from Records Hall Authority," Liqin said from behind him. "Above normal Caravan jurisdiction. The handlers answered to no one but the issuer." Dou traced the line with his finger. The ink was old, the paper brittle, but the words were still there, still legible, still holding the shape of a truth that someone had tried to bury. "Who issued it? The seal is missing from the copy." She leaned over his shoulder and pointed to a blank space at the bottom of the entry. "Someone cut it out before the binder went to fire. The original in the records hall has the same gap." "Then we don't know. We know what they tried to hide. That is almost as good." Dou closed the ledger. The weight of it felt heavier than its pages. He set it on the desk and looked at the other stacks, the other years, the other gaps waiting to be read. "I need to see everything from that year." Liqin nodded. She pulled 3 more volumes from the shelf and laid them out in a row. "Then we start reading." The hours passed in the yellow lantern light. Dou worked through each ledger page by page, his eyes dry and his fingers black with old ink dust. He found fragments, dates, convoy numbers, cargo codes that meant nothing without a cipher. But here and there, a name surfaced. A handler assigned to sealed movement, a quartermaster who signed for rations on the eastern route, a forge master who logged a request for spirit metal 3 days before the convoy departed. Small pieces, each one a stone in a path he could barely see. Liqin worked beside him in silence, her own ledger open to a different year. She did not ask questions. She did not offer comfort. She simply turned pages and marked entries with a small charcoal stick, building her own map of the same buried road. The brazier burned low. The lantern flame wavered. Dou picked up from a page that listed sealed cargo weights and saw the sky beyond the small window had turned from black to gray. First bell would come soon. He closed the ledger and pressed the heels of his palms against his eyes until sparks bloomed behind the lids. I have to go. Liqin did not look up. You have time. I need to see Xiu first, before the hall. She set down her charcoal and studied him. You are walking into a room where Elder Sui decides what questions to ask. The only thing you control is what you carry in. I know. Do you know what answer you are willing to give? Dou looked at the ledgers, the stacked years of erased truth, the gaps where names should have been. I am willing to give the answer that keeps me alive long enough to read the rest of these. Liqin nodded slowly. That is a better answer than most bring. She reached into her tunic and pulled out a folded strip of paper, creased and softened at the edges like it had been carried for a long time. Your mother spoke to me once, just before the convoy. She asked me to deliver a message if I ever saw a boy with her eyes and a scarred palm. Dou took the paper. His fingers did not tremble, but they wanted to. He unfolded it. 3 words in a script he did not recognize, written with a heavy hand and uneven pressure, as if the writer had been in motion or in pain. Burn the mountain. Dou stared at the words until they blurred. What does it mean? Liqin shook her head. I have been asking that question for 12 years. Dou folded the paper and pressed it into his belt pouch. The weight of it was the heaviest thing he carried. He left the hidden room and walked back through the dark market, the sky lightening above the ridge. The forge was quiet when he reached it. The door cracked open, the fire banked to embers. Xiu sat on his stool, back straight, eyes closed. He opened them when Dou entered. You found something. Dou did not answer. He crossed to the workbench and picked up a strip of raw iron, the same weight he had used in his first training sessions. The metal was cold. It did not ring. I found 3 words. Xiu waited. Burn the mountain. The old man's face did not change, but something in his shoulders shifted, a tension that had not been there a moment before. Did she write them? I do not know her script. Xiu stood and walked to the forge. He did not look at Dou. She wrote them. I saw that hand once, 30 years ago, on a stolen note I was never meant to read. Dou set the iron down. What does it mean? Xiu picked up the bellows and worked them once, twice, coaxing a low flame from the embers. It means she knew what the records hall would do with the canon. She knew they would seal it, bury it, and call it law. And she knew that the only way to free it was to destroy the vessel that held it. He turned. She was telling you to burn the mountain before the mountain burned you. Dou stood in the growing light, the paper pressed against his ribs, his mother's voice reaching him across 12 years of silence. The bell for first call rang across the yard, and somewhere above, in the cold stone of the records hall, Elder Sui Hanyi was already waiting. Chapter 21. The bell faded. Dou stood in the forge doorway, the paper pressed against his ribs, and watched Xiu work the bellows until the flame caught and held. The old man did not look at him. You should eat before you go. I am not hungry. Then stand still and listen. Xiu set the bellows down. He crossed to the workbench where the oiled paper ledger lay unrolled, the black ink lines of Dou's scar pattern catching the low light. His scarred fingers traced the drawing without touching it, following the branching paths of the acceptance lines, the partials, the gap at the left shoulder. You asked me what the full phrase means. You told me it would break me. I was wrong. Xiu's voice was flat, not gentle, not kind, but stripped of evasion in a way that made the air in the forge feel thinner. It will not break you because you already carry it. Dou did not move. I told you your mother was the last linekeeper, that she carried the canon in her body, that the phrase was the seed. Xiu finally turned. His pale eyes were the color of furnace ash, and they held Dou with a weight that pressed against the chest.
I was lying to myself. It is not the seed.
Then what is it? It is the whole thing. The words landed like hammer strikes. Xiu picked up a strip of scrap iron from the bench and held it out. Dou took it. The metal was cold. No resonance. No voice. Say it, Xiu said. Dou hesitated. The phrase had lived in his mouth since before he understood words. He spoke it. Melt rock sinks to riverbed. Burning stone sheds heat. The iron in his hand did not warm, but the vibration in his palms stirred, a deep hum that rose from somewhere beneath bone, and the scrap metal answered, not with heat, with a single clear note that rang through his wrist and up into his shoulder. Xiu's face did not change, but something in it cracked. I drew that pattern 30 years ago, he said. On the wall, on the floor, on the body of my first student. I spent a decade trying to make the resonance hold. I filled notebooks with corrections. I believed I was missing a sequence, a line, a heat threshold. I was wrong. He pointed at Dou's left palm. I was missing you. Dou looked down at the iron. The note had faded, but the vibration had not. It waited, patient and full, coiled in his flesh like a forge seam that had finally found its mate. Your mother was not the last linekeeper because she held the canon in her body, Xiu said. She was the last linekeeper because her body was the canon. The flesh remembers what ink cannot. She passed it to you the only way it could survive. In her voice, in her blood, in the metal she forged, and the scars she could not prevent you from making. He pulled the ledger drawing closer and tapped the gap at the left shoulder. This gap has been here since your first advancement. I assumed it was incomplete penetration, a failure of the ore paste, a weak point in your foundation. His finger traced the empty space. It is not a failure. It is a door. Dou set the iron down. His hands were steady, but the vibration hummed beneath the skin, waiting for him to tell it what to become. What is on the other side? Xiu looked at him, and for the first time since Dou had known the old man, he saw something that was not craft, not calculation, not grief. It was fear. The wall array in the abandoned forge has one blank quadrant. I drew it that way because I believed the fourth principle was missing. I believed I had not discovered it yet. His voice dropped lower. I was wrong there too. The fourth quadrant was left blank because the inscription cannot be carved in stone. It must be written in living tissue. He looked at Dou's left shoulder. The door has to open from inside. There stood in the ringing silence of the forge, the note from his mother pressed against his ribs, the vibration coiled in his palms, and understood for the first time that he was not searching for his mother's path. He was walking the road she had built inside him. How do I open it? Xiao shook his head slowly. I do not know. I spent 30 years trying to guess, but I have never held the key. He gestured at the forge, the wall, the iron. You are the first person alive who can feel the array from the inside. If the door can be opened, you will know how. The second bell rang, closer now. Xiao straightened and rolled up the ledger drawing with slow, deliberate care. When you walk into the records hall, Elder Sui will ask you where you learned to forge. He will ask how you survived the trial. He may ask about your mother. I know what to say. No. Xiao tied the ledger shut. You know what you decided to say. Those are not the same thing. He held Dou's gaze. He will not ask what you are afraid of. He will ask what you are willing to become. And whatever answer you give, he will write it down. Dou picked up the iron strip again. The vibration had gone quiet, but he could still feel it waiting, deep as foundation stone. What do you want me to become? Xiu was silent for a long moment. I want you to survive long enough to decide for yourself. The answer was not enough. It was also the truest thing Xiu had ever said to him. Dou tucked the folded paper deeper into his belt pouch and walked to the door. The yard beyond was pale with dawn light, the mountain rising gray and sealed above the furnace smoke. He stepped out and saw Elder Sui Hanyi standing at the foot of the stone steps, watching him from the cold air, his pale gray eyes fixed on Dou's scarred palms with the patience of a man who had already read every file worth reading. The records hall door stood open behind him. Dou walked down the steps. The vibration stirred in his palms like something waking from a long and patient sleep, and he did not know if it was resonance or warning or the first door beginning to open. Chapter 22. Elder Sui Hanyi did not move when Dou reached the bottom step. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the records hall door open behind him like a mouth that had already swallowed everything worth knowing. "You keep late hours for a boy who trains at first bell." His voice carried no heat. That made it worse. Anger could be read, measured, met. This was the tone of a man who had already decided what Dou was and was only confirming the details. Dou stopped 3 paces from him. The vibration coiled in his palms, waiting, but he kept his hands still at his sides. "I was eating. At the canteen." "Yes, I know." Elder Sui's pale gray eyes dropped to Dou's left palm, then rose again. "And before that, you were in the abandoned forge with Xiu Paoshu. And before that, you were beneath the Eastern Rage with the alloy trader." He knew everything. He was not guessing. Dou felt the old habit rise, the urge to say nothing, to let the silence swallow the question until the questioner grew bored. But Madame Hezhen's warning sat cold in his chest. The records remember what they are told to remember. "Then you know I have nothing to hide." Elder Sui's mouth moved, not quite a smile. "That is the first lie you have told me today, and we have only just begun speaking." He turned and walked up the steps. "Come. The hall is cold this time of morning, but I keep the tea warm." Dou followed because refusing would have been the same as confessing. The hall smelled of old paper, ink, and the faint metallic tang of seal wax. Lanterns burned along the walls, their flames low and steady. Elder Sui moved behind a long desk piled with ledgers and did not sit. He stood with his back to the shelves, watching Dou step through the doorway. "Close it." Dou pulled the door shut. The latch clicked, and the sound felt heavier than it should have. "I have reviewed your registration entry," Elder Sui said. "Your trial performance, the tool you forged, the scars on your palms, the pattern of your advancement." He paused. "Do you know what I found? Tell me." "A 17-year-old boy who can handle spirit metal without cultivator fire, who absorbed a chi strike to the ribs without falling, who forged a weapon that disrupts chi channels from the resonance of scrap metal." He said each fact like a line in a ledger. "These are not normal achievements. I trained under a disgraced artificer who has not produced a finished disciple in 30 years, who lost his last student to an incomplete refinement array." Elder Sui's voice did not rise. "That is not training. That is survival." Dou said nothing. "I am not here to punish you." Elder Sui picked up a thin folder from the desk and held it between 2 fingers. "I am here to classify you. There is a difference, though I understand it may not feel like one to you." He opened the folder. Dou caught a glimpse of his own scar ledger drawing, copied onto official parchment, the branching lines rendered in black ink with cold precision. "Xiu Paoshu has been drawing these for decades. I have a collection." Elder Sui closed the folder. "His first student showed the same pattern, the same resonance markers, the same gaps." His eyes met Dou's. "That student died because the vessel could not bear what the array demanded. The body broke from the inside." Dou's hands stayed still. "You are not that student," Elder Sui said. "But you carry the same risk, and you carry something else, something that makes you valuable." He set the folder down and folded his hands on the desk. "I want to know what your mother told you before the convoy took her." The question landed like a hammer blow, but Dou had been waiting for it since the moment he saw Elder Sui on the steps. "She told me to work the bellows," Dou said. "She told me to keep the forge clean. She told me not to steal from the upper yard." Elder Sui watched him. "That is not what I asked. It is the only answer I have." The silence stretched. Elder Sui did not look away, and Dou did not drop his gaze. The vibration in his palms hummed at the edge of hearing, and he wondered if the old man could sense it, if the records hall had ways of reading what the body could not hide. "You will continue your training," Elder Sui said at last. "You will attend every required trial. You will submit any artifact you forge for inspection before it leaves the sect grounds, and you will report to this hall every 7th day for a review of your advancement." Dou's jaw tightened. "Those are not terms. Those are chains." "They are terms that keep you alive." Elder Sui's voice dropped. "The Iron Meridian Guild has already sent a preliminary inquiry about Xiu Paoshu's recent activity. The family of his dead disciple has renewed a grievance petition, and there are traders in the slag market who would pay a great deal to know how a pit boy learned to wake sealed alloys." He gestured at the door. "I am not the one who wants to cage you. I am the one who wants to keep you from being caged by someone worse." Dou stared at him. "And if I refuse? Then I will classify you as an unregistered talent with unauthorized forging capabilities, and you will be remanded to vocational custody until the guild arbitration is complete." Elder Sui said it without blinking. "That takes, on average, 8 months, during which you will not forge, train, or leave the lower holding cells." The vibration in Dou's palms went still. He understood now. This was not an interrogation. It was a contract, and the pen was already in Elder Sui's hand. "I will think about your terms," Dou said. "You have until the evening bell." Elder Sui turned back to his desk. "Close the door when you leave." Dou walked out of the records hall with the vibration dead in his palms and the cold mountain air burning his lungs. He did not go to the forge. He went to the canteen, where Madame Hezhen set a bowl of rice in front of him without being asked, and did not ask questions when he ate it without tasting a single grain. By the time the noon bell rang, he had made his decision. He found Xiu in the abandoned forge, bent over the circular array on the wall, a brush in his hand and ink drying on his fingers. "I am not reporting to the hall every 7 days," Dou said. Xiu did not turn. "You will have to." "No." Dou stepped closer. "I will report when I choose. I will forge what I need, and I will not let Elder Sui Hanyi write my advancement into a ledger he controls." Xiu set the brush down slowly and turned to face him. "You do not understand what you are refusing. Then explain it." Xiu's hands hung at his sides. For a long moment he said nothing. Then he pulled the scar ledger drawing from his robe and spread it across the workbench. "If you refuse the terms, Elder Sui will not wait for the guild arbitration. He will accelerate the classification. Within 3 days, you will be named a spiritual asset under sect jurisdiction. That is not a punishment. It is a legal definition. And once you are defined, you are no longer a disciple. You are property." Dou's chest tightened. "Then I leave the sect." "Where?" Xiu's voice cracked. "The mountains are sealed at every pass. The guild has watchers on every road. And the convoy that took your mother did not need permission to take a linekeeper. They needed a stamped order, and the records hall has already proven it can stamp whatever it wants." He stepped closer. "I spent 30 years building a method that could only work with a true vessel. You are that vessel. If Elder Sui classifies you before the array is complete, he will own the canon. Your mother's body, your mother's memory, your mother's death will become a footnote in a sect inventory." Dou heard the words. He also heard the tremor beneath them. "You are afraid," Dou said. Xiu's jaw tightened. "I am afraid of losing the only true student I have ever had." He said it like a confession. "I am afraid of watching the same door close on you that closed on my first disciple. I am afraid that everything I built was only ever meant to produce a weapon, and that I will not recognize the difference until it is too late." The admission hung in the air between them, raw and unguarded. Dou wanted to believe it was honesty. But the old wound in him, the one that had learned to measure every gift as future debt, whispered that Xiu had already started writing him into a ledger that had nothing to do with Dou's survival. "I will not let Elder Sui classify me," Dou said, "and I will not let you finish the array until I know what it will make me." Xiu's face went pale. "The door at your shoulder is opening whether you consent or not. The canon is already awake in your flesh. If you do not complete the array, the resonance will turn inward. It will tear you apart from the inside." Dou set his hands on the workbench and met his master's eyes. then teach me to control it." He drew the father phrase from his memory and spoke it slowly, the words a claim, not a question. Melt rock sinks to riverbed. Burning stone sheds heat. The vibration in his palms surged, and the forge answered. Every iron surface in the room rang, a single clear note that held longer than breath, longer than fear. Long enough for Xiu to take a step back with something that looked like wonder and terror mixed into the same expression. "I am the canon," Dou said. "Not the vessel, not the weapon, the canon." He picked up his mother's folded paper and pressed it against his chest. "And I will decide what burns." Xiu stared at him, his scarred hands trembling, his voice barely a whisper. "Then you have already begun to open the door." The single note faded into silence, and Dou felt, for the first time, the gap at his left shoulder shift. Chapter 23. The gap at his left shoulder did not stop shifting. Dou lay on his cot in the dark, one hand pressed to the place where the resonance had curled inward, and felt something moving beneath the skin. Not muscle, not bone. A current that had no name in any language he knew. He had told Xiu he was the canon. He had not told Xiu what that meant. The next morning he arrived at the forge before the sun cleared the eastern ridge. Xiu was already there, bent over the workbench, sorting spirit metal shards into graded piles. The old man looked up once, nodded, and did not ask about the shoulder. Dou picked up a hammer and began to work. The first piece was a coupling joint for a furnace regulator. Simple work. Xiu had assigned it to test whether Dou could still manage base-level forging after the previous day's revelations. Dou shaped the iron, set the temper, checked the grain. The piece came out clean. He set it aside and reached for the next billet without being told. By midday, they had finished 4 pieces. Xiu wiped his hands on his apron and studied Dou with those pale, sharp eyes. "You are holding something back." Dou's jaw tightened. "I am working." "You are hiding," Xiu said. "The door at your shoulder opened last night. I felt the resonance shift from across the yard. Do not tell me nothing changed." Dou set the hammer down and turned to face his master. "What do you want me to say? That I feel it? That I woke up with the phrase burning in my chest and the gap pulling like a wound that wants to tear open?" He heard his own voice rising. "I do not know what it is. I do not know what it will make me. And you told me yourself you do not know how to open it." Xiu's scarred hands tightened on the bench. "I told you the truth because you demanded it. And now I am telling you mine." Dou stepped closer. "I will not let you measure my advancement before I understand it. The scar ledger is yours. The canon is mine." The words landed like hammer blows. Xiu stared at him for a long breath. Then he turned back to the bench and picked up a spirit metal core, the size of a fist, veined with hair-thin lines of dark green. "Then forge this." Dou took the core. It was heavier than it looked. The metal drank light from the room, and the vibration in his palms responded before his fingers touched the surface. A low hum that recognized something in the alloy. "What is it?" "An artifact core," Xiu said. "The foundation for a resonance chamber. If you forge it correctly, it will hold and amplify any aligned frequency. If you forge it wrong, it will tear the workshop apart." He met Dou's eyes. "You wanted control. Prove you have it." Dou carried the core to the forge. He built the fire himself, layer by layer, charcoal and bellows, and the careful rhythm of heat that he had learned across 17 years of stolen hours. When the metal reached working temperature, he set the core on the anvil and raised his hammer. The first strike was clean. The second sank deeper. The third made the core sing. Dou worked the metal through the afternoon, shaping the internal chambers with a sequence of strikes that felt more like prayer than labor. The vibration in his palms guided every blow, telling him where the alloy was thin, where the heat had settled unevenly, where the resonance wanted to flow. And then it showed him something else. A path. A way to alter the core's internal geometry without changing its outward shape. A way to shift the alignment so it would amplify only one frequency instead of holding all equally. A way to make the artifact answer only to him. Dou's hammer paused. If he built this, he could control what the forge heard. He could hide his own resonance from Xiu's ledger, from Elder Sui's watchers, from anyone who tried to read his scars like a map. He should have stopped. He should have asked. Instead, he tilted the hammer and changed the angle of the next strike by a finger's width. The core absorbed the blow. No one noticed. Dou continued through the evening, his arms burning, his lungs filled with forge heat, his shoulder gap pulling like a tide that wanted to break. He altered 3 more strikes, each one small enough to seem accidental, each one repositioning the resonance chamber a fraction of a degree off true. When he finished, the core sat dark and silent on the bench, perfect in every visible detail. Xiu examined it from every angle, ran his fingers across the surface, and nodded. Good work. Dou felt relief, and beneath it, something colder. He had lied with his hands. That night, he ate alone in the canteen. Madame Hezhen set a bowl in front of him without speaking, and he ate until the rice was gone, then sat with his palms flat on the table, feeling the vibration that never stopped now, the constant hum of the canon in his bones. He had hidden a breakthrough. The door at his shoulder was opening, and he had not told Xiu how far. He had altered the core's sequence, and he had not told Xiu why. He had chosen secrecy over trust. The word for that was betrayal. He told himself it was survival. The next morning, Xiu placed the core into the forge array. Watch closely, he said. This will tell us whether your resonance can hold the pattern without the array pulling it apart. He lit the seal lines. The array bloomed with pale green fire, and the core began to turn, suspended in the flame, drawing resonance from the chamber walls. Xiu adjusted the alignment, his scarred hands steady, his eyes fixed on the metal. For the first 3 breaths, everything held. Then the core screamed. A high, tearing shriek that doubled and redoubled as the resonance chamber fought itself, the altered geometry refusing to align with the array's frequency, the internal pathways feeding the wrong harmonics back into the metal until the whole structure began to vibrate with a violence that shook the stone floor. Xiu's head snapped toward Dou. What did you do? The core cracked. Green fire poured from the fissure, and the array howled. Dou stepped forward to reach for the core, and the backlash caught him across the chest, lifting him off his feet and throwing him into the wall. The impact drove the air from his lungs, and the resonance kept coming, a wave of force that made the iron tools leap on their racks and the crucible stone groan like a living thing. Xiu threw himself between Dou and the forge. Get out! Dou could not move. His shoulder gap was screaming, the door that had barely opened now rattling in its frame, and the vibration in his palms had turned violent, thrashing against his will like something that wanted to break free. The core split further. The array began to fail. And somewhere beneath the howl of the backlash, Xiu's voice came through, not shouting anymore, but cold and low. You hid the breakthrough. Dou could not deny it. And you altered the sequence without telling me. The workshop shook. Xiu's hands were bleeding, the old scars split open from the pressure of holding the array together. He looked at Dou across the chaos, and his pale eyes held something worse than anger. Disappointment. You trusted your fear more than you trusted me. The core shattered. The forge went dark, and Dou lay on the stone floor, his shoulder gap burning, the hidden breakthrough now a wound that everyone could see. Chapter 24. She did not move toward the forge. He let the array gutter and die, the green fire collapsing into smoke, the cracked core cooling in a bed of ash. His bleeding hands hung at his sides, old scars reopening along familiar lines, and he stood that way for a long time, studying the ruin as if the metal itself might confess what had been done to it. Dou pushed himself off the stone floor. His shoulder gap burned with a cold, spreading ache that made his arm feel separate from his body. The vibration in his palms had gone quiet, not waiting this time, but hiding, curling inward like something ashamed. Master. Xiu did not look at him. I said your name and you did not answer because you were already gone, he said. His voice was not loud. It carried through the smoke-thick air without effort. You were in your own head, calculating which blow to tilt, which angle to shift, how much alteration the core could take before it broke. You were alone in there. You did not want me with you. I was trying to protect, you were trying to control. Xiu turned. His pale eyes held no fury, That was worse. Not the core, not the resonance. Me. You altered the sequence to limit what I could read, what I could reach, what I could take if you decided I was not safe to trust. Dou's throat closed. I kept the canon, he said. It's mine. It was never about ownership. Xiu walked past him to the bench where the scar ledger lay unrolled, the branching lines of Dou's body mapped in ink. The array is not a lock. It is a bridge. If you build only half the span, the crossing collapses. You felt that in your shoulder tonight. You will feel it again. He folded the ledger with deliberate care. You altered a forging sequence. You made a choice about what kind of disciple you would be, and what kind of master I am to you. Dou's hands curled into fists, the split scars pulled tight. I am not your first disciple. No, I will not break the way he broke. Then prove it. Xiu tucked the ledger into his robe. You have 3 days. No workshop access, no food credit from the forge stores, no instruction, no correction, no safety net. You want to survive alone? Survive. He stepped aside, leaving the path to the door clear. And when you come back, if you come back, we will discuss what kind of bond remains between us. Dou did not move. Xiu waited. The forge was cold now. The ash in the crucible had stopped smoking. The silence pressed in from every wall, and the gap at Dou's shoulder throbbed with a rhythm that did not match his heartbeat. He walked out. The night air hit him like a blade. He stood on the stone steps with no direction, no purpose, no forge waiting for him in the morning. The canteen would feed him if he had coin, but his stipend was tied to the outer register, and the outer register paid through the meal hall, and the meal hall required a disciple badge that Xiu had not given him. He had 3 copper pieces in his belt pouch, enough for 1 bowl of rice and a piece of dried meat if Madame Hezhen took pity on him and did not charge full price. He ate standing in the dark mouth of an alley between 2 ore sheds, watching the slag market thin as the night deepened, feeling the cold seep through his tunic. The meat was tough, the rice was old. He chewed each mouthful slowly because there was nothing else to do and nowhere else to go. The dormitory cot was still his, technically. No one had taken it. But the dormitory meant Rin Tiolu and the other furnace disciples, meant questions he could not answer, meant the smell of forge smoke on every blanket and the sound of hammers in the morning when he had no reason to lift his own. He sat on the cot with his back against the wall and his palms flat on his knees, feeling the vibration that had gone silent after the core broke. It was still there, beneath the silence, coiled and waiting, not angry, watching. He had lied with his hands. The vibration had watched him do it. He lay down without sleeping and stared at the ceiling until the first bell rang, and when the other disciples stirred and dressed and filed out toward the yards, he stayed on the cot, listening to footsteps fade. No one came looking for him. By midday, his shoulder gap had settled into a dull, constant pressure, not painful enough to disable him, but present in every movement, a reminder that the door was still there and still unopened. He walked the outer circuits, keeping to the edges, avoiding the yards where he might be recognized. The slag market in daylight was a different place, full of merchants who did not know him and workers who did not care. He found a spot behind the eastern ore sheds where the furnace exhaust kept the ground warm and the smell of coal dust covered everything. He sat there for an hour, then 2, watching nothing, counting the gaps between his hunger pings. On the second day, he checked his belt pouch and found 2 coppers and a length of wire he had forgotten about. He traded the wire to a scrap dealer for a piece of bread hard enough to crack a tooth and ate it in 3 bites, then drank from the runoff channel and tried not to think about what minerals were floating in it. On the second night, he walked to the lower pits where the slag crews worked the midnight salvage shift, the same shift he had worked before Xiu found him. The overseer was a different man, younger, with a scar across his throat that gave his voice a rasping edge. He looked Dou up and down and asked if he had ever hauled. Dou said yes. The overseer pointed at a pile of scrap that needed sorting by morning. The work was familiar. The rhythm of lifting and sorting, the weight of metal in his hands, the way his body knew what to do without his mind having to direct it. He worked through the night, and when the shift ended, the overseer tossed him a hemp sack with 2 flat cakes and a strip of saltfish inside. Dou ate him sitting on a slag heap, watching the first light creep over the mountains, and felt nothing. No satisfaction, no relief, no pride in surviving another night, just the cold vacancy of having nowhere to return to. He thought about the forge, about Xiu's hands bleeding on the array, about the core cracking in the green fire, and the sound it had made, a scream that was not metal but something closer to betrayal given voice. He had chosen secrecy over trust. He had told himself it was survival. But survival had never felt this empty before. On the third morning, Dou woke behind the eastern ore sheds with frost on his tunic and a stiffness in his joints that reminded him he had not eaten properly in 2 days. His shoulder gap was throbbing again, not sharp but insistent, like a word someone kept saying in a language he almost understood. He sat up, cracked the stiffness out of his neck, and looked at the mountains. The forge was west. The canteen was south. The pits were below. He had 3 coppers left, no tools, no plan, and a door in his shoulder that no one knew how to open. The first bell rang. He did not move toward the forge. He did not move toward the pits. He stayed where he was, on the cold ground behind the ore sheds, and waited to see if hunger would decide for him. A shadow fell across his legs. Dou looked up. Rin Tilua stood over him, thick-necked and unsmiling, holding a hemp sack that smelled of hot bread. "You look like scrap," Rin said. "Eat." He dropped the sack at Dou's feet and walked away without waiting for an answer. Chapter 25. The bread was still warm. Dou held the hemp sack in both palms, letting the heat seep into his cracked skin, and did not know what to do with it. Hunger had settled into a hollow ache 2 days ago. Now it was just a fact, like the frost on his tunic or the throb in his shoulder gap. He could eat the bread and be full for a few hours. He could save it and stretch the 3 coppers another day. He ate the bread. It was dense and dark, studded with salt crystals and something chewy that might have been dried onion. He ate it in small bites, making it last, and when it was gone he licked the salt from his fingers and sat motionless, waiting for the warmth to spread. It did not spread far. The morning was cold for the pits, a wind coming down from the high peaks that cut through his tunic like wet cloth. He pulled his knees up and wrapped his arms around them and stared at the mountains, trying not to think about the forge. The vibration was still there beneath his silence, coiled and waiting. He had been trying not to think about that either. By mid-morning he was walking, not toward anything, just moving to keep the cold from settling into his joints. He passed through the slag market, where the morning trade was thinning and merchants were counting their takings. A few recognized him. The boy who made the heat-drinking tool, the one who beat Rin Tialuo in the dusk trial. Their eyes tracked him, curious, then dismissive when they saw he had no badge, no tool, no escort. He was nobody again. That should have felt familiar. It did not. The familiarity had curdled into something sharper, a humiliation he had not expected to feel because he had forgotten what it meant to be seen and then unseen. He had been registered. He had been sponsored. He had stood in the yard with a crowd asking for his work. Now he was a boy in a dirty tunic, walking through the slag market with 3 coppers in his belt and frost on his collar. A meat vendor called out to him, offering a skewer for 5 coppers. Dou shook his head. The vendor's eyes flicked down to Dou's empty belt, then away. Not interested anymore. He walked to the eastern edge of the market, where the stalls gave way to scrap heaps and broken furnaces and the foundations of buildings that had collapsed years ago and never been rebuilt. The ground here was littered with rusted iron and shattered crucible fragments, the bones of the mountain's appetite. He found a flat stone in the shadow of a collapsed wall and sat down. The wind was weaker here, blocked by the rubble. He pulled his tunic up and looked at his ribs. The old pale scar across his right side was still there, unchanged, but the skin around it had darkened, the tissue denser, the veins visible beneath like threads of ink. He pressed his fingers to the scar and felt the vibration stir, just a flicker, then settle again. Still hiding, still watching. He let the tunic drop and leaned back against the wall and closed his eyes. The second day of banishment had felt endless. The third was moving faster, sliding toward evening without him having done anything worth remembering. He had sorted scrap. He had eaten a flat cake. He had watched the light shift across the mountain face and tried not to think about the door in his shoulder. He was failing at that. The pressure was constant now, not painful but insistent, a pulse that matched his heartbeat but did not come from his heart. The vibration in his palms had begun to stir in response, not rising to meet it, but acknowledging it. Two things that knew each other were waiting for him to decide what came next. He did not know what came next. A shadow fell across him. He opened his eyes. Liqin stood 3 paces away, arms crossed, her alloy trader's coat pulled tight against the wind. Her eyes were sharp and unreadable. "You look worse than last time," she said. Dou did not move. "That was 3 days ago." "I know." She stepped closer, boots crunching on rusted scrap. "I heard Xiu threw you out. News travels." News about talent always does. She stopped at the edge of his stone, close enough that he could smell the oil and metal on her coat. "I have names." Dou's hands went still on his knees. 3 handler names from the convoy," she said, "and the quartermaster who logged the spirit metal before the black stamp was cut. That cost me 3 ledger entries and a favor I did not want to owe." He looked up at her. "What do you want for it?" "Same as before. I want to watch you forge, and I want to know what the black vein metal does when you try to wake it." "Xiu threw me out. I do not have a forge." "Xiu threw you out." She tilted her head. "That does not mean you cannot forge." Dus stared at her. She was offering him a way forward. Names. A forge. A purpose that did not depend on Xiu's forgiveness. All she wanted was access to his hands, his resonance, his willingness to touch metal that should have stayed buried. The door on his shoulder pulsed once, hard enough to make him flinch. 3 days, she said. "You have until dusk today. After that, the offer closes, and I will find another way to get the information I need." She turned and walked back toward the market without waiting for his answer. Dus sat on the stone, feeling the pulse repeat, slower now, like a question he was supposed to answer. The vibration in his palms had uncoiled slightly, not fully, but it was watching him decide. He stayed on the stone until the light started to fade, then stood and walked back toward the market. He did not find Liqin. He found Rin Tileglu instead, sitting on an overturned barrel near the canteen entrance, holding 2 bowls of rice. Rin looked up as Dou approached, said nothing, just held out one of the bowls. Dou stopped 2 paces away. "You already fed me this morning. That was bread, this is rice." Rin shrugged. "And I have questions." "What questions?" Rin gestured at the empty space beside him. "Sit down and I will tell you." Dou stood motionless for a long breath. The vibration in his palms had gone still, not hiding, not waiting, just present, as if T was curious about what Rin wanted. He sat. Rin handed him the bowl. The rice was hot, topped with a slice of pickled radish and a piece of fish flaked across the top. "Xiu told the yard you were sick," Rin said, hot volshally down Cledgerping. "He know it." "That is why you were not at training." Dou took a bite of the rice, chewed, swallowed. "He did not want people asking questions," Rin continued. "But people ask anyway, especially after what happened in the trial, and after the look on your face when you walked out of the forge that night." Dou kept eating. "I am not asking what happened," Rin said. "I am telling you that if you need a place to sleep tonight, the furnace annex has a cot that no one uses. And if you need someone to stand beside you when you go back to Xiu, I will do that too." Dou stopped chewing. He looked at Rin's hands, thick with forge calluses and old burn scars. A boy who had hated him at first, who had tried to break him in the hall trial, who had filed the amendment to put him in first load, and who had brought him bread in the cold and rice at dusk. "Why?" Dou asked. Rin was quiet for a moment, then he shrugged again. "Because when I watched you take that strike in the trial and stay standing, I knew you were not pit-born garbage. You were someone who had already been forged." He set his bowl down. "And because I know what it feels like to have no one stand with you." Duo looked at the rice in his hands. The heat was fading, but the weight of it was something else entirely. He did not know how to answer. He did not have to. A bell rang from the upper yard, thin and distant in the evening air. Rin stood, picked up his empty bowl, and nodded once. "The furnace annex left door second cot. I will leave the latch open. He walked into the canteen without looking back. Duo sat alone in the fading light, holding the empty bowl. The vibration in his palms was stirring again, not coiled, not hiding, but reaching, like something that had been offered a path and was waiting to see if he would take it. Behind him, in the shadow of the canteen wall, a figure stood watching. The figure had ink-stained fingers. Bai Chen was writing. Chapter 26. The night air carried the smell of furnace ash and cold stone. Dou Quhe stood at the entrance to the abandoned forge, his breath shallow, his hands pressed flat against his thighs. The vibration in his palms had gone still the moment he turned down the path, not hiding, not waiting, just present, the way a held breath was present before release. He had not meant to come here. He had meant to walk past the canteen, find Ma Liqin, give her an answer, take the names, find a way to forge without Xiu's permission, prove he did not need the old man's trust to survive. But his feet had carried him up the ridge instead, past the furnace annex where Rin's offered cots sat empty, past the ore sheds where the morning crew had stacked fresh loads, past the canteen where Bai Chen had been writing, all the way back to the place that had taught him pain meant progress. The forge door was closed. No light bled through the cracks, no sound of hammer or breath or shifting coals. Dou stood in the silence and felt the shoulder gap pulse once, hard, like a fist against the inside of his ribs. He raised his hand to knock, stopped. His fingers hovered an inch from the wood. The vibration stirred. Not coaxing, not commanding, just aware. He knocked. The sound was hollow in the dark, no answer. He knocked again. Xiu. Silence. The door shifted inward, not opened, but no longer sealed. Xiu had left it unlatched. Dou pushed it open. The forge was dark. The array wall stood in shadow, the blank quadrant visible even in the dim light, an absence shaped like a wound. The crucible sat cold. The tool racks were empty. Xiu sat on the stone bench near the back wall, his scarred hands resting on his knees, his pale eyes fixed on the darkness in front of him. He did not look up when Dou entered. Dou closed the door behind him. The latch clicked. He stood in the dark and felt the weight of every unspoken thing between them. The hidden breakthrough, the altered core, the words Xiu had spoken before throwing him out. You trusted your fear more than you trusted me. I came back, Dou said. Xiu did not move. The 3 days are not up. I know. Then why are you here? Dou opened his mouth, closed it. The words he had rehearsed on the walk up the ridge, apologies, explanations, justifications, felt thin and useless in the dark. He sat down on the floor across from Xiu. The stone was cold through his tunic. The shoulder gap pulsed again, slower now, patient. I do not know how to stop being afraid, Dou said. Xiu's eyes shifted, found him in the dark. I have been afraid my whole life, Dou continued. Afraid of being seen, afraid of being taken, afraid that every hand reaching toward me wanted to hold me down, not pull me up. I trusted my fear because it kept me alive when nothing else did. He looked at his own hands, the burn scars catching the faint light from the crack beneath the door. When I altered the core, I told myself it was survival. I told myself you would use what I had found, take it from me, turn me into something I did not choose to become. Xiu said nothing. But that was not survival. Dou's voice dropped. That was hiding. The same way I have been hiding since I was old enough to know what hiding meant, and I am tired of it. He looked up. I would rather be used honestly than starve untouched in the dark. The words hung in the air between them. Xiu was very still. Then he let out a breath, long and slow, like something he had been holding for 3 days had finally found release. You think I would use you, Xiu said. I think you might. I think you have already shaped me towards something you do not fully understand. Dou met his eyes. But I also think you are the only person who ever told me the truth about what the cost would be, and I think that counts for something. Xiu was quiet for a long moment. Then he stood. His joints cracked as he rose, the old body protesting the movement, but he crossed the forge floor and stopped in front of Dou. Stand up. Dou stood. Xiu looked at him for a long moment. His pale eyes were unreadable in the dark, but there was something in the set of his jaw, something that had not been there 3 days ago. "The array is damaged," Xiu said. "The core you broke cost more than I told you. The resonance chamber will need to be rebuilt from raw stock, and the spirit belt that I bought against your stipend is gone." Dou nodded. "I will not forgive you yet," Xiu said. "Forgiveness that comes too fast is not forgiveness, it is avoidance. And I do not have time to avoid what is coming. I know. Elder Sui will not wait. The guild inquiry will not wait. The family of my first student will not wait." Xiu's voice hardened. "And your shoulder gap will not wait." Dou felt the pulse in his shoulder answer, a low thrum that vibrated through his collarbone. "I know," he said again. "Then you know that if we are going to finish what we started, we do not have room for hidden breakthroughs or altered cores. You show me what the canon does in your body, or I cannot help you bear it." Dou held his gaze. "I will show you." Xiu studied him for a long moment. Then he turned and walked to the cold crucible, running his scarred hand along its rim. "Light the fire," he said. Dou did not move. "The forge is dark. You want to work. Light the fire." Dou walked to the bellows. The leather was stiff, cold, unworked for 3 days. He pulled, felt the resistance, pulled again. First breath of air across the coals. Second. Third. A spark caught. Orange light bloomed across the forge walls. Xiu watched him work, his expression unreadable. "You told me you would rather be used honestly than starve untouched in the dark," Xiu said. "That is the first honest thing you have said to me since the day I branded you." Dou worked the bellows. The fire grew. "And because you said it, I will tell you something I should have told you the night the core broke." Dou looked up. "I do not know if the array will kill you." The words landed like hammer blows. "I have spent 30 years refining a theory I was never able to test correctly. My first student died because I forced the resonance before his body was ready. Yours is ready in ways his never was, but that does not mean the risk is gone." He met Dou's eyes. "I will not treat you like my first student. I will not push past what your body can bear, but I cannot promise that bearing it will be enough, because I do not know what the completed array demands." Dou stood at the bellows, the firelight painting his face orange and black. The vibration in his palms was humming now, not hiding, not waiting, reaching. "I know," he said. "Then we work," Xiu said. "And you do not hide from me again." Dou nodded. He turned back to the fire, feeding it, coaxing it, feeling the heat spread across his palms, and the shoulder gap pulsed once more. Not a demand, not a warning. A door, waiting for him to open it. The fire caught fully. Light spilled across the array wall, across the blank quadrant, across Xiu's shadow thrown long and thin against the stone. "Where do we start?" Dou asked. Xiu did not answer immediately. He walked to the array wall and pressed his palm against the carved lines, tracing them in the rising heat. "We start with what you have been hiding," he said. "Show me the gap. Show me what it does when you reach toward it." Dou set down the bellows. He walked to the center of the forge floor and stopped beneath the incomplete quadrant. The shoulder gap throbbed. He closed his eyes. He reached. Not with his hands, not with his breath, with the vibration that had been coiled inside him since the first brand, the thing that had learned to hide before he had learned to speak. He reached toward the gap, and something reached back. His body locked. The shoulder gap flared white-hot, a lance of heat that drove through his collarbone, through his ribs, through the packed stone of the forge floor, and into the mountain itself. He heard Sue's sharp intake of breath. He opened his eyes. The blank quadrant on the wall was no longer blank. A single line, pale and smoking, had appeared across the stone. Not carved, not burned, written. Chapter 27. The first bell had not finished ringing when the yard erupted. Dou stood at the forge mouth, the smoking line on the blank quadrant still cooling, still fresh, still written in something that was neither stone, nor metal, nor ink. His shoulder gap thrummed with the memory of contact, the thing that had reached back, still present, still coiled, still patient. Xiu had not moved from the array wall. His palm pressed flat against the new line, tracing its length, his scarred fingers following the groove as if reading a language he had never seen written before. "The lower tunnels," a voice barked from the yard. "Collapse at the 7th spur. They need hands. Now!" Dou turned. Disciples were running past the forge entrance, belts half-fastened, tools clattering. A gray-robed outer court messenger stood at the junction, pointing toward the eastern ridge where the old mine shafts bored into the mountain. Xiu did not lower his hand. "They will call for recovery teams. Mixed squads. Anyone registered and standing." "I know." "Guo Shenbi will be on the roster." Xiu's voice was flat. "She will expect you to volunteer." Dou looked at the array wall, at the single line, at the empty space around it that still waited for whatever came next. "I have to go." "You have a choice," Xiu said. "You always have a choice. But if you refuse a support order while every court in Coldvein is watching, you will be branded before you can explain yourself." Dou pulled his tunic over his head, the fabric catching on the still sensitive skin around his shoulder gap. The vibration in his palms stirred, not hiding, not reaching, but listening. He stepped out of the forge. The yard was chaos. Disciples ran in every direction. A heavy-set hallmaster was shouting assignments near the ore scales, pointing at names on a slate that had been hastily chalked and re-chalked 3 times. Dou spotted Rin Tialuo before Rin spotted him. The thick-necked furnace disciple was already geared, a pick slung across his back, a leather mask hanging at his throat. Rin turned. Their eyes met. "You hurt?" Rin asked. "The 7th spur collapsed 20 minutes ago. 6 workers confirmed trapped, maybe more. The vein's unstable and there are old formation seals in that section that should have been decommissioned years ago." Dou absorbed the information. Old formations meant scrambled senses, poison pockets, unstable ground that could shift without warning. "Who is leading?" Rin's jaw tightened. "Guo Shenbi just volunteered. She is pulling the rosts together at the staging post." "Of course she was." Dou walked. The staging post was a rusted iron platform where the lower tunnels opened into the mountain, a black mouth ringed with torch brackets and broken rail ties. A crowd had gathered. Voices overlapped, arguing, assigning, demanding. Guo Shenbi stood at the center. She wore inner court blue, her sleeves bound tight at the wrists, her hair pulled back hard enough to stretch her eyes. She held a chalk slate and was marking names with the speed of someone who had already made her decisions before she picked up the chalk. "Dou Quhe." His name stopped him. She looked up. The crowd parted slightly, letting him through. "You are registered. You are standing. You are coming." It was not a question. 6 workers, Dou said. "Old formations, unstable ore. You want a pit-born forge rat who has never been past the 2nd spur. I want everyone who can carry weight, read vibration, and hold their breath in poison dust." She did not look away. "That is you." The crowd murmured. Someone laughed, low and ugly. "Refusing already?" a voice called. "Not even underground yet." Dou did not turn. He kept his eyes on Guo. "If I go down there and the roof shifts again, your rescue becomes my burial." "It could," she said. "But if you stay up here, your reputation becomes your burial. Every court, every register, every guild inquiry that follows will remember that Dou Quhe was called to the 7th spur and said no." She was right. He hated that she was right. Rin stepped up beside him. "I am going too." Guo mocked another name. "Good." A second voice cut through the noise. "The 7th spur is where the old sealed formations were mapped. The records hall flagged that section 5 years ago as structurally unsound." Bai Yu Chen. He stood at the edge of the staging post, ink-stained fingers folded in front of him, lean face unreadable. He had not been part of the crowd. He had simply appeared. "Flagged and never reinforced," Guo said. "I know the file." "Then you know the seal markers were never fully removed. If the collapse shifted the formation lines, the rescue team could trigger a cascade. If we do not go, 6 people die in the dark." Bai Yu Chen said nothing. He looked at Da, held his gaze for a beat longer than necessary, then he turned and walked away. Da felt the weight of that look settle in his chest. "Gear up," Guo said. 5 minutes. The tunnel mouth swallowed them at the 2nd bell. Da walked 3rd in line behind a senior hall disciple carrying a brace of torches, and ahead of Rin, whose pick clanked rhythmically against the wall. The air changed within 30 paces, warmer, wetter, thick with the smell of crushed stone and old iron. Support timbers passed at irregular intervals. Some were new, some splintered, some reinforced with straps that looked decades old. The ground sloped steadily downward. Seventh spur was a secondary vein, Guo said, her voice carrying back. Low yield. They stopped working it 10 years ago, but the transport tunnels still connect to the main lines. The workers were clearing a blockage when the roof gave. How far in? Rin asked. Half a mile, maybe more. Dou kept his hands loose at his sides. The vibration in his palms was quiet, watchful, reading the stone through his feet, through the air, through the slight shift in pressure that pressed against his ears. Something was wrong. Not the collapse, not the trapped workers. Something older. Stop, he said. The line halted. Guo turned. What? Feel the ground. She paused, frowned, pressed her boot against the stone. Still, solid. No. Dou shook his head. It is not the ground. It is the air. The vibration is wrong. Rin looked at him. What do you mean, wrong? Dou did not answer. He stepped past the senior disciple, past Guo, past the torchlight, and pressed his palm flat against the tunnel wall. The vibration answered, not with recognition, with warning. The stone beneath his hand was not stone. It was sealed formation casing, painted to look like rock, buried under decades of dust and neglect, and it was cracked. Chapter 28. Palm flat against painted stone. Vibration warning through his bones. Sealed formation casing, cracked, buried, waiting. Everyone back, Dou said. Guo stepped forward. What did you find? He did not take his hand off the wall. The vibration told him two things at once. The casing was old, and the crack had opened recently. The collapse had done more than trap workers. It had broken a seal that should have stayed whole. Formation casing, he said, disguised. The roof shift cracked it. Rin cursed. The senior disciple with the torches took a step back. How bad? Guo asked. I do not know yet. Dou pressed harder. The surface gave slightly, not stone at all, fired clay painted and aged to match the rock. Behind it, something stirred. Not movement, pressure. The way the air changed before a furnace door opened. Can we go round? Rin asked. No, Guo said. This is the only access to the collapse site. The transport tunnel branches past this point. Then we go through, Rin said. Or we go back, Dou said. Guo looked at him. Her face was hard, calculating, measuring something that had nothing to do with rescue protocols. If we go back, 6 workers die. If we go forward and this formation triggers, we all die. You can read it. I can feel it. That is not the same. Close enough. She was already moving past him, torch held high, scanning the wall where his hand rested. She did not touch it. She studied the crack, the edges, the faint discoloration where the seal had bled something dark into the surrounding stone. Old poison dust seal, she said. They used these on the deep veins 40 years ago. The formations contained the dust long enough for workers to evacuate. And then collapsed. And then collapsed. Yes. Dou looked at the crack, the dark bleed, the way the air in the tunnel had changed. Warmer, wetter, carrying a taste he could not name. The seal is already leaking. I know. Guo turned to the team. We proceed. Stay low. Breathe through cloth. Do not touch the walls. If anyone feels lightheaded, you signal and fall back. No heroes. She looked at Dou when she said it. The senior disciple tore strips from his undershirt and passed them around. Dou wrapped his mouth and nose, the cloth rough against his lips, already tasting the tunnel air differently through the thin barrier. They moved forward. The crack in the casing followed him like a weight between his shoulders. 20 paces. 30. The tunnel widened into a junction where the transport line split. The main spur continued straight. The right branch had collapsed, timber and stone piled in a jagged slope. From beyond the rubble, a sound. Scraping. Slow. Deliberate. Workers, Ren whispered. No, Dou said. He knew that sound. He had heard it in the deep pits where men stayed too long in the ore dust, and something in the veins changed them. The hunger could not be fed, the mind burned out, the body kept moving. Or maddened, Dou said. Scavengers. Guo's hand went to her blade. How many? One, at least. Maybe more past the rubble. What do they want? Meat, Dou said. Warmth, whatever they can tear. The scraping stopped. The tunnel went silent. Then something hit the rubble pile from the far side, and the stones shifted. Back, Guo said. Back to the junction wall. They pressed against the stone. Dou's fingers found the vibration again, reading through the floor, through the air, through the damp heat that clung to his skin. He felt the scavenger before he saw it, felt its hunger, felt the wrongness in its bones, the way the oil had grown through its tissue like rust through iron. It came over the rubble on all fours. Human once, female maybe. The shape was hard to tell under the mineral crust that had replaced the skin. The eyes were gone, sealed under gray growth. The mouth hung open, teeth ground flat, tongue black and swollen. It smelled them. It lunged. Rin met it with his pick, driving the head into the creature's chest. The blow should have stopped it. The pick tore through the crust, struck bone, but the scavenger did not slow. It swiped at Rin's arm and sent him spinning into the wall. Dou moved before he thought. The vibration surged through his legs, his hips, his shoulders. He drove the heel of his palm into the scavenger's sternum where Rin's pick had cracked the crust. The impact traveled up his arm, hard, wrong, the creature's body too dense, too mineral. But it staggered. One step, two, he hit it again. Same spot. The vibration unlocked something inside him, not power, permission. The creature's chest caved. The scavenger fell. Silence. Dou stood over it, breathing hard through the cloth, his palms singing with the impact. The tunnel was dark. The others were staring. Guo spoke first. We cannot stay here. That thing came from somewhere. There could be more past the rubble, and the seal is bleeding poison somewhere behind us. Dou looked at the fallen scavenger, at Rin, who was holding his arm but standing, at the rubble pile, where the transport tunnel continued into black. The workers are past that rubble, he said. Yes, Guo said. And if we climb it, we could trigger another collapse. Yes. Then we climb it. He did not wait for her agreement. The scramble was brutal. The rubble shifted under every handhold, grinding stone against stone, threatening to slide. Dou climbed at the front, testing each hold with his palm, reading the vibration for warnings. He found none. The stone was dead, tired, ready to settle. At the crest, he saw the chamber beyond. The workers were there, 4 of them, 2 alive, 2 not. The survivors pressed against the far wall, faces pale, hands raised against the dark. They saw him. One of them, a woman with a gash across her scalp, opened her mouth and called out a warning he could not hear over the sound of stone grinding behind him. He dropped into the chamber. The air was worse here, thicker. The poison dust clung to his tongue even through the cloth. His lungs ached with every breath. The vibration in his palms flickered, faded, returned weaker than before. For the first time, he understood what Xiu had meant about limits. Body refinement could take a hit, could take a fall, could let him stand when others dropped. It could not filter poison. It could not give him clean air. He reached the survivors. The woman grabbed his arm. Her fingers were cold, her grip too tight. You need to get out, he said. The other 2, she said. They were trying to open the seal. Dou went still. What seal? The one in the wall, before the roof gave. They said the records hall had paid them to retrieve something from behind it. The vibration flickered again. Warning. Too late. The wall behind the survivors cracked open, and something older than the scavengers, older than the tunnel, older than Coldvein itself, breathed into the dark. Chapter 29. The air in the chamber changed. Not temperature, not pressure. The quality of the dark itself shifted, as if something had drawn a breath and the space had to shrink to accommodate a presence that had no body. Dou's palms went cold. The vibration did not warn. It flattened, pressed itself against his bones like an animal caught in open ground, trying to look smaller than it was. The two surviving workers pressed harder against the far wall. The woman who had spoken to Duz stared past his shoulder at the crack in the stone. Her mouth moved. No sound came out. "Get behind me," Duz said. He did not look back to see if they obeyed. His eyes were on the crack, on the dark that bled from it, on the way the dust in the air stopped drifting, as if the room itself had stopped breathing. Then the sound came. Not a voice, not a scrape. It was the noise of something dry fording, stone grinding against stone, but softer, wetter underneath. A joint, a limb, something that had not moved in years and was learning how to move again. "Away from the wall," Guo said. Her voice was low, controlled, the voice of someone who had seen enough to know when to run and when to stand, and who had not yet decided which this was. Rin was at Dou's side. His pick was raised. His arm was bleeding where the scavenger had torn him, but he held the weapon steady. "I do not know what that is," Rin said. "I know," Dou said. The crack widened. Not by force. The stone did not break further. It simply opened, as if the wall had been a door all along, and something on the other side had finally remembered how to work the latch. Beyond it was not a tunnel. Beyond it was a chamber, small, square. The walls lined with dark metal that caught the torchlight and swallowed it. In the center of the floor, a single iron post stood bolted to the stone, and wrapped around the post, rusted chain, a leather cuff, and the remains of something that had been human once, long enough ago that the bones had begun to powder. Dou's vibrations stirred, not in warning, in recognition. He knew that metal. He had felt it before, in Mao Liqin's palm, when she pressed the black shard into his hand and the scar ledger had gone silent. The same vein, the same sealed origin. The records hall had not buried ore here. They had buried someone. "Door," Guo said. "We need to leave. The seal is broken. The poison is already in the air, and if that chamber connects to anything deeper, we are standing on a collapse waiting to happen." He heard her. He understood her. He did not move, because on the wall beside the iron post, carved into the stone with a tool that had been used hard and fast, was a symbol he recognized. The convoy mark, 17 Eastern Pass, 3 handlers, sealed cargo, black stamp. His mother's convoy had stopped here, not on the surface, not at a way station or a trading post. Here, in a sealed chamber beneath the mountain, behind a formation casing painted to look like rock, guarded by poison dust and a collapsed tunnel, and a thing that had just woken from a decades-long sleep. The vibration in his palms began to move, not hiding, not warning, demanding. "Read it." Dou stepped forward. "Dou," Guo's voice was harder now. "I am giving you an order." "The convoy," he said. "The one that took my mother. It stopped here." Silence. "Are you certain?" Rin said. Dou pointed at the mark. 17, Eastern Pass. That is the same mark from the ledger, the same route, the same seal. He stepped toward the open chamber. The air thickened. The thing inside did not move. It hung in the dark, a shape that the torchlight refused to fully reveal. A suggestion of shoulders, of a head bent too far to one side, of hands that ended in something longer than fingers. It had not attacked. It was waiting. Dou reached the iron post. He touched the chain. The metal was cold, older than anything he had ever held, and beneath his palm the vibration sang a single note. Not danger. Grief. Then he saw the inscription, carved into the floor around the post, worn nearly flat by time but still legible, a circle of characters in the same hand that had written, "Burn the mountain." Not Records Hall script, not Guild script. His mother's handwriting. He dropped to his knees. The characters spelled a name, not his mother's, someone else's. A linekeeper who had been brought here, chained to this post and left to wait for something that had never arrived. Below the name, a date. 12 years ago. The same year the convoy had passed through. The same year his mother had been taken. The vibrations screamed. The floor lurched. Behind him, stone ground against stone, not the slow crawl of a settling tunnel, but the snap of something breaking under load. Dou turned in time to see the support beam that bridged the chamber entrance fracture at its midpoint, the crack running straight through the formation vein painted along its length. Guo was standing directly beneath it. "Move!" he shouted. She looked up. The beam came down. The world became noise, dust, and the sound of Guo Shenbi crying out once before the stone swallowed her. Chapter 30. Dust filled his throat. The beam had come down across Guo's legs, pinning her at the thigh, and she was trying to push it off with both hands, her face the color of ash. Rin was already moving. He wedged his pick under the beam and heaved. The stone shifted a handspan, and no more. "She's stuck," Rin said. "The angle is wrong. I need leverage." Dou's vibration was howling. The thing in the chamber had not moved. It hung in the dark with its bent head and two long fingers, waiting, patient as burial earth, and the grief note still rang through his palms like a bell he could not stop hearing. The name on the floor, his mother's handwriting. 12 years. Every piece of him wanted to stay, to read the rest, to find what she had carved before the convoy had taken her deeper into the mountain. Guo made a sound, not a cry, a choke. The beam was pressing her diaphragm, and her cultivation was strong, but the body beneath it was still flesh, still bone, still breakable. She looked at him. She did not order him this time. She did not say anything. Her eyes said, "I know what you are choosing if you stay." The vibration screamed. Dou turned his back on the chamber. He reached the beam in 3 strides and dropped into a crouch beside Rin, pressing his palms against the stone where it had wedged against the wall. The surface was hot, scored with formation residue, and beneath his hands the scar ledger sang a different note. Not grief. Strain. Lift. "Together," Dou said. "On my count." Rin set his pick against the beam and braced his shoulder. "I can move it maybe 2 inches. "That is enough." "For what?" Dou did not answer. He pressed his palms flat against the stone and pushed the vibration into the beam, not as force, not as impact, but as resonance, the same way he had shaped the artifact core, the same way he had made the iron ring in the forge. He found the beam's internal rhythm, the weight of its mineral structure, the place where its strength would yield to the right note. The vibration did not want to obey. It was still reaching backward, toward the chamber, toward the grief, toward the name carved in his mother's hand. Later, he told it. "I will come back. I swear it. But not if she dies here." The vibration shuddered once. Then it bent. The beam groaned. A hairline crack split along its length, running from the center toward the wall, and the weight shifted. Rin heaved. The beam lifted. Dou grabbed Guo under the arms and pulled. She came free with a wet sound, her robes torn, her left leg dragging, and the beam crashed back into place behind her, sending another wave of dust through the chamber. The thing in the black vein room did not follow. Dou carried Guo across the rubble, half dragging, half lifting, while Ring covered their retreat with his pick raised and his bleeding arm steady. The tunnel sloped upward. The air changed from wet to dry, from heavy to breathable, and the poison dust taste in Dou's throat began to thin. Guo was conscious. Her hands were shaking. She did not speak. They reached the staging post where the original collapse had begun, and Dou set her down against the wall. Her leg was bleeding through the fabric. The bone was not broken, but the muscle had been crushed, and she would not walk on it for days. "You are an idiot," she said. Her voice was thin but steady. "Probably," Dou said. "You lost your evidence." He had. The chamber was behind them. The name was still carved in the floor. His mother's convoy had stopped there, and he had turned away without reading the rest, without touching the chain again, without learning what the entity was or why it had not attacked. "I know," he said. Guo looked at him. For a long moment, nothing moved. "You will not get another chance like that," she said. "The records hall will seal that chamber before the shift changes. They will send their own team, and everything inside it will be erased or taken." "I know." "Then why?" He did not have an answer that would fit in words. He looked at his palms. They were raw again, the old scars split, fresh blood mixing with poison dust and grit. The vibration was quiet now, not hiding, resting. "Because you were under the beam," he said. Guo closed her eyes. Rin helped her stand. She leaned on him heavily, her good arm across his shoulders, and they began the slow climb toward the surface. The tunnel exit was choked with people. Workers, disciples, a woman from the infirmary with a bandage roll and a hard look. The light was gray, late afternoon, and the air above ground tasted cold and clean and wrong. Dou was the last one out. He stepped into the open and saw him, an elderly man in records hall gray, standing apart from the crowd, his hands clasped behind his back, his face unreadable. He had the ink-dark brand on the inside of his right wrist. His pale gray eyes found Dou instantly. He was not surprised to see him. He had been waiting. Chapter 31. Elder Sui Hanyi did not move when Dou stepped into the open. The crowd around the tunnel exit parted around him like water around stone. Workers stepped wide. Disciples lowered their voices. Even the infirmary woman stopped her bandage work to glance at the gray robes, the still hands, the pale gray eyes that tracked Dou, and nothing else. Dou stopped 10 paces away. His palms were still raw. The vibration was quiet, curled deep, still recovering from the effort of resonating the beam. His shoulder gap throbbed with each heartbeat, and he could feel the dirt and poison dust caked across his skin like a second hide. He did not speak first. Elder Sui let the silence stretch, long enough for the crowd to notice, long enough for the weight of it to settle on Dou's shoulders like a brick. Then he said, "You came back." Not a question, an observation. "The support order was for recovery," Dou said. "I recovered." "You did." Elder Sui's gaze moved over Dou with the same precision he had used in the records hall, cataloging every tear in his robe, every smear of blood, every tremor in his hands. "And the team? Guoshenbi has a crushed leg. Rin Tiluo has a cut arm. The workers we found are in the infirmary." "All of them?" Dou hesitated. "One beat. Two. Two died before we reached them." Elder Sui nodded. The motion was almost gentle. "And what did you find before you reached them?" The question landed soft, but Dou felt the edge beneath it. Elder Sui already knew about the chamber. He had been waiting at the exit. He had not sent men down. He had stood in the cold air and watched the tunnel mouth until Dou appeared. He wanted to hear what Dou would say. "A crack in the tunnel wall," Dou said. "Old seal, poison dust. The collapse shifted it. You entered?" "We had to. The workers were past it." "And beyond the workers?" Mem met the pale gray eyes. "Debris," he said. "Collapsed stone. Nothing we could reach." The lie sat between them like a blade laid flat on a table. Elder Sui did not react. His face did not change. But his gaze lingered on Dou's palms, on the old scar split open, on the way his fingers had not quite stopped trembling. "You are bleeding," Elder Sui said. "From the lift. We had to shift a beam." "Alone?" "With Rin Tiluo." Elder Sui considered this. Then he turned, very slowly, and looked at Rin, who was standing 20 paces away with a bandage wrapped around his forearm and his pick still in his good hand. "Tiluo," Elder Sui said. Rin straightened. "Elder, did you shift a beam together?" Rin's eyes flicked to Dou. Just once, just for a breath. "Yes, Elder. Stone beam collapsed across the passage." "And was there anything behind it?" The question was patient, soft, almost kind. Rin's jaw tightened. "Debris, just debris." Elder Sui looked at him for a long moment. Then he nodded again, the same slow, gentle motion, and turned back to Dou. "You have been training with artificer Xiu Paoshu," he said. "How far along is the array?" The shift in topic was so abrupt that Dou almost answered before his mind caught up. "I do not understand the question, Elder." "You understand it perfectly." Elder Sui's voice did not rise. "The array in the abandoned forge, the one with the blank quadrant. How far along is it?" Dou's palms went cold. "I am an apprentice," he said, "not an artificer. I do not read the array." "No." Elder Sui's lips pressed together. "But it reads you." He did not wait for an answer. He turned and walked toward the records hall, his gray robes brushing the dust, his steps unhurried. The crowd parted again and closed behind him. Dou stood in the open air and watched him go. The infirmary woman came forward with bandages. A worker pressed a cup of water into his hands. Someone was asking questions about the seal, about the poison, about whether the tunnel was safe to enter. Dou answered through numb lips. Yes, the seal was breached. Yes, the contamination was contained for now. No, he did not know what had been behind it. The lies came easily. They always had. An hour later, Dou sat on the edge of the forge yard with his palms wrapped in fresh linen and a bowl of rice in his lap that he had not touched. The sky was darkening. The shift bells had rung twice. Workers filtered past him in cloths, their voices low, their eyes avoiding his. Rin found him there. He sat down without asking, his bandaged arm resting across his knees, his pick laid flat beside him. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. He knew, Rin said finally. Yes. He knew we were lying. Yes. Then why did he walk away? Dou looked at his bandaged palms. The vibration was stirring again, slow and tired, like something surfacing from deep water. It did not push, it did not reach, it simply acknowledged that it was still there. Because he does not need us to tell him, Dou said. He already has the chamber. Rin went still. We left the evidence behind, Dou said. He knows that. He does not need to drag it out of us. He just needs to seal it before we can go back. Rin looked at the ground. His jaw worked. So that is it, he said. We walked out and he walks in, and we lose. Not yet. Dou stood. His legs were sore, his ribs ached. The shoulder gap pulsed with a rhythm that was almost familiar now, like a second heart learning to beat beside his own. He walked away because he thinks he already won, Dou said. But the chamber is not the only place the evidence lives. Rin looked up. Dou touched his chest, just above the gap at his shoulder. She wrote it in stone, he said, but she wrote it in me first. The vibration stirred, not hiding, not watching, waiting. And in the dark above the forge yard, behind a window in the records hall, Elder Sui Hanyi watched Dou Quhe stand and begin to walk back toward the abandoned forge. He did not send anyone to follow. He did not need to. He had already sent the message that would freeze Dou's access permissions by morning. He had already filed the request to seal the 7th spur chamber under emergency protocol. He had already noted, with precise bureaucratic care, that artificer Xiu Paoshu's apprentice had lied to a records hall elder in front of witnesses. The file was growing. Elder Sui closed the shutter. The forge yard went dark. Dou Quhe, still bleeding through fresh bandages, stepped into the abandoned forge and found Xiu Paoshu standing before the array wall, staring at the pale, smoking line that had appeared while his apprentice was underground. It wrote another one, Xiu said. His voice was flat. While you were gone, it wrote another line. Dou crossed the room. His steps were slow. The vibration in his palms rose as he approached the wall, and he saw the array clearly for the first time since the backlash. The blank quadrant was no longer blank. 2 pale lines crossed it now, smoking faintly, still warm, and they formed the beginning of a shape that Dou recognized. It was the shape of the scar across his ribs. Chapter 32. The forge smelled of smoke and old blood. Dou stood before the array wall with his bandaged palms hanging at his sides, watching the 2 pale lines smoke in the dark. They crossed the blank quadrant like a wound healing in reverse, beginning to surface from beneath the stone, and he knew the shape. His ribs remembered where that scar lived. Xiu stood beside him, his scarred hands clasped behind his back, his breathing slow and deliberate. He had not moved since Dou entered. It wrote while I was underground, Dou said. Yes, it is copying me. Xiu did not answer for a long moment. His pale eyes traced the lines on the wall as if reading a language he had spent 30 years learning and still did not fully understand. No, he said finally. It is not copying. It is recognizing. The array was built to receive a living inscription. Your body is the key. Every time the canon stirs in you, the wall remembers what it was meant to hold. Dou looked at his hands. The bandages were darkening at the palms where the vibration had pushed hardest. How long until it finishes? I do not know. Xiu turned to face him. Days, weeks. It depends on how fast the door opens. The door, the gap at Dou's shoulder pulsing like a second heart. I need to find Bai Yu Chen, Dou said. Xiu's expression did not change, but something in his posture tightened. Why? Because Elder Sui filed a freeze on my access before I even reached the surface. He is moving faster than I can react, and I do not know how the system works. Dou met Xiu's eyes. You taught me to forge. You did not teach me to fight paper. Xiu held his gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded once. He will not help you openly. He cannot. I know. Dou found Bai Yu Chen in the lower archive room, a narrow chamber off the main records hall corridor, where the lamp oil burned low, and the shelves leaned with the weight of unmarked ledgers. The registrar sat alone at a slanted desk, a brush in his ink-stained fingers, a stack of forms beside him that he was not filling out. He did not look up when Dou entered. You should not be here. I know. Bai Yu Chen set down his brush. His lean face caught the lamplight, shadows pooling beneath his eyes, and he looked at Dou with the measured stillness of someone who had already calculated every possible outcome of this conversation. Elder Sui froze your access permissions an hour ago, he said. Not just to the 7th spur, to the ore stores, the material ledger, the forge supply request queue, anything that requires records hall clearance to draw. Dou stood in the doorway, his bandaged fists at his sides. That is most things. Yes. Bai Yu Chen picked up his brush again, dipped it, set it down without writing. It is a careful move. He did not block your training or your registration. He blocked the infrastructure that makes training possible. No materials, no replacements, no access to the graded forging stock. You can still swing a hammer, but you cannot feed the forge. He is starving me out. He is making you come to him, Bai Yu Chen said. There is a difference. Dou stepped into the room, the shelves pressed close on either side, the air thick with old paper and drying ink. He stopped at the edge of the desk and looked down at the stack of forms Bai Yu Chen had been pretending to sort. You knew he would do this. I suspected. Bai Yu Chen met his eyes. I told you. Your registration entry would not be forgettable. You did not tell me it would make me property. Bai Yu Chen's jaw tightened. It was the smallest shift, barely visible, but Dou saw it. I am a registrar, Bai Yu Chen said. I manage entries. I do not make policy. But I have learned to read the pattern before the stroke lands. He pulled the thin ledger from the stack and opened it to a marked page. The columns were neat, each entry written in the same precise hand, and Dou saw his name at the bottom of the page, followed by a series of notations he did not understand. This is your material allocation record, Bai Yu Chen said. Every piece of ore, every grade, every tool draw that has been logged in your name since the day you registered. Look at the margins. Dou leaned closer. In the margin beside each entry, a small character had been written in lighter ink, almost invisible against the paper. He did not recognize the notation, but he recognized the pattern. Every entry had one. What are those? Hold flags, Bai Yu Chen said. You nothing I stole her at the form. Internal markers that tell the records hall to delay, redirect, or reclassify the listed material before release. They are not formal blocks. They are instructions that never reach the requesting party. He closed the ledger. Someone has been flagging your material since before the tunnel collapse. Not Elder Sui. His hand is on the seal, but the flags started earlier. Someone else is watching you through the supply chain. Dou's palms went cold. Somebody look my reel? I'm leaving to the smile. The amounts of information prose, Brock, where my friend may be classing pertelled that the sustologic sense by emotions dead definition in his dead honest account was the believer. My hand is worry. How many? 3 flagged entries in the ore stores, 2 in the forge supply queue, 1 in the tool replacement ledger. Bai Yu Chen looked at him. They are building a paper trail. Every flagged entry is a data point that can be used to argue that your material consumption is irregular, that your forging output exceeds what a provisional disciple should produce, that you are drawing resources beyond your classification. They are building a case. "They are building a classification," Bai Yuchen said. "There is a difference. A case can be argued. A classification is a definition. Once the definition is set, everything that follows is enforcement, not judgment." Dodd stood in the narrow archive room, surrounded by ledgers and lamp oil and the careful architecture of a system designed to measure every breath a person drew in Coldvein. He had spent 17 years invisible to that system. Now it was building a cage around his name. "What do I do?" Bai Yuchen was silent for a moment. Then he reached into his sleeve and pulled out a slip of paper, folded small and worn at the edges. He placed it on the desk between them. "This is the hold appeal procedure," he said. "It is 3 steps. Step 1 requires you to submit a written challenge to the records hall within 5 days of the flag being placed. Step 2 requires you to appear before a material review panel and demonstrate that the flagged resources were used for authorized training. Step 3 requires you to name a witness who can verify your work." Dou looked at the paper. "That is procedure," he said, "not help." "Procedure is the only weapon you have that does not bleed," Bai Yuchen said. "Elder Sui can freeze your access. He cannot make you stop existing. As long as you are on the outer register, you have the right to challenge. The right does not mean you will win, but it means you can force him to answer." Dou picked up the paper. His bandaged fingers were clumsy, and he had to fold it twice to tuck it into his belt. "Why are you giving me this?" Bai Yuchen did not answer at first. He looked at the stack of forms, the open ledger, the ink drying on his brush. When he spoke, his voice was low. "Because I am a registrar," he said, "and I have watched 4 provisional entries disappear from the ledgers in the last year. They were not struck, they were not expelled, they were reclassified. And after they were reclassified, their names stopped appearing in any file that required a reason for removal." He looked up. No one questioned it, because no one outside the records hall knew the names had ever existed. The air in the room felt thinner. Dou held the folded paper against his belt and felt the weight of it, a single sheet of procedure in a mountain built on ink and seals. "You cannot save me," he said. "No, but you are telling me where the walls are." Bai Yuchen picked up his brush and dipped it in the ink. His hand was steady. "I am telling you how they are built," he said. "What you do with that knowledge is your own risk." He did not look up again. Dou turned and walked to the door. His hand was on the frame when Bai Yuchen's voice stopped him. "One thing." Dou paused. "The flags started 3 days after your trial match," Bai Yuchen said. "Before Elder Sui summoned you, before the tunnel collapse. Someone began building this case before you ever stood in the records hall." He did not say who. He did not need to. Dou stepped into the corridor and let the door close behind him, the paper burning against his belt like a brand he had not asked for. He had thought Elder Sui was the trap, but Elder Sui was only the seal. Someone else had forged the chain. Chapter 33. The forge door stood 2 fingers open when Dou reached it, the gap spilling orange light across the packed earth. He stopped with his hand on the frame and listened. Furnace breath, the crack of settling stone. One voice, low and measured. Xiu was not alone. Dou pushed through. Rin Tialol stood beside the forge pit with his arms crossed, a coil of used bellows cord looped over one shoulder and a canvas sack at his feet. He looked wrong in this space, too broad for the narrow aisles, his forge-scarred forearms catching the firelight like raw iron stock. He was not looking at Xiu. He was looking at the wall, at the 2 pale lines. Dou's hand stayed on the door frame. "You come to return gear or to stare at my master's wall?" Rin turned. His face was unreadable, but his eyes moved from the smoking lines to Dou's face and held there a beat longer than necessary. "Gear," he said. He shrugged the bellows cord off his shoulder and tossed it onto the workbench. "You left this in the staging post. Figured you would need it before the yacht opened again." The cord was not Dou's. He had never owned a bellows cord long enough to coil twice. He let the lie sit. Rin did not flinch. Xiu moved to the back of the forge without speaking, picking up a rusted hammerhead and turning it over like it demanded his full attention. The old man was giving them room. Dou did not know whether to thank him or resent him for it. "The wall," Rin said. He jerked his chin at the array. "Is that what I think it is? What do you think it is?" "I think you are in trouble deeper than Elder Sui's freeze orders." Rin's voice was flat. "I think that wall is writing something that matches the scar on your ribs, and I think if the records hall sees it before you finish, they will not wait for a review panel to classify you." Dou felt the folded appeal paper press against his belt. "You have been talking to Bai Yu Chen." "No, I have been watching yard procedure for 4 years. When a provisional's access gets frozen, it means someone upstairs has decided the provisional is not leaving the system the same way they entered." Rin picked up the bellows cord and tossed it again, catching it before it hit the bench. "You are being reclassified. I have seen it before." Bai Yu Chen said the same. Bai Yu Chen is a registrar. He sees the paperwork after the decision is made. Rin dropped the cord. "I see the before, the whispers, the supply reroutes, the senior disciples who start asking questions about someone they never noticed before." He stepped closer. The forge heat rose between them, thick and dry. 3 days after your trial match, a second year from the inner court came to the furnace annex asking about your forging output, Rin said. He wanted to know what materials you had drawn, how many pieces you had made, whether you had sold anything through the yard market. I told him I did not know. Did he believe you? No, but he could not prove I was lying because I did not keep records of what you did not tell me. Rin's mouth tightened. He came back a week later. Then again after the tunnel collapse, same questions, same answers. Dou stood very still. You never told me. You were busy not dying in a sealed chamber, Rin said. I thought I could wait. The words were blunt, but there was no edge in them, only the flat honesty of someone who had already decided whose side he was on. Dou looked at the wall. The 2 pale lines glowed faintly in the forge light, smoking at the edges like fresh brand marks. He had spent 17 years invisible. Now everyone saw him, and everyone wanted something. Why are you here, Rin? Rin was quiet for a long moment. The furnace popped. A coal shifted in the pit. Because I lost a trial slot to a pit-born stray, he said. And then I watched that stray walk into a sealed tunnel, kill a scavenger with 2 strikes, and choose a broken beam over a dead woman's handwriting. He looked at Dou. I thought you were nothing, a fluke, a body that could take a hit and did not know when to fall. His voice dropped. I was wrong. The admission hung in the air like smoke. Dou did not know what to do with it. He had spent so long expecting betrayal that sincerity felt like a trap he could not see the edges of. The yard will split, Rin said. When Elder Sui moves openly, and he will, the court factions will choose sides. Some will back the records hall because it is safe. Some will back you because you are useful. Neither group will care what happens to you after the decision is made. He held Dou's gaze. I am not a faction. I am one disciple with a forge cut and a bad reputation. But if you stand before that review panel, I will stand behind you. And if someone moves against you in the yard, they will have to move through me first. The words were simple. They landed like hammer blows. Dou's throat tightened. He forced it down. You do not owe me that. I know. Rin picked up the canvas sack from the floor and slung it over his shoulder. That is why it means something. He walked to the door. His hand was on the frame when Dou spoke. Rin. Rin stopped. The second year who came asking questions. Did he give a name? Rin turned. His face was shadowed in the doorway, the forge light carving deep lines across his jaw. He did not need to, Rin said. He wore an inner court seal with a furnace and chisel mark, the same one that hangs above the records hall door. He stepped out. The door swung shut. Dou stood in the silence, the 2 pale lines burning on the wall behind him like unfinished sentences. Xiu had not moved from the back of the forge. The old man was still holding the rusted hammerhead, but his eyes were on Dou. That boy chose a side, Xiu said. I know. Do you know what it cost him to say that aloud? Dou looked at the closed door. The wood was warped from years of heat. The grain split along the bottom edge where moisture had seeped in and never fully dried. No, he said. but I am going to make sure it was not a mistake. Xiu set the hammerhead down. The sound was dull, final. Good. Dou walked to the workbench and picked up the bellows cord Rin had left. It was good leather, oiled and supple, the kind a furnace disciple saved half a season's stipend to buy. He wrapped it around his own bellows and tied the knot twice. The forge felt different now. Fuller, like the space had contracted around something solid and warm. He was reaching for the fire poker when a knock came at the door. Not Rin. The rhythm was wrong. 3 sharp strikes, spaced apart like a code he did not recognize. Xiu straightened. Dou turned. The door opened before either of them could answer. Mao Liqin stood in the gap, her face half lit by the forge glow, a folded paper in one hand and a leather satchel over her shoulder. She looked at Dou, then at the wall behind him, then back at Dou. Her smile was thin. "You have been busy," she said. "But we need to talk. The guild sent an examiner." She stepped inside and shut the door. The latch clicked. Dou's hand tightened on the poker. Chapter 34. Ma Liqin did not sit. She stood with her back to the door, the folded paper still in her hand, and let the silence stretch until it became its own kind of pressure. Dou kept the poker in his grip. The heat from the forge crawled across his shoulders, but the cold from her voice when she finally spoke had nothing to do with temperature. "The guild sent an examiner," she repeated. "Not an inquiry, not a preliminary letter. A man with a seal and a travel writ and the authority to open any forge in Coldvein." Yuo had not moved from the back of the workshop. His hands were still wrapped around the rusted hammerhead, the knuckles white. "Name?" he said. "Tao Fenyu." The name landed like a stone in still water. Yuo did not flinch. But something in his posture shifted, a subtle collapse at the shoulders that had nothing to do with age. "You know him," Dou said. It was not a question. Xiu set the hammerhead down with exaggerated care. The metal clinked against the stone, a sound too small for the weight it carried. "He is the younger brother of the boy who died in my array." The words were flat, clinical, the kind of precision a man used when he had already bled the grief out of them. Dou's grip on the poker tightened. He looked at Ma Liqin. "How long until he arrives?" "He is already here." Ma Liqin unfolded the paper and held it up. The seal was crisp, black wax with a chisel and furnace mark identical to the one Rin had described. "This was posted at the outer gate this morning. He is lodging at the eastern quarter. He will present himself to the records hall by dusk." She let the paper hang in the air for a moment, then folded it again and tucked it into her satchel. "I came to warn you, not to watch you panic. But I also came to collect." Dou's jaw tightened. "Collect what?" "The black vein work you owe me." Ma Liqin's smile did not reach her eyes. "He elepts this gemt by monks groud medias. You still have not forged with the sealed metal. I gave you handler names. I gave you the quartermaster's identity. I have not pressed for payment because you have been busy bleeding in tunnels and lying to elders." She stepped closer. The forge light caught the edge of her face, carving hollows beneath her cheekbones. "But the guild examiner changes the timeline. If he seals your forge access before I get what I paid for, my investment becomes worthless. They describes the repeat city which he needed is letning which flashes in the stettled crad of Eiderment of Ites." The forge light caught the edge of her face, carving hollows beneath her cheekbones. "But the guild examiner changes the timeline. If he seals your forge access before I get what I paid for, my investment becomes worthless. The black vein is sealed for a reason. Julie silly hertiform the animal periators before her perily entired flowers are very awison actually. I want you to forge with black vein metal before he decides you are not allowed to hold a hammer. I sought a best cope a mite up, and I only cut in the screen trap little day. You want me to forge with black vein metal before he decides you are not allowed to hold a hammer." Xiu spoke from the back of the forge. "The black vein is sealed for a reason. The records hall sealed it because they did not understand it," Mao Liqin said. "There is a difference between forbidden and unknown. And you think Dou is the one to make that distinction?" Mao Liqin turned to face Xiao fully. Her voice dropped, softer now, almost gentle. I think he is the only one alive who has touched it and walked away. I think the metal answered him when he touched the chain in that chamber. And I think the guild examiner is not the only person asking questions about your apprentice. She reached into her satchel and pulled out a scrap of leather, oiled and folded. She tossed it to Dou. He caught it reflexively, felt the weight, the shape of something small and dense wrapped inside. What is this? A sample of the black vein, pure, unsealed by Records Hall Registry. Mao Liqin's eyes held his. I paid 3 ledger entries and a favor I do not want to name for that piece. Do not waste it. Dou unwrapped the leather. The metal inside was darker than any ore he had ever seen. It did not reflect the forge light. It swallowed it. The surface seemed to drink the glow, leaving a patch of absolute black against his palm. His vibration stirred, not loud, not insistent. A recognition, quiet and deep, like a bell that had been waiting for someone to remember how to ring it. He closed the leather over the metal. What else do you know about the examiner? Mao Liqin tilted her head. Tao Fenyu has been with the Iron Meridian Guild for 12 years. He specializes in artifact disputes and legacy claims. He has overturned 3 master-disciple certifications and had 2 forges permanently shuttered on grounds of unsafe practice. She paused. He has not lost a case in 6 years, and he has been waiting for an excuse to come to Coldvein since the day his brother died. The words hung in the air. Dou looked at Xiu. The old man had not moved. His face was a mask, but his hands, scarred across every inch, were trembling. Just barely. Just enough. Master? Xiu did not answer. Master? The old man's eyes lifted. They were pale and sharp and full of something that looked like the beginning of surrender. He will not come at me directly, Xiu said. That is not how the guild works. He will examine the forge. He will examine the array. He will examine your work and your scars and your progress. The words came slowly, as if each one had to be dragged up from a deep well. And if he decides I am repeating the old sin, he will not need to accuse me. He will simply report what he finds to the guild court, and the guild court will revoke my standing permanently. And me? Xiu's gaze held. You will become evidence. The forge was silent. The fire popped. A coal shifted in the pit, sending a brief flare of light across the walls. Dou looked down at the leather in his hand. The black vein sample sat against his palm like a promise he had not asked to carry. How long until he presents himself? Dusk, Mao Liqin said. You have until dusk to decide what you want to be when he sees you. She moved toward the door. Her hand was on the latch when Dou spoke. The buyers and the Iron Meridian contacts asking about my work. Who are they? Mao Liqin did not turn. That information is not free. Name your price. She was quiet for a long moment. Then she turned, just enough to let the forge light catch half her face. When you forge the black vein, I want to be there, not watching from a distance, standing at your shoulder, and I want a piece of whatever comes out of that metal. 1 piece. 2. Dou held her gaze. 1. And you tell me who is asking about my work. Mao Liqin's smile returned, thin, calculating. 10 days ago, a caravan broker from the eastern passes sent a written inquiry to the Coldvein market master. He was asking about a heat drinking tool that had appeared in a sect trial match. He wanted to know who made it, what it was forged from, and whether the maker was available for commission. She opened the door. The cold night air slipped in, flattening the forge heat. 5 days ago, a representative of the Iron Meridian Guild's southern chapter made a similar inquiry directly to the Records Hall. That one was not about the tool. It was about the body that used it. She stepped through the doorway. Think carefully about what you forged tonight, Dou Quhe. The metal is not the only thing being tested. The door swung shut. The latch clicked. Dou stood alone in the forge with Xiu, the black vein sample in his hand, and the name Tao Fenyu burning in his skull like a brand he had not earned but would have to carry. Chapter 35. Dawn came gray through the high vents, carrying the smell of cold ash and wet stone. Dou stood at the forge table with the black vein sample unwrapped before him. He had not slept. His palms remembered the metal silence from the night before, that swallowing darkness. the way his vibration had stirred once and then gone still as if listening. Xiu sat on his stool near the dead fire, hands resting on his knees, eyes fixed on nothing. He had not moved since Mao Liqin left. "Master?" No answer. "He will be here soon?" Xiu's scarred hands tightened on his own knees. The tremor was still there, faint, persistent, a crack in the old man's composure that had not healed overnight. Dou wrapped the black vein back in its leather and set it aside. He had not forged it. He had not been able to bring himself to strike the first blow with Tao Fenyu's name still ringing in his skull. The knock came before the bell, 3 sharp raps. Not the rhythm of a disciple, not the heavy fist of a yard overseer, precise, measured. The knock of someone who knew exactly where the threshold was and had decided to announce himself rather than cross it. Xiu's head came up. Dou moved before the old man could rise. He crossed the forge floor, unlatched the door and pulled it open. The man on the threshold was younger than Dou had expected. Mid-30s, lean, with a face that belonged to a different kind of heat. Not the orange glow of the forge. The pale, dry burn of a kiln flared too hot for too long. His robes were gilt gray, stark against the morning mist, and at his collar sat a furnace and chisel seal cast in silver, not iron. His eyes found Dou first. Not a glance, not a dismissal. A measurement, flat and professional, like a merchant weighing ore. "You are the apprentice." It was not a question. "I am Dou Quhe." The man's gaze traveled down to Dou's hands, where the scars showed pink and white against his dark skin, then back up to his face. "I am Tao Fenyu." He stepped past Dou without waiting for invitation. The forge felt smaller with him inside. He moved slowly, hands clasped behind his back, examining the walls, the tool racks, the cold crucible, the dead fire pit. He paused at the array wall. The 2 pale, smoking lines were still there, faint in the gray light, the beginning shape of Dou's rib scar. Tao Fenyu studied them in silence. Xiu had not risen from his stool. He sat watching the guild examiner with the stillness of a man who had already been judged and was waiting to hear the sentence read aloud. "The forge is cold," Tao said. "A master who does not work the fire teaches nothing." "The fire will be lit when there is work to do," Xiu said. Tao turned. His face was unreadable, but his eyes settled on Xiu with a weight that filled the room. "You remember me." "I remember your face," Xiu said. "You were younger. You stood at the foot of the infirmary bed and you did not cry until after the healer closed your brother's eyes." Tao's expression did not change, but something in his posture shifted, a tightening at the shoulders, a stillness in the hands. 30 years, he said. "That is how long I have waited to stand in this forge and see what you have built on my brother's bones." "Your brother died because I failed him," Xiu said. The words came without hesitation, as if he had spoken them to himself 1,000 times. "Not because I intended harm, because I did not understand what the array demanded. I pushed him toward a resonance his body could not bear, and I did not recognize the warning signs until his channels began to tear. And yet you took another disciple." "I did." Tao's gaze shifted back to Dou. The measurement returned, colder now. "How long?" 3 months, Dou said. 3 months. Tao repeated the words as if tasting them. "And the scar on your ribs, the one the array is copying. How did you earn it?" Dou did not look away. "I was born with it." Tao's eyebrows moved, the first crack in his composure. "Born with it?" "The scar appeared after my mother spoke a phrase I did not understand. It has been there since I was old enough to remember." Silence. Tao walked a slow circle around Dou, studying his posture, the set of his shoulders, the scars on his palms and forearms. The guild examiner's hands were clean, no calluses, no forge marks. But his eyes moved like a craftsman's, reading the signs Dou's body carried without needing to touch them. "You have been forged," Tao said. "Not trained. Forged. I can see it in the density of your forearms and the way you hold your weight forward. You have been struck repeatedly in the same places to build resistance, and you have been cut." He stopped in front of Dou. Show me your ledger. Dou looked at Xiu. The old man gave a single, slow nod. Dou stripped his tunic. The morning air bit at his exposed skin. He turned, letting the gray light fall across his back and shoulders where the scar patterns branched and webbed across his ribs, along his spine, up the curve of his right shoulder where the ore paste had driven deepest. Tao Fenyu walked around him once, twice, a third time, slower. The pattern matches my brother's in the first quadrant, he said. Shoulder to mid-back, the same branching structure along the meridian lines. His voice was flat, clinical. Did you know that, apprentice? No. No, because your master did not tell you. He told me I was not a copy, Dou said. He told me my brother failed because he was a copy, and I am not. Tao stopped behind him. And what do you believe? Dou turned. He met the examiner's eyes and did not flinch. I believe I am still standing, and your brother is not. That is not proof of his master's guilt. It is proof of my body's difference. The silence stretched. Tao Fenyu studied him for a long moment. Then he unclasped his hands and walked to the array wall, pressing 2 fingers to the pale, smoking line that traced the curve of Dou's rib scar. His fingers came away warm. The array is live, he said. It recognizes living inscription. He looked at Xiu. You have completed the theory. The theory is the body, Xiu said. I simply built the vessel to receive it. Tao turned back to Dou. I will examine the forge records, the material ledgers, and your trial performance documents. I will interview your master and your sponsor, and I will decide whether Xiu Paoshu has repeated the old sin or redeemed it. He moved toward the door. You have until dusk to present your case. If you choose to run, I will file a guild writ and you will be detained at the first pass road. His hand paused on the latch. I do not want to find you guilty, Dou Quhe, but I have been waiting 30 years to look your master in the eye and tell him what his pride cost my family. Do not mistake my patience for mercy. The door opened. He stepped through. The latch clicked shut. Dou stood bare-chested in the cold forge, the smoking lines on the array wall pulsing faintly in the gray light, and Xiu Paoshu sat on his stool with his scarred hands pressed together as if praying to gods he'd stopped believing in long ago. We have until dusk, Dou said. Xiu's voice came low, scraped raw. No, the examiner will wait until dusk to begin. The forging must happen before he returns. Dou looked at the leather bundle on the table. The black vein sample sat inside, dark as a wound that had never healed. Then light the fire, master. Xiu's hands stopped trembling. He rose. Chapter 36. Xiu Paoshu struck flint 3 times before the kindling caught. The flame spread thin and blue across the forge fire, licking at old charcoal packed beneath the grate. The morning light through the high window was gray and flat, and the pale smoking lines on the array walls seemed to pulse in answer to the growing heat. Dou Quhe stood with his back to the wall, bare-chested, the leather bundle still closed on the table. The black vein sample waited inside. He could feel it through the cloth, a cold that did not belong in a forge. Before we begin, Xiu said, not turning, there is something you must hear. The old man's voice was different, not scraped, not trembling, flat in a way that Dou had never heard before, like iron that had been struck so many times it no longer remembered how to ring. I have told you about the first disciple. You told me he died because you forced resonance before his body was ready. Xiu added more charcoal. The flames rose, painting his scarred hands amber and black. That is what happened. It is not the whole truth. Dou waited. Xiu straightened slowly. His pale eyes caught the firelight, and for a moment he looked older than Dou had ever seen him. Not fragile, hollow. The array was complete in my mind before I ever cut the first line into that wall, Xiu said. I knew the theory. I had drawn the inscriptions 100 times across parchment and scrap. I understood the resonance path from shoulder to marrow to weapon core. I understood it so perfectly that I forgot one thing. He turned. Understanding is not readiness. The confession sat between them, raw and unguarded. Xiu Paoshu, who had never apologized for a single scar he had carved into Dou's body, was apologizing now with his bare eyes. I chose him because his body responded the way I needed it to. His channels accepted the inscription. His pulse matched the array's frequency within the first 3 trials. I thought that was enough. I thought the speed of his progress meant he was born for it. Xiu's voice dropped. I was wrong. The body does not advance because it can. It advances because it has been prepared. I skipped the preparation because I was impatient, because I wanted to prove the theory before the guild could silence me, because I believed my brilliance would protect him. He looked at the array wall, at the two pale, smoking lines that traced the shape of Dou's ribs. His channels tore at the sixth node. The resonance fragmented. I held the array stable long enough to watch his eyes go dark. And then I had to carve the ledger marks onto his body myself, because the guild required proof that he had been a disciple at all, that I had not simply killed a boy I had no right to touch. Silence. The forge fire crackled. Hu Ho felt the old scar across his ribs pull tight with the heat. Why are you telling me this now? He asked. Because you are standing in the same forge. Because your body matches his in the first quadrant. Because Tao Fenyu will use that match to argue that I am repeating the same sin. You craftily brought some woman peat once, which I've valuably canified. She violently cleansed into my asment, speaking goverly a short belief around. He making this Rittenik. And because I cannot claim to trust you if I continued to hold the ugliest part of my failure behind my teeth. Dou breathed. The weight of the words settled into his chest like ore into a basket. The theory I built, Xiu continued, was designed to receive a body that already carried the canon. I did not know that when I built it. I believed the array would imprint the canon onto any suitable vessel. But your body brought the seed with it. Your mother's phrase was not a trigger I supplied. It was a door that had always been there, waiting for someone to speak the name of what lived behind it. He took a step toward Dou. I believe you can complete the theory correctly. I believe your body will hold where my first disciples broke. I believe the array was waiting for you before either of us knew the other existed. He stopped. But I will not command you to enter it. Dou stared at him. I gave the command 30 years ago, Xiu said. I watched pride wear his body down to silence. I have carried the taste of that command in my mouth every morning since. I will not give it again. If you choose to forge the black vein and step into the array's full sequence, you will do it because you have decided, not because I told you to. The fire snapped. The pale, smoking lines on the wall glowed faintly, pulsing in the rhythm of Dou's own heartbeat. He could feel the door at his left shoulder waiting. Not pressing, not straining, waiting, like the vibration had learned to do when Dou refused its demands. If I choose not to enter it? Xiu's expression did not change. Then you will be a boy with a forbidden scar pattern and a dead master's unfinished theory. Elder Sui will claim you as an asset. Tao Fenyu will file his report, and the mountain will swallow whatever you could have become before you have the chance to name it. Dou looked at the leather bundle on the table. The black vein sample sat inside, dark as a wound that had never healed. You are telling me that the only way to survive what is coming is to walk into the same fire that killed your last disciple. Yes, and you will not tell me to do it. No. Dou Quhe pressed his palm flat against the cold iron of the forge table. The vibration stirred beneath his skin, not hiding, not curling inward like something ashamed, waiting, with the patience of metal that had been cooling for years and would wait longer still if it had to. Then I will tell you myself. He pulled the leather bundle open. The black vein sample lay exposed, swallowing the forge light into absolute dark. Light the fire higher, master. I am going in. Xiu Paoshu's hands began to tremble again, but this time he did not stop them. He turned to the bellows and pulled. Chapter 37. The forge fire climbed. Dou Quhe stood at the table with the black vein metal exposed, watching the flames stretch and split along the fuel bed. The heat pressed against his face, dry and old, the same heat that had shaped every scar on his body. He had spent 17 years learning what heat could do to flesh. The vibration stirred beneath his ribs. Not demanding, not hiding, waiting, with the patience of something that had learned to trust his hand. 3 paths. Flight. Slip past Tao Fenyu's watchers, take the black vein into the mountain, and disappear into the tunnels where no register court could follow. He knew the dark. He had survived in it before. But the passes were sealed. Guild watchers stood on every road, and Xiu would remain to face the examiner's judgment alone. Submission. Walk to the records hall and place his body before Elder Sui Hanyi's pale gray eyes. Accept classifications as an asset. Think. Undes Manrios sound to the new bears comfort from the Fizblide sales code store slowly rather than an honorable dask. That shells it come up /submission. The adollards dashed extando Klaus/. If I ton in my eyes, they may be to have. The Leidelman is not partaking this relitter. I wanted to avive my off today, but I am generally filing this dollar. Told G focused us full, but between the minute peoples, I've been presenting simp, well me weight of 'em. Crispidiamation with my mant. I've mained towards the store of delays, gentle fawn, at all the seeding dedical and underly residents needs my minimum. My kids wintering the roots, right which the air moment has still reveyed in 2000 nights. I just had another house dube. I see him bland if I come in to eximizing my justice rooms. Let the mountain write its ownership across his ledger in ink instead of scar tissue. He would live, probably. He would be fed, housed, registered, and hollow. The fire snapped, or the forge. He looked at his hands, the burn-scarred palms that had caught a falling engine, that had pressed hot iron against his own ribs in the dark of midnight, believing the heat would make him strong enough to never be taken the way his mother had been taken. That had shaped spirit billet into something that drank furnace breath and turned it into weapon. His hands had never stopped choosing the forge. He had. That was the flaw, wasn't it? Dou said, not a question. Xiu's hands paused on the bellows handle. What was? The hiding. Dou pressed his palm flat against the black vein sample. The metal swallowed his heat without resistance, drinking it into absolute dark. I thought if I kept parts of myself secret, I could keep them safe. I thought the scar ledger was a record of what had been done to me. I never understood it was a record of what I had chosen to endure. The metal beneath his palm began to warm, not from the forge, from him. I cannot outrun the mountain, Dou said, and I will not let Elder Sui write my name into his ledgers as property. If my body is to become a claim, it will first become my work. Xiu watched him with those pale, sharp eyes. The difference between evidence and inheritance, Xiu said slowly, is whose name is on the forge. Yes. Dou lifted his hand from the black vein. A faint impression remained in the metal's surface. Not a burn, not a mark. An echo of warmth where his palm had rested, like the memory of touch pressed into something that had never forgotten how to receive it. The examiner returns at dusk, Dou said. Elder Sui's freeze is already set. Mao Liqin's buyers are circling. The guild watchers are on every road. He turned to face the array wall, where the two pale lines glowed in the rhythm of his heartbeat. If I am going to become evidence, I will be evidence of what I built, not what they took from me. Xi's hands had stopped trembling. Do you know what the black vein will demand from you? No. Neither do I. Xi set the bellows down and crossed to the tool rack. His scarred fingers moved with precision, selecting a heavy forging hammer, a shaping rod, a set of steel clamps. But the array will complete itself through your body. The black vein will become part of that completion. Whatever toll the metal asks, you will pay it in the same currency you have always paid. Pain. Dou reached for the leather ties at his waist. The room slowed. Rin's bellows cord, oiled and thick, wrapped twice around his own bellows. The cord he had accepted without question, without calculation, without counting the debt. Rin had given it freely, and Dou had tied it on because he had understood, even then, that some bonds could not be measured in ledger entries. He had been learning to trust without naming it. This is not the same as the first disciple, Dou said, meeting Xiu's gaze. No? This is not your pride repeating itself? No? Dou pulled the bellows cord tighter. This is me choosing to enter the fire you built. Xiu's jaw tightened. Yes. Then stop carrying the dead boy's weight into my forge. Dou's voice came out harder than he intended. He died because you pushed him unprepared. I am prepared. I have been preparing for this since the first night you drove ore paste into my skin. I am not your sin repeating. I am your chance to prove the theory was not wrong. Silent. The fire popped. Xiu Paoshu lowered the hammer. For a long moment, he did not move. The forge light painted the old burns across his hands in amber and shadow. The scars that covered every visible inch of skin, the same scars Dou had learned to read as a map of survival. You are right, Xiu said. His voice cracked on the second word. 30 years. I have carried the weight of his death across every morning I opened my eyes. I told myself I was protecting you by holding back the truth, but I was protecting only myself. Dou said nothing. When I saw the scar ledger match across your shoulders, Xiu continued, I did not see a new disciple. I saw the same pattern that had broken. I prepared for failure because I had never forgiven myself for success. He lifted the forging hammer. The black vein will test you beyond anything I have asked. The ray will demand your body speak what it has always carried, and when the resonance reaches full, you will feel every node the first disciple felt as his channels tore. Xiu's pale eyes held Dou's. But you are right. This is not his forge. It is yours. Dou stepped to the table. The black vein sample lay dark and patient, the faint warmth of his palm still impressed into its surface. He picked up the shaping rod. The familiar weight settled into his grip, iron wrapped in worn leather, the tool he had held through 100 nights of stolen heat and hidden craft. Light the fire higher, Dou said, and do not stop pulling the bellows until I tell you. Xiu turned to the forge. The bellows handle rose, and the fire began to roar. Chapter 38. Xiu pulled the bellows until the forge fire stood white at the core, heat rippling the air above the crucible in waves that warped the shadows on the walls. Dou stripped to the waist and stood at the center of the floor where the two pale lines on the array wall caught the firelight and glowed back at him, synchronized with his heartbeat. Xiu circled him, not looking at Dou's face, looking at his skin. At every scar, the scar ledger had recorded across his ribs, shoulders, arms, and palms. At the healed tears where ore paste had driven deep and the tissue had regrown darker, denser, marked by what had passed through him. I need to read the alignment, Xiu said. Every pulse channel, every healed tear, the old damage and the new growth, the places where your body changed direction. Xiu's voice carried the flat precision of a craftsman naming stock. This will not feel like examination. It will feel like being taken apart. Dou did not flinch. Xiu's scarred fingers touched the first mark, the 7 puncture burns on Dou's left forearm, and pressed. The pressure deepened. Xiu's eyes half closed. His lips moved silently, counting something Dou could not hear. The forge heat pressed against Dou's bare back. Xiu's touch moved to his shoulder, tracing the line where the old pale scar crossed from his ribs to his spine. The fingers stopped at the edge of the gap, the place where Dou's left shoulder had never sealed properly, the door he had learned to open from inside. Here, Xiu's voice tightened. This is not a scar. This is a threshold. The first disciple did not have one. His body closed completely. There was no way in. Xiu circled to Dou's back. The touch resumed, mapping the branching lines of the scar ledger, the pattern that matched Tao Fenyu's dead brother in the first quadrant, and then diverged. Your body wrote itself differently after the shoulder. A pause. You healed wrong there, not weaker, different, as if the tissue remembered something the rest of you had forgotten. Dou stood still while Xiu's fingers traced the geography of his survival. The forge fire popped. A knock came at the door. Not 3 precise strikes, a single hard rap followed by the scrape of wood against stone as the door swung open without waiting for answer. Tao Fenyu stood in the threshold. The guild examiner's gray robes were dusted with road grit. His pale, kiln-burned face revealed nothing. Behind him, the evening light had begun to fail, casting long shadows across the yard. The forge is active, Dou said. I felt the heat from the eastern quarter. Xiu's hands did not stop moving. The examination of records does not require your presence while I prepare my apprentice. I am not here for records. Dou stepped inside. The door swung closed behind him. I am here to witness the preparation. If this is to be a true test of your method, I will see the foundation laid. Dou met Tao's gaze. The guild examiner's eyes moved over Dou's bare torso, reading the scars as Xiu had read them, cataloging the same pattern that matched his brother across the first quadrant. The preparation will take until the fire peaks, Xiu said. You will stand where I place you. You will not speak. You will not touch. Tao inclined his head. I understand the rules of a working forge. Xiu's fingers resumed their mapping, pressing into the hollow beneath Dou's collarbone, then down the inside of his right arm, where the old burn scars from the midnight slag furnaces had never fully faded. Those marks, Tao said, they predate your apprenticeship. Xiu did not answer. He was not forged for this path, Tao continued. He was found on it. The boy was born on it, Xiu said without turning. I only gave him the name. Outside, footsteps crossed the yard. Multiple sets. Measured. Deliberate. Dou's gaze shifted toward the door. Xiu's hand stopped. The footsteps halted outside the forge. A pause. Then a single voice, formal and unhurried, carrying through the wood. Artificer Xiu Paoshu. This is Elder Sui Hanyi's office. We are positioned at the forge yard boundary to observe the working. By Records Hall authority, we will note the duration, participants, and materials consumed. Tao's expression did not change. Xiu's jaw tightened. Dou understood. The observers were not there to protect the forge or verify the work. They were there to witness the outcome so the Records Hall could enter it into ledgers before the body had cooled. The observer's voice continued. The elder sends a message. He says, "The mountain does not forget what it has claimed. Complete the work. We will discuss the filing when it is done." Silence. Xiu's fingers resumed their mapping at Dou's lower back, tracing the line where the scar ledger curled around his kidney. "The array will not begin until I say," Xiu said quietly. "Not until we have confirmed every alignment point." Tao moved to the wall beside the forge, folding his arms. His guild robes settled into the shadow. He said nothing. The forge fire breathed. Dou felt the heat against his skin, the pressure of Xiu's touch tracing the map of what he had endured, and the weight of the observers standing at the boundary, ready to write down whatever remained when the fire burned low. He understood. Success would not free him. Success would only make him impossible to dismiss, and the mountain did not free things that could not be ignored. Xiu's fingers pressed into the hollow at the base of Dou's skull. One more alignment point. Counted silently. The fire roared higher, and the black vein metal sat on the table beside the crucible, dark as a seam that had never seen light, waiting for the hand that would wake it. Chapter 39. Xiu's hands moved to the crucible. The fire had reached white. The stone lip glowed at the edges, and the empty basin waited with its mouth open toward the ceiling. Xiu lifted the black vein sample from the table, unwrapping the leather with care he had not shown in 30 years. The metal drank the forge light. Dou watched it fall into the crucible. The sound was wrong. Not a clink or a thud, but a swallow, as if the stone had taken something it had been waiting for. "The array will not accept the full sequence until the weapon shares your resonance," Xiu said. "We test the connection now. Partial. If the gap opens, the first node engages." "If it does not?" Dou asked. "Then we try again until the metal recognizes you or your bones give out." Tao Fenyu had not moved from the wall. His folded arms and pale, burned face offered nothing. The observers outside had gone silent, but Dou felt them at the boundary, patient as recorded ink. Xiu pressed his palm flat against the array wall. The two pale, smoking lines flared. Dou felt it in his teeth first, a vibration that did not travel through air but through bone, up from the floor through his heels into his jaw. The scar across his ribs began to burn. "Step to the crucible," Xiu said. Dou moved. The heat struck his bare chest like a wall. Sweat beaded and evaporated before it could run. The black vein metal sat in the crucible bottom, dark as a seam that had never known daylight. "Your hand," Xiu said, "into the metal." Dou did not hesitate. He reached past the heat and pressed his right palm into the black vein. The metal swallowed his hand to the wrist. Cold. Not the absence of heat, but something that bit deeper. A cold that felt like pressure, like being held by something that had no temperature because it existed outside what the body could measure. Then the vibration changed. The scar led you lines across his chest and arms lit with a sensation he could not name. Not pain, not warmth. A tuning, as if every scar were a string being drawn to pitch. Xiu's voice came through the ringing. Do not pull back. Let it read you. Dou felt the metal move, not shift or flow. The black vein pressed against his palm, molding to the lines of his hand, the ridges of his calluses, the old burn scars that had never fully healed. It was not shaping itself, it was remembering. The array wall groaned. A third pale line began to form, slow and smoking, emerging from the blank quadrant where the shoulder gap had left its mark. It crawled across the stone like a burning thread, tracing the curve of Dou's ribs without his permission. Dao spoke from the wall. The inscription is matching. Xiu did not answer. The third line completed its path. The array flared. Dou's knees buckled. The pain hit not in his palm where the metal gripped him, but in his marrow. A deep, shattering resonance that traveled up through his arm into his shoulder, into the gap where the tissue had healed differently. He felt the old wound tear open again. Not skin, deeper. The gap in his shoulder rang like a struck bell. Dou heard himself make a sound, not a scream but a breath forced through teeth that would not unclench. His scar ledger burned. Every line, every mark, every puncture brand and slag scar and healed break, lit from inside with a heat that had nothing to do with fire. Hold, Xiu said. The vibration in his shoulder changed. It had been a ringing before, a question without words. Now it became a pull. Something on the other side of the gap was drawing him, not physically, but through the resonance. A current that wanted to pull him through a door he could not see. Dou planted his feet. The black vein tightened around his hand. On the array wall, the smoking lines branched. A fourth line appeared, splitting from the third, tracing a path down toward where Dou's ledger curled around his kidney. The stone cracked at the edge of the new line. The observers outside called something. Dou did not hear the words. Xiu's hand clamped onto his shoulder, pressing against the alignment point at the base of his skull. The pressure was steady, grounding, a fixed point in the chaos of marrow and vibration. The first node is engaging, Xiu said. You will feel it complete, or you will feel it fail. There is no neutral state. Dou's palm inside the black vein began to warm. Not from the crucible heat, from inside the metal. The cold that had gripped him was retreating, and in its place came a heat that pulsed with the rhythm of his own heartbeat, as if the black vein had found his pulse and learned to echo it. Then the first node closed. Dou felt it in his bones. Not metaphor. The marrow in his right arm rang with a note that synchronized with the smoking lines on the wall, with the pressure in his shoulder gap, with the pulse of the metal wrapped around his hand. The weapon had not been forged. It had only been tuned, and the tuning had locked. Xiu's hand released his skull. His voice came low and rough. The path is set. The array will not release you now. Whatever comes next is not a test of whether you survive. Dou's vision swam. The forge fire flickered at the edges. It is a record of what you endure. Tao moved from the wall. His gray robes passed through the firelight as he approached the crucible, stopping an arm's length from Dou. His pale, burned face showed nothing, but his eyes traced the smoking lines on the array wall, then Dou's scar ledger, then the black vein metal that had swallowed Dou's hand to the wrist. The first node, Tao said. My brother reached the sixth. He turned to Xiu. How many does this array require? Xiu did not answer. Dou looked down at his right arm, where the black vein gripped his hand. The metal had begun to change. A faint thread of color moved through it. Not red, not white, but the color of heated iron just before it yields. Dao's voice came again. How many? Xiu's jaw tightened. 12. The word hung in the forge air. 12 nodes. The first had nearly buckled his legs. The shoulder gap still rang with the effort of holding the connection open. Behind him, beyond the forge wall, someone was running. Footsteps crossing the yard fast, not measured like the observers, but urgent, a runner carrying news that had not waited for the working to finish. The door rattled. Dou did not turn. His hand was sealed in the metal, and the array had claimed the first node, and somewhere above the forge, Elder Sui Hanyi's sealed file had begun to react to the resonance below. Rin's voice came through the wood, sharp and breathless. "Dou, the records hall runners just reached the eastern ridge. The seal on your mother's file has cracked. They are reading it now." Chapter 40. Ren's voice came through the wood, sharp and breathless. "Dou, the records hall runners just reached the eastern ridge. The seal on your mother's file has cracked. They are reading it now." The words hit Dou in the chest, a strike he had not braced for. His mother's file, not sealed, not hidden, open. Above him, somewhere above the forge, the mountain's records were spilling her name into the air, and he stood here with his hand sealed in black vein, locked to an array that would not release him. "How long?" Xiu asked. Rin's voice came back, thinner through the wood. "Runners are still reading. They have not moved from the ridge yet, but Elder Sui knows." "He knew before they left," Dou said. The words came out flat. His jaw ached from clenching. Tao stood motionless near the crucible, his pale, burned face unreadable. His eyes moved from Dou's trapped hand to the smoking lines on the wall, then back. "The seal cracked because of the array," Tao said. "The resonance below triggered a response above. Whatever is in that file was connected to the same current that runs through this forge." Xiu's hand found Dou's shoulder, pressed hard against the alignment point where the shoulder gap pulled at the unseen door. "Then the file was always going to open tonight," Xiu said. "The array simply chose the timing." Dou's right arm trembled. The black vein had molded to his skin now, not tight but exact, as if the metal had learned the shape of his bones and decided to match them. The pulse inside it beat in rhythm with his heart, steady and patient. "Can you stop it?" Dou asked. He did not look at Xiu when he said it. He looked at the smoking lines on the wall, at the fourth line that had branched and was still spreading, crawling down toward the curve of his kidney scar. Xiu did not answer. "The answer is no," Dou said. "Once the first node engages, the sequence requires completion or destruction. There is no pause, no reset." "You said your brother reached 6, Dou said. Tao's face did not change. "He did." "What stopped him?" Tao was silent for a long breath. The forge fire popped and settled. The smoking lines crawled another finger width down the stone. "His body stopped," Tao said. "The channels tore from the inside out. Xiu held the array stable and watched him die because the resonance had nowhere else to go." Xiu's hand on Dou's shoulder tightened. "That will not happen here," Xiu said. "You do not know that," Tao said. "I know the first disciple did not carry the seed." The words landed like struck iron. Tao's eyes went to Xiu, sharp and cold, but Xiu did not flinch. He stood behind Dou with his scarred hand pressed to the alignment point and his face set in lines that looked carved. "The seed," Dou repeated. "Dou carries the founding canon from birth," Xiu said. "His mother was a linekeeper. The phrase she gave him is the key to the array. The first disciple was a copy, a vessel we tried to fill from outside. Dou does not need to be filled. He only needs to wake what is already there." Tao's jaw worked. His clean hands stayed still at his sides. "You buried that truth for 30 years. "I buried my guilt," Xiu said. "The truth would have condemned me either way." Outside, a new sound. Not Rin's voice, not the observer's measured footsteps. A runner's boots crossing the yard at full speed, stones scattering, breath loud and ragged. The door rattled again, not urgent like Rin's arrival, but official, a knock that demanded answer. Xiu did not move to open it. "Who speaks for this forge?" a voice called through the wood. Tao turned. His gray robes brushed the crucible edge as he stepped toward the door, and for a moment, Dou thought he would open it, speak as guild authority, claim the scene. Instead, he stopped. "Identify yourself," Dou said. "Records Hall Courier. I carry a seal-broken filing with Elder Sui Hanyi's mark. The file is to be delivered to the forge occupant, Dou Quhe, before the working completes." Dou's pulse jumped. His mother's file. The words they were reading on the eastern ridge, the name and date and convoy record, were being carried down to him now, and his hand was sealed in metal, and the array was building its next node, and he could not take the paper. Xiu answered before Dou could speak. Set it outside the door. The forge is in active sequence. No one enters until the work is done. A pause. The courier's voice came again, lower. Elder Sui instructed me to place it in Dou Quhe's hands directly, and I instruct you to set it on the ground and step back, Xiao said. Unless you wish to explain to Elder Sui why your interference disrupted a live artifact sequence and destroyed a season's worth of sealed metal. The threat hung in the air. Dou watched the door, watched the gap beneath it, waiting for the shadow of boots to shift. The courier did not argue. A rustle of paper, the sound of something being placed on stone, then footsteps retreating, slower than they had arrived, as if the courier wanted to make it clear he was following orders under protest. Silence. Rin's voice came from outside, low and careful. It is on the ground, a bound ledger. The seal is broken, clean. Dou's throat tightened. His mother's file. A ledger. Bound and sealed and broken open tonight because the array had pulled the mountain's attention to him. The fourth smoking line on the wall reached the base of his kidney scar and stopped. The forge fire dimmed. Then the second node began to engage. Dou felt it before the vibration reached him, a pressure building behind his sternum, deep in the bone where no muscle could brace. His right arm rang with the first node's resonance, and now a second current was rising from his chest, moving to meet it. The black vein around his hand pulsed once, twice, then began to warm faster. Xiu's hand pressed harder against his skull. Do not fight the engagement, Xiu said. Let it find its path. The array will open what it needs. It will tear me open, Dou said. It will open what is already there. The vibration reached his ribs. The old pale scar across his right side, the one that had marked him since childhood, the one his mother had traced once before she was taken, lit from within with a heat that made him gasp. The fifth smoking line appeared on the array wall. It did not branch from the fourth. It appeared on the opposite side of the quadrant, far from the other lines, and it was not pale. It was the color of heated iron, the color of the bars Dou had pressed against his own arm in the slag pits when he was 12 years old and learning not to scream. The line pulsed once, twice, then settled, and Dou felt the name rise. Not spoken, not remembered. Rising from the bone behind the scar, a name he had never heard aloud but knew in the same way he knew the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Wu Huojing, his mother's name. The smoking line on the wall took the shape of the characters as he felt them, burning into the stone with the same dark heat that had lit his ribs, and Dou understood that the file above was not the only record the mountain kept. The array was writing her name into his ledger. And Elder Sui Hanyi, wherever he stood above, was reading it too. Chapter 41. The name burned on the wall. Wu Huojing. Characters of heated iron that pulsed once, twice, then held steady like a brand held too long against living wood. Dou could not look away. The black vein around his hand throbbed with his heartbeat, and the pressure behind his sternum was spreading, moving outward along the old pale scar that had marked his ribs since before memory. The fifth line on the array wall had not faded. It was still hot, still writing. Xiu's hand remained pressed against his skull. Breathe through it, Xiu said. The second node is not finished engaging. Dou tried. The air in his lungs felt thin, as if the forge had consumed everything breathable and left only heat and the weight of his mother's name pressing against his chest. The scar across his ribs was no longer a line of old tissue. It was a channel, something moving through it, traveling the path the scar had carved years ago, waking every nerve ending that had learned to sleep. His knees buckled. Tao moved before Dou hit the ground, stepping in and catching him under the arm, bracing him upright. The guild examiner's grip was firmer than his lean build suggested. Do not let him fall, Tao said. The engagement will pull uneven if his spine misaligns. Xiu shot him a look, something between acknowledgement and warning, then shifted his own grip to Dou's shoulder, fingers finding the edge of the scar that bisected Dou's ribcage. Can you feel where it is going? Xiu asked. Dou nodded. He could not speak. The current was moving down. From the scar across his ribs, down into the muscle of his left side, then into his hip, then into the old burn marks on his thigh. The ones he had erred in the slag pits when he was 14 and misjudged a cooling bath. Those scars were not part of the scar ledger. They were just damage. Old, ugly, forgotten. The array did not forget. The sixth smoking line appeared on the wall, low near the base of the stone, matching the angle of his thigh burn. Then a seventh, branching upward along the line of his forearm where the 7 puncture brand had been driven during the apprentice rite. Dou gasped. The brand lit like a circuit closing. The 7th line on the wall blazed brighter than the others, and the vibration in his marrow doubled, then tripled until he felt it in his teeth, behind his eyes, in the hollow space where his shoulder gap had been waiting. Yu's voice came through the noise. "Third node incoming." Dou heard the words, but they did not register. The current was moving too fast now, spreading through every scar he had ever earned, every cut from ore sorting, every burn from stolen forge time, every scrape from falling on pitstone when his hands were too cold to grip. Each one lit in sequence, a map of 17 years of survival written into flesh that the array was reading line by line. The wall was filling. 12, 15, 18 smoking lines, some pale, some the color of heated iron, all branching and crossing and telling a story Dou had never known his body had written. He felt the shoulder gap pulse, the door, the thing on the other side. It was pulling again, stronger than before, and this time the pull was not just sensation. It had weight, direction, a hunger that matched the ache in his sealed hand. "Xiu," his voice cracked. "The gap." Xiu's hand tightened on his scar. "Do no open to it yet, not until the 3rd node settles. It is not asking." The air in the forge shifted, the fire dimmed, then surged, and the smoking lines on the wall glowed brighter, casting shadows that moved against the direction of the flame. Tao released Dou's arm and stepped back. "His mother's file," Tao said. "Where is it?" Xiu did not answer. "The courier left it outside the door," Rin's voice came through the wood. "I have it." "Bring it in," Tao said. "No," Xiu said. Tao turned on him. "The file carries Elder Sui's seal. If the array is transcribing her name into his ledger, the file contains what the mountain knows of her. You cannot withhold it from the process." Xiu's face was unreadable. "He cannot hold a ledger," Xiu said. "His hand is sealed. His body is the record now. Whatever is in that file will reach him one way or another." The 3rd node engaged. It hit Dou like a hammer strike to the base of his skull. The world went white, not light, not heat, light like the space between pulse beats, white like the moment before a fall, when the ground has not yet decided whether to catch you. In that white space, he saw nothing. Then he saw his mother, not clearly, not the way a memory holds a face, a shape in the periphery, a silhouette against furnace glow, a hand reaching towards something he could not see. She was speaking. The words did not reach him, but he knew they were the same words she had carved into the chamber floor 12 years ago. A name, a date. He felt the date hit his chest like cold iron pressed to bare skin. The white space collapsed. Dou opened his eyes on the forge floor, on his knees, with Xiu's hand gripping the back of his neck, and Tao crouched in front of him, holding a bound ledger with a Birkin seal. Tao had brought it in. Xiu had not stopped him. Tao opened the ledger to the first page, and held it so the forge light fell across the ink. Dou saw his mother's handwriting. Not a copy, not a transcription. Her hand, the same slant he had seen on the folded paper that said, "Burn the mountain." The same pressure on the brush that had carved a limekeeper's name into the stone floor of the sealed chamber. She had written this herself. The entry was short. Name, Wu Huojing designation. Limekeeper, unregistered status, removed from assignment, year 17 of the current seal. Convoy Manifest 17, Eastern Pass. Destination not recorded. Margin note, her hand. The array remembers what the mountain tries to bury. If my son reads this, the seal is already broken. Tell him to finish what I started. Dou's vision blurred. The 7th line on the wall pulsed, and a new character appeared beneath his mother's name, smaller, hotter, written in the same angry iron glow. A date, the same date he had felt in the white space. The date his mother had been taken. The 8th, 9th, and 10th smoking lines erupted across the array wall in rapid succession, 3 names, 3 dates, all in her handwriting, all transcribed directly from the ledger onto the stone, as if the array was reading the file through Dou's eyes and writing the contents into the forge itself. Tao stared at the wall. Xiu's hand was shaking against Dou's neck. The entity in the sealed chamber below, the thing with 2 long fingers and a bent head, stirred for the first time since they had retreated. Dou felt it. The vibration in his marrow recognized the pulse of something waking beneath the mountain, and it was not hostile. It was waiting. The same way the black vein had waited. The same way the array had waited. The file was open. The seal was broken. And the mountain was no longer silent about what it had taken. Chapter 42. The date hung in the iron glow, still bright, still hot, still writing itself into the stone as if the mountain had been waiting 12 years to speak it aloud. Da stared at the 7th line on the wall. He had felt the date before he saw it. Cold iron on bare skin. The exact pressure of a hand he could not reach. Behind him, Tao Fenyu had not closed the ledger. His fingers rested on the open page, on the margin note in Wu Huajing's handwriting, and he was reading it again, slowly. The way a man reads something he knows he will need to repeat from memory later. Xiu's hand had not left the back of Dou's neck. "You felt her," Xiu said. Not a question. Dou nodded. "The 3rd node is settled," Xiu said. "There will be no pause before the 4th. "I know. You will not see her again in the white space. The nodes do not repeat. Each one takes something different." Dou pulled air into his chest. His right hand was still sealed in the crucible, still locked to the black vein, still pulsing in time with his heartbeat. The metal had stopped swallowing light. It was glowing now, a deep, banked red, like embers that had never been allowed to cool. "I am not looking for another vision," Dou said. "I am looking at what she left." Dou lifted his gaze from the ledger. 3 names, he said. 3 dates, all line keepers, all removed the same year as your mother. "They are on the wall now." "They are on the wall," Dou agreed, "which means the array is reading the file through you and writing it into the stone. The mountain is recording what it took." The 8th line pulsed. Dou felt the vibration travel up from the floor through his knees, through the sealed crucible, through the marrow of his trapped right arm. The black vein answered with a deeper tone, lower than hearing, a frequency that settled in his teeth and did not leave. Xiu released his neck and stepped around to face him. "The 4th node will not feel like the first 3. "What will it feel like?" Xiu did not answer with words. He picked up the hammer from the forge table. Not the heavy striker, not the shaping mallet. A narrow-headed forging hammer with a worn leather grip, the one he used for seating cores into blanks. He held it up. "You will hear yourself ring," Xiu said, "and you will understand why the first disciple stopped at 6. He brought the hammer down on Dou's shoulder, not on the gap, on the solid bone where the scar ledger branched across the collarbone, the thick ridge of tissue that had been Xiu's first alignment point. The impact drove through skin and muscle and struck bone like a bell. Dou heard it. Not the hammer, not the strike, the sound of his own skeleton answering, a high, clear tone that traveled from his shoulder down through his ribs and into the crucible where the black vein caught it and threw it back, doubled into his spine. The 4th node engaged. The forge went silent. Not quiet, silent. The fire made no sound. Rin's breathing beyond the door made no sound. Even the blood in Dou's ears stopped, and in that absolute absence of noise, he heard only the ringing. His marrow was singing. It came up from the depths, from the core of every bone that had ever been broken and healed crooked, from the knuckles he had split as a child pulling hot iron barehanded, from the ribs that had buckled under a scrap hammer engine when he was 14 and too stubborn to let go. Every fracture, every crack, every stress line that had ever written itself into his skeleton was awake, and they were all singing the same note. Xiu struck again. Left shoulder, the sound shifted half a tone. Right hip, another shift. The black vein in the crucible began to pulse in rhythm with the strikes, and Dou understood that Xiu was not hitting him at random. He was playing the skeleton like a formation. Each impact drove the resonance deeper, forcing the marrow to remember not just the injury, but the repair, the way each bone had knit itself back together in the dark while no one was watching. The 9th line appeared on the wall, then the 10th. Tao Fenyu stepped closer. "The 4th node," he said. "This is where my brother's pattern began to skew." Xiu did not stop. "What pattern?" "My brother's Marrow response was uneven. Right side carried the tone, left side dampened it. The resonance pulled him off balance by the 5th node, and by the 6th, he could not stand. The tearing started in his left ribs. Dou heard it, not as fear, as information. The left side of his own body was ringing the same as the right. The tone was steady, and when he shifted his weight onto his left knee, the bone held the note without wavering. Dou heard it too. His face changed, not surprise, not relief, something quieter, something that looked like the moment a man sets down a weight he has carried so long he forgot it had a shape. "His marrow does not skew," Tao said. Xiu's hammer paused. "The pattern is clean." Xiu looked at Dou. His eyes were wet, not from sorrow, from the heat, from the strain, from something that had been waiting 30 years to hear those 3 words spoken in a forge. "Hear that?" Xiu said. Dou nodded. "That is the difference between a copy and a carrier. You were born with the note. Your body learned it in the womb. My hammer is not teaching you the resonance. It is reminding you that you already know it." He struck again. This time the blow landed on the gap at Dou's left shoulder, the door that had been pulling from the other side, and the ringing stopped. The silence that replaced it was not empty. It was full, packed, dense with something that pressed against Dou's ears from the inside, and he realized the gap was not a weakness in the tone. It was a space left open for something that had not yet arrived. An instrument waiting for the final hand to touch it. The fire roared back. Sound returned to the forge in a rush, the crack of burning ore, the grind of stone settling, Rin's voice shouting something through the door that Dou could not parse. Xiu lowered the hammer. "The 4th node is complete." Dou looked at the wall. 12 smoking lines now glowed across the stone, branching and spreading like a map of every injury he had ever carried. The 3 names from his mother's file were still there, burning steadily, and beneath them, the date of her taking had begun to pulse. Tao Fenyu closed the ledger. He did not open it again. He stood with his back to the wall, his clean, gilled hands folded at his belt, and said nothing. But he did not leave. The fire waited. The 5th node was coming. Chapter 43. The fire settled into a low, steady burn as the 4th node's ringing faded from the stone. Dou stood with the hammer weight still singing in his ribs. The black vein in the crucible had cooled to the color of dead ash, but it held the echo of his heartbeat, pulsing slow and patient against his sealed right hand. He could feel each node now, not as pain, as territory. The first 3 were behind him, mapped and settled. The 4th sat in his marrow like a tuning fork that had not stopped moving. Zhou set the hammer down. His hands were shaking, not from age, not from strain, from the sound Tao had made when he said the words, "The pattern is clean." Tao Fenyu had not moved from the wall. His gilded gray robes hung still as the air in a sealed room. He was watching the smoking lines on the far side of the array, the 12 lines that now spread across the stone like veins in a leaf, and his face held something that was not judgment. It was recognition. "I took notes," he said. The words landed in the forge like cold water on hot iron. Xiao looked up. "What?" "When my brother died, I took notes." Tao's voice was flat, a man reciting something he had memorized and never said aloud. "The guild allowed it because I was next of kin. They gave me his body for 3 hours before the burial rites. I measured every tear in his channels. I traced the rupture path from his left ribs through his lower spine and out at the kidney. I wrote down the depth of each crack and the angle of each break." He reached into his sleeve. Dou's chest tightened. He had watched Tao's hands since the man entered the forge. Clean hands, no calluses, no forge marks. But when Tao pulled out a folded piece of oiled leather, there was ink on his fingertips. Old ink, stained deep like a scribe who had spent years writing the same line over and over. Tao unfolded the leather. It was covered in characters, small, precise, hundreds of them crammed into the space of a palm, and at the center, a drawing. A skeleton. A male skeleton, rib cage exposed, and through the left side of the ribs, a branching crack pattern that Dou recognized before his mind caught up with his eyes. It was a scar ledger, not carved in flesh, drawn in ink. But the same branching, the same outward spread from a central impact point, the same way the lines thickened where the bone had failed first. I drew what the array did to him, Tao said. Every node, every rupture. By the time I finished, I had the complete failure map. I have carried it for 30 years. I have never shown it to anyone. He held the leather up. Not to Xiu, to Dou. Look at it. Dou looked. The first quadrant matched his own, shoulder to mid-back, the same spread, the same density of lines. But as his eyes traveled down the drawing through the ribs, past the 8th and 9th branching points, the pattern changed. His own scars continued. The drawing stopped. This is where he died, Tao said. 6th node. The crack reached his kidney channel and the resonance could not bleed off. He bled out from the inside in less than a minute. Xiu was still holding the alignment stone when the light left his eyes. Xiu's jaw tightened. He did not look away. I know what I did, he said. I know you know, Tao replied. But I need the living carrier to understand that I have spent 30 years calculating whether you would ever do it again. He turned the oiled leather over. On the reverse side there was a second drawing. This one was empty. A skeleton outline. Same posture, same dimensions, but no crack lines, no rupture paths, just the shape of a man waiting to be filled in. I drew this the night after I finished the first one, Tao said. I told myself it was for the next disciple, the one who would prove Xiu's method could work. I kept it blank because I did not know what the pattern would look like on a body that survived. He looked at Dou. I am seeing it now for the first time. He stepped forward, not close enough to touch, close enough that Dou could see the ink stains on his fingers, the way they trembled at the tips, close enough that Dou could smell the oil on the leather, old and sharp, preserved like a relic. Your 4th node lines do not match his, Tao said. His skewed left at the marrow, yours balanced. His resonance carried a dampened pitch on the damaged side. Yours rings clean on both. I do not know what that means for the remaining 8 nodes. I cannot predict where you will tear, or if you will tear at all. He paused. My brother's path cannot predict what this array will become. The words hung in the air. Xiu let out a breath he had been holding since the first node engaged. It came out uneven, cracked, like something that had been stored too long in a locked chest. Then why are you still here? He asked. Tao folded the leather, slowly, carefully. He tucked it back into his sleeve. Because I spent 30 years learning to recognize a failure before it happens, he said. And I do not see failure in this room. I see something I was not prepared to witness. He looked at Dou. I see a path that has never been walked. The fire popped. A coal broke in the forge bed, sending up a shower of sparks that cast shadows across the array wall. The 12 lines pulsed once, synchronized, and the date of Wu Huojing's taking flickered beneath them like a held note. Dou felt the pressure building behind his sternum again. The 5th node was stirring. He did not know how he knew. He simply felt it. A shift in the density of the air, a change in the way the black vein metal pressed against his palm, a vibration that crawled up from the floor through his bare feet and into his spine. It is coming, he said. Xiao moved without speaking. He picked up the hammer. Tao did not step back. How long do I have? Until the fire reaches the top of the crucible, Xiao said. Maybe less. Dou looked at the wall. 12 lines, 3 names, his mother's date, and the gap at his shoulder still waiting, still open, still dense with something that had not yet arrived. He thought of the file outside the door, his mother's handwriting, her instruction, finish what I started. He did not know what she had started, but he was still standing, and the 5th node had not killed me out. Tao Fenyu walked to the forge door. He did not leave. He leaned against the frame, his back to the yard, his face turned toward the crucible, and he waited. The fire climbed. The stone began to crack. Chapter 44. The fire climbed. Dou felt it in the black vein first. A change in pressure against his sealed palm, a shift in the metal's pulse that did not match his heartbeat. It was off by a fraction. Like two drums beating nearly together but not quite, the gap between them growing narrower with each cycle. The fifth node was not waiting for permission. The vibration hit him at the base of the skull, not through Xiu's grounding hand, through the floor, through the stone, through the marrow that had been ringing since the fourth node settled. It traveled up his spine and spread across his ribs like a second set of hands pressing from the inside out. He heard himself gasp. The sound came from somewhere else. Someone else's throat. The air in the forge changed density. What had been hot and dry turned thick, wet, heavy with something that clung to his lungs. The bright vein metal went cold against his palm, then hot, then cold again, cycling faster than flesh could register. Xiu's hand landed on his shoulder. Breathe through it. Do not lock your chest. Do not lock your chest. Dou tried. The fifth node engaged. It did not feel like the first four. Those had been pressure, ringing, heat, and recognition. This one felt like a blade sliding between his ribs, searching for the gap, finding the old scar tissue from the tunnel raid, the places where poison dust had settled into his blood before he had time to cough it clear. He had not thought about the residue in days. The body remembered. The array found it. A burn ignited beneath his collarbone, not from the forge fire, but from something deeper, something that had been sleeping in the seams of his tissue since the tunnel collapse. The poison dust had not left him. It had waded, burrowed into the channels where his body had sealed the cuts, buried itself in the scar tissue that had closed too fast. The array woke it up. Dou doubled forward. The pain was not sharp, it was spread. A fever that bloomed from the inside, pushing through every old cut, every half-healed abrasion, every place where the tunnel dust had touched raw skin. His vision went yellow at the edges, then green, the color of decay, of ore that had been buried too long and had begun to rot the stone around it. The residue, Xiu said, not a question. It is in the inscription channels. Tao Fenyu moved. Dou heard his boots on the stone, the rustle of gilded gray robes. He did not look up. He could not. The fever was pulling his attention inward, into the map of his own body, where something was spreading along the scar lines, turning them from silver to black. The lower tunnel contamination, Tao said. It was in his blood. The array read it as part of his ledger. It is not part of his ledger. It is now. Xiu's hand left Dou's shoulder. The absence felt like falling. Hold still. Dou did not move. He felt Xiu move to the forge bench, heard the scrape of metal on stone, the clatter of something being dragged across the surface. Then heat. A different heat. Not the forge fire, but the tool, the rough-forged, heat-drinking core from the trial match, the one Xiu had kept wrapped in oiled cloth since the yard. It was not finished. It had never been finished. You will feel this differently, Xiu said. He pressed the core against Dou's left ribs. The core drank. That was the only word for it. Not heat, not temperature, but the contamination itself. Dou felt it leave his scar lines, a slow, drawing pull, like poison being suctioned out of a wound. The black vein metal against his palm vibrated in protest, then settled, as if accepting the redistribution. The fever receded. Not gone. Redirected. The heat-drinking core began to glow, not with light, with color. A greenish-black sheen that spread across its surface, tracking the contamination as it entered the unfinished metal. The core shuddered in Xiu's grip, and Dou heard his master grunt with the effort of holding it steady. It is taking it, Dou said. Yes. How much can it hold? Xiu did not answer. The core kept drinking. The green-black sheen deepened, crawled up the sides of the rough-forged surface, reached the point where the head met the haft. It should have stopped there. The haft was ironwood, sealed with resin, not metal, not part of the resonant circuit. The contamination did not stop. It spread into the wood. No, Xiu said. He tried to pull the core away. It would not release. Pupad had reversed. What had been the heat-drinking core drawing contamination from Dou's body was now something else. something that had found a path and was following it. The core was not just drinking poison anymore. It was drinking him. Dou felt it in his ribs first. The settled territory of the 4 completed nodes began to shift, to lean, as if the core was pulling at the connections between them. The resonance that had felt solid, claimed, was now being drawn upward, into the weapon that had never been finished. "Drop it," Dou said. "It will not drop," Xiu said. The core hummed, a low note, the same note Dou's skeleton had sung under the 4th node. The black vein metal against his palm answered it, a sympathetic vibration that traveled up his arm and into his chest, and Dou understood what was happening. The array had not just woken the poison residue, it had linked the contaminated channels to the unfinished core, and the core was now treating Dou's entire scar ledger as fuel. Yu's hands were shaking again. "The resonance is bridging," he said. "The core was never sealed. It is still open. It is treating his body as the crucible." Tao Fenyu moved to the forge table. "Cut the circuit." "There is no circuit to cut. The array will not release him. The core will not release him. They are the same engagement." Dou forced his eyes open. The array wall was new. Beyond the 12 smoking lines, beyond the 3 names burning steady, a new shape was forming. Faint, uncompleted, a rough outline that matched the heat-drinking core's profile, drawn in the same poison-green color that was spreading across the weapon in Xiu's grip. "The wall is recording it," Dou said. His voice came out thin. "The wall is recording everything." Xiu looked at the core, looked at the wall, looked at Dou. "Then we must give it something else to drink." He pressed the core lower, against the gap at Dou's left shoulder. The dense, full silence that had waited there since the 4th node opened like a mouth. The core shuddered once, twice, and the green-black contamination began to flow into the gap, drawn into the space that had been waiting for something yet to arrive. The wall changed. The poison-green outline flickered, went dark, began to fill with the dense silence instead. The core pooled in Xiu's grip, the sheen fading, the metal going dull, and the pull on Dou's ribs eased. The 5th node settled, not completed, not passed, but stabilized, held in place by the gap that had swallowed the contamination whole. Dou let out a breath he had not known he was holding. The forge was silent. Then the fire snapped back, and the gap at his shoulder began to ring. Chapter 45. The gap at his shoulder kept ringing. The sound did not fade like a bell's afterstrike. It grew. A single sustained note that traveled through his collarbone, into his sternum, down the settled territory of the 4 completed nodes. The 5th node held in place, stabilized but not passed, and the ringing felt like a question that had not yet found its answer. Dou stood at the forge with his right hand sealed in black vein, the metal pulsing slow against his palm. The heat-drinking core sat cold and dark on the stone floor where Xiu had dropped it. The array wall bore 12 smoking lines, 3 names, and the date of his mother's taking, pulsing beneath them. The forge door opened. Not Rin, not Mao Liqin. Elder Sui Hanyi stepped through with 2 records hall attendants behind him, their gray robes catching the forge light. The elder wore no forge apron, no guild mark, only the ink-dark record brand on the inside of his right wrist, exposed. The node at Dou's shoulder stopped ringing. The silence that replaced it was deeper than sound, the same dense fullness that had swallowed the contamination. It pressed against the forge walls, against the fire, against the 4 men standing in the heat. Xiu straightened. Tao Fenyu pushed off the doorframe. Sui Hanyi walked to the center of the forge floor, lifted his pale gray eyes to the array wall, and read the 12 smoking lines in silence. The 3 names, the date, the shape of the core's profile where the poison-green outline had flickered and died. He held a document in his left hand, folded, sealed, red wax. "Elder Sui," Xiu said. His voice was flat. The elder did not look at him. "The 5th node has not completed," Sui said. "It is held in place by a gap that should not exist in a living cultivator's body, the one at his left shoulder." He turned to Dou. "You are not yet finished. That makes this timing acceptable." He unfolded the document. Emergency Authority, sealed by Records Hall jurisdiction, confirmed by the Coldvein sect's administrative court, carrying the furnace and chisel mark of the Iron Meridian Guild's southern chapter. This is a provisional writ, Sui said, naming Dou Quhe a restricted founder-line asset pending verification, effective immediately. His body, cultivation, scar ledger, and any artifacts produced or awakened during this forging are property of the Coldvein sect Records Hall until lineage and canon rights are adjudicated. Dou heard the words through the ringing that had not returned but had left its shape in his chest. Restricted, asset, pending verification. You cannot, Xiu said. I can, Su said. The seal on Wu Hujing's file broke. The contents are now read and recorded. Her son is a first-order canon carrier, which means he is not an apprentice seeking advancement. He is an inheritance that was never surrendered to the sect that owns this mountain. Tao Fenyu moved, not toward Sui, toward Dou. She is dead, Tao said. Sui did not flinch. I did not bury her. You sealed her file. I sealed what I was ordered to seal. The same institution that orders me now orders him, claimed. Dou looked at the document in Sui's hand. The ink was wet, fresh. This writ was written after the seal broke, Dou said. His voice came out steady. You prepared it before you walked down here. Sui held his gaze. I prepared it the moment I confirmed your mother was Wu Hujing. The writ does not require my belief. It requires legal standing. I have it. Xiu's hands were not shaking. That was worse than if they had been. The array is still engaged, Xiu said. You cannot remove him from the forge while the nodes are active. The resonance will tear his channels open. I am not removing him. Sui stepped closer. Not to Xiu, to the array wall. He raised the document. The writ, with its red wax and its furnace and chisel mark, held level with the smoking lines that still glowed. I am waiting. The ink on the writ began to steam. Not burn, steam. The moisture lifted off the paper in a thin white line that curled toward the array wall, where the first of the 12 smoking lines drank it like a thread finding water. The characters on the writ blurred, the seals softened. The wax ran down Sui's fingers without marking them. He did not pull back. He held the document until the last of the ink lifted, until the paper went blank, until the array wall accepted the steam and the 12th smoking line pulsed once and settled. Your array has invalidated my writ, Sui said. He let the blank paper fall. It landed on the forge floor. Its reading of your scar ledger has been witnessed by 2 Records Hall attendants and a guild examiner. The document was presented in good faith. The array chose to consume it rather than accept it. He looked at Dou. The law will now record that the mountain itself refused my claim. Dou felt the words settle. Not relief, not safety. The gap at his shoulder was not ringing, but he felt it listening. The moment this process ends, Sui said, I will file a new writ. Not provisional, permanent. The mountain may have refused today, but the mountain will not house you. You will walk out of this forge into a hearing that has already been scheduled. He turned toward the door. The hearing is set for 3 days after your completion. The charge is concealment of founder-line heritage from sect registry. The penalty is reclassification. Reclassification. The word Bai Yu Chen had used. 4 provisional entries erased from the ledgers in the last year. Dou thought of the blank skeleton drawing in Tao Fenyu's oiled leather, of the 3 linekeeper names burning on the wall, of his mother's margin note, finish what I started. He had not finished. He was still in the middle of what he had begun. Sui Hanyi paused at the door, his hand on the frame. You will survive this forging, he said. I have read your mother's file. I know what you carry. You are too valuable to die here. He stepped out. The attendants followed. The forge door did not close behind them. Dou stood with his right hand sealed in black vein, the 5th node held in place, the gap at his shoulder waiting, and the 6 remaining nodes pressing against the border of what his body could endure. The fire climbed. The wall began to write again. Chapter 46. The forge held its waiting heat. Dou stood with his right hand sealed in black vein, the 5th node still stabilized but not passed, the gap at his shoulder listening, and 6 remaining nodes pressing upward through the floor like roots searching for air. The fire climbed. The array wall ate the silence and wrote nothing. Tao Fenyu had not moved from the doorframe. His clean hands hung at his sides, the oiled leather failure map folded back into his sleeve, his face unreadable in the forge glow. Xiu stood at the crucible with his scarred hands braced on the stone lip. He had not spoken since Elder Sui left. His shoulders were tight. His breath came shallow. The gap at Dou's shoulder began to ring. Not loud, a single note, low and sustained, like a wire drawn taut across a deep well. It traveled through his collarbone into the 4 completed nodes, and the 5th node pulsed in response, but did not open. "It is waiting for the weapon," Dou said. His voice came out raw. Xiu looked at him. "The gap, it is not asking for me to finish, it is asking for what I will hold." Xiu's hands tightened on the crucible edge. "You can feel that. I can feel it listening for something that is not here yet." Tao Fenyu spoke from the door. "Then you need to forge faster." The words landed like a hammer. Dou turned his head. Tao had not moved, but his eyes were on the array wall, on the 12 smoking lines, on the 3 names still burning steadily beneath the date of Wu Huojing's taking. "Your brother died at 6 nodes, Dou said. "Yes." "How long did the 6th node take to kill him?" Tao's jaw tightened. "Long enough for me to reach the forge door. Not long enough for me to cross it." Dou felt the weight of that answer settle into his ribs. He looked at Xiu. "Then we need to finish the weapon before the 6th node engages." Xiu did not argue. He reached into the forge fire and pulled out the unfinished heat-drinking core. The metal glowed at its center, the poison-green tint still bleeding through the surface where the contamination had been drawn and swallowed. The core had not cooled completely. It pulsed with a rhythm that matched Di's heartbeat. "The core is compromised," Xiu said. "The poison stained it. If we forge it into the weapon blank as it is, the contamination will transfer into the finished piece and shorten every strike. Then we burn the poison out. We do not have time to burn it out. The 6th node will engage before the core clears." Di looked at the core, at the gap in his shoulder, at the black vein metal that had sealed his right hand. "Then we use the gap." Xiu's eyes widened. "The gap swallowed the poison once. It can swallow it again. If we pass the core through the gap before we forge it into the blank, the gap will take the contamination and leave the metal clean." Tao Fenyu stepped forward. "The gap is not a crucible. You do not know what it will do if you force a resonant core through it. I know it is listening." Dou met Tao's eyes. "I know it has been waiting for something to fill it since before I was born, and I know it recognized the contamination the same way it recognized the black vein metal. It is hungry for what does not belong in me." The heat in the forge pressed against his skin. The 5th node pulsed. The gap continued its low, steady ring. Xiu looked at the core, at Dou, at the array wall. Then he set the core on the anvil. "Do it." The words came out flat. "Quickly, before the node decides for us." Dou did not wait. He reached with his free hand and took the core. The metal was hot enough to blister his palm. The poison-green stain flared where his fingers touched it, and the contamination in the core began to move, drawn toward his heat like a living thing searching for a warmer body. He pressed the core to the gap at his left shoulder. The ringing stopped. The dense silence from the gap opened like a mouth and swallowed the poison stain whole. The green bled out of the core, drawn into the darkness beneath his collarbone, and the metal went clean. The gap closed, not sealed, closed. A door that had accepted what was offered. The core glowed with pure furnace light. Dou pulled it away and handed it to Xiu. "Now." Xiu took the core and drove it into the weapon blank. The metal screamed, not a sound. A vibration that ran through the forge floor and up through Dou's spine, through the 4 completed nodes, through the shoulder gap that had just accepted the contamination. But the weapon blank drank the core like a river swallowing a stone, and the heat that erupted from the anvil sent the fire guttering. Tao Fenyu stepped back. The array wall began to write. A new line, a 13th smoking line, burning above the 12, above the 3 names, above Wu Huojing's date. It was pale. It was thin. It was shaped like a weapon that had not yet been drawn. Dou felt the 6th node stir, not in the floor, in the gap, The door that had closed was now pressing outward, pushing against his shoulder from the inside, and the vibration that came with it carried the same note as the first time he had touched the black vein metal. A bell that had been waiting for someone to remember how to ring it. Xiu looked at him. The 6th node is engaging. Dou nodded. He looked at the weapon blank resting on the anvil, still unfinished, still waiting for his hand to close around it. I know. The pressure in his shoulder increased. The node locked. Dou felt the foundation of his body shift, and he understood, with the clarity of a blade sliding between his ribs, that he had just crossed the line Dou's brother had never crossed alive. Chapter 47. The vibration from the 6th node did not stop. It grew. Dou felt it in the black veins sealed around his right hand, in the 4 settled nodes, in the gap that had closed after swallowing the contamination. The pressure behind his shoulder pushed outward like something trying to be born through his collarbone. The forge fire dipped and flared without wind. Xiu grabbed the weapon blank off the anvil and held it up. The metal was dull where the core had entered it, the heat-drinking pulse now buried somewhere in its center, waiting for a hand to draw it out. The node will not stabilize on its own, Xiu said. The gap is pushing against it. The array is trying to open a channel that does not exist yet. Tao Fenyu stepped closer to the wall, reading the 13th smoking line. That line appeared when the core entered the blank. The weapon is already part of the inscription.
He's not wrong,
said Rin from the doorway. The floor is cracking toward the eastern foundation wall. Dou looked down. Thin fractures ran from the forge base toward the outer wall, spreading in a pattern he recognized. The same branching shape that had appeared on Tao's oiled leather drawing. The same map of failure. The first disciple's pattern, Dou said. Tao's jaw tightened. No. His cracks went inward. Yours are moving outward. It does not matter which direction they run. If the floor fails, the array loses containment. Xiu's voice cut through the heat. Dou, you need to speak the phrase. The words hit like a hammer. The full phrase, not the fragment you have been carrying. The complete seed. You need to say it aloud and bind it to the next breath you take into the forge. Dou's throat closed. He had never spoken it to anyone. Not to Xiu, not to himself in anything louder than a whisper when the pain got bad enough. The phrase was his mother's possession, not his to give. I do not know the full phrase. You do. Xiu's pale eyes held him. You have known it since you were old enough to shape words. The fragment you speak under pain is the first half. The second half is what your body has been writing into the array since the first node engaged. Dou looked at the wall, at the 13 lines, at the 3 names, at Wu Huajing's date pulsing beneath them. She wrote the second half into the file, Dou said slowly. It was in her handwriting at the bottom of the last page. I read it before I brought the ledger in. Dou turned to face him. What did it say? Dou did not answer immediately. He reached into his robe and pulled out a folded paper, creased at the edges, the ink smudged in places from being carried through heat and moisture. He held it out. I copied it before I left the records hall. I thought you would want to see her hand. Dou took the paper with his free hand. The paper was warm from Dou's body heat. The characters were his mother's. He knew the slant of her strokes, the way her pressure lightened at the end of each line. The first part he knew. Melt rock sinks to riverbed, burning stone sheds heat. The second part continued in the same hand, same ink, same deliberate pressure. The mountain holds what the flesh remembers. Speak it back to the fire. Dou read it twice. The words settled into his chest like a stone dropping into still water. The mountain holds what the flesh remembers, he repeated. Speak it back to the fire. Xiu's breath caught. Say it again. Dou looked at the weapon blank, at the 13 lines on the wall, at his mother's handwriting on the paper. He spoke the full phrase aloud. Melt rock sinks to riverbed. Burning stone sheds heat. The mountain holds what the flesh remembers. Speak it back to the fire. The vibration in his shoulder stopped. The forge fire went still. The entire room fell into a silence so complete that Dou heard his own heartbeat in his ears, the pulse of the black vein metal against his palm, the slow expansion of heat in the weapon blank. Then the array wall began to burn, not the smoking lines, the wall itself. The surface of the stone ignited in a sheet of pale white light that climbed from the floor to the ceiling, running across every line of the array, every carved symbol, every empty quadrant. The lines that had been smoking now blazed with a light that cast no shadow, and beneath them, in the stone, new characters appeared. The same characters from Tao's paper, the full phrase, writing itself into the array in real time. Elder Sui Hanyi stepped through the forge door. His attendants were not behind him. He came alone, unarmed, his pale gray eyes fixed on the burning wall, the lines of characters spreading across the stone like veins filling with blood. He saw the full phrase. He saw the names. He saw Wu Huojing's date pulsing beneath it all. And Dou saw his face go pale. Not controlled stillness, not strategic calm. The blood drained from Elder Sui's skin in a single visible wave, leaving him the color of ash. "She wrote it into the array," Sui said. His voice was flat, stripped of authority. "She sealed it so that only a carrier speaking the full phrase could complete the inscription. She built the lock around her own son's voice." The light did not fade. It climbed higher, and the seventh node engaged. Not from the floor, not from the gap, from the burning words on the wall, which now pressed into Dou's chest through his own scars, writing themselves into his flesh in a language he did not know but understood. "The mountain holds what the flesh remembers." His body answered, and the forge remembered everything. Chapter 48. The characters on the wall burned into his chest like heated brand wire drawn across wet hide. Dou felt the mentor, not through the skin, through the scars. Each line of his mother's phrase found a corresponding mark on his body and pressed deeper, writing themselves into the tissue beneath, into the marrow that had wrung clean at the fourth node. The seventh node was not a pressure from outside, it was a claim from within. Xiao's voice came from somewhere to his left, thin and urgent. "The weapon, Dou! The weapon now!" Dou's right hand was still sealed in black vein. He could not open it, but the metal had warmed to his pulse, and when he turned his wrist, the crucible wall gave way like softened clay. The weapon blank sat in the cooled forge stone. It looked unfinished, rough-edged. The heat-drinking core had buried itself inside it like a seed waiting for rain, visible only as a darker vein running through the metal's length. But beside the blank, on the stone where Xiu had set it, lay the shard, the head of his mother's last hammer. Dou had not brought it here. He had not touched it since the night before the trial match. But it lay on the forge stone as if placed by a hand that knew exactly where to set it. Xiu followed his gaze. "I took it from your cot," Xiu said, "the night you chose the forge. I did not know if it would be needed, but the array asked for it when the wall began writing." The shard was dark, darker than the black vein, darker than forge shadow. It held no reflection, no grain, no trace of the hammer it had once been, just a broken curve of metal that had not tarnished or rusted in 12 years. Dou's chest burned as the seventh node continued writing. "The mountain holds what the flesh remembers," he said again, and the words felt different now, spoken while the scars were still accepting their inscription. The shard vibrated, not a sound. A shift in the air around it, like heat rising from stone after the fire has died. Xiu picked it up with both hands. His scarred palms did not flinch. He carried it to the weapon blank and held it above the darker vein where the heat-drinking core rested. "This was never a hammer," Xiu said. "It was a key. Your mother forged it from the same vein as the black vein that holds your hand. She broke it deliberately so that only the right vessel could complete it." Dou's throat was dry. "How do you know that?" "Because the array showed me." Xiu's pale eyes were wet again, but the wetness did not soften them. "When the wall ignited, I saw her hands. I saw her strike the break. She knew she would not live to hand it to you." He lowered the shard. It touched the weapon blank, and the forge screamed. Not a sound from the metal, a sound from the floor, from the walls, from the array lines that now blazed white-hot across every surface of the chamber. The shard did not fuse, it sank. The broken curve of dark metal dissolved into the weapon blank like water into dry earth, spreading through the heat-drinking core, filling every space the poison had touched, every crack the contamination had left behind. Dou felt it in his sealed right hand. The black vein around his palm vibrated in sympathy, and through that vibration he felt the weapon blank become aware. Not alive, not conscious, but aware, the way a furnace knows when fuel is added, the way a blade knows when it is drawn. The seventh node stopped writing. The silence that followed was heavier than the noise had been. Dou looked down at his right hand. The black vein had begun to crack, fine lines spiderwebbing across the surface, not from force but from resonance, the metal admitting it could no longer hold him. He pulled. The black vein shattered. His hand came free, pale and intact and colder than the air. And on his palm, written in lines that matched the scars on his chest, a single character glowed faintly before fading into the skin. Air. He did not need to be told what it meant. Bu crossed the forge floor in 3 steps and reached for the weapon. Xiu did not stop him. Tao did not speak. Elder Sui stood motionless in the doorway, his pale gray eyes fixed on Du's hand, on the fading character, on the weapon blank that now held his mother's hammer fused into its core. Du's fingers closed around the grip. The weapon answered, not with heat, not with vibration, with a pulse that matched his bloodstream exactly, as if the metal had been counting his heartbeat since the moment he was born, and had finally learned the rhythm. He felt the weapon's shape in his bones. It was not finished. The edge was rough, the balance was wrong. The heat-drinking core was settled but not sealed, and the fusion with the shard had left a gap at the base of the blade, a hollow space where something else needed to go. One stage, still missing. Dou looked at the array wall, the 13 lines, the 3 names, his mother's date, the full phrase blazing in characters that had written themselves into his scars. The wall was still burning, but the 14th line had begun to form, pale, uncertain, a shape that had not decided what it wanted to be. And behind Dou, the gap at his shoulder began to ring again, not with the silence of absorption, but with the hunger of something that had not yet been fed. Chapter 49. The weapon in Dou's hand knew him. That was the worst part. It had never been struck, never been quenched, never felt hammer or flame except through the core buried in its spine. But it knew the rhythm of his blood. It knew the weight of his palm. It knew the shape of the scar that ran across his ribs because the metal had felt it through the shard that was no longer a shard, but part of the blade's memory now. Dou held it and felt the lack. The gap at the base of the blade was not empty. It was waiting. A space shaped for something that had not yet arrived. A socket that would accept only one key. The shoulder gap rang behind him. Hungry. Xiu's voice came through the ringing. "The 8th node." Dou looked up. The array wall had not stopped burning. The 14th line was still forming, pale and uncertain, but beneath it, the full phrase had begun to pulse. Xiu's scarred hands were steady as he picked up his hammer. "You will not feel the nodes as separate stages anymore," he said. "The 7th wrote the claim. The 8th will drive it into the marrow." "How do you know?" "Because I designed it." Xiu's pale eyes met Dou's. "And because I felt it fail. 30 years ago. The 8th node was where the tearing began." The weapon vibrated in Dou's grip. Tao Fenyu moved from the doorway. His lean face was unreadable, but his clean hands had opened, palms exposed, the guild examiner's gesture of non-interference. "The 8th node does not come from the floor," Tao said quietly, "or from the wall, or from the gap." Dou's chest tightened. "Where does it come from?" Dao's eyes were dry, but something flickered in them that might have been the shape of his brother's body, 30 years gone, bleeding out in under a minute. "From you." The weapon answered first, but the pulse that had matched Dou's heartbeat doubled, tripled, became a rhythm that pressed against his ribs from inside, not from the metal, but from the place where the 7th node's writing had settled into his scars. The marrow in his arms began to burn, not the surface burn of forge heat, a deep burn, as if something had been lit in the core of his bones and was spreading outward through every channel, every old break, every place his body had ever been broken and had healed wrong. Dou dropped to one knee. The weapon did not leave his hand. The forge fire dipped. The array wall blazed brighter, and the gap at his shoulder stopped ringing and began to pull, not outward but inward, drawing the burn from his marrow into the space behind his collarbone. Xiu was there. His hammer struck the floor beside Dou's knee. The impact traveled through the stone, through the array lines, through the weapon, and into Dou's chest. It did not hurt. It opened. The burn found the opening, and Dou's vision went white. He was standing on a road he had never seen. Not the forge, not Coldvein, a road of packed red earth under a sky the color of old iron, and beside the road a convoy cage with bars that drank the light. His mother sat inside it. She was younger than he remembered. Her hands were not scarred. Her face was not tired. She looked at him through the bars and her mouth moved, and the words came not as sound but as pressure against his bones. Melt rock sinks to riverbed. Weight settled into his feet. Burning stone sheds heat. The burn in his marrow doubled. The mountain holds what the flesh remembers. Dou's scars lit. Every one. Every cut, every brand, every place the hot iron had pressed against his skin in the dark of the slag pits. Every wound he had hidden, and every break he had splinted himself. They all burned at once. Speak it back to the fire. His mother's voice did not rise. It did not soften. It commanded. Dou's eyes opened. He was on the forge floor. His cheek was pressed to the stone. The weapon was still in his hand, and the weapon had changed. The rough edge was gone. The balance had shifted. The gap at the base of the blade still waited, but the blade itself had grown a grain, a pattern of lines that matched the scars on his chest, right down to the curve of the old pale scar across his ribs. Xiu was standing over him with the hammer raised. Tao was holding the file. The blank skeleton drawing was spread on the forge table, and on it, in pale ink that was still wet, someone had traced the outline of a weapon. Not Dou's weapon. A weapon that had not been drawn in 40 years. Elder Sui was no longer in the doorway. He was inside the forge. His pale gray eyes were on the skeleton drawing, and his thin burn scar stood white against his jaw, the sign of a man who had forgotten to keep his face still. The 8th node is not a node, Sui said. It is a threshold. Your mother built it to burn out anyone who reached it without the canon seed. If you survive the next breath, you will have passed where every line keeper before you failed. The weapon pulsed, the shoulder gap pulled, and beneath Dou's palm the forge floor cracked. Not a hairline, a fracture, wide enough to see into, dark enough to hold no bottom, and from the dark came a sound that was not wind and not water and not stone. The sound of something waking that had been waiting for the 8th node to open the way. Chapter 50. The sound from below was not a roar, it was a breath, slow, dry. The breath of something that had not needed air for a very long time and was remembering how it felt. Dou's palm pressed flat against the cracked stone. The weapon in his other hand pulsed once, hard, and the gap at the base of the blade answered with a vibration that traveled up his arm and into the shoulder gap behind his collarbone. 2 hollow spaces speaking to each other through his flesh. The forge floor trembled. Not the deep tremor of the mountain settling, a surface quiver, thin and fast, the kind of vibration that came before stone gave way. The crack beneath Dou's palm spread eastward, following the same branching pattern Tao's leather drawing had mapped 30 years ago, but faster. Xiu saw it first. His hammer dropped to his side, and his pale eyes tracked the crack as it split the forge floor in a line that matched the failure map exactly, right down to the fork at the 5th rib where Tao's brother had bled fastest. It is repeating, Xiu said. His voice was not afraid. It was knowing. The voice of a man who had watched this pattern once before and had spent 3 decades memorizing every detail of where it went wrong. Tao moved before anyone else could. He crossed the forge in 4 steps and dropped to his knees beside the spreading crack. His clun hands pressed flat against the stone on either side of the fracture line, and his eyes closed. The guild examiner was listening, not with his ears, with his palms, with the same sensitivity that had let him feel the forge heat from the eastern quarter of Coldvein, the same attention that had catalogued every smoking line on the array wall since he entered. The stone is tearing from the inside, Tao said, not the floor. The mountain beneath the floor. The array is pulling heat from the bedrock to feed the 8th node, and the bedrock cannot sustain it. He opened his eyes. They were not on the crack. They were not on Xiu. They were on Dou. The same failure pattern, Tao said. The same sequence. My brother's floor cracked in the same order, at the same nodes, at the same speed. Elder Sui's voice came from the doorway, flat and cold. Then you know what must be done. Shut the sequence down before the mountain collapses into the void beneath it. The boy will survive with the 7 nodes he has completed. The sect will classify him as a partial carrier, and the records hall will secure the canon from his scar tissue. The procedure ends here. Tao did not answer. He was still looking at Dou. And Dou, on his knees on the cracking stone, with the weapon pulsing in his hand and the gap pulling at his shoulder and the 8th node burning in his marrow like a second heartbeat, looked back. The silence stretched. Xiu broke it. Tao. His voice was rough. Your brother died at 6 nodes. Dou reached the 8th. Dou spoke the full phrase. Dou carried the seed from birth. The pattern is the same in shape, but not in kind. The floor cracks because the array is writing a deeper inscription, not because the vessel is failing. I know what the pattern means, Tao said. His hands were still pressed to the cracked stone. The dry, burned scar on his face caught the forge light, and for a moment he looked older than his years. He looked like a man who had been 30 years dead and was only now remembering how to breathe. The floor cracked the same way, Tao said slowly. But my brother's cracks never reached the foundation wall. They stopped at the 6th rib line. Dou's cracks have passed that line. They are past where my brother's ever went. He looked down at the fracture beneath his palms. The floor is not failing because the vessel is tearing. It is failing because the array is writing. Elder Sui stepped forward. His pale gray eyes were fixed on Tao's hands, and his thin burn scar had gone white again. Examiner, you are not qualified to override a structural collapse protocol. If the mountain feeds heat into this array unchecked, the entire forge complex could sink. You are gambling a building on a theory. Tao's jaw tightened. I am gambling on the difference between a copy and a carrier. He did not lift his hands from the cracked stone. He did not move toward the forge door. He turned his head and looked at Xiu, and what passed between them was older than the hearing, older than the grievance, older than the skeleton drawing that had stayed blank for 30 years. Hold positions, Tao said. The words came out as an order, and the shock in his own voice was audible. Xiu's hammer hand did not move. Elder Sui did not speak. The weapon in Dou's hand pulsed once, twice, and the gap at his shoulder opened a fraction wider, pulling the burn from his marrow into the empty space where the 8th node was still writing itself into his body. The forge floor cracked again, not eastward this time, downward. The stone beneath Dou's knee gave way in a circle the width of his palm, and through the opening came a gust of air so old it tasted of dust, iron, and the memory of fire. Something below was breathing now, not waiting, breathing. And in the dark of that opening, Dou saw a glint of metal that was not ore and not tool and not weapon. It was the same metal as the black vein chamber, but this piece was moving. Chapter 51. The forge chamber had acquired a new sound, not the crack of stone, not the breath from below, not the pulse of Dou's weapon or the ringing of the gap at his shoulder. It was the scratch of a brush on paper. Bai Yu Chen stood inside the door, his outer court gray robes already dusted with stone powder from the fracture line that now ran from the forge wall to the foundation. His sleeves were rolled to the elbow, and his ink-stained fingers moved across an open ledger with the steady, mechanical precision of a man who had spent years recording things he was not supposed to see. He had not asked permission to enter. He had not waited for Elder Sui to acknowledge him. He had simply walked past the 2 attendants still standing frozen in the doorway, found an empty stretch of wall beside the cracked crucible, and begun to write. The 7th node inscription pattern, Bai said, his voice flat and professional, as if he were cataloging ore grades for a quarterly report. Continuing across the sternum and left rib cage, character density increasing at the rate of approximately 1 mark per 3 breaths. Pigment appears black under forge light, but observation tentatively identifies it as the same pale white burn that appeared on the array wall during the full phrase recitation. Elder Sui's head turned. Register, you were not summoned. Bai did not look up from his ledger. No one summoned the floor cracks either, Elder Sui. They came anyway. I am recording what is here so that when the hearing convenes, there is a witness account that does not begin with according to the records hall's official position. The brush moved. Scratch, pause, scratch. Dou heard the sound through the ringing in his ears. He was still on his knees, the weapon braced against the cracked stone, the 8th node burning through his marrow in waves that crested and fell with every breath. The gap at his shoulder was no longer just ringing, it was pulling. A steady, patient draw, like a lung learning to breathe after years of stillness. He forced his eyes open. Bai Yuten was recording him. Not with fear, not with awe. With the same careful attention he had shown when processing Dou's registration entry months ago, when he had said, "It will not be forgettable," and meant it as a warning. "The shoulder gap continues to resonate," Bai said, his brush moving. "The note has shifted since the 8th node engaged. Original pitch was a low C, sustained. Current pitch has risen by approximately 3 tones, suggesting the gap is being tuned by an external force. Possibly the forge floor inscription, possibly the entity below." Elder Sui stepped toward him. "Ledgerstrike, you are documenting a restricted founder line procedure without authorization. That ledger can be seized and the pages voided before the hearing." Bai paused. He looked up from his ledger, and his lean face carried an expression that Dou had never seen on him before. It was not defiance, it was exhaustion. "Elder Sui," Bai said quietly, "I have spent 7 years in the records hall. I have watched provisional entries disappear from ledgers. I have seen convoy records sealed under signatures that did not match the dates they were stamped. I have flagged material allocation records because someone taught me to notice when numbers do not mean what they say." He tapped the open page. "This is the first time I have ever watched a record being written while I could still see the person it belonged to breathing. I am not going to stop." The brush descended again. Scratch. Dou's chest burned as another character pressed into his skin, just above the old rib scar. The pain was not the tearing of the earlier nodes. It was deeper, more intentional, like a scribe carving into stone that had been waiting for letters. He looked down. The new character was not one he recognized. It was not a Coldvein or mark, not a guild forging symbol, not any of the script characters used in sect registry or court documents. It was older, thicker. The lines were rounded at the edges, as if the burn had been smoothed by centuries of use before it touched his flesh. Bai's brush stopped. For the first time since he had entered, the registrar's hand went still. "Elder Sui," Bai said, "I need you to look at this character." Elder Sui's pale gray eyes narrowed. He did not move closer, but his thin burn scar went white against his jaw. "Describe it." "I am not describing it, Elder Sui. I am asking you to confirm that you see what I see." A silence stretched across the forge. Xiu's hammer hand was still raised, frozen mid-strike. Tao's palms were still pressed to the cracked floor. The attendants in the doorway had stopped breathing. Elder Sui took 1 step forward, then another. He stopped 3 paces from Da, his iron-black hair streaked with white catching the forge light, his pale gray eyes fixed on the character burning into Da's chest. His face did not change, but his hand moved. Not to his seal, not to his wristband, not to any of the instruments of authority he carried. His hand moved to his collar, and he touched the fabric above his left collarbone as if checking for something that should have been there. "A succession mark," Elder Sui said. His voice was flat, stripped of authority, stripped of certainty. "That is a founder-line succession mark." Bai's brush began moving again, faster now. "Recognize it." "I have seen it once," Elder Sui said, "in a sealed file that was not supposed to exist, a linekeeper's termination record from 40 years ago. The same mark appeared on the corpse's sternum after the array rejected them." Tao's head lifted. His face was pale beneath the dry burn scar, and his voice came out rough, shaped by 30 years of silence. "The succession mark means the carrier has been accepted," he said, "by the array, by the mountain, by the founder line canon itself. It is not a claim of ownership, it is a certificate of completion." Elder Sui's jaw tightened. "It is a legal designation, Examiner, nothing more. A mark that appears on a living vessel does not override Coldvein's registry law. The boy is still a provisional entry. His body is still subject to classification review." Tao stood. He lifted his hands from the cracked stone, and Dou saw that the flesh of his palms was red and blistered, as if the mountain had burned him for listening. The succession mark appears on a living vessel, Elder Sui. It has never appeared on a living vessel before. Every prior linekeeper died with that mark still forming, or died before the mark could manifest at all. Do you understand what that means? He turned to face the records hall elder, and his voice carried the weight of a man who had spent 30 years carrying a blank skeleton drawing. It means Dou Quhe has done what no linekeeper in Coldvein's recorded history has ever done. He has survived the 8th node. He has carried the canon seed from birth, and the mountain has recognized him as heir. Bai's brush stopped again. Elder Sui, he said. The file that opened on Dou's mother, the sealed file, does it contain a succession clause? Elder Sui did not answer. Elder Sui, Bai repeated. I can verify the clause myself. If I walk back to the records hall and pull the succession index, I will find the matching cross-reference within the hour. But if you answer now, I can record it in this ledger as a voluntary disclosure rather than a compelled document. The forge held its breath. The entity below the floor had stopped breathing. Even the gap at Dou's shoulder had gone silent, as if the entire mountain was waiting for Elder Sui Hanyi to speak. The records hall elder's pale gray eyes moved from Bai's ledger to Dou's chest, to the white burned character still smoking against his skin. Open the succession clause, Elder Sui said. His voice was not surrender, it was acknowledgement. The flat, professional recognition of a man who understood that the record had already been written, and that denying it aloud would only make the denial itself a second document to be weighed against him in the hearing. Bai's brush moved. Scratch. Founder line succession clause, he said, writing as he spoke. Verified by Elder Sui Hanyi in the presence of witnesses Xiu Paoshu, Tao Fenyu, and Registrar Bai Yuten. The clause designates Dou Quhe, son of Wu Huojing, as the recognized inheritor of the Coldvein founding body-refinement canon. The mark of acceptance has appeared on the carrier's sternum at the 8th node threshold, confirming live completion. Elder Sui's hand dropped from his collar. His face was stone. But Dou saw the flicker, the micro-shift at the corner of his pale gray eyes that was not defeat, not surrender, but recalculation. A succession clause, Elder Sui said slowly, does not void the classification hearing. It does not cancel the charge of concealing founder-line heritage. It does not grant the boy automatic standing in the sect hierarchy. He paused. It means the mountain has made a claim, and the records hall will now have to decide whether that claim supersedes sect law, or whether sect law supersedes the mountain. The character on Dou's chest flared once, white-hot, then faded into his skin like the air mark on his palm. And beneath the forge floor, the entity that had been breathing began to move, not rising, listening, as if it had heard a word spoken in a language only it could understand. Bai Yuchen closed his ledger. His ink-stained fingers pressed the cover flat, and his lean face carried an expression that Dou had never seen on any registrar's face before. It was not exhaustion. It was hope. I have just recorded proof that you are the first living founder-line heir in Coldvein's recorded history. The succession clause names you as inheritor by blood and by survival. That record cannot be voided, cannot be sealed, and cannot be lost, because I am walking out of this forge with it now. He tucked the ledger under his arm. Elder Sui can still call his hearing. He can still argue classification. He can still try to cage you in procedure and paper. He paused at the door. But he cannot unwrite what the mountain has written on your chest. And neither can I. The registrar stepped through the doorway and was gone, and in the silence he left behind, the character on Dou's chest pulsed once, in rhythm with the heartbeat of the weapon still clenched in his fist. The succession mark was not a brand, it was a signature, and it had only just begun to write. Chapter 52. Bai Yuchen's footsteps faded down the passage. The forge held its silence. Dou stayed on his knees, one hand still clenched around the weapon's grip, the other pressed flat against the cracked stone where the succession mark had burned through his sternum and into the floor beneath. The character on his chest had stopped smoking. It sat against his skin like a brand left to cool, pale against the furnace red of his torso. Elder Sui had not moved. His pale gray eyes tracked from the closed door to Dou's chest, to the weapon, to the crack in the floor where the entity had stopped breathing. His hand was still raised from the moment he had confirmed the succession clause. He lowered it slowly, finger by finger, as if letting go of something he had been holding for years. The hearing, he said, proceeds at dawn on the 3rd day. His voice was flat. Not defeated, recalibrated. He turned and walked out without another word. The forge door swung shut behind him. Xiu let out a breath he had been holding since Bai's ledger closed. He set his hammer down on the anvil and leaned against the stone crucible, his scarred hands shaking with the fine tremor of a man who had just watched 30 years of weight redistribute across his shoulders. Tao Fenyu stood at the edge of the cracked floor, staring at the place where the entity had stopped breathing. "It heard the mark," he said quietly. "It understood what it means." Dou forced himself upright. His knees screamed. The 8th node was still hot in his marrow, not finished, not settled, just held at the threshold where the succession mark had locked it in place. "What does it mean?" he asked. Tao turned. His kiln-burned face was unreadable. "It means the mountain has named you its heir, and everything that was buried beneath it now knows your name." Somewhere beyond the forge door, voices rose. Not inside the chamber. Outside. Distant at first, then closer. Multiple voices overlapping, sharp with urgency and accusation. Rin Tiluo's voice cut through first. "No one is entering this forge. That is not a suggestion." Dou grabbed the weapon and limped toward the door. The forge yard had become a battlefield. Rin Tiluo stood at the top of the stone ramp that led down to the forge entrance, his thick arms crossed, his boots planted like furnace anchors. Behind him, 5 furnace disciples from the night crew had formed a loose barrier across the ramp's width. They carried no weapons, but every one of them had the flat, patient look of men who had worked forge heat long enough to know that words broke faster than bone. In front of them, the yard was packed. Disciples, functionaries. A woman in Records Hall gray clutching a message tube. 2 white-robed clerks from the assessment office with ink pots strapped to their belts. 3 outer court disciples Zhou recognized from the ore hall circuits, the ones who had laughed when he stumbled on the first load. And at the front of the crowd, a lean man in inner court blue with a roll of paper in his fist. "You have no authority to block a senior functionary," the man said. His voice carried the practiced patience of someone who enjoyed explaining why he was right. "The Records Hall has filed a material interest claim on the contents of this forge. I am here to serve notice." Rin did not move. "Serve it to the door. The door is sealed. Then it is served." The functionary's jaw tightened. "The claim names Dou Quhe as a registered founder-line asset. It cites his sponsor as the reporting authority for the initial classification. If you obstruct service, you obstruct the sponsor's own filing." Win's eyes flicked sideways, toward the edge of the crowd, toward Guo Shenbi. She stood apart from the press of bodies, her weight on a walking staff, her left leg wrapped in fresh bandages from knee to ankle. Her face was pale, with the kind of exhaustion that came from pain held too long in public. Her inner court blue robes were smudged with forge soot and tunnel dust she had not bothered to clean. She did not look at the functionary. She looked at the roll of paper in his hand. "Read the citation," she said. Her voice was quiet. The yard went still. The functionary hesitated. He had expected resistance, not permission. "Read it," Guo repeated. "I want to hear how my name is being used." The functionary unrolled the paper. His eyes scanned the text, and Dou saw the moment he found the line he was looking for. Sponsor Guo Shenbi, Inner Court Oversight, certifies that the subject was discovered under her authority during a routine slag pit inspection on the 23rd day of the 3rd moon. The subject's subsequent advancement and classification as a founder-line asset fall under the sponsor's reporting jurisdiction. Guo's face did not change, but Dou saw her knuckles whiten around the walking staff. Her sponsorship could be used against him as well as for him. The functionary rolled the paper back up. "The filing is standard. The sponsor's signature is already recorded on the initial registration form. There is no irregularity." Guo looked at him then. Her eyes were flat. "I know," she said. "I signed it." She turned and limped past the functionary, past the crowd, past the furnace disciples who parted to let her through. She stopped at the top of the ramp, where Rin stood, and looked down at the forge door. Dou watched her through the gap in the stone. Their eyes met. "They will use everything I gave you," she said, just loud enough for him to hear. "Every meal, every trial slot, every word of sponsorship. They will twist it into a chain and call it due diligence." She paused. "I cannot stop them from filing." but I can stand here and make them say my name to my face while they do it. From the crowd behind her, a new voice cut through. The sponsor's presence is noted. The yard turned. A woman in Records Hall gray stood at the edge of the crowd, her message tube still tucked under her arm. She was young, younger than Dou had expected, with ink stains on her fingers and a face that had learned to hold stillness in rooms full of older men. The material interest claim is preliminary, she said. It requires a physical inventory of the forge contents before it can be ratified. She looked to Guo. The inventory must be conducted by an independent witness, not the sponsor, not the Records Hall filing officer. Rin snorted. And who qualifies as independent in this yard? The woman's stillness did not break. Someone who has not yet chosen a side. She pulled the message tube from under her arm, uncapped it, and drew out a single sheet of paper. I have a writ from the Iron Meridian Guild, she said. Preliminary inquiry into the activity of artificer Xiu Paoshu, filed by the family of his deceased first disciple. She held the paper out. The crowd rippled, and Dou felt, for the first time, the full weight of what Bai Ten had meant when he said the record could not be voided. Because the succession mark on his chest was not the only claim being written tonight. The paper in the woman's hand was a new document, and every document in Coldvein was a weapon waiting for a hand to wield it. Chapter 53. Jaw stood in the forge doorway with the weapon in his grip. The noise outside had not stopped. The young woman with the guild writ still held her paper out, and the crowd held its breath around her like water around a stone. But the weapon was pulling. Not his hand, not his arm. Something deeper. A slow drag at the base of his ribs, where the succession mark sat pale and cooling against his sternum. The pull came from the weapon's hollow gap, the unfinished space at the blade's base where something else had to go. He looked down. The metal was darker than it had been a moment ago. The grain that matched his chest scars had begun to move, not shift or flow, but breathe. Each pulse of his heartbeat sent a ripple through the surface, and each ripple pulled at the air around it. Dust. Heat. The faint metallic tang of the forge fire. The weapon was drinking everything within reach. Behind him, the shoulder gap rang, the same note. Hungry. Dou turned from the doorway and walked back into the forge. The door groaned shut behind him, muffling the voices outside. The weapon did not stop pulling. Xiu straightened from the crucible. His scarred hands were still shaking, but his eyes had gone sharp again, the old artificer looking at a tool that was misbehaving. "What is it doing?" he said. Dou did not answer. He could feel the pull spreading through his palm, up his wrist, into the channels the eighth note had opened. The weapon was drawing not just heat and dust, but the residue of everything the forging had passed through. The poison that had settled in his scar tissue, the vibration of the black vein that had sealed his hand, the echo of his mother's voice from the vision road, all of it, flowing into the hollow gap. "It is feeding," Ta said. He stood at the edge of the cracked floor, his clean hands clasped behind his back, his face unreadable. The pale, dry burn across his cheek caught the firelight. "It is feeding on the residue of every node you survived," he said. "The poison, the heat, the resonance. It will keep feeding until either the gap is full or the vessel runs dry." Xiu turned on him. "You knew this would happen." "I knew it could," Tao said. "My brother never reached a stage where the weapon awakened. He died before the hollow gap ever opened. I only learned what it meant from the records." "What records?" Dou said. His voice came out flat. The pull was a constant now, like a second heartbeat running under his own. Tao met his eyes. "The succession clause your mother filed. It contained a full description of the forging sequence, including the awakening stage. She wrote that once the weapon accepts the carrier's marrow resonance, it will begin to draw ambient and internal contaminants into itself. It is a purification cycle." "It feels like being hollowed out," Dou said. "Yes," Tao said, "because you are." Xiao crossed to Dou in 3 strides. He did not touch the weapon. He circled Dou instead, looking at the grain, at the hollow gap, at the way the air bent slightly as it passed through the blade's edge. "How far is it drawn from you?" Xiao said. Poison from the tunnel, Dou said. The vibration from the black vein, the heat from the 8th node. It is pulling everything I passed through. And your own resonance? Dou felt for it. The steady rhythm that had locked with the weapon at the moment the shard dissolved, the pulse that had matched his heartbeat since the black vein shattered. It was still there, but it was thinner now, stretched. It is pulling that too, he said. Xiu's jaw tightened. Then the weapon is not complete. It is still seeking the final component. If it takes too much of your marrow resonance before that component is added, it will consume the whole pattern and leave you hollow. What component? Dou said. He already knew the answer. The hollow gap at the blade's base, the shape of it, the emptiness that had been waiting since the moment the shard dissolved. He had known it needed something else. He had not understood what until now. The blood quench, Xiu said. The words fell into the forge like stone into still water. Tao's hands unclasped. That is not in her file. No, Xiu said. It is not in anyone's file, because it is not a technique that can be written. It is the final act of surrender. The carrier opens the palm, grips the blade's hollow gap, and lets the weapon drink directly from the marrow. If the vessel survives the resonance, the gap seals and the weapon is complete. If it does not, he did not finish. Dou looked down at the weapon. The pull had grown stronger while they spoke. He could feel it in his teeth now, a low vibration that matched the rinning in his shoulder gap. How long do I have? He said. The weapon has already drawn a full node's worth of residue, Xiu said. Maybe more. Once it exhausts the ambient and internal contaminants, it will begin pulling from your marrow directly. You will know when that happens. Dou felt the shift before Xiu finished speaking. The pull changed. It was no longer drawing from the residue of the nodes. It had found something deeper, something at the root of his chest where the succession mark sat pale and waiting. The weapon began to pulse in his grip, once, twice, 3 times, each pulse drawing a thread of warmth from his core. He looked at his palm. The skin was paling. The old burn scars that had covered his hand since the slag pits were fading, not healing, draining of color as the weapon drank the heat from his blood. It is starting, he said. Xiu moved. His hammer was in his hand before Dou saw him pick it up. Then you have a choice, Xiu said. You can release the weapon now. Let it fall. The hollow gap will close once it loses contact with your resonance, and the weapon will remain incomplete. It will still be yours, but it will never wake fully. You will carry a dead blade. Or, Dou said. Xiu's scarred hands tightened on the hammer. Or, you grip the gap before the marrow tug reaches your heart, and you survive the blood quench. And if you survived, the weapon becomes the first living instrument forged in Coldvein in 40 years. Dou looked at the hollow gap, the darkness at the blade's base, the emptiness that had been waiting since his mother's struck the hammer shard against the forge floor. He looked at his paling palm, and he gripped. Chapter 54. Dou reached Dou in 2 steps. His hand closed around Dou's wrist, not breaking the grip, not touching the hollow gap, just holding, measuring. The rate is wrong, Dou said. Xiu turned from the crucible. What? The pull. It is faster than the succession clause described. Dou's voice stayed flat, but his fingers pressed harder against Dou's pulse. According to her file, the blood quench should draw marrow resonance at a steady pace, 1 beat per cycle, slow enough for the vessel to regulate. And? Xiu said. And this is 3 beats per cycle, maybe 4. Dou heard the words through the ringing in his teeth. The weapon was drinking from him in long, greedy pulls, each one drawing warmth from his chest, his arms, the hollow behind his ribs. The succession mark pulsed against his sternum like a second heart trying to match the blade's rhythm. Tao released his wrist and crossed to the table where the oiled leather lay. He unrolled it with the same care he had shown the skeleton drawing. But this was different. Older leather, darker, stained at the edges with something that was not ink. The guild preserves traces of every failed attempt, Tao said. My brother's readings were archived after his death. The node progression, the marrow response, the rate of core consumption. Standard procedure for fatalities under sanctioned methods. You kept his traces, Xiu said. It was not a question. 30 years of them. Tao pulled a strip of pale metal from the leather roll, narrow as a finger, scored with fine lines that caught the forge light. This is his final reading, the last 12 breaths before his channels tore. He held the strip beside Dou's arm. Dou did not need to see the comparison. He felt it. The weapon was pulling from him the way the black vein had pulled heat from the forge, swallowing everything in reach without discrimination. The difference, Dou said quietly, is that my brother's rate slowed before the end. It decelerated as his channels sealed. His body tried to protect itself. And mine, Dou said, yours is accelerating. Xiu's hammer hit the floor. The sound cracked through the forge, sharp enough to make the weapon's pulse stutter for half a breath. That cannot be, Xiu said. I slowed every threshold. The paced formula was adjusted. The timing was stretched across twice the duration I used on my brother, Dou finished. Yes, you did, and it is not enough. Dou watched the realization spread across Xiu's face. It was slow, like water seeping through cracked stone. The old man's scarred hands opened and closed at his sides, grasping for a correction that did not exist. I mapped the nodes to her specifications, Xiu said. Wu Hojing's sequence. The 8th node was calibrated to her exact instructions. I followed she designed the sequence for a carrier who would reach the 8th node alone, Tao said. She did not account for the weapon awakening before the blood quench. She did not know the blade would already be drinking by the time the hollow gap opened. Dou heard what they were not saying. The weapon had started pulling from him the moment he gripped the gap, but the pull had not begun there. It had started earlier, during the 8th node, when the weapon's grain matched his scars, when the succession mark burned into his chest, when the entity beneath the forge floor began listening. The blade had been ready before he was. Xiu, Dou said. The old man looked at him. Can you slow it? Xiu's jaw worked. He looked at the weapon, at the hollow gap where Dou's fingers were beginning to pale, at the smoke rising from the blade's edge in threads so thin they barely existed. I cannot touch it, Xiu said. The bond is sealed. If I strike the weapon while it is feeding, the resonance could shatter your channels faster than the pull. So it is just me? Dou said. Just you. He looked down at the blade. The grain that matched his scars was darkening, drinking the light from the forge fire. The hollow gap at its base had begun to narrow, contracting around his grip like a mouth closing over a final meal. He should have been afraid. He had been afraid at the 5th node, when the poison from the tunnel wound had burned through his old scar tissue. At the 7th, when the wall phrase wrote itself into his marrow. At the 8th, when his mother's voice had spoken from a memory that was not his. This felt different. This felt like standing at the edge of a drop he had already stepped off. Your brother's traces, Dou said. What did they show at the end? Tao did not answer immediately. He was still holding the scored metal strip, studying the lines as if they might rearrange themselves into a different story. His channels began to seal, Dou said. The body's last defense. It tries to preserve what remains by closing off the pathways that are bleeding fastest. That is what killed him. Not the tear itself, but the seal that followed. His heart could not push through the closed channels. Then I cannot seal, Dou said. No. Then what do I do? Dou looked at him. The pale burn across his face caught the forge light, making his expression unreadable. You keep feeding the weapon until the gap closes on its own. If the bond completes before your channels seal, the weapon will sustain you instead of the other way around. And if it does not? Tao said nothing. The weapon pulled again, deeper this time. Dou felt it in his knees first, a buckling that had nothing to do with standing. His marrow was being drawn upward through his arms, through his chest, through the succession mark that glowed pale and cold against his sternum. He looked at his palm. The old burn scars were gone. The skin was smooth, unmarked, the color of stone that had never seen fire. He had earned those scars in the slag pits. Each one had cost him something. A night of sleep, a meal skipped, a moment of pain he had swallowed because screaming did not change anything. They were gone. Xiu, he said. Xiu stepped closer. His hand hovered near Dou's shoulder, not quite touching. The scars are gone, Dou said. Xiu looked. His face tightened. The weapon is not drinking residue anymore, Dou said from behind them. It is drinking the ledger. The meaning landed in silence. The scar ledger was not just on Dou's body. It was his body. The scars were the map. The nodes were the proof. Every climb, every fall, every failed strike and stolen heat was written into his skin. The weapon was not consuming his marrow. It was consuming the record of everything he had become. I need to know, Dou said. If this succeeds, if the gap closes, will the scars grow back? Xiu's hands were shaking. I do not know, he said. No one has survived the blood quench to ask. The weapon pulled once more, and this time Dou felt his throat tighten. The vibration that had lived in his chest since the first node, the low hum of the array's approval, was fading. Soon there would be nothing left but the blade, and the choice he had already made. Chapter 55. The vibration in Dou's chest died. Not faded, not quieted. Died. The absence hit him harder than the pull. For 9 nodes, that hum had been the constant, the proof that the array recognized what he was becoming. Now there was nothing where it had been. The weapon drank. Dou felt his knees buckle. The stone caught him hard, but the pain was distant, filtered through the gap in his shoulder where the blade's hunger had already spread. His right arm was paling at the wrist. The skin there had gone translucent, veins visible beneath like ink lines on wet paper. The ledger is gone, he said. Xiu did not answer. Tao stepped forward with the scored metal strip in his hand. He pressed it against Dou's forearm, held it there for 3 breaths, then pulled it away. The consumption rate is climbing, he said. 7 beats per cycle now. Xiu's hands opened and closed at his sides. How long? If it keeps accelerating, 2 minutes, maybe less. The weapon pulsed. Dou felt it in his teeth, in the hollow behind his eyes, in the marrow of his left hand where the scar ledger had started writing years before Xiu ever found him. Then the forge went silent. Not the silence of absence, the silence of listening. The weapon's grain rippled. The hollow gap at the base of the blade, where Dou's fingers had gone white and bloodless, began to glow. The light was not forge fire, not torchlight. It was pale and deep, the color of bone after the flesh has been boiled away. It spread across the blade in a single wave. Then it erupted. Dou felt the release as a crack through his entire body, as if every channel the weapon had been drinking from had suddenly reversed. The light did not stay contained in the forge. It punched outward through the walls, through the stone, through the closed door, and into the yard beyond. He saw them before they saw him. The stances, they hum in the air like smoke that refused to scatter. Images, figures, movements carved from light, each one a fragment of something older than Coldvein's current walls. A body bent at the waist, arms extended, weight shifted onto one leg. A palm opened toward the ground, fingers curled in a grip that held nothing, but still looked like it was holding everything. The figures moved. Not fast, slow, deliberate. Each transition bled into the next, the way ore shifted under sustained heat. The stance sequence was a language, a canon written in posture and balance, and the way weight transferred from one limb to another. Dou could not turn away. His own body was shifting. The weapon in his grip was pulling him into alignment with the stances, matching his spine to the curve of the projected figure, his hips to the angle of descent. Seal the yard. Elder Sui's voice cut through the light like a blade. He was at the forge door. Dou had not seen him enter. His pale gray eyes were fixed on the projected stances, tracking each movement with the precision of a man memorizing evidence. No one leaves. No one speaks. The young records hall woman was behind him, her ledger open, her brush already wet. She was writing. Recording. Dou saw the characters forming in her hand as fast as the stances appeared in the air. Dou grabbed Xiu's arm. That is the founder's stance pattern, the first sequence, the one that was buried. Xi's face was the color of ash. I have never seen it. I only knew it existed. It lived in the scars, Dou said. The words came out dry, cracked. He was still kneeling. The weapon was still in his grip, but the pull had stopped. The hollow gap had not closed. It was waiting. It lived in the ledger, the method. The blade is reading what I was and showing everyone what it found. Elder Sui turned to face him. His expression was unreadable, but his hand was at his collar again, touching the same spot where Dou had seen him check for a mark he no longer carried. "You have just shown every witness present the lost founding canon of Coldvein," Sui said. "A method the sect buried before you were born, a method that was never meant to be seen again. I did not choose to show it. It does not matter what you chose." Sui's voice dropped. "It exists now, verified, witnessed, recorded." He looked at the young woman with the ledger. "Sworn testimony, every word, every stance, seal it under Records Hall authority." She did not stop writing. Her brush moved in steady strokes across the page, transcribing the light. The projected figures were still moving. The second sequence had begun. Dou saw a different stance now, rooted, one hand raised above the head, the other pressed low toward the earth. The posture of someone holding up a weight too large to name while anchoring themselves against being dragged away. His mother's voice spoke in his memory. "Melt rock sinks to riverbed." The figure shifted. Burning stone sheds heat. The weapon in his hand grew warm. "The mountain holds what the flesh remembers." Dou looked at his palm. The skin was still smooth, unmarked, the old burn scars gone. But something was returning. A faint line at the base of his thumb, pale, just beginning to form. "Speak it back to the fire." The projected stances flickered. Elder Sui's hand dropped from his collar. "The testimony is sealed as of this moment," he said. "The forge is under Records Hall interdiction until further notice. No one present is permitted to discuss what they have seen without written authorization from the inner court." The young woman closed her ledger. The light in the forge did not fade. It held, and in the silence that followed, Dou felt the weapon shift in his grip. Not pulling now, not drinking, but turning, orienting toward the door as if it knew something was coming that he could not yet hear. Chapter 56. The forge lights did not return to normal. They hung where they were, amber and white, and the pale bone glow of the projected stances. But the quality of the light had changed. It listened now. Every flame leaned toward the weapon in Dou's grip, toward the hollow gap still open at the blade's base. Xiu moved first. He crossed the cracked floor in 3 strides, dropped to his knees in front of Dou, and grabbed Dou's right hand before anyone could stop him. "The quench is not complete," Xiu said. His voice was raw, not afraid, stripped of everything except the fact. "The weapon drank from you. It read the ledger. It projected what it found. But the hollow gap has not sealed. The bond has not closed. You are still feeding it, and it is still taking, and if it takes until the gap decides to shut on its own, there will be nothing left of you to hold when it does." Dou looked at his palm. The faint line at the base of his thumb was still there, pale, barely visible. A single scar returning where all others had been erased. "I have seen this once," Xiu said. "In the records. In the drawings your mother left behind. The blood quench is not the weapon drinking until it is full. The blood quench is the carrier feeding the gap until the gap learns the carrier's taste and chooses to close." Tao stepped forward. "You are saying the gap has agency? That it decides whether to complete the bond?" "I am saying the gap is not a wound, it is a mouth." Xiu did not look away from Dou. "And a mouth that has tasted the scar ledger without being offered blood directly will keep drinking until it finds the source." The weapon shifted in Dou's grip, not pulling, not drinking, turning, still oriented toward the door. "What is coming?" Dou asked. No one answered. Elder Sui's voice cut through the pause. "The interdiction stands. Whatever approaches the forge will be recorded and contained. The weapon does not change the legal status of this chamber." Dou ignored him. He looked at Xiu, at the old man's scarred hands wrapped around his own. "What do I need to do?" Xiu's pale eyes held. "Open your palm. Press it flat against the blade's flat, above the gap where the edge begins to widen. Hold it there until the metal recognizes the offering as deliberate, not accidental. The weapon has been drinking from your scars, your marrow, your ledger. It has not yet been offered your blood directly, palm to blade, the way a smith offers the final quench. You want me to cut my own hand open and press it against the metal. I want you to complete the bond before the bond completes itself and takes everything you are." Xiu's voice cracked at the edges. I have lost one disciple to incomplete resonance. I will not lose another to a weapon that learned to feed before it learned to accept. Dou looked at the blade. The hollow gap was still there, dark, waiting. The pale bone glow of the projected stances still lingered in the air around it, the founder's figures frozen mid-motion. He pressed his left palm against the edge. The metal did not cut. It waited. He pushed harder. The edge bit into his flesh, clean and precise, and blood welled up along the line of contact, dark against the pale blade. The weapon drank. Not like before, not the slow pull of residue and memory, but a single, concentrated draw, direct from the cut, straight into the gap. Dou felt it in his teeth, in the base of his skull, in the space behind his ribs where his heart was beating too fast. The hollow gap hummed, then it answered. A pulse traveled up the blade, through Dou's palm, into his wrist, his elbow, his shoulder. The vibration hit his sternum where the succession mark burned pale, and the mark flared white, and the forge lights, all of them, every flame in the chamber, died. Darkness dropped like a hammer, not gradual, instant. The coals in the crucible went black, the wall lights went cold, the torch in the door bracket turned to ash in its socket. The only light left was the succession mark on Dou's chest, pulsing slow and faint, and the hollow gap at the base of the weapon, which glowed now with a deep, molten orange, the color of iron held at the moment before it accepts its shape. And in the darkness, from the direction of the door, Dou heard what the weapon had been listening for. Footsteps, not running, walking, measured, deliberate, the sound of someone who knew exactly where they were going and had been expected to arrive at this precise moment. The weapon stopped humming. It began to sing, a low, single note, sustained, like a bell struck once and left to ring. Elder Sui spoke into the dark. Who approaches the interdicted forge? The footsteps did not stop. They reached the door, and the door opened. Chapter 57. The door swung open, and darkness swallowed whoever stood in the frame. Dou heard the breath first, slow, measured, a rhythm that did not match the forge silence. The weapon sang its single note through his palm, through his wrist, through the marrow of his arm, and the song told him nothing about who had entered. The succession mark on his chest pulsed. Once, twice, a heartbeat that was not his heartbeat. The interdiction forbids entry, Elder Sui said into the dark. His voice was flat, procedural, stripped of the authority that usually made it carry. You will state your name and purpose, or you will be recorded as hostile to the Coldvein sect records hall proceedings. The footsteps did not stop. They moved across the cracked forge floor, unhurried, the sound of boots on stone that had split open to reveal darkness below. Dou felt the vibration through his knees, through the blade, through the succession mark that had begun to burn against his sternum like a brand pressed fresh. He could not see. The darkness was absolute. Not the dim of a dying fire, not the gray of a moonless night, the complete absence of light that made his eyes useless and sent every other sense screaming into the void. He heard Xiu shift, heard the old man's breath catch, then steady. He heard Tao Fenyu's sleeve brush against stone as he turned to face the direction of the steps, and he felt the weapon. The singing note had not changed pitch, but it had deepened, spread through his chest like water finding level. The hollow gap at the base of the blade still glowed molten orange, the only point of color in the dark, a single eye of heat suspended in nothing. Dou closed his useless eyes. The resonance was still there, the weapon's pulse, his own pulse, the vibration of the succession mark against his sternum, a slow thrum that matched neither, a third rhythm layered over the first two. He reached for the forge the way Xiu had taught him to reach for the heat in a crucible. The stone floor was cold, the wall lights were dead. The coals in the crucible had gone black, every particle of heat drained in the instant the mark had flared. But the array was still there. He felt it. Faint, fading, like the echo of a bell long after the striker had fallen still. The 12 smoking lines, the 13th, pale and uncertain. The 3 names, Wu Hojing's name, burned into the stone where his mother's words had written themselves through his flesh. He felt the gap at his shoulder, ringing, hungry, waiting. and he felt the space in front of him. The figure who had entered was not moving toward the forge crucible, not moving toward Xiu or Tao or Elder Sui. The footsteps were coming straight toward Dou, straight toward the place where he knelt on the cracked floor with the weapons singing in his grip and the succession mark pulsing white against his chest. The weapon's note changed. Not pitch, not volume, quality. The way iron changes color when it passes the threshold of forging heat, invisible to the eye but unmistakable in the feel. It recognized something. "Hold," Xiu said. The word was quiet, almost gentle, the voice of a man who had spent 30 years learning when not to speak. The footsteps stopped. Dou opened his eyes. The darkness had not lifted, but the molten orange glow of the hollow gap had spread, just a little, enough to see the blade's surface, the curve of the edge, the place where the metal thinned toward the gap's rim. And on that surface, between the hilt and the beginning of the gap, something was moving. Not writing, not carving. The metal itself was shifting, grain lines rearranging like sand under running water. The movement was slow, deliberate, the pace of something that had all the time in the world and intended to use every breath. Dou watched it happen. He could not look away. The succession mark on his chest had stopped pulsing. It was steady now, a constant pressure against his sternum, warm, not burning, patient. The metal rearranged. Characters formed, not the ancient script of the succession mark, not the standard characters of the records hall ledgers. A script Dou had never seen, yet recognized the way a forge rat recognized the feel of hot iron without needing to look. 3 characters. They settled into the blade's surface like they had always been there, like the metal had been waiting to show them since the moment the hammer shard dissolved into the core. The weapon's singing note stopped. The silence that followed was not empty. It was the silence of completion, of a door that had been open finally closing, of a name that had been waiting to be spoken, finally given shape. Dou read the characters. His lips moved before his mind caught up. The sound that came out was not his voice, or not only his voice. It was the resonance of the succession mark, the vibration of the hollow gap, the echo of his mother's words spoken into a forge fire he had never seen. Ledgerstrike. The word hung in the air. The forge lights returned, not gradually, not like embers catching. One moment the darkness was absolute, the next the wall lights were burning, the crucible coals were red, the torch in the door bracket was alive with flame, and every shadow in the forge had been thrown into sharp relief. The figure stood 3 paces from Dou. A woman. Gray robes. No sect markings, no guild seal. Her hands were empty. Her face was lined with dust from a road that had been traveled too long without rest. Her eyes were dark, and they were fixed on the weapon in Dou's grip, on the 3 characters engraved into the blade's surface. She tilted her head. "You named it," she said. Her voice was dry, cracked from travel or silence or both. "Do you know what you have named it for?" Dou's hand was still pressed to the blade. The cut had not closed. Blood still welled along the line of contact, but the weapon was no longer drinking. The characters on the surface had stopped moving. They were settled, permanent, as if they had been forged into the metal decades ago and only now revealed. He looked at the woman. She looked at him, and the succession mark on his chest flared once, hot enough to sear, and Dou felt the weapon's completed weight settle into his grip like a key turning in a lock that had been waiting for his hand since before he was born. The woman smiled. It was not a kind smile. "Good," she said. "I would have been disappointed if you had chosen a different name." She turned to face Elder Sui. "The interdiction is voided," she said, "by founder line authority. I am here to collect what belongs to the mountain." Elder Sui's face went pale. "You cannot be here," he said. "I am," she said. "And I have walked a long road to arrive exactly at this moment." She looked back at Dou, at the weapon in his hand, at the name engraved in the blade. "Ledgerstrike," she said, and her voice carried the weight of something older than the forge. "Do you know what it means?" Chapter 58. Dou looked at the name on the blade. The 3 characters sat in the metal like they had been waiting there longer than he had been alive. "No," he said. The woman's smile did not change. Then test it. She moved before he could ask what she meant. Her hand came up, fingers curved, and the air between them went dense. Dou felt the pressure build, not heat, not force, but something that pressed against his chest like the weight of deep water. Elder Sui took a step back. You cannot use founder-lying authority to— I am not using authority, she said. I am asking the weapon what it is. The pressure doubled. Dou's ribs creaked, his knees locked. The succession mark on his chest flared hot, and the weapon in his grip answered before his mind caught up. Ledgerstrike's edge caught the light and held it. The pressure that had been building against Dou's chest stopped. Not faded, stopped, as if it had been drinking from the blade instead of pushing through his body. The hollow gap at the weapon's base glowed once, pale and brief, and Dou felt the impact gather in the metal, stored, waiting. He did not think. He moved. The blade came up. The stored pressure released in a single flat arc, not aimed at the woman, but toward the empty air beside her, and the stone floor between them cracked with a sound like a hammer striking ice. The crack ran 3 paces. Dust rose. The pressure was gone. Dou stared at the weapon. The woman did not flinch. It drinks, she said. Force, heat, resonance, whatever is thrown at it. It drinks until you decide to return it. She paused. Only you can channel the return. Anyone else who tries will feel their bones splinter before the pulse leaves their hand. Xiu's breath caught. The Quench property. The property, the woman agreed, of a completed blood quench. Dou looked at the crack in the floor. The stone had split along a clean line as if cut rather than shattered. The stored force had not scattered. It had been focused, shaped, tuned to the grip that held the blade. His grip. The succession mark on his chest pulsed once, warm, satisfied. What else can it drink? Xiu asked. The woman's eyes did not leave Dou. That is the question, is it not? She tilted her head. The scar ledger recorded everything that touched you. The weapon consumed the scar ledger. It has learned what you learned. It knows what your body knew. She stepped closer. What have you touched, Dou Quhe? He thought of the slag pits, the furnace bars, the ore paste, the black vein metal that swallowed vibration, the poison dust from the tunnel, the shoulder gap that took contamination into itself, the succession mark, his mother's words. The weapon held all of it. The woman saw the understanding cross his face. This way. Your colorful flash bars would lean. A go wasn't carried to do this, plus. The hash-out man breaks up the will. I just find like a nope, spoke, part, and it strums out to a mop. I have looking to this apartments in that Swiss, waiting for the most swalls medum is tranding scorter. I don't ignore the shouter heartsbotch. I can probably pace this or parable convince, but I am gonna find I went to this. You are too street. That any every visit stemolts take above not death. Once a close is selled, which catches supply, the convention the pence, fells the trib. You will note when I saw. Her pen did not move. You will obey the interdiction, or— The interdiction is voided, the gray-rubbed woman said. She did not raise her voice. And I have not yet spoken to the boy about what I came to say. He turned back to Dou. Do you know what the mountain wants from you? Dou opened his mouth, closed it. The weapon's weight in his hand was settled, known. But the question was not about Ledgerstrike. It was about the succession mark, the entity beneath the forge, the 13 smoking lines, the cracks that had spread outward instead of inward, the array that had recorded his mother's name and 3 others. No, he said. The woman nodded. Good. That is the only honest answer you could have given. She reached into her sleeve and pulled out a folded square of leather, old, cracked, stained with something dark that had dried decades ago. She held it out to him. Dou took it. The leather was warm, not from her body, from something older. The surface had been scored with characters he did not recognize, not the script on Ledgerstrike's blade, not the succession mark, not the standard characters of Coldvein's ledgers. But the weapon recognized them. The blade vibrated once, A low thrum that traveled through his palm and up his arm, and the hollow gap glowed again, brief, questioning. "Your mother left that," the woman said. "With a woman named Hezhen. She said to hold it for the boy who would come carrying furnace fire in his bones." Dou's hand tightened on the leather. Madame Hezhen, the canteen keeper, the woman who had set rice in front of him without asking, who had known his mother by sight. "She never gave it to me," he said. "She was told to wait until the forge went dark, until the weapon had a name." The woman's eyes were tired. "The slag market canteen has been closed for 3 days. Hezhen is not there." Dou's blood went cold. "Where is she?" "I do not know. The canteen was empty when I arrived." The woman's voice was flat. The fire was still warm. Dou looked at the leather in his hand, at the characters he could not read, at the weapon that hummed in his grip like a second pulse. The succession mark burned. He turned to the door. "Where are you going?" Elder Sui's voice was sharp. "To find her. You are under interdiction. You are not permitted to leave this forge." Dou looked at the woman in gray. She looked back. "The interdiction is voided," she said, "and I did not come here to keep him in a cage." She stepped aside. Dou moved. The weapon's weight settled against his hip as he crossed the threshold, and behind him, he heard Elder Sui's voice rise in protest, heard Xiu say something he did not catch, heard the young woman's pen begin to move at last. He kept walking. The yard was empty. The crowd had scattered when the forge went dark and had not returned, or had been cleared. Dou did not know which. The canteen sat at the far edge of the slag market, its shutters closed, its door ajar. Dou broke into a run. The leather square was still in his hand. The characters on its surface were warm now, not from his grip, but from something else, something that pulsed in time with the succession mark on his chest. He reached the canteen door, pushed it open. The fire was cold, the room was empty, and on the counter where Madame Hezhen had set bowls of rice for him, there was a single sheet of paper, weighted down by a chipped cup. Dou picked it up. The writing was her hand, shaky, rushed. "They took her, the ones who took your mother. They knew she was waiting. I am sorry I could not hold it longer." The paper trembled in his grip. Ledgerstrike hummed once, low, and the hollow gap at the blade's base went hot. The weapon had tasted rage before. It knew what to do with it. Chapter 59. The paper trembled in his grip. Ledgerstrike hummed once, low, and the hollow gap at the blade's base went hot. Dou stood in the cold canteen and read the words again. "They took her. The ones who took your mother. They knew she was waiting." His hand tightened until the paper buckled. The weapon knew what to do with rage. The question was whether Dou did. Behind him, footsteps, fast, multiple sets. He turned. 2 disciples in outer court gray stood at the canteen door, one breathing hard, the other clutching a sealed leather tube with the records hall mark pressed into the wax. "No Quhe." The first one said it like a confirmation, not a greeting. "You are to return to the forge yard immediately. Elder Sui has ordered." "I read it," the second disciple cut in, holding up the tube. "Runner came from the eastern ridge. The seal on your mother's file. It is fully open now. Every page, every entry. Elder Sui wants you present when it is writ into the record." Dou did not move. "I am not going back to the forge yard to stand while he reads my mother's file like evidence." "You misunderstand." The second disciple's voice dropped. "The file is open. The vault is open. Elder Sui cannot seal what the mountain has already released. The runner brought authenticated lineage proofs. Your mother's name is connected to the founder line custody chain. That means, I know what it means." Dou's voice was flat. He had heard the shape of the truth before he understood the words. The debtor convoy that took his mother had been internal. Not bandits, not merchants. Coldvein, the sect, the records hall. He had been searching for a crime that happened to his family. The crime had been committed by the institution he was trying to join. The succession mark on his chest burned. The second disciple saw something in Dou's face and took a step back. "The file contains more than the heir designation," he said. "There are transfer orders, expense logs, a memorandum signed with a vault seal that was retired 40 years ago. They seized the linekeepers one by one. Your mother was the last." "Why?" Because she had the canon, and the sect was afraid of what it meant. Dou looked down at the leather square in his hand, the characters he could not read, the weapon that had learned his rage before he learned to name it. He walked past the disciples. Dou Quhe, the first disciple's voice was sharp. You are required to attend. If you do not appear, the hearing will proceed without you, and the verdict will be entered as default. Let it. You will lose everything. I have nothing left to lose. Dou did not slow. They already took her. They took Madame Hezhen. They can take the verdict. He stepped into the yard. The crowd had reformed. Disciples lined the rail, their faces shifting from confusion to recognition as he emerged. Whispers rose. That's him. The forge that went dark. He's carrying the weapon. They say it named itself. They say the mountain accepted him. They say the file opened. They say his mother. Dou did not stop. He crossed the yard toward the forge, where the gray-robed woman stood at the threshold, Xiu beside her, Tao Fenyu leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, Elder Sui pale and sharp in the entrance. Bai Yuchen was there too. His ledger was open, his ink-stained fingers pressed flat on the page, as if holding the words down by force. Elder Sui spoke first. You have been summoned to attend the reading of the opened file. You chose to delay. That delay will be recorded. Record it? Dou stopped 3 paces from the forge door. Ledgerstrike's weight was settled against his hip, but the blade was warm, not hot. The weapon was waiting. I read the note, he said. Madame Hezhen is gone, taken by the same people who took my mother. Your people. Elder Sui's face did not change. The records hall does not operate a seizure network. No, you just filed the paperwork after someone else did the work. A murmur ran through the crowd. Bai Yuchen's pen moved. The gray-robed woman watched without speaking. Elder Sui's voice was cold. The opened file contains authenticated lineage proofs connecting you to the founder line custody chain. That chain exists because the sect had a legal obligation to secure unstable canon expressions. Your mother was not taken. She was relocated under a valid security order. Relocated. Yes. Where? Elder Sui did not answer. Dou's hand tightened on Ledgerstrike's grip. You do not know where she is. The file opens, but the destination is missing. The convoy that took her was logged, but the receiving site was sealed. You have a record of the crime, and no idea where the bodies are buried. The silence that followed was loud. The gray-robed woman spoke into it. The boy is not wrong. Elder Sui seized the gospel Maijans, helling her times, tensely and blasphement. You have no standing here. Your founder-line authority may void an interdiction, but it does not give you voice in a sect hearing. I am not speaking in the hearing. The woman's voice was mild. I am stating a fact. The file is open. The proof is authenticated, and the destination pages were removed before the file was sealed 40 years ago. Someone wanted the location buried as deeply as the canon. Dou looked at her. You knew. I knew the file existed. I did not know the pages were missing until I heard the runner's report. Then why are you here? The woman met his gaze. Because the mountain asked me to watch, and because I wanted to see what the boy who carried furnace fire in his bones would do when he learned the truth. The succession mark burned. Ledgerstrike hummed. And in the yard a runner burst through the crowd, chest heaving, a second leather tube raised above his head. The file, he gasped. The additional pages, the destination records. Someone found them. Elder Sui's face went gray. Bai Yuchen's pen stopped. The runner held out the tube. They were in the hands of the family that filed the grievance against artificer Xiu Paoshu, the family of the first disciple. They have been holding them for 30 years. Dou felt the ground shift beneath his feet. Tao Fenyu straightened. The gray-robed woman's smile was not kind, and the runner spoke again, his voice cracking. The destination listed on the convoy manifest is an Iron Meridian Guild holding facility. The facility is still operational, and the linekeeper listed on the final transfer order, Wu Horjing, was logged as received. Tao Fenyu's head snapped up. Received, not delivered. The runner swallowed. The log says arrived. It does not say departed. Chapter 60. The runner's words hum in the yard air like smoke too heavy to rise. Arrived, not departed. Dou heard them 3 times before they settled, once in his ears, once in the hollow behind his sternum where the succession mark still burned, once in Ledgerstrike's grip where the weapon went still, listening. The gray-robed woman broke the silence first. The holding facility. Which one? The runner swallowed. The Eastern Spur Compound, Iron Meridian Guild Registry, 3rd Annex. Designation, Coldvein Transfer Point, Sector 7. Tao Fenyu's face lost color. That facility is still operational, he said. I passed through it on the road here. It processes guild materials and personnel transfers. It is not a prison. It is not a detention center. It is a way station, the gray-robed woman said. People pass through. They are logged, held, and forwarded. The logs do not record death unless death occurs on the premises. Dau's hand tightened on Ledgerstrike. She was logged as arrived, not departed. That means she is still there. Elder Sui's voice cut through, sharp and cold. It means a log entry from 40 years ago records a single transaction, nothing more. The facility has been rebuilt twice since then. The records may have been migrated, altered, or lost. You are building a conclusion on paper that has been sealed for 4 decades. Then why did your file remove the destination pages? Sui did not answer. The gray-robed woman spoke to the runner. The leather tube. Is it the original transfer manifest or a copy? Copy. The family's copy. They kept it with the grievance file. Certified? The runner hesitated. It bears a guild stamp, authenticated for use in proceedings. Bai Chun's pen moved, then stopped. His voice was quiet when he spoke. If the manifest is authenticated, it can be entered as evidence in the hearing. The hearing that was scheduled for dawn on the 3rd day. Elder Sui's eyes went flat. The hearing will proceed as scheduled. The boy's attendance is mandatory. I will attend. Dou's voice surprised even himself. The yard went quiet. I will attend the hearing. I will stand before whoever needs to see me, and I will ask the same question I am asking you now, Elder Sui. Where was my mother sent? Who authorized the convoy, and why did the records hall seal the destination before the file was closed? Sui's jaw tightened. You speak as if you have standing to demand answers. I have a succession mark. I have a weapon that named itself. I have an opened file that proves Coldvein took my mother. Dou stepped forward. If that is not standing, tell me what is. A voice from the crowd. Lineage does not grant legal authority. The speaker was an older man in outer court blue, his robes patched at the elbows, a ledger tucked under his arm. He had not been part of the forge vigil. He had arrived during the commotion. The records hall defines standing through registration, oath, and service, not blood. The opened file proves the boy's mother was a linekeeper. It does not grant him the right to interrogate an elder. Bai Chen's voice was measured. Master Lin, you are not assigned to this jurisdiction. I am assigned to the grievance board, and the grievance board has standing to observe any proceeding involving a contested founder line claim. The man's eyes found Dou. The boy is correct that the file proves lineage, but lineage and legal standing are not the same thing. The hearing will determine what rights, if any, the opened file conveys. Yu Shao stepped forward. He entered the array by choice. He completed 9 nodes by choice. He ripped the hollow gap and offered his blood by choice. No one forced him. No one coerced him. If standing is earned through action, then Dou Quhe he has earned a voice in any room that judges his fate. Master Lin's gaze did not waver. Choice implies the capacity to refuse. A pit laborer without registration, without guild protection, without legal counsel, is not in a position to refuse a master's command. Choice, in the absence of alternatives, is not choice. It is compliance. Then what would you call it? Dou's voice was hard. Master Lin turned to face him fully. I would call it what the law will call it. If your master's method is validated, and your body carries the founder canon, then you were never a free agent. You were a vessel being prepared for a purpose you did not understand. The law does not recognize consent given without knowledge of what is being consented to. Ledgerstrike hummed low. The vrowned woman spoke. Master Lin speaks the law as written. It is not wrong. But the law also recognizes a distinction between property and person. The question before the hearing is not whether Dou Quhe has standing. The question is whether he is a person who can acquire standing, or a piece of sect property that must be classified and held. The silence that followed was absolute. Dou felt the weight of every eye in the yard. He looked at Xiu, who stood pale and still, his scarred hands trembling with a fine tremor that was not fear. He looked at Tao Fenyu, whose face was unreadable, the pale burn of an overfired kiln catching the forge light. He looked at Bai Yu Chen, whose pen had begun moving again, recording every word for the record that would follow him into that room at dawn. He looked at Elder Sui, whose gray eyes held nothing but procedure, and he looked at the gray-robed woman, whose smile was not kind, but whose presence had shifted the ground beneath them all. "The hearing," Dou said, "is at dawn on the third day." "Yes, and the manifest will be entered as evidence. If it is authenticated, yes." "Then I have until dawn to decide what I am." Elder Sui's voice was cold. "You have until dawn to decide whether you will attend as a claimant or as property. The distinction matters only if you have something to say that the law cannot dismiss." He turned and walked into the forge, his robes snapping against the stone. The yard held its breath, and from the eastern road, where the first light of false dawn had begun to gray the peaks, a single rider approached at a gallop, dust trailing behind like a banner of ash. The gray-robed woman watched the rider. Her smile, for the first time, became something else entirely. "It appears," she said, "that the guild has sent its own witness to the hearing." Tao Fenyu's head snapped up. "The guild does not send witnesses without a formal request." "Then, perhaps," the woman said, "the request has already been made." The rider crested the ridge, and Dou saw the silver furnace and chisel seal glint at the rider's collar. The Iron Meridian Guild had arrived. Chapter 61. The yard did not move. The rider had reined in at the edge of the torchlight, the silver furnace and chisel seal catching the glow. A woman, mid-30s, dust-caked robes that had seen days of hard riding. She did not dismount. "I am here on guild authority," she said. "The hearing has been escalated to formal review. All parties are to remain available until the board convenes." Tao Fenyu stepped forward. "By whose request?" "By mine." Her voice carried no apology. The gray-robed woman laughed, a dry sound like stone shifting. "Then the game has teeth after all." Dou heard the words from a distance. The forge light had begun to blur at the edges. The succession mark on his chest burned steady, but the heat had begun to spread. Not outward like before, but inward, down through his ribs, into the arm that held Ledgerstrike. He blinked. The ground was closer than it should have been. "Dou!" Xiu's voice, sharp. "Close." "Dou, do not sit down." He had not realized he was sitting. The gray-robed woman was beside him before he understood she had moved. Her hand caught his shoulder, fingers pressing into the muscle above the succession mark, and the pressure sent a spike of cold through his chest that cleared the blur for a single breath. "He is crashing," she said. "The array is done, but the body does not know it yet. He spent everything the Marrow had to give. The weapon is still drawing from the reservoir even now, because the bond is open and it does not yet know the donor is empty." "Then close the bond," Tao said. "It is not a tap. It is a seal that takes time to set. He must hold until the weapon recognizes it has been fed enough." Xiu knelt. His scarred hands hovered over Dou's arm, not touching, as if afraid contact would shatter something. "How long?" "Breaths. Maybe more. It depends on whether he has anything left that the ledger did not consume." Dou tried to speak. His mouth moved. No sound came. The rider had dismounted. She walked through the crowd with the authority of someone who had traveled too far to be turned away and stopped before Dou, looking down at him with the flat assessment of a guild appraiser examining a damaged tool. "He will not survive the hearing in this state." "Then the hearing must wait," Xiu said. "The hearing cannot wait. The board has scheduled review within the cycle. If the claimant is not present, the file proceeds to default classification." "Then classify me," Dou said. His voice came out cracked and thin, barely more than a whisper, but it stopped every person in the yard. Let them classify me. I will still be the one who holds Ledgerstrike. The rider's eyes moved to the weapon. It hummed once, low, a response that was not threat and not welcome. Recognition. You are the one who named it. Yes. She studied him for a long moment. Then you are the one the board will want to see. Alive. She turned to Elder Sui. I am requisitioning medical access to the claimant pending review. If he dies before the board convenes, the guild will hold Coldvein accountable for the loss of a registered founder line asset. Elder Sui's face did not change. The records hall will provide a healer. No. The gray-robed woman's voice cut through. The records hall will provide nothing. I will bring my own. She looked at Dou. Can you stand? He tried. His legs responded, but the arm holding Ledgerstrike would not lift. The weapon had grown heavy, as if it had absorbed not just heat and resonance, but mass itself, as if the bond demanded he carry its weight through flesh alone. He made it to his knees. Yu's hand found his shoulder. Do not push. The arm will recover, but only if you let it rest. I do not have time to rest. Then borrow time. The hearing will not start before dawn. That is 6 hours. 6 hours of lying still may mean the difference between walking into that room and being carried into it. Dou looked at the arm. The skin was pale, almost gray where it met Ledgerstrike's grip. The fingers could still move, but the resonance that had sung through them during the forging was gone, replaced by a deep, thudding ache that matched his heartbeat. The gray-robed woman spoke. The arm will recover. The lungs are another matter. She pressed 2 fingers against his ribs just below the collarbone. The pressure sent a spike of cold air through his chest, and he coughed once, a rough sound that brought something dark to his lips. Poison residue from the tunnel, she said. The weapon drank most of it during the forging, but some remained in the tissue. It will settle in the lungs over the next few days. You will have trouble breathing in confined spaces until it clears. How long? Weeks, maybe longer. The body will need to sweat it out through sustained heat exposure. Stay in the forge. Sleep near the fire. Do not let the cold settle into your chest. She released his ribs. The scar tissue is another problem. The array wrote through your old wounds, and those wounds have been rewritten at a deeper layer. They will hold, but they will also ache when the weather shifts or when you push too hard. You will learn to read your body differently, or you will tear something that cannot be rebuilt. Dou listened to the words as if they belonged to someone else. He had survived the array. He had completed the blood quench. He had named Ledgerstrike. And now he was being told that survival came with a maintenance manual. There is a healer in the lower warren, Xiu said. Old woman, trained before the records hall took over medical licensing. She will not report to Elder Sui. She will not need to, the writer said. The guild will provide oversight. If the claimant receives treatment, the record must reflect it. No secrets. Then let the record reflect it. Dou forced the words out. Let them write down every breath I take. I do not care. I just need to be able to stand when the hearing starts. The writer nodded. Then I will escort you to the warren. She extended her hand. Dou took it. The leverage pulled him upright, and for a moment the world held steady. The yard was still watching. Elder Sui had not moved. The gray-robed woman's smile had returned, thin and knowing. He took a step. The arm screamed. The lungs burned. The succession mark pulsed once, a steady throb that felt less like power and more like a heartbeat that had always been there, waiting to be noticed. He took another step, and then he heard it. Footsteps. Not the riders, not shoes, coming from the direction of the records hall. Multiple sets, measured, unhurried. The gray-robed woman turned her head. It appears, she said, that Elder Sui decided not to wait for dawn. The footsteps grew closer, and in the torchlight, Dou saw them. Records hall guards, 12 of them, marching in formation toward the yard. Chapter 62. The guards kept coming. 12 sets of boots striking stone in unison, torches held high enough to paint the yard in moving shadows. They did not run. They did not need to. The formation was a statement, measured and inevitable. Dou watched them through the blur that still clung to his vision. The arm at his side hung heavy. Ledgerstrike's grip was warm against his palm, but the blade felt distant, as if the weapon had retreated somewhere deeper inside the bond, waiting for the channel to finish setting. They will not stop for conversation, the gray-robed woman said. Yu Da stepped in front of Dou. Then they will have to go through me. That will not help. Guo Shenbi's voice came from the left side of the yard. She was still leaning on her walking staff, her bandaged leg pale where it extended from her robes. She had not moved since the rider arrived, but now she stepped forward, one careful step at a time, until she stood between Dou and the approaching guards. You will stop, she said. The lead guard did not slow. Records Hall orders. The claimant is to be secured pending classification. The claimant is my sponsored disciple. The guard stopped. The formation stopped with him. Guo Shenbi's voice carried through the yard, thin with exhaustion, but sharp at the edges. I filed the sponsorship entry. I signed the register. By Coldvein law, a sponsored disciple cannot be secured for classification without a recognition hearing first. The hearing must be public. It must be witnessed by at least one court officer and recorded in the outer register. She looked past the guards, toward the forge door where Elder Sui still stood. That is the law. You wrote it yourself, Elder. Elder Sui did not move. The yard held its breath. Then he stepped forward, one pace, then another, until he stood at the edge of the torchlight. His face was carved stone, unreadable in the flicker. The law requires a hearing, he said. It does not require waiting until dawn. Guo Shenbi's jaw tightened. Then hold it now. Here, in the yard, with the witnesses already present. Elder Sui's pale gray eyes moved across the crowd, measuring each face. Xiu, the gray-robed woman. Tao Fenyu, the guild rider. Bai Yuchen, who had not moved from his position by the records hall wall, his ledger still open in his hands. Very well, Elder Sui said. The hearing will convene immediately. He turned to the guards. Form the perimeter. No one leaves the yard until the verdict is recorded. The guards moved into position, 12 bodies spaced evenly along the yard's edge, torches planted in the gravel. The orange light drew a circle around everyone present. Dou forced his grip tighter on Ledgerstrike. The blade did not answer. The bond was still sleeping. Bai Yuchen crossed the yard before anyone could stop him. His footsteps were unhurried. He carried no weapon. The ledger under his arm was black-bound and thick with years of ink, and when he reached the center of the yard, he opened it to a marked page. I have the outer register entry for Dou Quhe, provisional disciple, sponsored by Guo Shenbi of the inner court. His voice was calm, professional. The entry was filed on the 12th day of the 3rd month. It contains the sponsor's signature, the provisional disciple's mark, and the required notation of method. He turned the page. I also have the trial match results from the first load hall, recorded and witnessed by 3 court observers. The results confirm that Dou Quhe completed the hall circuit, absorbed a chi strike without falling, and defeated a registered 4th-year disciple in open bout. Elder Sui's voice cut through. The method. The method is recorded as body refinement under artificer Xiu Paoshu, the forbidden method. Bai Yuchen did not flinch. The method is not marked as forbidden in the register. The register records what is entered. The classification of forbidden or permitted belongs to the records hall and the guild. I am a registrar. I record. You are playing with words, Bai. I am using the words that exist in the law you wrote, Elder. The silence that followed was a held blade. Dou watched Bai Yuchen's ink-stained fingers rest on the open page, steady, waiting. The man had walked through 12 armed guards to stand here. He had brought paper. Guo Shenbi limped to stand beside Bai. I affirm the sponsorship, she said. I affirm the trial results. I affirm that Dou Quhe has completed 2 months of training under Xiu Paoshu and has achieved a forge bond with a named weapon. She paused. I also affirm that I have witnessed the array completion and the succession mark manifestation. I was present in the forge yard when the founder's stance pattern was projected through the walls. I saw it. You were outside, Elder Sui said. The light was visible from the yard. The pattern was visible through the forge door. Any witness here can confirm it. Murmurs rippled through the gathered disciples. Elder Sui's hand moved, a slow gesture that silenced them. The founder's stance pattern is a lost canon. Its reappearance is not a matter for a recognition hearing. It is a matter for the guild, the records hall, and the lineage court. Then let those courts convene after the hearing, Quo Shenbi said. But first, the hearing must decide what Dou Quhe is, disciple or property. The word hung in the torchlight. Property. Dou heard it land in the gravel, felt it settle into the space between him and every person watching. Elder Sui looked at Dou, not at the weapon, not at the succession mark, at Dou's face directly for the first time since the forge went dark. You heard the question, boy. What do you claim? The yard waited. Dou's arms screamed, his lungs burned. Ledgerstrike sat heavy in his grip, silent, waiting for the bond to finish setting. He thought about his mother's leather square, still folded in his pocket, scored with characters he could not read. He thought about Madame Hezhen's empty canteen. He thought about the convoy records that said arrived, not departed. He lifted his chin. I claim the name Dou Quhe, he said. I claim the weapon Ledgerstrike. I claim the succession mark on my chest and the canon that came with it. I claim the training I earned and the scars I paid for. His voice cracked on the last word. He did not stop. I am not property. Elder Sui's face did not change. Then prove it. Chapter 63. The yard held its breath. Dou stood at the center of the torch circle with Ledgerstrike dragging at his arm, the blade tip resting against the gravel. His lungs burned with every shallow draw. The succession mark sat against his sternum like a second heart, patient, waiting. Elder Sui watched him with pale, gray eyes that had measured 100 hearings before this one. You claim the weapon, Sui said. The mark, the scars. You claim you are not property, but you have not answered the question that matters. Dou said nothing. His throat was raw. His grip on Ledgerstrike had gone numb. The question is not what you carry, Sui said. The question is whose path you walk. Do you claim artificer Xiu Paoshu's forbidden method as your cultivation? Do you claim the founder-line canon that erupted through that forge door as your inheritance? Do you claim responsibility for what your existence will bring to this mountain? 3 questions, 3 answers that would decide everything. Xiu stood at the edge of the torchlight, his scarred hands folded. He did not speak. He did not move. His face was stone, but Dou saw the way his fingers pressed against each other, the way they trembled. Guo Senbi's jaw was tight. Bai Yuqian's pen had stopped moving. The gray-robed woman stood with her arms crossed, her expression unreadable, the guild rider beside her with dust still caked on her robes. Dou looked at Xiu, the old man who had driven ore paste into his cuts, who had thrown him out for 3 days, who had knelt beside him in the forge and said, I will not lose another. He looked at his own hands, the palms where the old burn scars had been erased by the weapon's consumption. The skin was new, pale, unmarked. He had hidden his whole life, hidden his forging, hidden his strength, hidden every scrap of progress because showing it meant someone would take it. But Ledgerstrike had consumed his scar ledger, and the ledger had not held back. It had given everything. Dou lifted his chin. I claim Xiu Paoshu's path, he said. I claim every scar I earned under his hand, and every scar still to come. I claim the founder-line canon that woke in my body, and the weapon that named itself when I held it. His voice cracked on the last word. He did not stop. I claim responsibility for what I bring, the danger, the questions, the enemies. I claim them because they are mine. The silence that followed was not empty. It was full of weight, full of consequence, full of the thing that happens when a person says something they cannot take back. Elder Sui's face did not change. He stood motionless for 3 full breaths, his iron-black hair streaked with white catching the torchlight, the thin burn scar across his jaw pulling slightly as his jaw tightened. Then he nodded. The claim is recorded. Bai Yuqian's pen moved. The scratch of ink against paper was loud in the stillness. But before the pen stopped, a voice spoke from the edge of the yard. I request immediate higher review. The words came from a figure Dou had not noticed until now. An elder in dark blue robes, standing near the back of the crowd, older than Sui, with a face like cracked leather and eyes that had gone shop. Elder Zhou. Dou had never seen him before, had never heard the name, but he saw the way the crowd shifted when he spoke, the way disciples near him took a half step back. Sui's head turned, slow and controlled. On what grounds? Founder line legacy manifesting in an unregistered vessel requires guild-level adjudication, Elder Zhou said. His voice was dry, precise, the voice of someone who read law for pleasure. The boy has claimed the canon. The weapon has named itself. The succession mark is visible from where I stand. This yard has no authority to confirm or deny what he is. This yard has authority to determine his standing, Sui said. This yard has authority to determine his classification, Zhou corrected. Standing is a different matter. Standing requires lineage verification, guild observation, and a minimum of 3 elders from different sect branches. You know this, Sui. The crowd began to murmur. Dou felt the shift in the air, the way the torchlight seemed to flicker even though no wind had moved. The 12 guards at the perimeter had not relaxed. Their hands were still on their weapons. Guo Shenbi stepped forward. Elder Zhou, she said. The recognition hearing is standard procedure under Coldvein law. The lineage court can convene after. The lineage court should convene now, Zhou said. Before the boy leaves this yard. Before anyone leaves this yard. He looked at Dou directly. Because if he is what he claims to be, then every elder present has a duty to witness it, and if he is not, he let the pause hang. Then we will know that too. The gray-robed woman laughed. It was a quiet sound, nearly lost in the torch crackle, but it carried. You have been waiting for this moment, she said to Zhou. How long? 30 years? 40? Zhou's eyes narrowed. I do not know you, woman. No, she said, but I know what you are looking for, and I can tell you now, the boy's claim is true. I verified it before the forge went dark. Your verification is not recognized in this sect. It is recognized by the mountain. The words landed like hammer blows. Zhou's face tightened. Sui's hand moved a fraction, a gesture Dou did not understand, but it made Xiu step forward for the first time since the hearing began. Elder Zhou, Xiu said, if you want higher review, convene it, but do not pretend this is about procedure. You have been waiting for a living vessel since before my first disciple died. You know exactly what Dou is. Zhou did not answer. The crowd's murmurs grew louder. Dou stood at the center, Ledgerstrike cold against his palm, the succession mark steady against his chest, and watched the elders of Coldvein measure each other in the torchlight. He had claimed the path. He had claimed the legacy. He had claimed the danger. And now the mountain had answered. Chapter 64. The crowd did not disperse. Elder Zhou had not moved. His cracked leather face held the stillness of a man who had just been told his house was built on borrowed stone, and the murmur around him grew teeth as disciples repeated the gray-robed woman's words. Recognized by the mountain. They did not know what it meant, neither did Dou, but he felt the phrase settle into the yard like ash after a forge fire, clinging to everything it touched. Elder Sui spoke first. The hearing is adjourned until the lineage court convenes. His pale gray eyes swept the yard once, a measurement that included every face. No one leaves the compound. The boy remains under records hall observation until standing is determined. He turned and walked toward the eastern passage without waiting for acknowledgement. The guards did not follow. They stood at the perimeter, hands still on their weapons, waiting for orders that did not come. 12 men who had marched to secure a disciple, and now had nothing to secure because no one had told them what to do next. Elder Zhou watched Sui leave, then looked at Dou. You will be summoned, he said, when the court is ready. By who? Dou asked. Dou's smile was thin and dry as old parchment. That depends on who gets to you first. He walked the opposite direction, disappearing into the crowd like a blade sheathed in cloth. The yard exhaled. Disciples began moving again, breaking into clusters of whispered conversation. The torchlight flickered as someone adjusted the sconce. Dou felt the cold returning to his fingers, the slow ache spreading through his right arm where the bond was still setting. Then a group of 5 senior disciples stepped out of the crowd. They were older than the yard regulars, their robes bearing the deeper blue of inner circle status. 2 had their hands resting on weapon hilts. The one in front, a broad-shouldered man with a shaved head and a scar splitting his left eyebrow, walked directly toward Dou. Records hall procedure, he said. The subject requires secure holding until lineage review. Xiu moved to step between them, but Dou caught his arm. Don't. The scarred disciple stopped 3 paces from Dou, and looked down at him. Up close, Dou saw the man's pupils were ringed with a faint gray, a sign of internal cultivation most outer yard disciples never reached. "You coming quietly?" the man asked. "Under whose authority?" Dou said. "Elder Zhou's request, Elder Sui's order. Take your pick." "They didn't give you any order," Dou said. "They walked away. You're guessing." The scarred disciple's jaw tightened. Behind him, one of the other seniors laughed. "He's got a mouth on him, Wei. Want me to shut it?" Wei did not answer. His eyes stayed down Dou, measuring. Then a voice cut through from the forge rail. "You move past this line and I will put you through the yard floor. Rin Tielo." He stood at the edge of the forge platform, broad and solid, his thick neck corded with tension, his hands gripping the iron rail hard enough to whiten his knuckles. Behind him, 3 furnace disciples had taken position, their faces set, their forge-scarred arms crossed. Wei turned. "You're out of your depth, furnace boy." "Am I?" Rin's voice was flat, almost bored. "You're 5. I've got 3. The yard's full of people who saw the succession mark. You really want to be the one who starts a faction fight over a holding order nobody wrote down?" Wei's hand dropped to his weapon hilt. The furnace disciples tensed. Dou felt Ledgerstrike's weight shift in his grip, the weapon responding to the heat spike in his blood. The hollow gap hummed once, a sound barely audible over the crowd, but Wei's head snapped toward it. He had heard. "Stand down, Wei." Tao Fenyu stepped out of the torch shadow near the forge door. His gilt-gray robes were dust-stained, his face carrying the pale, dry burn of an overfired kiln, but his voice carried the weight of someone who had spent 30 years learning exactly when to speak. "This is not your jurisdiction," Wei said. "It is Iron Meridian Guild jurisdiction," Tao said, "and I am the senior examiner present. The boy is under guild observation until the lineage court convenes. You will not secure him. You will not touch him. You will walk back to your seniors and tell them the guild has assumed custody." Wei's hand stayed on his hilt. Tao did not flinch. "You have 5 breaths to decide whether you want a guild inquiry attached to your permanent record." The silence stretched. Wei's fingers tightened, then released. He stepped back, a single controlled movement, and gestured to his team. "Walk." They went. The crowd parted as the 5 seniors vanished into the yard's eastern edge, and the furnace disciples slowly relaxed, their stances shifting from combat to watchfulness. Rin did not move from the rail. "You all right?" he asked Dou. "Fine. You look like shit. I feel like shit." Rin nodded, as if that settled something. "Good. You're supposed to. Means you survived something that should have killed you." He stepped aside, clearing the forge door. Dou walked past him into the forge's dark, Xiu following close behind, and Tao Fenyu entered last, pulling the door shut behind them. The forge was cold. The fire had died during the hearing, leaving only ash and the faint residual heat of stone that had been hot for hours. Dou let himself sink onto the workbench, the wood groaning under his weight, and set Ledgerstrike across his knees. Tao stood near the door, arms crossed. Xiu lit a single oil lamp, its flames small and inadequate against the dark. "We have until dawn," Tao said. "After that, the lineage court will meet, and we will need to decide what you want to happen." "What I want?" Dou looked up. "I want to find my mother." Dao's face did not change. "Then you need to survive tomorrow first." He paused. "Someone from my brother's family has already been notified." The words landed like cold water. Dao's hands tightened on Ledgerstrike's hilt. "They know." "They knew before I arrived," Dou said. "The grievance petition was filed a month ago. They have been waiting for proof that Xiu Paoshu's method either succeeded or killed again. And now they have proof it succeeded." "Yes." Tao's voice was quiet. "Which means they will want to know what that makes you. Heir, replacement, evidence." The lamplight flickered. Dou stared at the ash in the forge. Outside, the yard had gone silent. Chapter 65. The forge cold had settled into Tzu's bones by the time the first gray light bled through the crack beneath the door. He had not slept. Ledgerstrike lay across his knees, the blade dark and patient, the hollow gap sealed now, a thin line of pale metal where the mouth had been. The weapon no longer pulled at his core. It sat heavy and quiet, waiting. Xiu sat against the far wall, his scarred hands resting on his thighs, his eyes closed. He had not slept either. Neither had Tao. The knock came before the bell. 3 sharp blows against the forge door, measured, professional. "The lineage court convenes at dawn," a voice called. "The yard is prepared." Dou stood. His right arm ached from shoulder to wrist, the bond seal still settling, and his lungs burned with each breath. The poison residue sat deep, a coal that would not cool. He lifted Ledgerstrike and felt the weapon settle into his grip as if it had always belonged there. She opened his eyes. "You do not have to speak," he said. "The court will hear the record and the witnesses. You can stand silent." "I will speak." She studied him for a long moment, then nodded. Tao moved to the door and pulled it open. The yard was full. Dou had expected the elders, the witnesses, the guards. He had not expected the crowd. Disciples packed the railings in the upper ledges, furnace workers in stained leathers, outer court registrants in gray, inner court disciples in blue. They stood in silence, watching. At the center of the yard, a raised stone platform had been prepared. 3 chairs, empty. Elder Sui stood to one side, his pale gray eyes fixed on Dou as he emerged from the forge. Elder Zhou was already seated in one of the chairs, his cracked leather face unreadable. A third Elder Dou did not recognize sat beside him, a woman with iron gray hair and a recorder's brush laid flat across her knees. The yard parted as Dou walked toward the platform. He felt their eyes on him, on the weapon at his side, on the succession mark visible at the collar of his torn tunic. He heard the whispers. "That's him, the pit boy. He carried the canon." Dou stopped before the platform and waited. The gray-haired woman rose, her voice carried without effort, cutting through the morning air. "The lineage court of Coldvein sect is convened to determine the standing of Dou Quhe, claimant of the Scar Ledger succession and bearer of the founder line canon. By the authority vested in this court by the Iron Meridian Guild Charter, the sect's founding compact, and the mountain's record, I, Elder Ji Feng, will preside." She paused. "The court has received the following evidence: the registration entry of Dou Quhe, the sponsorship record of Guo Shenbi, the hearing testimony of Elder Sui Hanyi, the witness account of Bai Yu Chen, the succession mark verified by the forge's living array, and the acknowledgement of the mountain itself as attested by an independent observer." Her eyes found Dou. "Dou Quhe, do you claim the Scar Ledger as your chosen method of cultivation?" "I do." "Do you claim the founder line canon as your inheritance by blood and survival?" "I do." "Do you accept the responsibilities and consequences of that claim, including the enemies it will bring and the duties it may demand?" Dou looked at Xiu. The old artificer stood at the edge of the yard, his scarred hands clasped behind his back, his pale eyes wet. "I accept," Dou said. Elder Ji Feng nodded. "Then, by the evidence of the record and the witness of the mountain, this court recognizes Dou Quhe as a disciple of Coldvein sect, registered and entitled to the protections and obligations of that standing. The classification of property is denied. The claim of the records hall to unilaterally determine his legal status is void." The yard erupted. It was not cheering. It was a sound Dou had never heard directed at him before. Release. A collective breath let out. Disciples pounded the railings. Furnace workers raised their scarred fists. Rintiluol let out a shout from the forge rail and slammed his palm against the iron. Dou stood still, because Elder Sui had not moved. He waited until the noise settled and then stepped forward, his voice quiet and precise, carrying to every corner of the yard. "The court has spoken. The boy is a recognized disciple. I will not challenge that ruling." He paused. However, the word hung in the air like a blade. Under the founder line injunction clause of Coldvein's founding compact, a living vessel bearing a manifested succession mark and an awakened founder line weapon may not leave the sect's territory without written authorization from 3 elders. The weapon may not be transferred or traded. His movement within the sect must be logged with the records hall until the canon's full expression is understood. He turned to face Dou. "You have your standing, boy. but you are bound to this mountain until the sect decides otherwise. Dou's hands tightened on Ledgerstrike's hilt. Xiu stepped forward, his voice sharp. That injunction was written for sealed artifacts, not living disciples. It applies to any vessel bearing founder-line inheritance, Sui said. It has not been invoked in 40 years. It is invoked now. Elder Jifeng's brush moved across her page. The injunction is legally sound, she said. It will be recorded and enforced. The crowd's energy shifted. The triumph curdled into something harder, watchful. Dou looked at Sui. The elder's pale gray eyes held no triumph, only patience. I will find her anyway, Dou said. Sui's mouth curved, just slightly. Perhaps, but not today. He turned and walked toward the records hall, his black and white robes brushing the stone. The yard began to clear. Dou stood on the platform, Ledgerstrike in his hand, recognized and bound in the same breath. Tao stepped up beside him. You have until the full moon to petition the guild for an exception. And if I do not, then the mountain holds you until the elders decide otherwise. Dou looked east, toward the road that led out of Coldvein. The sun had cleared the peaks. Somewhere beyond them, his mother was still waiting. The gray-robed woman appeared at the edge of the yard, her expression unreadable. She held the leather tube in her hand. Dou Quhe? He turned. She tossed the tube. He caught it one-handed. A gift, she said, from someone who has not yet chosen a side. She walked away before he could answer. Dou broke the seal and pulled out the paper. It was a route map. Marked in red ink, a path through the mountain passes, past the sect's eastern checkpoint, into the trade corridor that led to the Iron Meridian Guild's holding facility. The route his mother's convoy had taken. At the bottom, a single line of script. The riders have been changed at every post for 40 years, but the road remembers. Dou folded the map and tucked it into his tunic. The succession mark pulsed once, warm against his chest. For the first time since the forge went dark, he knew where he needed to go. Chapter 66. The guild observers arrived at midday. 3 of them, gray robes with the silver furnace and chisel seal, moving through the forge yard with the quiet efficiency of men who had walked through 100 workshops and expected nothing to surprise them. The eldest carried a wooden case strapped across his back. The second carried a measuring rod of black iron, unmarked. The third carried nothing, but carried himself like a scribe, eyes already tracking across the forge threshold, the cracked floor, the cold crucible. Dou stood at the yard rail with Ledgerstrike across his back, the leather strap cutting into his collarbone. Xiu stood at the forge door, his scarred hands clasped behind him, waiting. The eldest observer stopped 3 paces from Xiu. Artificer Xiu Paoshu. Observer, we are here to examine the completed array and the living vessel's succession marks, as recorded in the lineage court's verdict and the guild's preliminary inquiry writ. Xiu nodded. The forge is open. He stepped aside. The observers entered. The scribe stopped at the threshold and began writing before he had seen anything, recording the date, the time, the condition of the light. The one with the measuring rod knelt at the edge of the circular array, touching the stone where Dou's scar pattern had burned itself into the floor. Dou watched from the rail as they worked. He had not slept. The succession mark pulsed under his tunic, steady and warm, as if the mountain itself was breathing through him. The route map pressed against his ribs, a weight he could not stop touching through the cloth. Rin appeared at his side, thick-necked and quiet, forge suit still on his forearms. They have been in there an hour. Dou said nothing. Bai is standing at the yard gate with his ledger open. He has not moved since they arrived. He is recording what they record, Dou said. So there is a copy outside their report. Rin grunted. You think like a pit rat. I learned from watching people count my worth. The forge door opened. The observers emerged in the same order they had entered. The eldest carried nothing in his hands. The measuring rod was back in its carrier's grip. The scribe was still writing. Xiu followed them out. His face was unreadable. The scarred hands hung loose at his sides. The eldest observer stopped at the yard center and turned to face the crowd that had gathered, disciples and furnace workers and clerks who had abandoned their posts to watch. His voice carried without effort. The array of artificers Xiu Paoshu has been examined and verified as a functional breakthrough in founder-line body refinement. The living vessel, Dou Quhe, bears a confirmed succession mark and awakened weapon bond consistent with the original canon. The method is recognized as valid under Iron Meridian Guild craft protocols. A murmur rippled through the yard. The observer continued. Artificer Xiu Paoshu's professional standing, suspended 32 years ago following the death of his prior disciple, is hereby restored to provisional rank. He may submit techniques for guild review. He may accept students under supervised conditions. He is subject to biannual inspection until further notice. The murmur became something else, a sound Dou had never heard directed at Xiu. Shock. Disbelief. The old artificer, 30 years exiled, 30 years dismissed as a failed craftsman teaching banged methods in the dark, had been pulled back into the light. Xiu did not move. The observer turned to him. "Do you accept these terms?" "I do," Xiu said. His voice was steady. The observer nodded. "The guild's written confirmation will arrive within 3 days. You are no longer a sealed artificer, Xiu Paoshu." He walked past. The other two followed. The crowd held its breath. Then it broke. Furnace workers slapped the rails. Someone shouted Xiu's name. The sound crashed over the yard like heat from an open forge door. Xiu stood still. Dou pushed off the rail and walked to him. The old artificer's pale eyes were wet. He did not wipe them. "Master." Xiu shook his head. "Do not. You earned this. I earned nothing." Xiu's voice cracked on the last word. "I built an array that killed a boy. I built it again and you survived. That is not redemption. That is luck shaped like a second chance." "Then take the second chance." Xiu looked at him. The wet eyes held something Dou had never seen in them before. Not pride, not relief, fear. "The guild gave me back my name," Xiu said. "But Dao is right. Names returned by institutions are never equal to the years they stole." Behind them, footsteps. Tao Fenyu crossed the yard with the measured stride of a man who had waited 30 years to say what he was about to say. He stopped in front of Xiao. "I saw the observer's report," Tao said. Xiao said nothing. "They confirmed the array. They restored your standing." "I know." Tao's face did not soften. The pale kiln burn of his skin seemed deeper in the midday light, the clean hands hanging at his sides. "I will not absolve you." Xiao met his eyes. "I did not ask you to. My brother died under your hands. He trusted you. He walked into your forge and never walked out." Tao's voice stayed flat, controlled, the voice of a man who had rehearsed this moment alone in the dark for 3 decades. "I have spent 30 years wondering whether you were a murderer or a fool. Now I know you are neither. You are a craftsman who built something dangerous and could not stop it in time." "I could not," Xiu said. "I would give anything to have stopped it." "I know." Tao reached into his robe and pulled out the oiled leather drawing, the blank skeleton outline he had prepared the night after his brother died. He held it out. Xiu stared at it. "I kept this for 30 years, Tao said. "I carried it through every inspection, every posting, every night I could not sleep. I told myself I would find the man who killed my brother and make him fill this page with his failure." He held the drawing out. Xiu took it. "Now I am giving it to you," Tao said, "because you are the only one who understands what was lost." He turned and walked toward the yard gate. "Tao?" Tao stopped. "I am sorry," Xiu said. "I have been sorry every day for 30 years. I will be sorry every day until I die." Tao did not turn around. The dead do not care about sorry. He walked through the gate and disappeared into the corridor beyond. Yu stood holding the leather drawing, the blank skeleton outline, the shape of a boy who had died before his pattern was finished. Dou stayed beside him. The crowd had begun to disperse. The triumph curdled into something quieter, the weight of what had been recovered and what would never return. Yu's forward did the Benedy based, with Mo daledly Salais. Xiu folded the leather drawing with careful, trembling hands and tucked it into his robe. "I am afraid," he said, so quietly Dou almost did not hear it. Of what? Of losing you. Xiu looked at him, and the wet eyes held the fear Dou had seen earlier. Not to the array. I have already watched you survive that. To the road, to the name you carry now, to the fact that I have finally become someone worth keeping, and I do not know how to hold what I have earned. Dou said nothing. He reached into his tunic and pulled out the route map. Xiu looked at it. You are still going. Yes. The full moon is 23 days away. Then I have 23 days to find a way out. Xiu closed his eyes. When he opened them, something had settled in his face. The guild's reinstatement gives me access to their archive, he said. There may be records, exceptions, loopholes in the injunction that were never written into Coldvein's copy. You would use your reinstatement to break the rules again. Xiu's mouth moved, almost a smile. I have been breaking rules for 30 years. I do not know any other way. Dou folded the map and put it back. Behind them, at the yard gate, a messenger stepped through. Gray robes, guild seal. Young, pale, carrying a sealed tube to both hands. She stopped in front of Dou. Dou Quhe. Yes. She held out the tube. This arrived on the Eastern Courier this morning, addressed to you by name, no return mark. She waited. Da took the tube. The seal was not guild issue, not Records Hall, not any Coldvein mark he recognized. It was a furnace brand, stamped into the wax with an iron he had never seen before. He broke the seal. Inside, a single sheet of paper. One line of script. The writers remember, and one remembers you. No signature. Da turned the paper over. On the back, a date, 4 days before the full moon, and a location, the Eastern checkpoint. The same checkpoint marked on the route map, the same road his mother had been taken down 40 years ago. Xiu read it over his shoulder. If you go, he said, they will be waiting. Yes. Then you know what you are walking into? Da rolled the paper and tucked it into his tunic beside the map. I know what I have been walking into my whole life. He looked east. The sun was past its peak. 23 days until the full moon, and someone on the road already knew he was coming. Chapter 67. Liqin found him in the slag market an hour before dusk, leaning against a support post where the last light fell in a single orange blade across the packed earth. She did not greet him. She simply held out a folded sheet of paper, creased along lines that had been folded and unfolded many times before. Dou thunked it. The paper was rough, unbleached, the kind used by caravan runners who marked their own maps because the guild would not sell them prepared stock. He opened it. The lines were not clean. They were scored, ink bleeding into fiber where impatient pressure had pushed too hard. A trail through the mountain passes, marked in 3 different hands, each crossing out the previous route and adding a new turn where the old road had been blocked or watched. The Eastern checkpoint, the same one as the letter. Beyond it, a chain of transfer points, no names, just charcoal circles with numbers beside them, 1 through 6. His mother's convoy had passed through 4 of them before the trail stopped. This is not from the Records Hall, Dou said. No. Liqin's voice was flat. She stood with her arms crossed, her usual sharp smile absent. Her eyes moved across the market without settling, tracking the same threat she always tracked, but with a new weight behind the watching. This came from a quartermaster who worked the eastern route for 23 years. He retired 9 years ago. His daughter runs a fodder post 2 days past the first transfer. She kept his route logs because he could not read the guild script, and she thought they might matter someday. Dou looked at the map again. He drew this from memory? No. He drew it from the marks carved into the axles of every transfer cart that carried sealed cargo. The caravan writs change, the route changes, but the axle marks stay the same, because they are cut by the same iron every time. The guild does not know that the quartermasters read the wheels. She said it without pride, as if she had simply collected a fact that belonged to someone else's survival. Dou traced the path with his finger. The eastern checkpoint. First transfer, second transfer, third, fourth. Then nothing. What happened at the 5th? Liqin's jaw tightened. I do not know. You do not know, or you will not tell me? I do not know. She met his eyes. I have been pulling this thread for 6 years. The first 4 transfers are consistent. They route sealed cargo through the same handlers, the same holding pens, the same overnight stops. The 5th transfer changes every time. No one who worked it stayed long enough to leave marks. No one who entered it came back to record what they saw. Ore carts grinding stone. The ordinary sounds of Coldvein living as if nothing had changed. Dou folded the map. The letter I received said the writers remember. That one remembers me. Mount Liqin's expression did not shift. The flatness held. I know. Did you send it? No. Did you know someone would? No. She paused. The pause was long enough that Dou felt the cold creep in through his tunic, where Ledgerstrike rested against his ribs. But I have heard things, she said. For the past 3 years, there have been whispers among the Eastern quartermasters. Someone has been asking questions. Not about your mother, about the convoy, about who rode escort that year. The same questions I asked, but asked louder, with more weight behind them. Who? I do not know, but they knew you would survive the forging. That landed like a strike to the chest. Dou kept his voice steady. How could anyone know that before it happened? The quartermaster who gave me this map told me something else. Liqin's voice dropped. He said that when your mother was taken, she did not fight. She did not scream. She walked onto the convoy cart like she had been expecting it for years, and she told the handler one thing before the door closed. Dou felt the succession mark pulse against his sternum. What did she say? Liqin looked at him. The flatness cracked, just at the edges. She said, "Tell him the road remembers even when the riders do not." The words hit like heat from an open furnace. Dou had never heard that phrase before, but something in his chest recognized it. The same way the Scar Ledger had recognized the black vein metal. The same way Ledgerstrike had known its name before he spoke it. He folded the map and tucked it beside the letter. Thank you. Liqin nodded. The sharpness returned to her posture, the transaction closing like a door. You owe me for this. I know. Not today, but someday. She turned to leave, then stopped. One more thing. The quartermaster's daughter said the axle marks on the 5th transfer cart were different. Not guild issue, not caravan issue. Hammered by hand, by someone who knew what they were forging. Dou waited. She said the marks matched a pattern she had seen once before, on a convoy 20 years ago, carrying a woman who did not scream either. She walked into the crowd before Dou could answer. He stood alone in the orange light, the paper warm against his chest, the succession mark pulsing like a second heartbeat, and the certainty settling deeper than bone. Someone on the road had been waiting for him longer than he had known to look, and whoever forged those axle marks had known his mother by the shape of her silence. Chapter 68. The forge was cold when Dou returned. No fire, no lamps, just the gray light of dusk bleeding through the crack beneath the door and the silence of a space that had stopped believing it would ever burn again. Xiu sat on the stone bench, his scarred hands motionless on his knees. He did not look up when Dou entered. The observers left. I know. They confirmed the array, restored my standing. Xiu's voice carried no pride. Provisional rank, biannual inspection. They will return in 6 months to verify I have not taught the Scar Ledger to anyone else. Dou laid the folded map and the letter on the work table. The paper crackled in the stillness. I received a letter. Someone on the road expects me. Someone who knows I survived. Xiu looked at the sealed tube, then back at Dou's face. The old artificer's eyes were wet again, but he was not weeping. Sui Hanyi will not let you walk to the eastern checkpoint unescorted. He will not stop me either. He will try. Let him. The words hung between them, heavier than forge heat. Xiu rose slowly, his joints complaining, and crossed to the work table. He did not touch the letter. He touched the edge of the route map, tracing the red line with the tip of his finger. Your mother's path. Yes, I have not seen this route in 40 years. His voice dropped. I thought I would never see it again. Dou waited. The silence stretched until it became a question. You knew. Xiu did not deny it. I knew she was taken to a guild facility. I did not know which one. The records hall sealed the destination before I could file a request for tracing. He paused. I tried, 3 times. Each time the file had been moved, misfiled, or reclassified before my petition reached the review board. And you stopped trying. I stopped being able to. Xiu's jaw tightened. After my first disciple died, I had no standing left to petition, no guild access, no right to request anything from anyone who mattered. Dou wanted anger, wanted to demand why Xiu had never told him, but the words did not come. Because he understood. The same way he understood a man who hid progress to survive, who buried truth to keep breathing, who learned that fighting with open hands only meant someone cut them. You are afraid I will go? Yes, and you are afraid I will stay. Xiu looked at him. The wetness in his eyes did not spill. I am afraid that if you go, you will not come back, and I am afraid that if you stay, the mountain will consume you the same way it consumed your mother. His voice cracked. I have lost 2 disciples already. I do not know if I can survive losing you. The door straight opened before Dou could answer. A records hall messenger stood in the frame, a scroll in each hand, her expression neutral. Dou Quhe, Elder Sui Hanyi requests your presence at the records hall for formal terms of custody. Requests. Requests. The messenger did not blink. He specified that word. Xiu stepped forward. He is still recovering from the blood quench. He cannot. I can. Dou cut him off. Lead. The messenger turned without waiting. Dou followed. The records hall was lit with oil lamps that cast long shadows across the ledgers, stacked waist-high on every shelf. The air smelled of ink, old paper, and the dust of decades. Elder Sui sat behind a wide table of black wood, his pale gray eyes fixed on the door as Dou entered. No guards, no scribes, just the 2 of them and the weight of the room. Sit. Dou did not sit. Sui's thin burn scar caught the lamplight as he tilted his head. Very well. Stand if you prefer. It will not change what I am about to say. He unrolled a scroll across the table. The characters were dense, uniform, the hand of a clerk who had copied them 100 times. These are the terms under which you may remain above ground as a recognized disciple of Coldvein sect. They are not negotiable. You will accept them, or you will accept confinement to the forge until the lineage court determines your final classification. Read them. Sui's eyebrow rose, a fraction. You cannot read, can you? Dou said nothing. Sui looked at him for a long moment, then began to read aloud. 1. The holder shall report to the records hall at first bell every 3rd day for observation of founderline expression. 2. All forging activities shall be logged and submitted for review within 1 bell of completion. 3. The holder shall not forge with any metal classified above grade 7 without written authorization from a sitting elder. 4. All correspondence received or sent by the holder shall be copied and filed with the records hall. 5. The holder shall not leave sect territory without written authorization from 3 elders of different branches. He lowered the scroll. 6. The holder shall submit to periodic examination of the succession mark and weapon bond by a guild-affiliated examiner of the records hall's choosing. Dou met his eyes. And the 7th? Sui's expression did not change. There is no 7th. You paused. I paused to ensure you understood the weight of the first 6. Dou stepped closer to the table. The oil lamps flickered as he moved, casting his shadow across the scroll. These rules, were they written for me? They were written for any bearer of founderline expression who has not completed the formal lineage verification process. And before me? Sui's jaw tightened. Before you, there were no living bearers of founderline expression who had not completed the verification process. And the linekeepers? Dou's voice stayed flat. The ones the records hall classified as property and sent to guild facilities. Did they have terms? Did they report at first bell? Were their forging activities logged? The silence in the room turned solid. Sui set the scroll down. His pale gray eyes did not waver. You are asking whether the law applied to them. I am asking whether the law exists to protect the bearer or to protect the mountain from the bearer. Sui's thin burn scar pulled as his mouth tightened. The law exists to prevent ungoverned inheritance from tearing a sect apart. That is not an answer. It is the only answer you will receive tonight. Sui stood, bracing his palms flat against the table. Mother One was taken, because the records hall determined that the canon she carried could not be allowed to pass ungoverned to a child who had not been registered, tested, or bound to Coldvein's legal framework. That determination may have been cold, it may have been cruel, but it was not illegal. Dou's hand stayed at his sides. The succession mark pulsed against his sternum, warm and steady. And the fact that she walked onto the convoy without fighting? That she told the handler the road remembers? That she knew she would never come back? Sui's face went still. You do not know that. I know it the same way I know Ledgerstrike's name before I speak it. The same way I know the scar Ledger recognized me before Xiao ever put a pattern on my skin. Dou leaned forward. You can write your rules in ink. You can seal my forging, copy my letters, examine my mark. But you cannot stop the canon from speaking through me, and the canon remembers. Sui's hand moved to the scroll. Sign. Or the forge becomes your cell until the lineage court decides whether you are worth the air you breathe. Dou looked at the scroll. The dense characters he could not read, but whose weight he understood. He had spent his entire life invisible because visible things got broken, got taken, got logged and classified and locked away. But his mother had walked onto that convoy knowing she would not return. She had not fought. She had not screamed. She had spoken a phrase into the silence and trusted that the road would remember. Dou reached for the brush. Sui slid the inkstone toward him. Dou signed. Not his name. He did not know how to write his name. He made a mark. The same mark he had used on Xiu's ledger when he accepted the apprenticeship terms. A line, then 2 crossed strokes, then a third that cut through both. A scar, written in ink. Sui took the scroll and rolled it with careful precision. You may go. Dou turned and walked toward the door. The letter you received. Sui's voice stopped him. I know about it. Dou did not turn. The furnace brand seal, the eastern checkpoint, the meeting 4 days before the full moon. Sui's voice held no warning, only acknowledgement. The records hall has filed a copy. You will surrender the original by first bell tomorrow. Dou's hand found the door frame. Or the terms I just read to you will be enforced with full penalties for the first violation. Dou stepped through the door. The corridor stretched ahead, empty and cold, the oil lamps burning low in their brackets. He walked. Behind him, the records hall door did not close. Sui stood in the frame, watching him recede into the shadows, a gray figure against the black wood. When Dou reached the forge, she was still there, and the sealed tube on the work table had been opened. Xiao looked up, his face pale. Dou, I know. Someone has been in here, while you were with Sui. Dou crossed to the table. The letter lay unfolded beside the tube, the same single line, the same date and location, but beneath it, a new character had appeared, one Dou did not recognize, one that glowed faintly like a forge ember settling into ash. Xiao's voice came tight with strain. That was not there when you left. Dou picked up the paper. The glowing character pulsed once, then it vanished. Chapter 69. The healer from the lower warren arrived before the forge fire had fully died. She was older than Xiu, her back curved like a bent hammer handle, her fingers stained black to the second knuckle with something that was not ink. She did not introduce herself. She did not ask permission. She walked past Dou, set a cloth bundle on the work table, and began laying out instruments he recognized from the pits. Bone needles, iron clamps, a jar of paste that smelled of rot and copper. Xiu stood at the forge door, arms crossed. Let her work. Dou sat on the cot. His right hand resting on Ledgerstrike's hilt was shaking. The old woman took his wrist without asking. Her fingers pressed into the flesh below his palm, then moved up along the radius, stopping at the elbow joint. She did not look at his face. How many hours since the bond set? Xiu answered, 6, maybe 7. And the arm? Could not lift the weapon for the first 3. Then it came back in stages, she grunted. Her thumb dug into the meat of Dou's forearm, just below the old scar line from the tunnel collapse. Pain flared white, and he did not flinch. She watched his face, then released. Good, the nerve root is intact. She moved to his shoulder. pressed, waited. The marrow scar is healing wrong. It will hold, but it will bite when you push past the threshold. What threshold? She looked at him directly for the first time. Her eyes were pale blue, almost colorless, like winter sky through smoke. The one you will not feel until you have already crossed it. She took his wrist again and turned his palm upward. Against the firelight, the skin looked thin, translucent. The old burn scars were gone, consumed by Ledgerstrike's hunger, but the tissue beneath had grown dense and dark, threaded with veins that did not match his left arm. How many times can I use it? The old woman's hands stopped moving. You will not like the answer. I did not ask if I would like it. She smiled. It was not kind. It was the smile of someone who had delivered worse news to stronger men. The weapon drinks stored force and channels it back through your grip. Every time you do that, the marrow scar takes impact. You can manage 3, maybe 4 full draw pulses before the arm begins to splinter. Then what? Then it heals, in roughly a day per pulse. If you ignore the splintering and draw again, the scar reopens at the root layer. That will take weeks to seal. If you draw again after that, the arm will not wait for permission to stop working. It will simply stop. Dou looked at Ledgerstrike. The blade lay quiet across his knees, the hollow gap sealed to a thin line of pale metal. It looked finished. It looked patient. And my lungs, she shook her head. The poison residue is shallow but persistent. It will take sustained heat exposure to clear. You will breathe poorly in enclosed spaces for at least 3 weeks. If you force a sustained exertion in low air, you will cough blood and the healing will restart. Avoid tunnels, caves, anywhere the air does not move. She began wrapping her instruments. You are strong, stronger than you should be at your age. But your body paid for every gain in currency you cannot see. The marrow scar, the rewritten nerves, the lung lining, they will not break, but they will remind you every time that they exist. She left without waiting for thanks. The forge door swung closed, the fire crackled. Xiu did not move from the doorway. Dou sat with Ledgerstrike across his knees, his right hand wrapped around its grip. The weapon felt heavier than it had an hour ago. Not physically, it weighed the same, but he knew now what it cost to lift it. 3 pulses, he said. Xiu did not answer. And a day per pulse to recover, at least. Dou stood. The arm held. He walked to the work table where the letter lay, the tampered tube beside it. The glowing character had vanished completely. No trace, no residue, just paper and ink and the memory of light. Someone entered this forge while I was signing custody terms. Xiu moved to stand beside him. His reflection in the blade was gray and thin. Someone who knows how to write in a script that vanishes. Someone who knew exactly when you would be gone. The same person who sent the letter. Or someone who wants you to think they did. Dou turned the paper over. The back was blank. He held it to the firelight. Nothing. Unchanged. I need to leave before the full moon. Xiu's jaw tightened. Xiu will have every road watched. He will. But the letter says the eastern checkpoint. And the checkpoint is on the route map, and the map shows 6 transfer points. The 5th is where nobody returns, but the first 4 are consistent. That means the first 4 can be traced. Traced by whom? By someone who knows what they are looking at. Xiao's eyes moved to the scarred array wall, now silent and cold, to the forge floor where the branching cracks had spread outward, to the weapon in Dou's hands. I have restored archive access, he said. Provisional rank, biannual inspection. But I can request records. I can pull transfer logs from the eastern corridor. I can find out who worked the first 4 transfer points and whether any of them are still alive. Will that break your terms? Xiao laughed. It was a dry sound, like grinding stone. My terms are already broken. I have been living on borrowed standing for 32 years. What are they going to do? Take it back? He laid his scarred hand on the table. I will pull the records tonight. Bring them to you before first bell. The letter. Sui wants the original by first bell. Xiu's hand stopped moving. He knows about it. He filed a copy, demanded the original. What will you give him? Dou held the paper up. It caught the firelight, yellowed at the edges, the ink still dark where the vanished character had been. I will give him the paper. Xiu frowned. The letter is gone. The character is gone. This is just a sheet of paper with a dated location written on it. He can file that. He can lock it in the records hall. It will not tell him anything he does not already know. You are surrendering the original. I am surrendering what he asked for. Xiu studied his face. Then he nodded once, slow and heavy. Your mother taught you that. I did not learn it from the pits. He folded the letter and tucked it into his tunic. Ledgerstrike hummed once, low and questioning against his palm. He did not answer it. The forge fire popped. A coal spat onto the stone floor, glowing orange, then fading to ash. Dou looked at his right hand. 3 pulses, a day per pulse. And then the road. He tested his grip. The weapon answered instantly, surging with stored heat and pressure, a hunger that recognized his touch. It wanted to be drawn. It wanted to release what it had drunk. He felt the marrow scar in his arm shift, ready to take the impact. He did not draw. He let the hunger settle. Strength was not freedom. It was not safety. It was a ledger of its own, written in marrow and nerve, and every entry had a price. Outside the forge door, footsteps stopped. Soft, deliberate feet, arriving at the threshold. Dou turned. The door did not open. But someone was breathing on the other side. Chapter 70. The forge fire had burned low, its glow painting the cracks in the stone floor orange and black. Dou stood with Ledgerstrike in his grip, his right hand wrapped around the sealed hilt, watching the door that did not open. The breathing continued, slow, measured, deliberate. Then a voice, low through the wood grain. May I enter? Tao Fenyu. Dou looked at Xiu. Xiu did not move from the wall where he stood, his scarred hands hanging at his sides. He gave a single nod. Dou crossed the floor, laid his palm flat against the door, felt the cold iron of the latch under his fingers. Open it yourself. A pause, then the latch lifted from the other side. The door swung inward. Tao Fenyu stood in the threshold, gilt gray robes darkened by the hour, the silver furnace and chisel seal at his collar catching the firelight. His face, marked by that pale, dry burn from an overfired kiln, showed no anger, no accusation. He looked tired. His eyes moved past Dou to Xiu, held there for a beat, then returned. I need to speak with your disciple, Tao said. Alone. Xiu did not move. I will not give him room to be taken. I am not here to take him. She loves given. My universe that I had asked cannot mean them. You have family who wants to. Tao's jaw tightened. I said I am not here to take him. The silence stretched. Dou felt Ledgerstrike hum against his palm, questioning. He did not answer it. Master, Dou said, get us the room. She looked at him. The old man's pale eyes were sharp with something Dou had learned to read over weeks and failures and fire. Not distrust, fear. But she nodded. He crossed to the forge door, passing within arm's reach of Dou without speaking, and stepped into the passage. His footsteps faded. The door swung shut. Tao did not move from the threshold. He stood with his clean hands at his sides, fingers uncurled, showing no weapon, no threat. Master, Tao said, taught my brother. I know. He taught him until my brother died at the 6th node. Channels tore from inside out. Nobody found enough of him to bury properly. Dou had seen the drawings, the skeleton Tao carried for 30 years, the branching pattern of failure that matched nothing on his own body. I know that too. Tao's eyes stayed on him. You carry the same method, the same scars, the same fire. When I arrived, I was certain Xiu had found another vessel to finish what he started, another boy to feed into the same array until he got it right. And now, Tao was silent. He walked to the work table. His hand touched the edge where the letter had lain, where the vanished character had burned and faded. He did not look at it. He looked at Dou. Now I do not know, the words hung between them. I watched you take the 8th node, Tao said. I watched you hold when my brother tore. I watched your scars write in a pattern that diverged from his at the exact point where he failed. And I do not know whether that means Xiu finally fixed the flaw in his method, or whether you are simply built differently. Doesn't matter. It matters to my family. Duh set Ledgerstrike on the table. The weapon made a sound against the wood, not metal on timber but something deeper, a resonance that faded into the stone. Your family, he said. My brother's widow, his children, his mother. Tao's voice did not break, but it carried the weight of years. They have waited 30 years for an answer. They filed a grievance petition a month ago. They intended to prove that Xiu Paoshu should never be allowed to teach again. And now, Tao's hands moved. He reached inside his robe and pulled out a folded sheet, creased at the edges, the paper soft with handling. I intercepted the petition. He laid it on the table. The writing faced Dou, black ink on yellowed paper. Characters he could not fully read but recognized by shape and placement. A legal document. They do not know I stopped it. Why? Tao looked at him. The firelight carved shadows into his burned face. Because I needed to see you first. I needed to decide whether you are my brother's replacement. His voice dropped. Or whether you are the proof that Xiu was right all along and my brother was simply not meant to survive the forging. Dou picked up the petition. The paper was warm from Tao's body. The characters pressed deep into the fibers, written with pressure, written with grief. You are going to let them challenge me. Yes. And now, Tao took a breath. It was the first unguarded movement Dou had seen him make. Now I am asking you, not Xiu, not the records hall, not the elders who want to classify you as property. His eyes met Dou's. What do you intend to become? The question struck somewhere Dou had not prepared for. He thought of his mother, walking onto the convoy without screaming. He thought of the phrase she left him, the road remembers even when the riders do not. He thought of the succession mark on his chest that pulsed when he knew where to go. I intend to leave this mountain, Dou said. Tao's expression did not change. Before the full moon. Yes, the records hall will stop you. Let them try. Tao studied him. The fire popped between them, sending a coal skittering across the stone floor. Eastern checkpoint, Tao said. Dou felt his hand tighten on Ledgerstrike's grip. You know, I know someone sent you a letter. I know it summoned you to a place that matches your mother's route. Tao's voice lowered. I also know Elder Sui filed a copy of that letter before you returned from signing custody terms. He demands the original by first bell. He will get it. Dou did not answer. Dao's eyes moved to the folded paper in Dou's hand. The petition. I will hold this for 3 more days, Dou said. By then you will be on the road or you will be caged, and I will decide what to tell my brother's family. You are giving me 3 days. I am giving you time to decide what you want to become. Dou stepped back from the table. His gilded gray robes brushed the doorframe. Because the road does not care if you are heir, replacement, or evidence. It will take whatever you bring to it. He pulled the door open. Cold air rushed in. 3 days, he said. Then he stepped into the passage and let the darkness swallow him. Dou stood alone with the petition in his hand, and Ledgerstrike waiting on the table, and the forge fire dying behind him. He unfolded the paper. He could not read all of it, but he could read his own name, Dou Quhe, listed as evidence. He folded it again and tucked it into his tunic beside the blank letter and the route map. 3 pulses, a day per pulse. He had 3 days before the road would decide what he became. Outside the forge, someone began to run. Chapter 71. The escort arrived before the forge had cooled. 2 disciples in inner court blue, neither one way, neither one carrying weapons Dou could see. They stopped at the door and announced themselves as court runners, assigned to escort the recognized disciple Dou Quhe to the upper terraces for formal orientation. Rin stood at the rail, arms crossed, watching them like a man measuring coffin lengths. Orientation, he said. At this bell. Elder Jifeng's order. The runner on the left kept his eyes on Dou. She wishes the disciple to see the grounds he is now entitled to walk. Dou lifted Ledgerstrike from the table. The weapon's weight had settled overnight. It no longer pulled at his arm like something hungry, but it had not stopped breathing in time with his pulse. He could feel the rhythm in his palm, steady and patient, a second heartbeat that did not belong to flesh. "I'll go." Rin's jaw tightened, but he said nothing. Dou understood the silence. There was no argument that mattered here. If Elder Ji had ordered the escort, refusing would cost more than compliance. He followed the runners through the forge yard, past the furnace pits where the morning crew had already lit the fires. The heat washed over him in waves, familiar and welcome, and he breathed it deep. 3 weeks of sustained exposure, the healer had said. His lungs ached at the edges, a reminder he carried beneath his ribs like a second scar. The runners led him up the eastern stair. Dou had never climbed this high. The pits occupied the lower third of Coldvein's mountain belly. Above them lay the outer yards, the registry halls, the training grounds where he had bled in front of a crowd. Above those, the inner court terraces, and above the terraces, the elders' halls, cut into the living stone where the air turned thin and cold. The stair wound through a passage he had only seen from below, a slash of gray light that grew wider as they climbed. His boots scraped stone worn smooth by generations of feet that had never touched slag dust. At the top, the passage opened onto a gallery carved into the mountain face. Dou stopped. The mountain fell away below him, ridge after ridge of gray stone and dark timber, the furnace vents steaming in the morning light. He could see the outer wall where the road east began, a pale thread winding through the passes toward the checkpoint. He could see the cargo trail his mother had been taken down, the same line of earth he had traced on the route map with his finger in the dark. For a moment, he forgot to breathe. First time above the pits? The runner's voice was not cruel, it was neutral, the tone of someone stating a fact. Dou did not answer. He stood at the rail and let the wind hit his face, cold and clean in a way the forge air never was. The sky stretched wide above him, pale blue streaked with furnace smoke. He had spent 17 winters measuring the mountain by its weight on his shoulders. He had never seen it as something he stood above. The succession mark pulsed against his sternum, warm and still. "This way," the runner said. They walked the upper corridor. The stone here was different, not the rough-hewn gray of the lower levels, but fitted blocks with chisel marks that had been smoothed by time. Brass lamps hung at intervals, their flames steady and clean. The doors were carved with lineage marks Dou could not read, symbols older than the records hall, older than the current sect seal. Disciples passed him in the corridor. Some wore inner court blue. Some wore the darker robes of senior disciples, the ones who had earned names in trials Dou had not been allowed to enter. They looked at him. He felt the weight of their attention like a physical pressure. Whispers followed in his wake, soft enough that he could not catch the words, loud enough that he felt them in the set of his shoulders. Founder blood. Seized records. The living weapon. One voice, sharp and female, carried clearly. "That's the pit boy who walked out of Elder Sui's hearing with a verdict." The runner did not slow. Dou kept his eyes forward and his hand on Ledgerstrike's grip. They passed a window that looked down into the inner yard. Dou saw the forge roof below, the smoke rising from its chimney. He saw the crowd that had gathered outside the records hall, figures moving with purpose, messengers carrying scrolls between buildings. And, at the edge of the yard, a single figure in gilt gray watching the upper terrace. Tao Fenyu. The runner stopped at a double door carved with the mountain and hammer seal of Coldvein's founding elders. "The orientation hall," he said. "Elder Ji will receive you inside." He pushed the door open. Dou stepped through. The hall was round, domed, lit by a ring of windows that let the morning light fall in columns across the stone floor. A table stood at the center, bare except for a single scroll and an inkstone. Elder Ji Feng sat behind it, her recorder's brush laid flat across her knees. She did not rise. "Disciple Dou," she said, "I trust the climb did not trouble you." "It didn't." "Good." She gestured to the chair opposite. "Sit." He sat. Ledgerstrike rested across his knees, the blade catching the light. Elder Ji studied him for a long moment. Her eyes moved over his face, his posture, the weapon, the succession mark visible at the edge of his collar. "You have questions," she said. "I have a route map and a deadline." and a custody agreement, and a petition listing you as evidence, and a letter that no longer carries its original message. Her voice was dry, not unkind. I am aware of your circumstances, disciple Dou. I am also aware that you have not slept since the healer examined you. He said nothing. The upper courts are not a prison, she continued, but they are not a sanctuary either. You have been seen. You have been named. Every corridor you walk from now on will carry the weight of what you carry. She touched the scroll on the table. This is a record of your orientation. It confirms your right to access the inner library, the upper forge quarter, and the eastern supply gate. It also confirms that your movements will be logged at each threshold. Logged. Standard procedure for any disciple under founder line observation. She unrolled the scroll. The characters were cleaned and precise. You will be expected to report to the records hall once every 3 days for the first month. After that, the interval may be extended. Dou looked at the scroll, at the ink, at the seal pressed into the paper, the same seal that had appeared on Elder Sui's custody terms. I came here to see the mountain, he said. Elder Ji's brush paused. And you have seen it. I saw the road east. Yes, I saw the checkpoint. She set the brush down. Her eyes met his, and for a moment the neutrality in them cracked, just enough for Dou to see something beneath it. Recognition, perhaps, or warning. The road east is still open, disciple Dou, but it will not stay open forever. Before he could answer, the door behind him opened. A messenger entered, a young man in gray with a runner's badge and a sealed tube in his hand. He bowed, low and deliberate, with an exaggerated politeness that made Dou's shoulders tighten. Disciple Dou, the messenger's voice was smooth. I bring word from the Iron Meridian Guild. An auditor has been dispatched to Coldvein to inspect the completed array and the awakened weapon. He held out the tube. The auditor requests accommodation in the upper forge quarter. They will arrive before the full moon. Dou took the tube. The seal was unfamiliar. A furnace and chisel mark he did not recognize, different from the one on Dou's collar. There is more, the messenger said. He bowed again, lower this time. The auditor's name has been withheld pending confirmation of standing, but the guild has informed Elder Sui that the audit will include a review of all linekeeper transfer records from the past 40 years. The room went still. Dou felt the succession mark pulse once, hard, against his sternum. The messenger straightened. Good morning, disciple Dou. He turned and walked out, leaving the door open behind him, letting the corridor light spill across the stone floor. Chapter 72. The slag market smelled of grease, smoke, and the bitter tang of scavenged ore. Dou moved through the evening crowd with Ledgerstrike wrapped in oilcloth, the weapon's second heartbeat steady against his ribs. The seam at his right arm ached, not yet pushed past its limit but aware of the weight it carried. Ahead, a familiar door. The canteen's frame had been patched where someone had forced the lock. Thin light bled through warped shutters. He had not allowed himself to visit until the floor beneath him felt solid. He pushed the door open. Heat hit him first. A fire in the back hearth. Water boiling. Someone stood at the counter with their back to him, stirring a pot with a cracked wooden paddle. I thought you were gone, Dou said. Madame Hezhen did not turn around. Her shoulders moved as she stirred, slow and deliberate. I was gone, she said. They let me go at first light. Let you go? Let me go. She set the paddle down. You want to know why? She turned. Her face was hollowed, the skin beneath her eyes dark as soot. A fresh bruise curved along her jaw where someone had gripped her too hard. Her hands were clean. That was what Dou noticed. They were always stained from the canteen work. Now they were pale and scrubbed, as if she had washed them a dozen times trying to remove what she had touched. They wanted to know what I told you, she said. What your mother left. Whether you had come to me asking about the convoy. What did you tell them? The truth. She smiled, thin and tired. That your mother left nothing but a leather square and a memory. That you had not come to me asking about anything but cheap food and a place to warm your hands. Dou stepped closer. The canteen was empty. No laborers hunched over bowls, no voices at the back tables. She had closed the shop. They believed you. They did not need to believe me. She wiped her palms on her apron, a gesture so automatic it seemed to hurt her. They needed to confirm I was useless. And I was. She gestured to the stool at the counter. Sit. He sat. The wood was worn smooth from years of his weight. He had sat on this stool since he was small enough that his feet did not touch the ground, eating whatever she served and pretending he was not counting every grain. Madame Hezhen turned back to the pot. She ladled something into a clay bowl. Steam rose, carrying the scent of salt and grain and something else, something he had not smelled in years. She set the bowl before him. Thin broth, a handful of softened grain, a single piece of dried meat floating at the center. Dude stared at it. You remember, she said. He remembered. Winter nights when he was 7, 8, 9. His mother gone, his own hands too small to hold a furnace tool steady. Madame Hezhen had served him this exact bowl, the same portion, the same ingredients, and taken nothing in return. You told my mother it was part of the meal quota, he said. I lied. Why are you telling me now? Madame Hezhen sat down across from him, her hands folded on the counter, clean and pale and wrong. Because they took me to the same holding room they used for your mother, she said. And I want you to know what that room tells you. Do the work time left to stare. Whose palm? I do not know. But it was small. A woman's hand or a child's. Her voice did not waver. To tense in place, it is nice bind. Definitely, it wasn't outside. They did not lock me in a cell, she continued. They did not question me with chains or threats. They put me in a room with a cot, a sealed window, and a watermark on the wall where someone had pressed their palm against the stone and left a residue the cleaning crew had been too lazy to scrub away. Whose palm? I do not know, but it was small. A woman's hand, or a child's. Her voice did not waver. The room smelled of iron, and the kind of quiet that only comes from being underground. They brought me food twice a day and did not speak to me. They treated me like cargo under seal, not a debtor. Dou felt the succession mark pulse, once, steady. They did not need anything from you, he said. No, they needed me held until they decided what to do with the boy who had survived the forging. She looked at him. And then someone in the records hall overrode the holding order and released me without explanation. Sway. Or someone who wants Sway to think they can reach into his operation. She pushed the bowl closer. Eat. You are thinner than you were 3 days ago. He picked up the spoon. The broth was hot. The grain was soft. The meat was tough and tasted of salt and thyme. He ate because his body needed fuel, because the healer had warned him about empty reserves, because sitting here with Madame Hezhen in a canteen that smelled of memory felt like claiming ground. When the bowl was empty, she took it from him. Your mother spoke to me after the convoy left, she said. Dou went still. I have told you before. I told you she said nothing useful. You told me she said nothing? I lied to protect what she left, but I am past lying now. Madame Hezhen held the empty bowl in both hands. She stood at the canteen door while the handlers waited outside. The convoy was already loaded. They let her say goodbye to me because they knew she would not run. What did she say? She said, Iron remembers the hand that refuses to yield. Madame Hezhen's voice was low. She said it twice, once for me to hear and once for the air to carry. And then she walked out to the cart and did not look back. Dou's hands were flat on the counter. His right arm sang with the echo of the phrase, the vibration threading through the Marrow scar, through the sealed gap in Ledgerstrike, through every node the array had carved into his flesh. He knew those words, not because his mother had spoken them to him, but because his body had been waiting to hear them. Iron remembers the hand that refuses to yield, he repeated. The succession mark burned. Madame Hezhen set the bowl down. There is more, she said. Tell me. After she said it, the lead handler looked at her. Not with anger, not with impatience. He looked at her the way a records keeper looks at an old file he knows he is supposed to keep sealed. Dou waited. He said, The auditor will want to speak with you when he arrives. You are not cargo, Wu Hojing. You are inventory. The canteen went silent. Dou felt the words settle into him like heat into cooling iron. The auditor. The same auditor the guild had dispatched to Coldvein. The auditor who would review 40 years of linekeeper transfer records. His mother had known the auditor was coming. She had known it before she was taken. Madame Hezhen reached across the counter and touched his wrist. The auditor is not coming to inspect your weapon, Dou Quhe. He is coming to finish what the convoy started. Chapter 73. Word of the auditor spread through Coldvein like forge fire through dry bellows. By the time Dou reached the forge after leaving Madame Hezhen, the yard disciples had stopped pretending not to watch him. 3 of them stood at the eastern rail, arms crossed, heads bent toward each other in a conversation that went silent when his shadow crossed the stone. He did not look at them. Ledgerstrike hung wrapped in oilcloth against his hip, the weapon breathing in its own rhythm, patient and patient and patient. The succession mark had cooled but not gone still. It sat against his sternum like a second pulse, waiting. Xiu was at the forge table when Dou entered, not working, not reading, just sitting in the dark with his scarred hands flat on the wood and the forge fire dead at his back. "You heard," Dou said. 3 messengers before the noon bell." Xiu did not look up. Elder Sui confirmed the audit formally. The records hall is already preparing the transfer ledgers for review. They are rolling out paper before the auditor has even arrived. Of course they are. Sui wants every log, every manifest, every seal mark to be visible before the guild inspector sets foot on Coldvein stone. Xiu's voice was dry as old ash. If the records are already laid open, he controls what the auditor sees first. Dou set Ledgerstrike against the table edge and sat down across from his master. "Madame Hezhen told me the auditor is not here to inspect my weapon," he said. "He is here to finish what the convoy started." Xiu's hands went still. "She said my mother knew the auditor was coming before they took her. She heard the lead handler say it. You are not cargo, Wu Huojing. You are inventory." The words hung in the cold forge air. Xiu was silent for a long moment. Then he reached into his robe and pulled out a bundle of papers tied with frayed cord, the edges darkened by handling decades old. "I pulled these from the archive before the freeze," he said. "Transfer logs from the Eastern Corridor, 37 years of them. You told me the files were sealed. They were, but I have been walking those halls longer than the current records hall clerks have been alive. I know which hinges do not squeak and which cabinets the junior archivists never check because the seals have been painted over too many times to read." He untied the cord. "I should have done this 20 years ago. I was too afraid of what I would find." The papers spread across the table like a wound opened to the air. Dou leaned forward. The first log was dated 11 years after his mother had been taken. The entries were precise. Clerk's hand in iron gall ink, each line recording a convoy number, a destination, a cargo classification, and a handler's signature. He ran his finger down the columns, reading the cargo classifications. Personnel transfer, material allocation, inventory relocation. They did not use the word linekeeper anywhere, he said. Of course not. That would have been a record of what they were actually doing. Xiu tapped a line near the bottom of the second page. "Look at the seal marks beside each entry. Every 5th transfer has a secondary mark, smaller, pressed beside the primary seal. Irregular spacing, uneven pressure. It does not belong to the Coldvein record stamp." Dou studied the marks. The secondary stamps were identical across all the entries, a tiny furnace and chisel emblem almost invisible against the main seal. "The Iron Meridian Guild," he said. "Someone inside the guild was tracking these transfers before they reached the destination. Not auditing. Tracking. The marks appear in batches of 4, then disappear for years, then reappear. They have been watching Coldvein's convoy pipeline since before your mother was taken." Dou's right hand ached. The marrow scar had not been pushed past its limit today, but the cold made it sing a low, warning note. He ignored it. "The auditor who is coming now," he said. "Is he one of the trackers, or is he the one they have been tracking for?" Xiu's pale eyes met his. "I do not know, but there is something else." He pulled a single sheet from the bottom of the bundle, older than the others, the paper brittle and yellow at the edges. This log was filed as destroyed in a grinding room fire 40 years ago. I found it wedged behind a cabinet that had not been moved since the original archive floor was laid. Dou took the sheet. The handwriting was different from the clerk's hand on the other logs. Quicker, less careful. The ink had faded to a brown barely darker than the paper itself. One entry. Convoy designation, 17. Origin, Coldvein Mountains, Pit 7 transfer point. Destination, Eastern Spur Compound, Iron Meridian Guild Holding Facility. Cargo classification, inventory, 1 unit. Handler confirmation, received in sealed transport. No manifest attached per origin request. And at the bottom, in the same quick hand, a note that made the succession mark flare hot against Dou's sternum. Inventory accompanied by minor, male, age unknown, minor released at transfer point per origin instruction. The forge went very quiet. Dou read the line 3 times. The words did not change. "I was there," he said. "I was at the transfer point with her." Xiu did not answer. He did not need to. "She was inventory," Dou said slowly, "and they let me go. They let a child walk away from a guild holding facility because she had already arranged it." He looked up. "My mother planned her own seizure." "She did not plan it," Xiu said. "She counted on it. She knew the convoy was coming, knew what they would classify her as, and she used those terms to get you released before they reached the destination. She traded her freedom for yours." Dou's palms were flat on the yellowed paper. The succession mark pulsed once, steady, as if confirming what his mind was still catching up to. "And the auditor who is coming now?" he said. "If the guild has been tracking these transfers for 40 years, if someone in the guild knew my mother was classified as inventory and that I was released, then the auditor already knows who I am." "Yes, and he is coming anyway." Xiu did not speak. Dou folded the yellowed sheet with careful, deliberate hand. He tucked it into his tunic beside the blank letter, the route map, and the grievance petition. The paper was dry and fragile against his chest, but it felt heavier than all the other documents combined. "How many people know about this log?" he asked. "No one. I am the only person who has seen it in 40 years. "Then we keep it that way until I decide what it means." The forge door rattled. Both of them went still. A knock, 3 measured beats. Dou rose. Ledgerstrike came into his hand without conscious thought, the oilcloth falling away as his fingers found the grip. The door opened before he reached it. Bai Yuchen stood in the threshold, ink-stained fingers gripping the frame, his lean face carved into lines that did not belong to the patient registrar Dou had learned to read. "The auditor has been named," he said. "The guild messenger just posted the notice in the outer yard." "Who?" Dou asked. Bai's eyes flicked to Xiu, then back to Dou. "Lin Sheng," he said. "Former Coldvein Records Hall. Discharged 20 years ago for unauthorized file access. He is the only guild auditor who has ever reviewed linekeeper transfer logs without a formal request." Dou felt the succession mark pulse again, hungry and impatient. Xiu's voice came from behind him, low and measured. "Lin Sheng was the one who filed the first inquiry about your mother's convoy," he said. "He was discharged for it, and now the guild has sent him back to finish the inspection." Bai's jaw tightened. He arrives at dawn. Chapter 74. The archive room had no window. Dou sat with his back against the cold stone wall, Ledgerstrike across his knees, the yellowed transfer log pressed flat against his chest beneath his tunic. The paper had stopped feeling fragile. It felt like a bone he had just discovered in his own body. His mother planned her own seizure. She traded her freedom for his. The succession mark pulsed once, steady and patient, as if the mountain had been waiting for him to catch up to what his body already knew. He had not slept. The cold had seeped through stone and cloth, settling into the marrow scar at his right arm, making it sing a low warning note he ignored. 3, maybe 4 full-draw pulses before the arm splintered. A day per pulse to recover. Push past that and the arm stopped working entirely. The healer's words had been precise, clinical, They did not change the fact that he needed to know what Ledgerstrike could do before Lin Sheng arrived at dawn. Dou rose. The weapon came into his grip without conscious thought, its balance settling into his palm like a handshake he had been practicing since before he knew the shape of a hand. The hollow gap at its base, now sealed to a thin line of pale metal, breathed with his pulse. 2 heartbeats, one of flesh and one of forged steel, moving in the same rhythm. He walked. The upper yard was empty at this hour, the practice pillars standing in dark rows like silent witnesses. Frost had settled on the reinforced stone, turning the surface pale and brittle-looking. The torch sconces along the eastern wall had burned down to ember and ash. Dou stopped at the nearest pillar. Standard practice stone reinforced with iron bands every handspan, rated to absorb strikes from 4th-year Qi disciples without cracking. The scarred surface bore the marks of 1,000 practice bouts, shallow dents and scuff patterns that told the story of Coldvein's training regimen in faded stone. He did not draw Ledgerstrike. He did not need to. The weapon was already part of his reach, an extension of the arm that had been forged in the same heat that shaped his marrow. What he needed to understand was the pulse. Xiu had warned him not to test it until the bond settled. 3 days, Xiu had said, maybe 5. The weapon had fed from his scar ledger, consumed the array's heat, and taken a mouthful of his own blood to seal the hollow gap. It was not done settling. But Lin Sheng arrived at dawn, and Dou needed to know what he carried before a stranger came to inspect it. He planted his feet. The cold stone pressed through the soles of his boots, hard and unyielding. He centered his weight, felt the succession mark at his sternum pulse once, and reached for the resonance. It answered like a door opening. Ledgerstrike drank the ambient cold of the yard, the lingering forge heat from the eastern quarter, the residual tension in Dou's own shoulders, and held it. The weapon's grain shifted, darkening along the edge, and the hollow gap at its base breathed in. Dou struck. Not a swing, not a cut, a single controlled thrust that drove the weapon's tip against the reinforced pillar's center iron band. The impact registered as pressure, then as release. The heat Ledgerstrike had swallowed, the cold it had absorbed, the stored force of Dou's own strike, all of it slammed back through the contact point in a single compressed pulse. The pillar cracked. Not the surface, not the stone veneer. The crack ran clean through the iron band, splitting the reinforced ring into 2 halves that fell away from the pillar's body, with a sound like a bell struck too hard. The stone beneath the band had fractured in a spiderweb pattern, hairline fissures spreading outward to the pillar's edges. Dou's arm seized. The marrow scar went white-hot, a lance of pain that drove through his elbow and up into his shoulder, locking his grip on Ledgerstrike as the backlash wave climbed his bones. He dropped to one knee before he could stop himself, the stone catching his weight hard enough to send a shock through his hip. 3 breaths. 4. The pain crested and began to recede, leaving his right arm trembling and weak. 1 pulse. The arm had managed 1 pulse before the limits he had been warned about started to bite. He looked at the cracked pillar, at the broken iron band lying in the frost, and understood what the weapon could do. Ledgerstrike stored whatever it touched: heat, cold, impact, force, and gave it all back through a single compressed release. The reinforced practice stone had been designed to absorb Qi strikes from 4th-year disciples. It had not been designed for this. Footsteps. Duff forced himself upright before he was seen on his knees, the arm still trembling as he settled Ledgerstrike against his shoulder. The pulse of the weapon was steady, patient, unhurried, as if the test had been routine. Bai Yu Chen rounded the eastern corner with his ledger tucked under his arm, his lean face harder than usual in the torch-sick light. He stopped when he saw the cracked pillar, the shattered iron band, the frost disturbed by Dou's knee. He did not ask what had happened. "A motion has been filed," Bai said. "Formal request to restrict all use of the awakened weapon until ownership is determined by the lineage court. It carries 6 signatures, 3 elders, 2 senior inner court disciples, and the record's hall seal." Dou's hand tightened on Ledgerstrike's grip. "When was it filed?" 1 hour ago. The motion will be read at dawn immediately after Lin Sheng's arrival at the mountain gate." Bai's ink-stained fingers tightened on his ledger edge. They are not waiting for the full moon. They are moving now, before you can set foot on the eastern road. The succession mark pulsed against Dou's sternum, hungry and impatient. The road east was still open, but not for long. Chapter 75. The cold had settled deeper into Dou's bones by the time Bai finished speaking. The cracked pillar stood behind him, the iron band lying in two pieces on the frost, like shed skin. Ledgerstrike rested against his shoulder, warm where the ambient heat had been swallowed and stored. 6 signatures, Dou said. They filed it before dawn. Bai nodded once. The motion is procedural. It requests temporary restriction until the lineage court determines ownership of the awakened weapon. If it passes, you cannot draw Ledgerstrike outside of supervised testing until the court rules. And if I leave before it passes? Bai's ink-stained fingers tightened on his ledger edge. Then you leave without the weapon. The restriction would apply to the forge itself. Xiu would be required to surrender it until the court decides. Dou's hand moved to Ledgerstrike's grip. The weapon pulsed once in answer, patient and waiting. They're boxing you, Bai said quietly. The motion gives them control of the weapon. Lin Sheng's audit gives them control of the records. The dawn timing means you must choose which to attend before you have seen both plays. Dou looked past Bai, toward the eastern ridge where the road cut through the first pass. The sky above it had begun to pale, the deep black of night thinning to the gray that came before first light. How long until the motion is read? 1 hour, maybe less. The elders will gather at the inner hall as soon as Lin Sheng clears the gate. 1 hour. Dou's right arm ached from the test strike, the marrow scar pulsing with a dull warning. One pulse had pushed it to the limit. If he needed to fight his way out, he had maybe 3 more before the arm broke permanently. Is there a copy of the motion? Bai reached into his robe and produced a folded sheet of cheap paper, the kind used for procedural filings. I made one before the seal was applied. Dou took it. The paper was warm from Bai's body, the ink still sharp. He unfolded it and read the text in the fading torchlight. Formal request for restriction of awakened weapon. No 1, Ledgerstrike, pending lineage court determination of ownership. Field by Elder Sui Hanyi, Records Hall, Coldvein sect. Seconded by Elder Zhou, Inner Court. Supported by senior disciples, Wei, full list. The language was precise, legal, and utterly cold. It did not accuse Dou of anything. It did not need to. It simply argued that an awakened founder-line weapon constituted a sect asset until proven otherwise, and that unrestricted use during the verification period risked damage, loss, or unauthorized transfer. Dou's jaw tightened. They were not taking Ledgerstrike because he had done something wrong. They were taking it because the law let them. He looked at Bai. You brought this knowing I would need to act before the sun rises. Bai met his gaze. I brought it because you deserve to see the shape of what is coming before it arrives. And because there is something else. He reached into his robe again, producing a second sheet, older paper, yellowed at the edges. I found this in the archive while searching for the motion's precedent. It is a copied witness statement from the night you entered the final array. Someone recorded that Xiu Paoshu asked for your consent and that you gave it in the presence of 3 witnesses. Dou took the sheet. The handwriting was neat, the ink faded but legible. It described the moment Xiu had stopped the forging and asked Dou whether he chose to continue. Dou remembered it. The heat, the pain, the blood in his mouth, the way Xiu's hands had trembled as he waited for the answer. The apprentice declared his consent of his own will, without coercion or withholding of information regarding the method's known risks. 3 witnesses had signed. 1 was Rin, 1 was the gray-robed woman. The 3rd signature was a name Dou did not recognize. This was filed? It was filed as a procedural note, Bai said. Not as a formal record. It carries no legal weight on its own. But if the lineage court tries to argue that you were coerced into the array, or that Xiu acted without your knowledge, this statement contradicts that claim. It preserves the fact that you entered by choice. Dou read the statement again, the words settling into his chest like iron filings finding a magnetic line. Choice. The word mattered, even if the document did not carry official standing. It mattered that someone had thought to record it. He looked up. Who filed it? The name on the third signature belongs to a clerk who was discharged 5 years ago. I do not know who they were working for when they wrote this. Does Elder Sui know it exists? Bai hesitated. If he did, he would have suppressed it before the motion was filed. I found it in a box that had not been opened since the floor was laid. The motion's authors do not know this record exists. Dou folded both sheets and tucked them into his tunic beside the blank letter and the route map. 3 documents now rested against his chest. The letter that had summoned him to the eastern checkpoint, the map that showed the road his mother had been taken down, and the witness statement proving he had chosen his own forging. He had not noticed the marginal notation until his thumb brushed against the edge of the yellowed paper. A narrow column of text, written in a different hand, smaller and denser than the main body. He pulled the sheet out again and angled it toward the torchlight. Note: under original canon protocols, founder line heirs were entitled to select service terms upon completion of the first forging cycle. This privilege was struck from the governing code in the 37th year of the sect's founding, per Records Hall Directive Nod 37-14. No record of appeal or objection exists. Dou read it twice. Entitled to select service terms. Someone had written a Rite into the original canon. A Rite that said a founder line heir could choose where they served, under what conditions, and for how long. And then someone else, someone in the records hall, had struck that Rite out. The original canon gave heirs a choice, Dou said, his voice flat. Bai leaned close to read the marginal note. His face changed. I have never seen this cited. In any filing, any precedent, any argument, it does not appear in any version of the code I have studied. Because someone removed it. Because someone removed it and buried the record so deeply that no one has found it in 40 years. Bai's eyes were sharp, calculating. Dou, if this note is authentic, if it can be verified against the original canon text, then the restriction motion has no foundation. You are not a sect asset awaiting classification. You are an heir who has completed the first forging cycle and is entitled to choose where you serve. The records hall cannot restrict your weapon because they cannot prove ownership over a free choice. Dou's succession mark pulsed against his sternum, warm and hungry. Where is the original canon text? Bai shook his head. I do not know. The locked archive may hold fragments, but the full text was sealed when the linekeepers were reclassified as property. If it still exists, it is in the records hall's deepest vault, or in the Iron Meridian Guild's central repository. The sky above the eastern ridge had begun to lighten. First dawn was close. Dou looked at the marginal note again. The words had been written in a hand that knew it was recording something dangerous, something that should not exist on paper. Someone had written it anyway. Lin Sheng arrives at the gate, Dou said. The motion is read at the inner hall, and somewhere, in a vault neither of us can reach, the canon text that proves the records hall illegally stripped my mother's rights from the law. Bai said nothing. Dou tucked the witness statement back into his tunic. The paper was warm against his chest. I need more than a marginal note, he said. I need to see the original. You cannot reach the vault without passing through the inner hall, where every elder will be assembled for the motion reading and Lin Sheng's reception. Dou turned toward the eastern ridge. The road was still open. The road had always been open. Then I do not go to the inner hall, he said. I go to the gate. Bai's face tightened. Lin Sheng will be coming through the gate. If you intercept him before the reception, you risk being named as a fugitive attempting to leave before the motion passes. I am not leaving, Register. The words came out harder than Dou had intended. He felt the succession mark pulse, and Ledgerstrike's breath answered in his grip. I am going to meet the auditor my mother knew was coming, and I am going to ask him why he filed the first inquiry about her convoy 20 years ago, and what he found that got him discharged. The torchlight flickered. The cold pressed in from the stone. Bai Yushin stood silent for a long moment. Then he reached into his robe a third time, producing a slim leather folder stamped with the records hall seal. There is one more document you should see before you meet Lin Sheng. He held it out. It is the file that was sealed when he left Coldvein. I copied it last night. Dou took the folder. The leather was cold, the seal unbroken. Inside was a single sheet, a termination notice, dated 20 years ago, signed by Elder Sui Hanyi. Grounds for discharge, unauthorized file access, specifically accessing and copying a sealed convoy log designated as Records Hall property. Attached to the notice was a handwritten request Lin Sheng had submitted before his discharge, asking permission to open an investigation into the disappearance of Wu Ho Jing and the Linekeeper Convoy Protocol. The request had been denied. The denial was signed by Elder Sui Hanyi. Dou stared at the signatures. The same hand that had signed the restriction motion, the custody terms, the order that stripped Lin Sheng of his position. Lin Sheng had tried to find Dou's mother, and the Records Hall had thrown him out for it. Dou closed the folder. The succession mark burned against his sternum, steady and patient. I need to reach him before Elder Sui does. Bai nodded. Then you should start moving. The gate opens in half an hour. Dou turned toward the eastern path. The road was still dark, but the first light had begun to spill over the ridge, and somewhere beyond the mountain wall, Lin Sheng was riding toward Coldvein with answers Dou had been waiting 17 years to hear. He took one step. Footsteps echoed from the inner yard, fast and deliberate. Not a single runner, but a pair, boots striking stone in unison. Bai turned. His face went still. The runners rounded the corner and stopped at the sight of Dou. Both were inner court messengers in Records Hall gray. One carried a sealed tube. The other held an unrolled scroll with fresh ink. Dou Quhe, the first messenger said. You are summoned to the inner hall for the reading of the restriction motion regarding the weapon Ledgerstrike. Attendance is mandatory. Non-compliance will be recorded as forfeiture of objection rights. The second messenger raised the scroll. Additionally, the guild auditor Lin Sheng has been delayed at the lower pass due to a rock slide. He will not reach the gate until noon. Dou's hand tightened on Ledgerstrike. The road east was open, but the man carrying the answers he needed would not arrive for 6 more hours. And in those 6 hours, the restriction motion would pass, the weapon would be seized, and the choice written into the original canon would remain buried in a vault Dou could not reach. The light spread across the ridge, and Dou Quhe stood in the cold between the open road and the closing trap, the weight of 3 documents against his chest and the count of 6 hours ticking toward a verdict he could not outrun. Chapter 76. The cold forge swallowed the torchlight. Dou stood in the gap between the 2 messengers, the leather folder pressed against his ribs, the weight of 3 documents and 6 hours pressing down on a decision that had not yet settled. The lead messenger cleared his throat. Dou Quhe, the motion reading will begin at dawn. Your absence will be noted. Dou did not answer. He turned his back on the inner hall and walked toward the forge mouth, Ledgerstrike's breath steady against his palm, the succession mark pulsing in rhythm with each step. The messengers did not follow. Bai Yuten caught up at the forge door. You are going to miss the reading. I am going to see Xiu first. Dou, if you are not present when the motion passes, you lose the right to object. Elder Sui will record it as forfeiture. Then let him. Dou pushed through the forge door. The fire was dead. Cold had settled into the stone floor, and the branching cracks from the forging ran in pale lines across the darkened chamber. Xiu Paoshu sat on the workbench with his back to the door, shoulders loose, hands resting on his knees. He did not turn. I thought you would be at the gate by now. Lin Sheng is delayed. Rock slide at the lower pass. Noon, they said. Xiu let out a breath that might have been a laugh. The mountain does not want you to leave, boy. It wants me to stand and be classified instead. It wants you to choose. Xiu turned. His face was tired, the lines deeper than Dou remembered, but his eyes held the same sharp clarity that had measured him on the night of the scrap hammer. And it made sure you had time to choose wrong. Dou stepped closer. The cold seeped through his boots. There is something I need to tell you. You found the canon Rite's notation. Dou stopped. You knew. I knew it existed, but did not know it had been struck from the code. Xiu's hands flexed on his knees. 30 years since my last disciple died. I searched every archive I could reach. I never found that marginal note. Bai found it in the witness statement, stamped in the 37th year by Records Hall directive. 37-14. Xiu said the number like a taste he had carried too long. I remember the year. That was the year Elder Sui took the Eastern Archive. He claimed it was reorganization. He changed every seal in the records hall within a single season. Dou held the leather folder out. He also signed Lin Sheng's termination, 20 years ago, for filing an inquiry about my mother's convoy. Xiu did not take the folder. He stared at it, hands still, the firelight of memory moving behind his pale eyes. I should have told you sooner. Told me what? That I knew Lin Sheng. When he was a clerk in the records hall, he came to me 3 times asking about linekeeper protocols. The first time I sent him away. The second time I told him the archives were sealed and I could not help. The third time, he did not come. He had already been discharged. Dou's grip tightened on Ledgerstrike. You knew he was trying to find her. I knew someone inside the records hall was asking questions about the linekeeper system. I did not know it was him until Bai brought me the file. Xiu's voice cracked at the edges. I should have found him after the discharge. I should have asked what he found. Why did not you? Because I was afraid. Xiu looked up. I was afraid that if I found the truth, I would have to act on it. And I had already lost everything once. I did not think I could survive losing what little I had rebuilt. The words hung in the cold forge air. To the weight behind them, the 30 years of silence, the unfiled petitions, the sealed records he had never touched because touching them meant risking the fragile standing he had scraped together from ruin. Then why are you telling me now? Xiu stood. His joints creaked. The forge floor cracked beneath his step. Because a notice arrived an hour ago. He reached into his robe and pulled out a slim scroll, unrolled it in the torchlight. The Iron Meridian Guild has formally confirmed my reinstatement to provisional rank. I am authorized to submit techniques for review. I have a title again. I have a name that can appear in guild records without a footnote. Dou read the scroll. The characters were clean, official, sealed with the furnace and chisel mark. It should have been a victory. Is that not what you wanted? Xiu let the scroll hang from his fingers. 30 years ago, I would have given anything for this. I would have signed away my hands, my eyes, my memory to have it back. And now that it is here, I understand. Understand what? That names returned by institutions are never equal to the years they stole. Xiu rolled the scroll, slow and deliberate, and tucked it back into his robe. They give me a title. They give me the right to submit techniques, but they do not give me back the disciples I lost. They do not give me back the years I sat in this cold forge waiting for someone to walk through the door who could survive the array. Dou watched him. The succession mark pulsed, steady, patient. Then why are you telling me this now? Xiu's eyes met his. Because I was afraid of losing you to the fire, to the array, to the method I built with my own hands, but that was not the real danger. What was? The real danger was watching you walk into a room full of elders who will spend years picking apart everything you have built, piece by piece, until there is nothing left but a classified record and a footnote. Xiu's voice dropped. I can forge steel, I can temper bone, I cannot forge a law that will protect you from the people who write the laws. Dou stood in the dark, the weight of 6 hours pressing against his chest, the cold tube against his ribs, the marginal note burning in his memory. Then what do I do? Xiu did not answer at first. He walked to the forge wall and placed his palm against the branching cracks, tracing one of the pale lines from its origin to the edge of the stone. The road east is still open. For 6 more hours. Then you have 6 hours to decide whether you are a disciple who waits for a motion to pass or an heir who walks out before the gate closes. And if I walk out, I leave Ledgerstrike behind. Xiu turned. The restriction motion does not take effect until it is read and recorded. If you leave before dawn, the weapon is still yours. The law cannot seize what is no longer in its jurisdiction. And Lin Sheng? Lin Sheng will arrive at noon. He will find an empty forge and a pending motion. And he will ask questions that Elder Sui cannot answer without revealing what was buried. Dou felt the edge of the decision, sharp and cold. 6 hours. The gate was open. Lin Sheng was coming. The vault was sealed. He looked at Xiu, at the cracks in the floor, at the cold fire and the empty crucible. You said you were afraid of losing me to politics. I was. And now? Xiu's hands tightened at his sides. Now I am more afraid of watching you stay. The forge fell silent. The torchlight flickered, and somewhere beyond the mountain wall, the first light of dawn began to spill over the ridge, carrying the count of 6 hours toward a verdict Dou had not yet chosen. Chapter 77. The posting board stood at the yard's eastern edge where 3 paths converged, its iron surface scarred by years of nailed notices, rain rust, and the pale ghosts of removed entries. A crowd had already gathered by the time Dou reached it, shoulder to shoulder, disciples and laborers and forge hands pressing forward to read the morning's news before the first bell. He did not push through. He stopped at the outer edge where the crowd thinned into the shadow of the ore-sorting shed, and watched the backs of heads shift and murmur. A clerk in outer court gray stood on a low block beside the board, hammer in hand, a fresh sheet of oiled paper pinned where the old roster had been. He read aloud for those who could not read script, his voice flat and bored, as if he had done this 1,000 times and would do it 1,000 more. By order of the Lineage Court and ratified by the Iron Meridian Guild Observer, the following correction is entered into the outer register. The crowd quieted. Entry 704. Former classification, pit laborer, unregistered, provisional. Current classification, recognized disciple artisan, subject to review, pending weapon bond verification and lineage confirmation. The clerk paused, as if the words themselves required a moment to settle. Name remains Dou Quhe. Standing, outer court disciple, 3rd rank, with access to the upper forge quarter and eastern supply gate. Restrictions apply per Founder Line Injunction Clause. Full terms available at Records Hall Window 3. The clerk stepped down. The hammer went back to his belt, and the yard erupted. Dou stood motionless as voices broke over each other, some sharp with disbelief, others flat with calculation. A forged disciple near the front turned and scanned the crowd until his eyes found Dou. He did not nod. He simply looked, measuring the distance between what had been posted and the body that stood at the shed's edge. Artisan, someone said, the word carrying through the crowd like a stone dropped into still water. 3rd rank? They put a pit rat at 3rd rank. Subject to review, another voice answered quicker. That means they can pull it back anytime they want. It means he is on the board. When was the last time a pit-born name was posted on the board? The murmuring shifted, fraction by fraction, as the crowd began to divide into watchers, weighers, and those who simply wanted to see what happened next. Dou felt their attention like heat from an open furnace door, not hostile yet, but hungry, waiting to see whether the metal would hold or crack. He turned to leave. A hand caught his sleeve. He stopped. The grip was not hard, but it was deliberate, the kind of hold meant to be felt through fabric. He looked down at the fingers, thick-knuckled, nails rimmed with coal dust, a scar across the middle joint where a sledge had slipped. Then he looked up. The man was older, 50s maybe, with a face that had been shaped by years of looking down at laborers from the raised platform of the slag overseer station. Dou remembered him. Not by name, but by the way he had stood at the pit mouth during shift changes, clipboard in hand, marking names in a ledger that determined who ate and who went hungry. Look at you, the overseer said. His voice was low, meant for Dou alone, but the crowd had gone quiet enough that it carried. Standing in the yard with a title on the board and a weapon at your back, you think that changes what you are? Dou did not pull away. He held still, feeling the weight of the moment press against his ribs, the succession mark warm and steady beneath his tunic. I know what I was, he said. I was a slag loader who slept in the furnace hollows because the bunkhouses cost more than I earned. I ate scraps from the canteen floor, and I learned to read by watching the roster board from the shadows because no one would teach me. The overseer's grip tightened. And you think that is gone now? You think a piece of paper and a seal from the lineage court scrubs the pit dust out of your blood? I think the pit dust is what got me here. A ripple passed through the crowd. Someone near the front let out a low whistle, not mocking, not approving, just noting. The overseer's face did not change, but his hand released Dou's sleeve, slowly, as if he was deciding whether to make the gesture mean something or let it dissolve into the morning air. You talk like someone who has never been put back in the ground, he said. But the ground remembers its own, and the pit does not forget a body that belongs to it. Dou met his eyes. Then the pit will have to learn to share. He turned and walked through the gap that opened in the crowd, not forcing it, not hurrying, just moving as if the path belonged to him. Behind him, the murmuring rose again, spreading outward from the posting board like ripples from a dropped stone. Did you hear what he said? He said the pit dust is what got him here. He said the pit will have to learn to share. A younger voice, barely old enough to be working the hall lines, rose above the rest. If he can do it, why not the rest of us? The overseer turned sharply, scanning for the speaker, but the crowd had already swallowed them. The question hung in the air, unanswered, dangerous. Dou reached the forge path before anyone else tried to stop him. The cold air hit his face, sharp with the smell of ore dust and the distant smoke of banked furnaces. He kept walking, Ledgerstrike a steady weight against his spine, the succession mark pulsing with each step. Behind him, the yard was still buzzing. Ahead, the forge door stood open, and Xiu Paoshu was waiting in the threshold, his scarred hands resting on the frame, his pale eyes watching Dou approach with an expression that could have been pride or fear, or something caught between. You heard, Dou said. The whole mountain heard. Xiu stepped aside to let him pass. The posting clerk read it 3 times to make sure no one missed it. Dou stopped at the forge threshold. The fire was dead. The crucible sat cold and empty, but the branching cracks in the floor had spread another hand's width overnight, reaching toward the eastern foundation wall, where the first light of dawn was beginning to paint the stone in pale gold. There is more, Xiu said. Dou turned. Xiu held out a folded sheet, unsealed, the paper rough and cheap. It came with the posting, delivered by a records hall runner who said it was attached to your file with instructions to give it to you after the reading. Dou took the sheet, unfolded it. The characters were written in a hand he did not recognize, blocky and uneven, as if the writer had pressed too hard with a brush that was running dry. The road remembers. And the road has been waiting for you to stop being a rumor and start being a name. Eastgate, dusk. Come alone or do not come. There was no signature, no seal, just the words pressed into cheap paper that flaked at the edges. Dou read them twice. The succession mark at his sternum went cold, then hot, then settled into a pulse that matched the slow rhythm of Ledgerstrike's breath against his spine. What did the runner say? He asked. Xiu's jaw tightened. The runner said the note was already in your file when he opened it. Filed 3 days ago, before the hearing, before the motion, before any of this. Dou looked up from the paper. Someone knew I would be here today. Xiu did not answer. He did not need to. The cracks in the floor were spreading, the dawn was climbing the mountain wall, and somewhere beyond the eastern gate, the road was waiting for a name it had been tracking for 40 years. Chapter 78. The records hall runner arrived before the bell had finished tolling noon. A woman Dou did not recognize, young, with a clerk's ink-stained sleeves and a voice that carried no warmth. She held a sealed slip of paper and read from it without looking up. Disciple Dou Quhe, Upper Terrace, 3rd Corridor, 7th Door. Elder Sui grants temporary lodging pending lineage court determination. Your effects have been moved. She waited exactly long enough for him to acknowledge, then turned and walked back toward the ridge path. Xiu stood in the forge threshold, watching the runner disappear around the bend. His scarred hands rested on the doorframe, pale and motionless. 7 doors in, he said. 3rd corridor. That is the old overseer's quarters. They have not housed anyone in it for 18 years. Dou looked at the note in his hand. Cheap paper. No seal. Just the chamber designation, written in a clerk's efficient hand. It is a cage, he said. It is a cage with a better view. Xi's voice was flat. But it is also a room with a lock on the inside. Not all cages are sealed from the outside. Dou did not answer. He folded the note and tucked it into his tunic beside the East Gate summons, the blank letter, and the route map. 3 documents, 3 paths. None of them led to a bed he would sleep in without one hand on a weapon. Ledgerstrike pulsed against his spine, slow, patient, as if it had already decided where they were going and was waiting for Dou to catch up. He walked. The path from the forge to the upper terrace climbed through a cut in the ridge that Dou had never entered. The stone here was different, smoother, swept clean of ore dust. The watchtower bells sounded closer, and the air smelled not of furnace smoke and slag, but of cold stone and the thin, sharp tang of altitude. A guard stood at the corridor mouth. Older man, gray beard, faded scar across his throat, eyes that tracked Dou from shoulder to weapon to hands and back without hurry. "Third corridor," he said. Not a question. 7 doors in. You will find your name on the door. The seals are already keyed to your mark. Dou stopped. "You know my mark?" The guard's eyes did not waver. "Elder Sui sent a tracing of your succession mark to every threshold guard on the upper terrace before the posting. You are not difficult to identify, Disciple Dou." The title sat wrong on his shoulders, thinner than pit dust, heavier than iron. Dou walked past him into the corridor. The stone walls were lined with doors, each one set with a small bronze plate and a seal groove. 7 doors in. His name was there, carved into the plate in clean characters. No rank, no designation, just Dou Quhe, as if the name alone was enough to mark the threshold. He pressed his palm to the seal groove. The stone warmed under his skin. The door swung inward without sound. The chamber was small and clean. A bed frame with a real mattress, not a slag sack. A writing table. A shuttered window. A brazier with cold ash. A shelf with a water jug and a single cup. And on the table, arranged in neat rows, his belongings. The leather folder. The route map. Liqin's folded map. The blank letter. The grievance petition. The witness statement. Each one tagged with a small paper seal bearing the records hall mark. Dou stood in the doorway and looked at the room. It was the first space he had ever been given, the first door with his name on it, the first bed that did not belong to a bunkhouse or a forge corner or a scrap of floor behind a canteen. It felt like a trap that had been polished and aired. He stepped inside and closed the door. The seal engaged with a soft click, not locking, just registering. He checked the lock mechanism. It was a simple latch, keyed to his palm mark, but the seal groove also had a second contact point, thin as a hair, running into the wall. Someone would know if he opened the door. Someone would know if he left. Dou set Ledgerstrike across the writing table, within arm's reach of the bed. He sat on the mattress. It was softer than anything he had slept on in 17 years, and he hated it immediately. The softness felt like a promise that could be withdrawn, like something that would make him slow. He did not lie down. He sat with his back to the wall, facing the door, and waited for dusk. The light through the shuttered window turned from pale gold to gray to the deep blue of mountain evening. Dou did not light the brazier. He did not touch the water jug. He sat motionless, letting the cold seep into his reforged arm, testing the ache in the marrow scar, counting the hours by the changing light. The session mark at his sternum pulsed, steady, patient, matching Ledgerstrike's slow breath. Something was wrong. The weapon had not moved, had not changed position, but Dou felt it shift in his awareness, a pressure that was not physical, a weight that was not mass. Ledgerstrike was listening. He reached out and laid his palm on the weapon's grip. The metal was cold, then warm, then cold again. A pulse, not his own. Outside the door, the corridor was silent. The guard had not moved from his post at the corridor mouth, but Dou had not heard footsteps in nearly 2 bells. The upper terrace was empty. Still. Ledgerstrike hummed, a single low note, barely audible, vibrating through the writing table and into Dou's palm. Not a threat, not a warning. Recognition. Someone was outside his room, not walking past, not pausing to check the seals, standing, breathing, on the other side of the door. Dou did not move, did not reach for the weapon. He kept his hand on Ledgerstrike's grip and waited. The succession mark went cold. Then the seal on the door clicked, once, twice, as if someone was testing the lock from the outside with a key that did not quite fit. A sharp pause, then footsteps, retreating, moving fast down the corridor toward the ridge path. Dou was at the door before the footsteps faded. He pressed his palm to the seal groove. The latch released. He pulled the door open. Empty corridor, cold stone. The guard at the corridor mouth stood exactly where he had been, his scarred throat catching the faint light from the watchtowers. "Someone was at my door," Dou said. The guard did not turn. "No one passed me," discipled Dou. "Someone tested the seal." The guard's hand moved to the hilt of his blade, a slow, deliberate motion. "I said no one passed me." Dou looked down the corridor. The stone floor was clean, no dust, no footprints. But the air at his door was warm, as if someone had been standing there long enough to leave heat on the stone. He stepped back inside and closed the door. Ledgerstrike hummed again, louder this time. A question. Dou stood in the dark chamber, one hand on the weapon, and listened to the silence of the upper terrace press in around him like a fist closing. Chapter 79. The night pressed in from all sides, cold and watchful. Dou sat with his back to the wall, Ledgerstrike across his knees. The succession mark at his sternum pulsed slow and patient, matching the weapon's breath. He had not moved in 2 bells, had not slept. The shuttered window showed only darkness beyond the glass. The seal on the door clicked. Not the testing click from before, different, deliberate. The sound of something being pushed through the gap beneath the door. Dou did not rise, did not reach for the weapon. He waited, counting heartbeats, listening past the silence. The corridor outside was still. No retreating footsteps, no breath against the wood. The guard at the corridor mouth had not moved, but Dou had not heard the guard breathe in the last half-bell either. He rose slowly, Ledgerstrike in hand, and crossed the stone floor. At the threshold lay a single folded paper. Not tagged, not sealed with records hall wax. The paper was rough and unbleached, the kind used for freight manifests and cargo ledgers, and it carried a stamp he had never seen. A furnace and chisel mark, but reversed, with the chisel pointing down instead of up. He picked it up. The paper was cold. His succession mark went hot. Inside, one line of text, written in a hand that pressed deep enough to score the fiber. One linekeeper survived the first transfer. She is not at the holding facility. Below it, a second line, smaller. The freight code for living cargo was struck from the guild register in year 37. Ask the records healer in the lower warren what the old code means. She will not want to answer. No signature, no sender. Dou read the note twice. The first line sat in his chest like a hot stone, a word he had never let himself hope for. Survived. Not arrived. Not departed. Survived. His mother could be alive, another linekeeper, someone else's mother. Someone else's 17-year silence, broken open by a folded piece of paper slipped under a door in the dark. It did not matter. If one survived, the convoy system did not kill everyone. There was a path, a record, a code. He turned the paper over. The back was blank except for a single freight code, 4 characters, written smaller than the rest, as if the sender had added it as an afterthought. LK-17SV Linekeeper, Convoy 17, Survivor. The seal on the door clicked, once, twice. Dou looked up. The corridor was empty. The guard was gone. He had not heard the guard leave, did not know if the man had walked or been carried or vanished into the stone the same way the night air had pressed against his door earlier, warm and waiting. Dou pulled on his boots, strapped Ledgerstrike across his back. He did not light the brazier, did not touch the water jug. He opened the door, stepped into the corridor, and the cold of the upper terrace hit him full in the chest. No guard at the corridor mouth, no one in the alcove. The watchtower lamps burned steady, throwing long shadows across the stone. But the man who had been standing there since dusk was simply gone. Dou walked. He took the ridge path down, moving fast, keeping to the shadows where the watchtower light did not reach. The air grew warmer as he descended, smell of ore dust and furnace oil thickening around him. The succession mark pulsed at the rhythm of his steps, steady as a heartbeat, pulsing with a rhythm that was not quite his own. The lower warren sat at the base of the western ridge, a warren of narrow passages and sealed doors that had been carved before the sect existed. The records healer worked out of a chamber that had once been a storage cellar, its walls lined with cabinets that held not medicine but paper, ledgers, manifests, the paper trail of bodies that had passed through Coldvein and never emerged. Dou found the door marked with a faded healer's sigil. He knocked once, twice, and then pressed his palm flat against the wood. He waited. The succession mark went cold, then hot, then settled. From inside, a voice like dry leaves scraping stone. Who knocks at this hour with old metal on their back? My name is Dou Quhe. I was sent by the road. A long silence. Then the sound of a bolt sliding, slow and reluctant, scraping through rust that had not moved in years. The door opened a hand's width. The face that peered out was old, older than Xiu, older than the mountain's memory itself. The woman's eyes were pale and clouded, filmed with the white of long sight, but they fixed on Dou's succession mark as if they had been waiting for it. "You should not know that code," she said. "I did not come to discuss what I should know." "Then why did you come?" Dou held out the note. The old woman's hand trembled as she took it, reading the freight code in the dim light from the watchtowers. Her face did not change, but her grip on the door frame tightened until her knuckles went white. "Who gave you this?" "I do not know. It was slipped under my door." "Then they want something from you. Or they want you gone from Coldvein before the hearing. I want the truth about the code." The old woman looked at him for a long moment. Then she stepped back, opening the door just enough for Dou to enter. The room was small and warm, a brazier burning low in the corner, and every surface was covered in paper. Ledgers stacked to the ceiling, scrolls spilling from cabinets, a single cot pushed against the far wall, the blanket thin and threadbare. The old woman gestured to the only chair. "Sit, disciple Dou, and do not touch anything you have not been invited to touch." Dou sat. She settled on the cot, the note still in her hand, and looked at him with those pale, clouded eyes that saw more than light alone. "The freight code for living cargo was struck from the guild register in year 37, she said. "I know because I was the one who struck it." Dou's succession mark went cold. "On whose order?" "Elder Sui Hanyi." The old woman's voice did not waver. "He came to me with a writ and a reason I did not question. I was young then. I believed the records hall when they said the code was obsolete, that it had not been used in a decade, that striking it was simply housekeeping. But it was not obsolete. No." She set the note down on the cot beside her. "It was being used. Every fifth convoy carried living cargo, logged under a secondary code that only the records hall and the receiving compound could read. I did not know that until after I struck the primary code. By then, the secondary code was the only record." Dou's hands were still. "Can you still read it?" The old woman's pale eyes fixed on him, and something in them shifted. Recognition, or grief, or both. "I can try." She rose, slow and stiff, and crossed to the farthest cabinet, one that had been shoved into the corner behind a pile of broken shelving. She pulled it open, and inside were ledgers bound in dark leather, their spines unmarked. She pulled the third volume from the bottom. The secondary code was never meant to be used without the primary. If a convoy was logged under living cargo, there should be a corresponding entry in the primary code listing the cargo's origin, destination, and transport terms. Without that entry, the secondary code is just a number. She opened the ledger. The pages were blank, not erased, not torn out. Blank, as if the records had never been there at all. The old woman stared at the empty pages. "Someone has been here," she said. "Someone with access to the lower warren and the knowledge of where I keep the old codes. Who else knows about this cabinet?" "No one." Her voice was barely a whisper. "No one has asked about the freight code in 30 years. Dub rose. Ledgerstrike hummed against his back, a low note that vibrated through his spine and into the floor. The succession mark was not cold anymore. It was burning. He turned to the door, but before he could reach for the latch, the old woman spoke again. "Disciple does. The note says the linekeeper survived the first transfer." "Do you know what the first transfer was?" "No." The holding facility was not the destination. It was the sorting point. The first transfer was where the convoy handlers handed living cargo to the receiving compound. If she survived that, she was not sent to the facility as inventory. She was sent somewhere else. Dou's hand stopped an inch from the door latch. "Where?" The old woman shook her head slowly, her pale eyes fixed on the floor between them. "The only person who knows that is the one who slipped you the note." Chapter 80. Dou stood in the doorway of the healer's room, the succession mark burning against his sternum, the freight code LK-17SV seared into his mind like a brand that had not finished cooling. The old woman had not moved from her cot. Her pale eyes tracked him without seeing, but her voice followed him to the threshold. "You will not find what you are looking for in the ledgers, disciple Dou. The people who blanked those pages know where the linekeeper was sent, and they know you are asking. Then they already know I am coming." "Yes." Her voice dropped. "But they do not know what you are carrying." Dou touched the oilcloth wrapped around Ledgerstrike. The weapon hummed beneath his palm, a low, steady note that vibrated through his fingers and into the bone of his wrist. Not threat, recognition. He stepped out into the corridor. The lower warren was empty. No guards, no night shift workers dragging slag baskets. The torches had burned down to guttering embers, casting the stone walls in orange and black, and the air smelled of rust and sleeping breath from the chambers deeper in. He walked. The succession mark pulsed with each step, warming the cloth of his tunic, and Ledgerstrike's rhythm matched it exactly. 2 heartbeats moving through the same chest. The climb to the upper terrace took him through the ridge path that split the mountain's face, where the wind cut sharp and cold, and the eastern horizon was just beginning to lighten. He stopped at the turn where the path opened onto a view of the forge quarter below. Smoke rose from Xiu's chimney. Thin, steady. The old man had lit the fire. Dou stood there, watching the smoke curl into the pale sky, and felt the weight of everything he'd learned settle into his bones like ore settling in a furnace bed. His mother had planned her own seizure. She had traded her freedom for his. She had been logged as inventory on a convoy that never logged her departure. And one linekeeper had survived the first transfer. One. He did not know if it was her. He did not know if he would find a living woman or a name on a blanked page, but he knew the code now. He knew the secondary system existed, and he knew that someone inside the mountain had been watching him long enough to slip a note under his door while the guard vanished without a sound. That person wanted him to know the truth. That meant they wanted him to act. Dou turned from the view and continued up the path. The upper terrace was quiet. The guard at the corridor mouth was back, standing in the same spot as if he had never left, his gray, bearded face unreadable. He did not meet Dou's eyes as Dou passed, did not acknowledge the warm stone at the door or the vanished hours. Dou entered his chamber. The leather folder was still on the table, the route map folded inside it, the blank letter from the sealed tube tucked beside the petition. He crossed to the writing table and set the note from the healer's room beside the others. 3 documents now. The route map, the sealed tube letter, the freight code. He laid them flat, side by side, and stood over them as the first true light of dawn bled through the shuttered window. The road east was still open. The auditor was coming at noon. And somewhere in the mountain, a linekeeper had survived the first transfer. Not as inventory, not as cargo, as a survivor. Dou picked up the route map and traced his finger along the red ink line that marked his mother's convoy path. 6 transfer points. The 5th changed every time. The 6th was the holding facility where she was logged as arrived, but never departed. But if the first transfer was where she became a survivor instead of inventory, then the holding facility was not the place to start. The first transfer point was. He folded the map and tucked it into his tunic. Then he heard the footsteps. Not single, many. A measured rhythm of boots on stone climbing the ridge path from the inner yard, too steady for a patrol and too many for a messenger. Dou moved to the door. He opened it. The gray-bearded guard was standing at attention, his face tight, his hand resting on the hilt of a blade he had not drawn in years. "Disciple Dou, you have visitors." Dou stepped into the corridor. The procession was already visible from the upper terrace. A file of figures climbing toward Xiu's forge, their robes dark and formal, their steps unhurried. Leading them was a woman in Iron Meridian Guild gray, a silver furnace and chisel seal pinned at her collar. Behind her, 4 disciples carried a banner bearing a crest Dou did not recognize, a cracked bell over a closed fist, the line of the crack drawn in red, and behind them, walking alone, a lean woman in mourning white, with a face like a blade honed too many times. The dead disciple's family crest. Dou felt the succession mark go cold. The procession stopped at the forge. The woman in gilt gray raised her hand, and in the silence of the upper terrace, with the dawn light spilling over the ridge and the smoke from Xiu's chimney curling into the pale sky, Dou understood what the old healer had meant. They knew he was asking, and they had come to answer before he could ask the question.